Right? The old man even knew his name. Hearing that, Barisu had no intention of shaking his hand and asked, "Are you from Oyama too?" The old man paused for a moment before answering, "That again, I can't exactly say yes right now." Gunja approached the old man. "I've come to get you, Mr. Muto, let's go." The old man turned. "Ah, I see, what a rigid fellow." After speaking, he obediently got into the car and said nothing more. Barisu stood in the rain, looked at his hands and repeated the old man's name, Muto Taiga. The black car sped through the rain. Sitting in the car, the old man looked out the window and thought, Barisu, but why? He recalled the moment he had suddenly attacked. For me to aim for his back. That kind of tactic is for the scared and weak. At that moment he had moved on instinct, but to suddenly feel fear, me, Muto Taiga, recalling Barisu's grim reaper-like pitch-black face, he became even more confused. Did I aim for his back because I was afraid of him? As he thought, he threw his head back and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, afraid? The old man laughed so loudly that Gunja glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Muto suddenly recalled the old man Tetsuji's words. If we interfere in that fight, the balance will be broken. He suddenly leaned toward the driver's seat. Chairman Tetsuji, you worried for nothing. My presence is needed to create balance in this matter. Ogun stared blankly at the candy in his hand. He sat under a streetlight, remembering the old woman from earlier. The old woman had pressed a few pieces of candy into his hand, smiled and said, "Thank you, Am I Wang. Thank you for coming back." He popped one of the candies into his mouth. He didn't notice Tae-gun smoking a cigarette next to him. Song Tae-gun grumbled, "Damn it, the old folks are too senile now. With things as they are, what can Ilhek do for us?" Noticing Ogun sitting there, he approached, sat down next to him and spoke, "Well, if it isn't the Jome of Ilhek, what are you doing here?" Ogun put the candy in his pocket. "Nothing, mind your own business." Tae-gun suddenly glanced at him and asked, "You're the son of the deceased O.M.I. Wang?" he said bitterly. "And you're still with Ilhek, even after your father went out like that?" Hearing those words, Ogun froze. Tae-gun didn't stop and continued to laugh as he asked, "Do they treat you well?" "No, they must be paying you a lot to get you to work." As he was speaking, a voice cut in. "Ogun," he stood up from his seat, "you should stop with such petty provocations." He had no intention of sitting with him any longer, stood up and walked away. His face was filled with contempt. "It's a waste of time to even talk to a guy like you who just follows around a useless old father." But Tae-gun didn't get angry at all and calmly retorted, "I don't know who's talking about whom. You and I are the same." He didn't seem to be provoking him. He said calmly, "Try to deny it. You and your Jome, that's your problem." He frowned, looked Ogun straight in the eye and said, "That's why O.M.I. Wang, your father, died the way he did." As soon as he finished speaking, Ogun had him by the throat, but he didn't stop. He stared at Ogun and said, "I remember clearly how O.M.I. Wang died that day." He seemed very satisfied seeing Ogun's grimacing, sweating face. "Aren't you curious how your father died?" 13 years ago, in front of a small shop, a smartly dressed man stood eating a snack. Around him were several of his subordinates. He poked at the food with a toothpick and said with an arrogant face, "Let's see how this tastes. Why does this neighborhood only sell such trivial things?" he asked the female shop owner. "Ma'am, you'll go out of business selling stuff like this. I'm from the Southwest and I used to run a pretty big business there." He stood there spouting nonsense, but the mother, son and daughter paid him no mind. His subordinates surrounded the area, chasing away passers-by so no one would pay attention to the small shop. "Go away, go on, mind your own business," he continued to persuade. "So trust me and let's work together. I'll feed everyone in this neighborhood with my new business method. Cooperate with us." Just then a few people approached, looked at them and asked, "Who are you guys? Aren't you going to get lost?" They fearlessly frowned and sneered with arrogant faces. This group in white was none other than the Jome, but the others didn't recognize them and dared to raise their faces and ask, "Those guys in the white vests, were you just talking to us?" Hearing that, the men of the Jome laughed and said to each other, "They're definitely not from around here." The one who seemed to be the leader still held up his finger and said to the woman, "For you, ma'am, I'll only take 50 for protection. It's 70 elsewhere." The subordinates behind him were already being thoroughly beaten. He turned his head in confusion and was shocked. "Well, what?" A man in white approached and asked, "Hey, are you the one who brought these guys here?" A handsome man with glasses smiled and asked, "Interesting, where are you guys from?" He was none other than Lee Son-mong of Ilhek. The woman standing inside had been quiet until now. Now she suddenly raised the ladle in her hand, looked at him and threatened, "You brat, Son-mong, don't you start another fight." He wrapped his arm around the shoulder of the tough-looking guy. Still looking at the woman, he said, "Ma'am, there you go again. How many times have I told you?" The two were clearly very close. His gaze suddenly turned serious. He pressed himself close to the gangster and said, "Guys like this won't back down easily unless we step in." The gangster also recognized him, leaned over and shouted with difficulty, "Lee Son-mong, Lee Son-mong, the butcher of Jome." His subordinates also heard that and were shocked. "What, then these guys are?" Before he could finish, a man in white approached and smiled. "Ah, don't just stay down like that." The one threatening them had long red hair. He crossed his arms and glared, "If you get up now, you won't be able to get up like this later." This man was Choi Kong-ho, the Seven Swords. Lee Son-mong ate a skewer and explained, "And even if we make a mess, he's the one who did it, not me, ma'am." He meant that Choi Kong-ho had started the fight first. Hearing that, Choi Kong-ho's eyes widened and he turned back to argue. "Are you blaming me? Why do you always do this? Last time it was Hung Nim who smashed the sign," Lee Son-mong said. "Anyway, that's how it is." He grabbed the outside gangster's head from behind. The gangster screamed in pain. "Ah." He poked the gangster's face with the skewer and warned, "Where do you think you're stepping, you bastard? What are you going to do now that you've come this far? You must be prepared to die, right?" The gangster, terrified, shouted, No sir, I'm sorry, it was my fault. He had only uttered one threat, but he got hit a few times by the woman and was scolded. You brat, fighting again, you're going to get a scolding from Cheon Ho Hung Nim, Lee Son Mong screamed as he was hit. Am I a kid? Why are you bringing up Choi Cheon Ho Hung Nim again? Suddenly, Choi Kong Ho looked to the side and shouted, oh. His face turned pale as he shouted, Choi Cheon Ho Hung Nim, why are you here? I thought you were going to escort the young master today. Just that alone was enough to startle Lee Son Mong. He turned to Choi Kong Ho, scratched his head and laughed. My mistake, it wasn't him. Lee Son Mong now realized he had been played by his colleague, turned back angrily and shouted, seriously, why did you scare me like that? This dark-skinned Choi Kong Ho was none other than Jo Kong Jin. His face suddenly turned serious as he asked the woman, by the way ma'am, why are there so many guys like this lately? Is there anything for them to gain in this market? The woman also didn't understand. He crossed her arms and looked at the gangster. Kong Jin, have you guys lost your touch lately? Why do guys like this keep loitering around here? He grabbed the gangster's neck with one hand, laughed and replied, haha, I'm embarrassed. Both the chairman and we are too busy to manage every district. His face suddenly filled with terrifying, killing intent. He slammed the gangster's head hard into a bowl of tteokbokki. So I have a lot to ask this bastard. What business brings you here? The gangster screamed from the sudden pain. Terrified, he shouted, I already told you. Some strange guys have come to the southwest area recently. Kong Jin asked in surprise, strange guys, what do they do? The men of the Jom were stunned by his words. I heard they're the Chinese Triad. All the organizations in Incheon have had their territories taken and have been kicked out. Thinking of the scene of them being kicked out, he was resentful. They'll be invading here soon. There are many of them and they are very fierce. They fight without mercy. Damn it, who the hell are these guys? We're no match for them. We have to hold out until the Jom support arrives. One guy was so angry he clenched his fist and walked past the defeated men. This time I'm stepping up. You guys stay put. The others didn't understand what he meant and asked back, hey, wait a minute, what are you talking about? We have to wait for the bosses to arrive. He paid them no mind and sneered. So you're saying you can't win without the Jom because you have no confidence? This guy looked very arrogant. He pointed his thumb down, glared, and declared, then if I take those guys down, you're all under me. He was none other than Ilhak's newcomer, Utaeui Wong. Without a word, he went straight inside and prepared to fight. All right, supporting actors, get off the stage. Seeing the guy sitting at the table, he challenged him. I will take on that guy. Before he could make a move, the guy stood up and asked, hey, are you the Jom of Ilhak? Utaeui Wong froze. What, I'm not. This guy gritted his teeth and challenged him resentfully. The Jom is just a name. Today your opponent here is me. Before he could even finish speaking, he was slashed once. The two rushed in and started fighting, and the guy just attacked without a word. Damn it, attacking without warning. He planted his feet on the ground to steady himself and swung a very powerful punch with his hand. Utaeui Wong was mercilessly beaten. The guys standing outside watched, terrified, and shouted, damn it, what, that guy is incredibly strong. They urgently tried to stop him. Hey, Utaeui Wong, I told you to control your strength. We're no match for that guy. After exchanging a few blows, the guy ordered, bring the Jom here. He got into his stance. In his hand was a large black blade. Small fries like you aren't even worth my time. He was none other than Huang Hao of the Heilongjing Triad. Just then, a member of the Jom arrived. Hey, go easy on him. Utaeui Wong, despite being thoroughly beaten, still acted tough and shot back up. Raising both fists, he challenged, HMPH, continue. His colleague stood beside him and shouted in disbelief, Utaeui Wong, stop it. You crazy bastard. He paid no mind and rushed in to continue fighting. Huang Hao grabbed his wrist and sneered, you've gotten faster than before. He raised the black blade in his hand, preparing to strike down. But you're too impatient. It's your bad luck to have met me today. Huang Hao sneered as he struck, a pity, but I'll have to finish you today. A promising bud will be stopped from growing any further. The blade came straight down. He dodged to the side and shouted loudly, damn it. Suddenly, a scarred hand appeared, grabbing the opponent's blade tightly and saving Utaeui Wong's life. Upon arriving, he asked, you said you were looking for Jom. His grip was so strong that the opponent couldn't budge no matter how hard he tried. He spoke calmly, I am Jom, let's talk. If you're so confident, I'll teach you a lesson today. He looked at Huang Hao with cold eyes and introduced himself. I am Omi Wong, the first sword of Jom. People looked at a large picture of a bald old man. Above it were the words New Era, New Joy. The nation will face a new change. They asked each other, do you not like that picture? The old man held up 2 fingers and frowned. Compared to my picture, does that one look a bit old? But I prefer to be photographed this way. From the other side, a man holding a cardboard box approached and replied with a smile, no, you can't. That pose isn't serious. This is an election photo after all, Chairman. The old man looked at his photos on the wall and stroked his chin. Now that I think about it, you're right. Since it's a campaign photo, it should be prudent and serious. He loosened his tie, smiled with his eyes, and honestly shared his thoughts. To be honest, after working as a gangster in this society, I think I'm more suited to being a gangster. Trying to run for election now feels strange. Can I really gain some power? From the other side, someone pulled back a cloth and answered, running for election is of course a good thing for you and for us, Chairman. If you gain power, things will be easier for us too. When you gathered us to form Jom in the past, that's what you said. The old man pretended not to remember. What did I say? I don't remember. His subordinate looked at the old man with a serious expression. A gangster must be ruthless. From now on, remember these words. After speaking, he pointed at a chair and laughed cheerfully. You said that to us right in front of here. The old man heard it and was embarrassed. Everyone has a young and foolish time, he replied awkwardly. Just hearing it is terrible. When I was young I really could say anything. He took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. I may have said that, but in my heart. The old man lit a cigarette and smoked. I never wanted you guys to use violence and get blood on your hands. Thinking about that doesn't make me happy at all. The old man smoked his cigarette and listened to his subordinate. Yes, we know you said that, but we, Joan, were created to be a source of strength for you, Chairman. Recalling the days when the brothers lived in peace, he said sincerely, thank you for taking us in and raising us. You gave us the life we have now, a truly human life, Chairman. He smiled with his eyes, clapped and encouraged him. Now that you are older, Chairman, and everything is stable, good luck with the election tomorrow. Even if you become a different person later, we will serve you just as we did before. The old man held his cigarette and smiled lightly. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad at his subordinate's encouragement. Really, talking to you is such a huge burden, Choi Chian-ho. Suddenly he stretched out a hand, and you must not forget this. The old man turned in surprise and asked, what is it? He said seriously. The young master said it in the past too. Choi Chian-ho stretched his hand forward, perfectly mimicking the child's gesture from the past. Be careful, Grandpa is old, so don't overdo it, he said. So now that you are older, Chairman, please only do what is necessary and let us handle the rest for you. He immediately realized he was being teased. The bald old man was furious, picked up an ashtray, pretended to hit him and shouted, are you looking down on me now because I'm old and have no strength? You're really something. He smiled with his eyes and pretended to block it. Hey now, the young master said that, not me. There were only 2 people in the room. The old man sat on a long chair, admiring the city view through the glass window with Choi Chian-ho beside him. Suddenly he stroked his chin and said in a soft voice, come to think of it, the young master has grown up a lot. He's a high school student now. Looking back, time really flew. The old man also nodded. That's right, he was just a kid the other day, and now he's all grown up, and me, this grandpa has gotten old. As they were talking cheerfully, he suddenly left his seat. And one more thing. Captain Mi Wong Han has gone to the region to handle some business. The old man turned his head in surprise and asked, did something happen over there? Before opening the door and leaving, he added, it's nothing important. Trivial matters can be handled by us, Joan. He smiled as if to reassure him. This is what we're supposed to do. Please don't worry about anything, Chairman. Now their headquarters had moved to a large building in the city with a huge election poster of the bald old man on it. But this new building is so big and spacious, I'm still not used to it. There are so many rooms here, I might get lost. On the other side, the 2 men were still locked in a tense standoff, blades crossed. The man asked coldly, you said you wanted to find Joan and talk. Grasping his opponent's hand tightly, the 2 pushed against each other, their bodies trembling. I am a member of Joan. Shall we talk now? If you're scared, you can quietly surrender. The man introduced himself with a sharp gaze. I am Omi Wong. Wang Hao glared and sneered. Interesting, introducing yourself in the middle of a fight. Changed direction and kicked at the Joan man. Such well-mannered bastards, haha. But before his foot could land, Mi Wong Han landed a painful punch on him. Neither side was an easy opponent. As soon as one technique ended, they immediately slashed with the next. Fortunately, he leaned to the side and dodged the fatal blow. It was a fight worthy of experts. The 2 separated and faced each other, Huang Hao's leg tingling slightly. He was surprised and thought to himself, we just clashed, but my left leg is almost numb, Mi Wong Han said. If you're going to fight, don't damage someone else's shop. He lifted a chair as a weapon and reminded him, this is someone's workplace and livelihood. The opponent didn't care at all, got into his stance, glared and raised his sword. His hand gripped the sword so tightly that his veins bulged and he stabbed strongly and quickly. Mi Wong Han lifted the chair and dodged to the side. When he missed, he continued to attack. This time he held the chair in front of his stomach and blocked, avoiding another dangerous attack. The 2 fought like that. One used a sword, and one used a chair, but Mi Wong Han seemed to have the upper hand. The chair in his hand struck his opponent's sword, sending it flying. He lost his weapon and jumped back. Suddenly he kicked his opponent squarely in the face. The henchmen watching from outside were dumbfounded. Uta Wang gritted his teeth in tension. He was kicked in the jaw. Will he be okay? Huang Hao stood still after the kick, assessing the situation. Mi Wong Han's eyes flashed and he stared at him with a bone-chilling coldness. A shoe print was clearly visible on his face. He had been hit squarely, but he showed no sign of pain. Instead, he became more ferocious and continued to rush in and attack. The opponent was also flustered and asked himself, was the kick too weak? Suddenly he flinched as a thought struck him. Recalling Uta Wang's punch, he was distracted and asked himself, or did he dodge it back then? In that moment of distraction, Mi Wong Han rushed in and knocked him to the ground. He was beaten so badly his face was distorted, unable to dodge or counter. It was over. Mi Wong Han delivered the final blow. The other guys rushed over in a panic and asked, are you okay? Looking at the guy lying sprawled on the floor. Mi Wong Han scratched his head. This guy is pretty strong too, be careful. Uta Wang couldn't hide his respect. Now that he's down, you're really amazing, he replied. Now that he's down, I'll stand guard here. When he wakes up, I'll take him home. Suddenly, he looked at his opponent and asked, by the way, seeing you fight earlier, you have some skills too. Have you ever learned martial arts? Uta Wang awkwardly bowed his head. Yes, I've learned a little self-defense. Mi Wong Han paid him little mind and pulled a large sword from the wooden chair. He gave a light reminder. Good, you still lack experience, so don't get too excited when you fight. Otherwise, it will be difficult to guard against your opponent's calculations for a counterattack, he asked again. Got it? His face turned red with embarrassment and he was overjoyed, shouting loudly, "Yes, I understand it was rare to get the attention of a member of JOM." So he was very happy. Mi Wang Han supported the unconscious Huang Hao and assigned tasks to the others. "Now you guys clean this place up. Don't disrupt anyone's business." His subordinates immediately complied. "Yes, leave it to us." Suddenly he stopped and muttered, "Oops, I don't even know this guy's name yet." The day had already grown dark. Huang Hao frowned slightly, opened his eyes and looked around. "How I was out for that long from one punch." He sat up and asked quietly, "How, where am I?" Mi Wang Han, who was cooking rice behind him, didn't notice. He turned around and answered his opponent, "My house." He was immediately startled, got up defensively and looked around. In Mi Wang Han's hand was his large sword. "Hey, are you looking for this?" He held the sword in one hand, and in the other hand was a bowl full of white rice. He spoke softly, "Don't move recklessly. Calm down. Don't even think about fighting with a sword in my house. If you want to talk peacefully, answer a few questions I have. Just answer them as they are." But Huang Hao didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. He glared and gritted his teeth. "You think I'll talk? Let me go now. Don't even dream of keeping me here." His hands started to move, his veins bulging with the desire to fight. "I only lost earlier because I was careless. Now who knows who will win?" Mi Wang Han didn't care about his provocation. He stuck the large sword into the dining table. He sat down with the bowl of rice very composed. "All right, we'll talk about that later. For now I'm the one who knocked you down," he added calmly. "Whatever it is, let's fight again next time." The opponent, enraged by his dismissive attitude, spat out, "Damn it." Mi Wang Han scooped up a spoonful of rice and lifted it. "If you want to fight, wait until I finish this bowl of rice. Even if the sky falls, you have to give a man time to eat," he kindly offered. "You haven't eaten anything either. Come and eat with me so we can get our strength back." But his opponent was not someone who could talk peacefully. He flipped the dining table. "What kind of bullshit is this?" Both his eyes blazed with killing intent. "You're Mi Wang, right? Get up and fight me now, or else I'll smash everything in here." Mi Wang Han could no longer tolerate this guy. He placed his hands on the scattered food and stood up. "Interesting. You keep asking to fight while I'm eating?" The two men faced each other. In terms of physique, Mi Wang Han looked much larger than this Huang Hao. He provoked him confidently. "If we fight again, do you think you can beat me? I was going to go easy on you, but you keep picking a fight." Huang Hao, being openly ignored, was enraged, clenched his fists and rushed in, so arrogant. Just then the sound of small footsteps was heard. A child, still half asleep, rubbed his eyes and said, "Dad," he asked. "Dad, are you back?" At that moment, Mi Wang Han was hit squarely in the face by his opponent. It was a punch he took because he was distracted by looking at his son. Huang Hao was also surprised by the child's appearance. The child stood there, food scattered on the floor, and in front of him were two men filled with killing intent. He asked, slightly sad, "Why are you fighting while eating?" After speaking, he sat down and began to pick up the rice. Mi Wang Han hastily stopped his son. "Son, just leave it. Dad will clean it up." But the child seemed used to this scene. His voice sank. "You two just keep fighting," the child, good and mature, said as he picked up the rice from the floor. "Dad, you promised before that if I studied well and was good, you would go pick up Mom." He was on the verge of tears. "So Dad and Mister, please don't fight anymore. If you do, Mom will never come back." The two men froze, and Huang Hao asked irritably, "Kid, do your dad and I look like friends?" But Mi Wang Han calmed down and immediately said, "All right, Dad won't fight anymore." He put his arm around his opponent's shoulder. "Dad will do that and bring Mom back." He smiled at his enemy. "Right, my friend." The opponent stared blankly and for some reason became deeply immersed and didn't resist. He stared blankly at Mi Wang Han and spat out, "How, you're really crazy." But he seemed to understand. The sky was dark outside. There was an urn and a portrait. A man stood there looking at them and said quietly, "My friend." Suddenly someone asked, "Who are you?" Jun held a bottle of liquor and looked at the man. The two faced each other. He asked, surprised, "Is that you?" His eyes widened and he couldn't speak. "Mister, your rain poured down." The two men stood facing each other and Jun's gaze was speechless. He seemed to recognize this person. "Mister, you're..." The man knew him too. The old man correctly called out Jun's name. He approached and said, "It's you, isn't it, mister?" The old man put on his glasses. "I never thought I'd meet you in a place like this," the old man thought to himself. "We are completely different now." He looked out at the rain helplessly. "This is truly a twist of fate." The old man's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Jun to silently bow his head deeply. The old man asked in surprise, "You?" He answered seriously, "You're the mister I met when I was young," but his voice was filled with sorrow. "I still remember that you were my father's friend. So this is only natural." The old man did not refuse, and with the corners of his mouth turned up he replied, "All right." Inwardly he thought, "It seems he doesn't know that I am now his enemy." The two men each held a bottle of liquor. He looked at the bottle and spoke quietly to the portrait. "My father always liked this liquor. I brought it today." The old man held a cigarette and asked, "Your father liked this liquor?" Jun looked at the portrait and the urn. "Yes, I still remember. These two bottles of liquor were the same as the two bottles on the table that day." The sound of conversation echoed, "Can you drink?" Mi Wang Han filled a glass to the brim and replied, "I don't know." Huang Hao sat opposite him and asked, "Are you going to drink it like that?" He continued to pour the liquor. "It doesn't matter, this liquor is pretty weak anyway. So weak I won't feel a thing even if I drink it." Huang Hao picked up the liquor bottle and filled his own glass to the brim. "It's easier to drink if you pour it like this, isn't it?" The other customers in the shop spoke to each other, unable to understand the two. They didn't know how they could have gotten so friendly after fighting yesterday. The world truly worked in mysterious ways. Soon, a few more empty liquor bottles had accumulated on the table. Only the two of them remained in the shop drinking. Huang Hao asked, "You must be quite famous in Zhong. Most gangsters in Seoul wouldn't dare to challenge you, Zhong." He lifted his glass and looked at his opponent. Knowing that made me even more curious about how strong the power that controls all the organizations in Seoul must be. Omi Wang also lifted his glass and replied, "Of course, they have to be strong. Because you can only become the best in Seoul if you're strong." Suddenly, Huang Hao got angry and slammed the glass in his hand down hard. It wasn't that the statement was entirely wrong, but his attitude showed he couldn't agree with it. Omi Wang's face was red from the alcohol. He looked at the glass in his hand and said without refuting, "Of course, to reach the top you can't just be strong, you have to be smart too." Hearing that, Huang Hao offered no rebuttal. "All right, I'll take your word for it for now." Omi Wang didn't seem to care much and tilted his head back to look at the ceiling. Thinking too much about it will just give you a headache." Omi Wang continued, "There are many complicated things in this society." After speaking, he passed out from the alcohol and slumped his head onto the table. Huang Hao wasn't drunk yet. He looked at his opponent who had collapsed in front of him and asked himself, "Is he drunk already?" He got up, went outside and lit a cigarette. As he smoked, he replayed Omi Wang's words in his mind. To reach the top, strength alone isn't enough. Just then, someone approached. When he turned, it was Lee Son-mong. He scratched his head and said, "So you're the guy that I first was looking for. Unfamiliar face, black clothes, messy hair and even tattoos. You're the one who's been causing a ruckus in this area lately, right?" Huang Hao showed no fear at all, stood still holding his cigarette and admitted with a smile, "I think you're right, but what business do you have with me?" Lee Son-mong kicked his foot and shouted, "Of course I do." He leapt up and threw a kick. "This is why." Lee Son-mong's eyes widened as he threatened, "Did you come here to cause trouble without even knowing whose territory this is?" Huang Hao seemed to be standing still, but he had already raised his arm and blocked the kick. And he praised with a smile, "A fast and powerful attack." The two started to rush at each other. Lee Son-mong hadn't expected him to block the attack. He quickly aimed for his opponent's stomach and threw another kick, but another guy joined in, making it a 2-on-1 fight. Huang Hao couldn't hold out and was sent flying onto a pile of bottles. The newcomer scratched his neck and looked at his senior awkwardly. "Boss, is it okay for me to jump in like this?" Lee Son-mong smiled, gave a thumbs up and praised him. "It's fine, Leo. It's been a while since I've seen your skills." The guy named Leo smiled lightly and replied, "You're too kind." Huang Hao, having fallen to the floor, lifted his head and cursed. "Damn it, who the hell are you guys?" Lee Son-mong looked at him. "Us, we're Jom." "Got it." Only then did Huang Hao seem to understand as he got up on one knee. "Ah, so you're Jom?" He stomped hard on a beer bottle, shattering it and wedged 3 sharp pieces of glass between his fingers. "This will do for a weapon." He stood up again, ready to fight. "All right, I get it. Jom must mean there are 9 of you, not just one, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed in. With one punch, Lee Son-mong's arm was torn and blood splattered. He quickly countered the sudden attack. The two exchanged a few blows and Lee Son-mong was knocked to the ground. Huang Hao, as fast as lightning, pressed down on his opponent's head. Leo judged the situation to be bad, rushed over and shouted loudly, "Son-mong hung." Huang Hao let go of Son-mong, rushed at Leo and continued to fight. He moved as fast as lightning, taking down 2 men almost simultaneously. Leo saw Huang Hao's foot flying toward his face and knew he couldn't dodge it. He took a knee kick straight to the face and another man fell. A scream echoed. Lee Son-mong rushed over, helped his colleague up and shouted with concern, "Leo, are you okay?" Leo sat up and wiped the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He said with difficulty, "I'm okay, that guy is no pushover." Seeing Huang Hao standing there gesturing for them to keep fighting, the two said to each other, "We need to be careful." Huang Hao calmly provoked them. "Come on, let's continue." The 2 members of Jom stood up, got into their stances and rushed at each other. Just then Omi Wang came out of the shop. He saw the scene and asked, "What are you two doing?" He looked completely sober, as if he had woken up from his drunken state. The 2 members of Jom were startled and stopped. They said in a fluster, "Boss, that guy." Leo stood obediently behind and shouted loudly, "Good evening." Huang Hao turned and approached Omi Wang. Lee Son-mong pointed his finger in anger and shouted, "Hey, what kind of tone is that to our captain?" Omi Wang stood at the shop entrance, still holding Huang Hao's sword. Huang Hao said, "Everything is different from what I thought." He lit another cigarette. His face darkened. "You're no different from those guys." He stood right in front of Omi Wang and sneered, "Jom is just an organization made up of incompetent, cowardly fools, guys who can't do anything alone, scared and failed losers who flock together to bully others." After speaking, he shoved his hands into his pockets, spat and turned to leave. "That's what I wanted to say. Omi Wang, did you get my message?" Suddenly a voice called out to him. "Hey!" The black sword suddenly flew through the air and he quickly caught it. Omi Wang said to him, "That's your sword." He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he extended his hand to shake and smiled lightly. "We've only just met, but we're as good as friends, but I still don't know your name." But Huang Hao had no intention of answering and resolutely turned to leave. He walked away as if he would never speak again. But surprisingly, he gave a short answer, "Huang Hao." Omi Wang heard the answer and smiled lightly as if satisfied. "It was nice to meet you. See you again, Huang Hao." The next day at the headquarters, a surprised voice asked, "Huang Hao?" The bald old man touched his chin, deep in thought. "Is that guy really that strong?" Omi Wang sat seriously and answered, "Yes, he is." Lee Son-mong disliked the guy and quickly proposed, "He has caused a lot of problems in Incheon. If we don't stop him now, it will become a headache. Just give the order and we will subdue him." The old man understood his meaning and looked at the 2 subordinates in front of him. "All right, but we need to keep a low profile for now. Times have changed and I'm running for election. If it's something we can control, let's just watch for now. The old man looked tired as he touched his bald head and sighed, looking up. Still, we need to take some measures before things get out of control. Mi Wang heard that and immediately volunteered. Yes, please leave that matter to me, the old man asked in surprise. You'll do it yourself? Mi Wang, the old man was slightly suspicious. That guy has skills too. Will you be okay on your own? Mi Wang reassured him so he wouldn't worry. I will not fight anymore. Recalling his son's sad face as he picked up the rice from the floor, he made a resolution. Because that's what I promised my son. The bald old man seemed to have noticed something, frowned, and accepted. All right, I don't know what you're thinking, the old man wanted to ask again, but can you handle this matter with confidence? Mi Wang looked the old man straight in the eye and affirmed, yes. Just then a knock was heard at the door. Chairman, a man came in, smiled lightly, and introduced himself. I am the head of the management department. I have something to report. The bald old man immediately gave his permission. All right, come in. The man came in and bowed his head seriously. Greetings, Mr. Mi Wang. I have heard a lot about you from the chairman. The bald old man approached him and spoke directly to the Jom. This is the head of the management department that I personally selected for this election campaign. The old man glanced at Mi Wang. Now that you've decided to take care of Huang Hao, I'm relieved. I don't know how you'll act, the old man proposed. Take this friend with you, he will be a great help. Hearing that, Mi Wang also stood up, extended his hand to the man and introduced himself. I am Mi Wang, it's a pleasure to work with you. The two shook hands. The other man bowed his head and as if to flatter him he gripped Mi Wang's hand tightly with both of his own and smiled obsequiously. I am Han Hong, the head of the Strategic Management Department. Greetings, I look forward to working with you, Huang Hao, holding a cigarette, asked in surprised disbelief. What did you just say? Mi Wang, standing next to him, smiled and replied, You heard me, do you still not get it? The two stood at the bustling port. This entire western region, you will manage it, Huang Hao still asked in disbelief. This isn't a joke, is it? You can't just give it to me because you say so. Mi Wang reassured him and affirmed, It's fine, he said with a serious gaze. Ilhak has already decided to give it to you, so all you have to do is accept it. Huang Hao asked, unable to understand. All right, but why are you giving it to me? Just then, someone approached from behind and cut off their conversation. I'll explain that. It was the bald old man. He looked at Huang Hao and said with a smile, That friend of mine only knows how to fight. He doesn't have a talent for speaking logically, so I'll explain the reason. The old man was holding a gift box. Do you like fish? I just caught it so it's still fresh. Huang Hao's face darkened. He was wary. The old man laughed cheerfully, his eyes disappearing into a smile, and he held up two fingers in a friendly manner. I forgot to introduce myself first. I must be getting old. I am Lee Sungha. I'm running for election as an independent these days, so you've probably seen my promotional materials a few times. Huang Hao indeed knew the old man. He took a drag from his cigarette and admitted, Yes, I know that you are the chairman of Ilhak. Seeing the old man turn cheerfully and go inside, he asked warmly, Since you brought the side dishes, you must have brought the liquor too, right? The old man immediately replied, Don't worry, I've prepared everything. Huang Hao, holding a large sword in one hand and a cigarette in the other, went inside. In front of him was a currency exchange office. He stood there and asked himself, Is this the place? He scratched his head and looked up. It really is, let's see. The night before, a loud shout echoed with the sound of a large table. Damn it, the three men were drunk. Huang Hao shouted at the bald old man, Why is an old man like you so good at drinking? Drinking a lot is bad for your health. Old man Lee Sungha seemed drunk but was still clear-headed. He said with a smile, Don't worry about that. I know my own health. The old man got straight to the point. I heard your skills are incredible, so I've been looking forward to meeting you. As he spoke, he lifted a glass full of liquor. Now that we've had a drink together, we're acquaintances. It's time for me to tell you the real reason I came to see you today. Huang Hao poured liquor into his own glass. All right, I'm listening. The old man frowned with a serious face and said, Huang Hao, have you ever thought of becoming a sword for our Ilhak? Huang Hao looked at him with a flushed face from the alcohol. What does that mean? He showed his attitude by angrily overturning the glass in his hand. Are you telling me to join Jom? What makes you say that? Or are you drunk? Do you already see me as a subordinate? He revealed his anger. I may not have a name in Seoul yet, but at least in this Heilongjing. Before he could finish, the bald old man cut him off. Hey, you're getting ahead of yourself again. How could I ask you to work under me when we've just met? It can't happen that quickly. The old man smiled, held up the liquor bottle, and with a red face frankly teased him. Jom is made up of organization members. I trust those swords are the shield that protects Ilhak. It's not a position suited for a hot-tempered and self-willed guy like you. As he spoke, he filled the glass to the brim. But things are different now. Every member has their own role. Right now I need a sharp and strong sword like you, the old man explained. This western region has always been a prize coveted by several major organizations in Seoul. Every organization wants to take this place to use as a foothold to attack other regions. The old man's voice suddenly dropped. This place has always been a headache for me. From the past until now, it has never found stability. Huang Hao sat still, looking at his glass and listening to the old man. So now you will manage this area. Hearing this, Huang Hao seemed to have caught on and immediately said, I think you have an ulterior motive. And before he could finish, the old man cut him off. Now listen to the end. Why do you keep interrupting when an old man is talking? The old man lit a cigarette, smoked, and confessed his true feelings. I also thought about making you a subordinate before, but I've changed my mind. In any case, I thought it would be better for your arrogant personality to let you be free. Huang Hao froze, still holding his glass. The old man said, this region is too unstable, so you, who already knows it well, will manage it. Now that you've heard this much, you must know what I want, right? Huang Hao's gaze pierced the old man. In the end, you want to use me, who opposes you, to keep the forces in the western region that are against you in check, don't you? The old man nodded in confirmation. You understand, as I said before, I'm in the middle of an election campaign, so it's difficult for me to make a big move. Thinking about how his approval rating was #1, far ahead of the other candidates, the old man became even more excited. That could negatively affect the election. So I want you to help me manage this complicated region. Huang Hao's fingers lightly tapped the table as he sank into thought. He asked frankly, if I help you, what do I get? The old man laughed cheerfully and immediately answered, this very region. Our Ilhak will acknowledge you as the master of this region. The old man added, Huang Hao, can you do it? Isn't this what you wanted too? Huang Hao burst into laughter, lifted the glass in his hand and emptied it in one gulp. He wiped his mouth and laughed heartily. I know what you mean. Indeed, they say ginger gets spicier with age, and it's true. After speaking, he reached out and picked up his large sword. He had now begun his work. He opened the door, went in and saw a few guys playing cards. He thought to himself, you'll acknowledge me as the manager of this region? Looking at the guys in front of him, he thought that while the words sounded plausible, this needed to be corrected a bit. The guys inside drew their swords and rushed at him, but Huang Hao had anticipated it all. He also made up his mind, it's not about you grudgingly acknowledging me. I have to seize it for myself. He, alone with his sword, began to fight the existing forces here. He took them down one by one with a single blow. He knew he had to prove he was the master of this place with his own skills. This is something I can do on my own. You'll have no choice but to entrust this region to me. This was his goal. Inside a large building, a few members of the 9 Swords were walking and talking. I think there's a problem with your fighting style, Li Sonmong said with a laugh. Zhou Kongjin, who was next to him, looked elsewhere and greeted someone. Hung Nim, you're here, the newcomer asked in a very arrogant voice. Where's the chairman? He asked, walking with his hands in his pockets. Is he inside? He was the 3rd sword, Yu Sung Tae. When the others saw him coming, they all had to bow their heads in greeting. The dark-skinned Zhou Kongjin answered, no sir, he stepped out for a bit. If it's urgent, I can contact him for you. Yu Sung Tae walked past arrogantly and said, forget it, I can handle that myself. Suddenly, he turned to Li Sonmong, glared and asked, is your neck sore? Li Sonmong looked up, startled by the question. Oh no sir. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped so hard his glasses went flying. He smiled a crazed, satisfied, mocking smile. And here I thought your neck was sore. When you greet a senior, your voice is as small as an ant's. I can't hear a thing. Li Sonmong said hastily, yes, I'm sorry, I'll be more careful in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the arrogant Yu Sung Tae kicked Zhou Kongjin hard in the shin. He moved in close to Li Sonmong and said, just so you know, I'm not picking on you anyway. The person I have a problem with is your captain. After speaking, he looked at the dark-skinned man grimacing in pain. Am I right, Zhou Kongjin? Zhou Kongjin groveled, holding his sore leg, and forced a smile. Yes, you're right, Hung Nim, it was my fault. With just that, he stood there and lectured them for a while. Alright, anyway, I'm not happy with the way you guys have been working lately. Get your act together and do better. Don't make me say it twice. The others immediately bowed their heads. One person picked up the sunglasses that had fallen on the floor for Li Sonmong and asked with concern, are you okay? This person seemed gentle. He smiled and said he's been on edge lately because he has a lot on his plate. He's the 5th sword, Han Banguk. After speaking, he waved his hand and left, following Yu Sung Tae. The dark-skinned Zhou Kongjin sighed. Hung Nim, he's gotten too harsh. Quote. Li Sonmong turned around apologetically. I'm sorry, Hung Nim, you got involved because of me. Zhou Kongjin didn't mind and laughed, patting his shoulder in encouragement. What's the big deal? It's not the first time and it's not your fault. An annoyed complaint erupted from inside the office. I'm so tired. At home, at the company, everywhere is just tiring and annoying, Yu Sung Tae said to his subordinate. Banguk, what do you think? I really don't like the way those guys are working these days. Han Banguk said with great concern. Yes, Hung Nim, you seem to have a lot of headaches these days. He looked down at his own palm and complained. Anyway, the way my subordinates are handling things these days is a mess. There's definitely a problem. We've only just found a little peace. In this new era, all the factions are treading carefully. But those stupid subordinates have already let their guard down. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, accompanied by the words, excuse me, he asked loudly. Who is it? The secretary, Han Hong, opened the door and entered, still wearing that fake smile. Director Yu, good day. I am Han Hong, the new head of the strategy department appointed by the chairman. He scratched his head as he entered. I had to come here to get some documents. I'll just be a moment. Hearing that, Yu Sung Tae approached. Documents, let me see. Han Hong suddenly put on a serious expression and hugged the documents to his chest, refusing to hand them over. These are the chairman's documents, so he wouldn't want me to show them to just anyone. Hearing that made Yu Sung Tae even more curious, and he shot back in a rough voice, are they some kind of secret documents that no one can see? He frowned and glared at the secretary. I'm in charge here. The 3rd sword, Yu Sung Tae, got it? That means I can see any documents, understand? Hearing this, Han Hong showed a look of inner joy. He bowed his head and handed over the documents with both hands. Yes, my mistake. Please take a look, director. Yu Sung Tae took the documents and immediately opened them. Good, at least he's smart. He skimmed through them. Oh, looking at these documents, our group has quite a lot of funds and manpower. All of it is in operation. Han Banguk stood there with a wide smile. Yes, Hung Nim, look, I just do as I'm told. I'm not good at reading and understanding things like this. He smiled and flipped through a few pages. You don't have to say that. You can understand just by looking. Suddenly his expression turned serious. By the way, Banguk, do you know a guy named Huang Hao? His subordinate answered honestly. No, I don't know him. Looking at the documents, he found the name Head Han. Do you know who Huang Hao is? He glared and turned to Han Hong. Look, he's in charge of a region in our group. That's not a small position, so why don't I know him? Han Hong scratched his head, feigning bewilderment. Ah, you mean Mr. Huang Hao. He was recommended by the First Sword Director. I don't know the details, but it seems the chairman is planning to make some personnel changes after the election. He intentionally revealed more. That's why Mr. Mi Wang Han recommended this new person to the chairman. I heard the chairman is even thinking of accepting Mr. Huang Hao as a member of the Nine Swords. Hearing that, Yu Sung Tae's face turned pale. He glared and asked, the chairman is thinking that? My brother recommended him. After speaking, he looked down at the documents again. His subordinate Han Banguk was also surprised and came closer. Hung Nim, that secretary, pretended to casually spill all this and is now about to leave. Yes, this is just what I've heard. I have something to attend to now, so I'll be leaving. Han Banguk also sensed something strange. The western region is complicated, so the chairman left it alone because he didn't want to make a big deal of things during this time. I know that area was originally under your jurisdiction, Hung Nim. Before he could finish, Yu Sung Tae, angry, covered his face with his hands, gave a bitter smile, and cut him off. Banguk, what do you think is going on? Don't you think the chairman and Hung Nim have some ulterior motive? They left that area untouched, and now they appoint a new person to manage my brother's territory. And after the election, they're going to shake up the personnel for a new era. Han Banguk was confused and could only try to calm him down. It can't be what you're thinking, Hung Nim. Please calm down. How could this arrogant man contain his anger? He placed a hand heavily on his subordinate's shoulder, the blue veins on the back of his hand standing out. Banguk, don't say any more. I know we've done all sorts of dirty work for Ilhak until now. Everyone has too much blood on their hands. His eyes were filled with anger. Now it's a new era. After the election, we'll be replaced by new people. It means that dirty guys like us have to be eliminated to be replaced by new people with clean records. We're no longer valuable to the chairman. We're like rusty blades that need to be replaced. Do you know what I mean? Han Banguk wasn't as agitated and tried to persuade him in a fluster. Hung Nim, we've sacrificed so much for Ilhak. How could the chairman and Hung Nim do this? He couldn't stand the thought of being abandoned by the organization, placed a hand on his chest and shouted at Yu Sung Tae, we are the Nine Swords, the blades that protect Ilhak. But the crazy man wouldn't listen, and the two began to argue loudly. How could they do that? The other one said, it can't be. You must have misunderstood, Hung Nim. They didn't know that Han Hong was eavesdropping from outside with a satisfied expression. He heard the loud voices from inside and smirked. That's not right, tell me. The two men were sitting on the wooden floor of a house talking. The bald old man Lee Sung-ha looked up at the sky and lamented. This election thing is really tiring. He held a liquor glass in his hand and smiled happily. There won't be a second time. Mi Wang Han, sitting next to him, also burst into laughter. Ha, if you say so, of course there won't be a second time. But anyway, looking at the old man before him, he said sincerely, Assemblyman Lee Sung-ha, congratulations. You really succeeded. The old man lowered his gaze to his liquor glass and said, it's all thanks to you guys, the reason I am where I am today. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he asked, by the way, how is the western region that Huang Hao is managing now? Mi Wang Han poured more liquor into the glass and smiled. Ah, it's stable now. Thinking of the scene where he single-handedly took care of the subordinates and made them all submit, he couldn't help but praise him. Thanks to Huang Hao, everything has gone as planned. The old man was very satisfied to hear that. Good, we didn't misjudge him. He immediately agreed. Yes, but there are still many things he can't manage all of. Still, this is good enough. The old man smiled with his eyes and looked at him. He seems a bit like you back in the day. Are you thinking of bringing him into the Nine Swords? Mi Wang Han didn't deny it, and answered honestly. Yes, he's skilled after all, but to be honest, it's a bit difficult because he has no intention of joining. The old man nodded lightly. I've already talked to him, but he said he's not interested in joining. Mi Wang Han had already looked into him. He's handled everything on his own since he was a kid. That's why he still doesn't trust others. He had even seen through his inner thoughts. What he wants right now is overwhelming power to make others submit. As he said this, he looked at his liquor glass and became slightly somber. He's completely different from me. I had a goal in my life. I just wanted the power to always protect that person. The old man didn't ask further and laughed happily. All right, I understand how you feel, but you must be drunk. You've become quite talkative. He trusted Mi Wang Han and left it to him. From now on, you take care of that western region. Huang Hao, that guy is pretty good. Both men thought highly of him. The old man added, but he still has many shortcomings, so we can fix them one by one. Mi Wang Han also replied. Yes. Mi Wang Han entered a large building. There were many strangers inside, especially photographers who were constantly taking pictures, and employees were bustling about. He grabbed a random woman and asked, what's going on? She quickly replied, they're talking about the chairman and the directors on TV. She glanced cautiously at the reporter taking pictures. The other directors are in the office, so you can go there and talk to them. A reporter was holding a microphone and broadcasting live. The prosecution and the police are conducting an investigation. He bluntly said on TV that there were many suspicious points about Assemblyman Lee Sung-ha's election fraud allegations. The female employee standing behind him hastily stopped him. "Hey, please leave. Whatever it is, our company will clarify it later." The hallway was empty and the bald old man's face was on the TV. People were whispering. "What's going on?" The 9 swords were sitting in a room watching TV and said to each other in surprise, "Election law violation, how can this be? I wonder which bastards are trying to frame us." Choi Kong-ho jumped to his feet and shouted, "Isn't it difficult for the court to touch an assemblyman? What's going to happen now?" Jo Kong-jin tore at his hair. "The chairman has already reported to the relevant authorities. Of course he said nothing would happen because he has always worked cleanly." But Yu Sung-tae immediately threw in a sarcastic remark. He smiled wickedly. "That's just what he said himself. You guys think so too." The others didn't understand what he meant and asked him in confusion. "Hung Nim, what do you mean?" He sneered wickedly. "How many years have we worked here?" His gaze glinted sharply. "Did our ilhak work cleanly? Think about it again yourselves. You all know what we did in the past." The others all listened to him blankly. "How did we get to our position today? We did all sorts of illegal things, even things we didn't want to do. You all know that." The more he spoke, the more malicious he became, glaring fiercely at the people in the room and declaring, "The 9 swords, ilhak, what's the difference between us and the gangsters in society? Of course, the chairman wouldn't want that dark past to follow him when he becomes an assemblyman," he continued. "So that's why I'm asking where we're clean." Before he could finish his words, someone else slammed the desk hard and warned, "That's enough, Yu Sung-tae." It was Choi Cheon-ho. He glared in anger and reminded him, "That's far enough," though filled with killing intent. Yu Sung-tae still shrugged his shoulders and fearlessly retorted, "I'm right, aren't I?" Suddenly, Mi Wong-han burst through the door. The others stood up abruptly. "Hung Nim, you're here." He clenched both fists, stood in the middle of the room and asked the people, "Where is the chairman?" One person reported. He went to the prosecution for questioning. Hearing that, he asked, slightly annoyed, "So you guys are just sitting here chatting?" Han Banguk raised his hand and explained, "This is because the chairman told us to stay here." He said that after the chairman was indicted and investigated, this entire city of Seoul was shaken. He reported on the aftermath of this incident. "The organizations that were allied with Ilhak have all stopped their activities and are waiting and seeing. It seems they are waiting for the results of this investigation before deciding their next move." He looked troubled, sweating as he delivered more bad news. "The government side goes without saying. We've almost lost all contact and we also have problems to solve in all our districts." Yu Sung-tae listened with his chin in his hand, looking displeased. "The Cheonung faction has been hit hard by this and has suffered many business losses. They are the organization that relies most heavily on Ilhak. They are asking for our help now. The problems they are facing seem to be related to the Chinese triad." Yu Sung-tae suddenly spun around. "You don't need to worry about the Western region. The new leader appointed by the chairman has been there for a long time." Mi Wong-han was slightly taken aback and asked back, "A new leader?" But before he could say more, Han Banguk cut in. "Things are too complicated. Mi Wong-han, Hung Nim, do you have a solution? Since the chairman is not here right now, everything is in your hands." "Of course." Mi Wong-han took off his coat. "All right, let's take care of the small matters in the company first." He made a firm decision. He decided to stabilize things first and think about other matters later. Mi Wong-han stood. He spoke to the men seriously. "I have something to say to you." He took off his white jacket, changed into a black one, and said, "From now on we are no longer the 9 swords of Ilhak. We will operate separately from Ilhak." He specifically instructed, "Be careful that all your actions do not harm the company's reputation." They all changed into plain clothes, no longer wearing the white garments that symbolized the 9 swords. "Handle everything quietly, just as before." Yu Sung-tae watched them leave the company and wondered to himself, "The 9 swords, why are they all moving together now? And their clothes are strange." He was quick-witted, wondering if they were laying low to avoid investigation because of what was reported on TV. As he was thinking to himself, Han Hong approached from behind with a meaningful expression. "Hey, Yu Sung-tae." Han Hong stared at him and said, "That's none of your business." As soon as he saw the man, he shouted in surprise, "Han Hong, you." As if in disbelief, he walked up, touched his chin and stared at the man. "You're looking pretty good now. The chairman appointed you as the head of the strategic planning department, didn't he?" The other man, however, looked at Yu Sung-tae and retorted sarcastically, "You're still the same. You never do anything right." Hearing such criticism, he looked displeased, flustered and sweating. He gave a thumbs up and boasted, "What are you talking about? I was almost one of the 9 swords myself. Even Mi Wong-hung Nim acknowledged my skills." Despite saying that, he couldn't deny it. "Anyway, it's true that you're the most successful among all our close friends." Hearing this, Han Hong scratched his neck with a dismissive look and said sarcastically, "The 9 swords, what's so great about them? They're just mercenaries." Uta Wong was still stunned. "What are you talking about?" Then the other man placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, "Why do you want to be a sword, a tool for someone else to wield? Can't you think of anything else?" He gave a wicked smile and moved closer to him. "Instead of that, you should think about becoming the one who wields the swords." The sky grew dark and a few of the 9 swords were still on the street. Han Banguk, walking behind, asked Yu Sung-tae. "Sung-tae Hung Nim?" The other man turned and answered, "Yeah." He seemed a little scared. He asked worriedly, "Is this for real? I'm a little scared." But Yu Sung-tae wasn't afraid at all. He put an arm around his subordinate's shoulder, looked ahead and smiled triumphantly. "You idiot, look closely," he pointed at the group of 9 swords ahead of them. "This is what we, the old 9 swords of Ilhak, are really like, not some scarecrows sitting in an office. Don't they all look like gangsters now?" As he said this, his face darkened and he began to preach his philosophy. "This is a part of this dark society," thinking of the bald old man Lee Sung-ha. He added, "We have to act freely, as we choose." Inside a detention center, a man sat in front of the bald old man and held out a stack of documents. "Assemblyman, you must know that the situation is quite urgent without me having to tell you. If the investigation results are not favorable, you could be stripped of the assembly seat you just won." The bald old man Lee Sung-ha was still confident, answering without a hint of fear, "I've done nothing wrong. Of course, since I was elected without the backing of a political party, there will be a lot of talk." But this time it seemed the old man would not get away unscathed. The interrogator spread out the documents. "Not everything is as you say, Assemblyman. Specifically, this case is the work of Huang Hao, the person in charge of the Western region." Upon hearing the name, the bald old man was startled, but he remained calm, took a small box from his jacket pocket and cut the other man off. "What are you talking about? That guy isn't part of our Ilhik. Everything that happens there has nothing to do with us. So investigate properly before jumping to conclusions." But the other man was not to be trifled with. He firmly repeated the name Huang Hao. He even shoved a photo of the man in the old man's face and said with a sharp gaze, "Are you going to say you don't know him even after seeing this?" Numerous reporters stood outside continuously taking pictures and shouting loudly, "It's Assemblyman Lee Sung-ha." The old man, new to this kind of situation, stood there blankly sweating. They kept asking from all around, "Please say a word. What about the charges against you, Assemblyman?" As the old man stood there stunned, people continued to ask, "What wouldn't a gangster organization like that do? The corruption charges must be true." While the old man didn't know how to escape the press corps, Han Hong appeared. He pushed through the crowd, ran up and shouted, "Assemblyman." He quickly shielded the old man and got him out of there. "I've brought the car, please get in quickly." Getting into the car, the old man quickly followed him. "All right." The old man glanced at the crowd behind them and lamented, "What a hassle." Back in the interrogation room, the man had even shown photos of the day the old man and Mi Wang Han met Huang Hao at the port. The old man was pressed. "Are you still going to deny knowing Huang Hao after seeing this? Huang Hao has committed many illegal acts in the West and we have already investigated this." The old man could no longer deny it, looking at the photo in his hand and clutching his head. "That friend, I'm just slightly acquainted with him." Seeing the old man finally admit it, the other person crossed his arms and smiled triumphantly. "It's no use saying anything." He even threatened the old man. "We have thoroughly investigated many cases, so you won't be able to get away with it." Hearing this, the old man was completely flustered. The old man hadn't expected any of this. The other man looked at the stack of documents in his hand and smiled wickedly. "To advance the investigation, we will closely examine the business-related materials from your company, Assemblyman." Now sitting in the car, the old man couldn't understand no matter how much he thought about it. Where did they get such materials? Just then Han Hong began to speak. "Assemblyman, I have something to tell you." The old man turned to him and asked, "What is it?" The other replied, "After various charges were brought against you, Assemblyman, many of our direct subsidiaries." The old man's eyes widened, his brow furrowed as he listened to the report in disbelief. "They have split off and taken parts of our business and territory. So, to handle this, all the directors of the 9 swords have currently gone out to resolve this issue." Hearing this, the old man Lee Sung-ha could no longer remain calm and demanded, "How could they? What kind of time is this to be acting so thoughtlessly?" Han Hong answered nonchalantly while driving, "That's why they wore plain clothes. I believe they will act in secret." He informed the old man that acting this way wouldn't tarnish the company's image in public. As people were fighting in front of a large building, a black sedan approached. The person who got out of the car was Mi Wang Han. He had come to take this opportunity to purge the organizations causing a disturbance. As for the bald old man, he lowered his head dejected and lamented. "This is truly tiring," Han Hong continued. "And our subsidiary organization, Qianeng, is also having problems with a Chinese organization." Hearing this, the old man asked with some suspicion, "So, did Director Yu contact them and request support?" "Are you sure?" As the two were talking, "Yes, according to the investigation, the Chinese side attacked their territory, so they are already fighting." Several men carrying clubs entered the building. They said to each other that since Ilhak was collapsing now, they should take this opportunity to divide its territory. One guy even walked triumphantly and said, "Even without the corruption charges, Huang Hao has already cornered us, so we have no other choice. We have to find another territory to survive." They didn't notice that someone was already sitting inside the house, waiting. A large black blade plunged into the ground as a voice rang out. "You all seem to have forgotten your place." The guys froze in fear, staring with wide eyes. "If your path to survival is blocked, you should have told me, right?" Huang Hao was sitting there before they knew it. He spoke to them with the sword in his hand. "Of course, as a man of the underworld, how could I turn a blind eye? I'll find something for you to do." In the car, the bald old man Lee Sung-ha leaned his head against the front seat, looking tired. "Huang Hao will handle things in the West well." Han Hong asked back, "Then Assemblyman, does that mean you will entrust everything there to Mr. Huang Hao?" He even suggested, "Then so that things go smoothly later, why don't you exclude Ilhak's western region from the company so they can't investigate it?" At these words, the old man was suddenly startled. He immediately recalled what the interrogator had said earlier. To advance the investigation, we will closely examine the business-related materials from your company, Assemblyman. The man pointed to a secretly taken photo of the two at the port. Are you still going to deny knowing Huang Hao after seeing this? The scene where the two met at the port. The old man was holding a bag of snacks. The old man immediately thought that Han Hong had secretly taken that picture. Huang Hao has committed many illegal acts in the West. We have already investigated this matter. Putting it all together, the old man, still with his head down, said, Huang Hao is handling the West and the investigation team has materials. Suddenly, the old man called out firmly, Hey, Het Han. He answered innocently. Yes, the old man glared, staring at him intently, and demanded, This is all you're doing, isn't it? In the darkness, his cunning smile was not visible, still denying it. Chairman, what are you talking about? If you say that, I don't know how to respond. After speaking, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. Stopping the car, he turned his head, revealed his true colors, and smiled wickedly, his eyes wide. If you don't wear your seatbelt when you get in a car, your life is in danger. He deliberately crashed the car into a large rock on the roadside. The current power structure of Seoul's organizations is stable. That was what Han Hong thought. In his eyes, the bald old man Lee Sung-ha was the leader of Ilhuk and had stood at the pinnacle of Seoul's organizations for a long time. By his side were blades willing to lay down their lives for him. That was the Nine Swords, but it was hard to say that all the faith of the Nine Swords was directed at him. This Han Hong knew that faith could change when tested, and that those would be the blades to bring him down. That was Han Hong's meticulously calculated plan to destroy Ilhuk. He gathered the feathers, clues to get closer to his conspiracy one by one. Now he had gathered enough clues. From there he set targets within the organization that he could trap and eliminate. Namely Ilhuk, he would slowly eliminate that target. It was to gradually weaken Ilhuk. His final goal was to eliminate Ilhuk, and now a part of that had been achieved. In a white snowfield he dragged the severely injured old man from the car. Though covered in blood and panting with exhaustion, he couldn't help but smile, happy to have achieved his goal. The wicked and terrifying smile of a vicious villain. He touched his chin and calculated. Good, now that things have come to this, I need to calmly think about what's next. What will I do next? Just then another car approached. Seeing it, he was inwardly pleased. Good, he's coming here just as I calculated. The person who arrived was Uta Wang. He saw the scene and his eyes widened in surprise. What the hell is this, Han Hong? What did you do? He walked up and hit his colleague's shoulder, then turned to look at the bald old man lying unconscious on the ground. As you can see, I was just cleaning up a bit. Come and help me quickly. The other man, not understanding what was happening, violently shook off Han Hong's hand and shouted, Are you crazy? How can you speak so calmly in a situation like this? Do you know what you've done? But the other man was not flustered at all, and said calmly, Uta Wang, do you remember what I said before? The man asked back blankly, What? He smiled lightly and wickedly, directly poking at the man's ambition. Do you want your life to be a sword others wield, or do you want to be the one who wields those swords? As the two were talking, another car arrived. A few men who got out of the car asked, slightly surprised, Why is there another guy here? Didn't you say you were acting alone? Another guy who got out behind him chimed in, Forget it, it doesn't matter if he's here or not. We need to hurry. These guys even brought axes in a large black bag. They checked their luggage and spoke to Han Hong. This is the money we promised. Is that man the old man Lee Sung-ha? 2 black bags were opened and they were full of cash. Han Hong sat and watched, laughing cheerfully. So that person's life is worth these 2 bags of money? For one person's life, that's quite valuable. He picked up a few bills and held them to his forehead. And you, Uta Wang, remember my words and act. His eyes widened and a few bills were in his hand. We are now being attacked by organizations hostile to Ilhuk, understand? He looked at the people in front of him and rattled it off as if it were fact. This was an attack by a Chinese organization aiming for Ilhak's western region. We were ambushed and the car lost control. The guys knew he was lying and held their weapons in hand. They cursed loudly. What kind of bullshit are you spouting, Han Hong? Didn't you call us here to hand over that old man? He paid them no mind, tapped Uta Wang's shoulder and urged him. All right, now it's your turn. Act for your future. The guys also immediately rushed in, grabbing and hitting Uta Wang while cursing. You damn bastard, a calm voice rang out. Hey Han Hong, Uta Wang spoke as he tightly grabbed the hand of the guy attacking him and threw him to the ground. He also began to understand the whole situation. With wide eyes, he glanced at the mastermind and warned. You'd better have calculated everything meticulously. He decided to join hands with this man. Han Hong took off his glasses and smiled. Don't worry, everything will work out, trust me. The future boss of Seoul. As soon as he finished speaking, his throat was tightly squeezed. Boss, Het Han, I don't think things will go according to your calculations. Surprisingly, the bald old man Lee Sung-ha was alive. He gripped the man's throat tightly, glared and cursed. I haven't fallen yet. Did you think I was dead? The other man, his throat squeezed, gritted his teeth in pain and listened to the old man with wide eyes. I knew you were a man of great ambition and goals, but I never thought you'd go this far. He was being choked to the point of questioning his life. He asked himself, that man is almost dead. Where is he getting such incredible strength? The bald old man's face was covered in blood, and he had never thought the day would come when he would be betrayed like this. His voice dropped. You won't get anything you want from this. All your calculations will end in failure. He was exhausted, but he used all his strength to say to him, you will regret what you've done. If you want to fix it now, think carefully. It's not too late, the old man tried to stop him. So stop, but unexpectedly the man pulled out a small knife. He had already come this far, so of course he couldn't stop. Chairman, he stabbed the old man right in the stomach. I've come too far. The one who needs to stop is you. You've enjoyed enough power, now it's time to hand it over to someone else. Han Hong frantically stabbed the old man hard in the stomach. His eyes bulged as he cursed with satisfaction. I will have no regrets even if you die. I will not stop until I achieve my goal. He smiled wickedly and declared to the old man, everything will go my way. All power comes from human lies and greed. The bald old man, stabbed in the stomach, writhed in pain and collapsed to the ground. His strength was gone. He still tried to grab the man's clothes, but the man just stood there, staring at the old man. I always calculated and used that psychology to eliminate the rest of the Ilhek members. He was very pleased to see the old man lying in the snowfield, gasping for breath. Rest in peace, Chairman Lee Sung-ha. That night a conversation echoed in a large building. How many of them are there? The subordinate standing behind reported. Yes, it's a coalition of 3 small organizations, about 60 people in total, but they're just a motley crew, O.M.I. Wang said as he raised the shutter. 60 people? He divided the men among his group. Then it won't be too difficult. It'll be quite easy since we each have to take 7 of them. Yu Sung Tae was unusually excited and wanted to rush in and fight right away. Now is the time for us to act like the old 9 swords. That fight revived the old pride of the 9 swords. A few of them rushed in and fought fiercely. The 9 easily defeated 3 small organizations with over 60 members. They fought tirelessly and completely reclaimed their territory. Notably, no one was injured and only the enemies fell like dead leaves. The blood-stained 9 swords came out. Denda Denrang reported, it's all over. Captain O.M.I. Wang turned, looked at him and replied, you've all worked hard, what's the situation now? A subordinate reported, Leo and Kijong only suffered minor injuries, so there's nothing to worry about. Suddenly, Choi Chian-ho called out with a pale face, yes, Hung Nim. His face was very serious. We need to go to the hospital quickly. Everyone froze in tension at the news. The chairman, inside the hospital, an old man covered in wounds lay on a hospital bed. He was not dead and was receiving treatment, the doctor informed them. He was already in a state of excessive bleeding when he arrived here. A few of the 9 swords stood outside the hospital room, unable to go in, and Lang grabbed the doctor tightly. The doctor struggled to explain. The golden time to save him has already passed, but he stubbornly held on, shouting and arguing, are you a doctor? What are you talking about? Choi Chian-ho, covered in blood, stood outside the hospital room and asked himself with a grim face, who did this? Lee Son-mong, who was standing next to him, said, I heard it was the work of the Chinese. They're trying to reclaim Ilhak's western region, he continued. They say he was attacked on his way back from being questioned by the prosecution. Hearing this, Choi Chian-ho clenched his fists in anger and shouted, they did that just to reclaim the western region? We can't let this go. Let's go and wipe out all those bastards. Hung Nim. But O.M.I. Wang was unusually calm. He bowed his head. This isn't certain yet, right? Choi Chian-ho couldn't take it anymore and shouted back, Hung Nim, what are you talking about? The chairman was attacked like that. What more do you need to confirm? It must be those bastards doing. O.M.I. Wang looked at him coldly. He hadn't said a word yet, but Lee Son-mong stepped forward and argued, or is it because of that guy Huang Hao that you recommended? The others all gathered around him and listened to his words. How can you think that when the chairman is in that state? Hung Nim, do you still trust that guy? O.M.I. Wang didn't know they knew about this. Through his mouth he had become no different from trash. He stood there dumbfounded, glaring at the guy who had just spoken. Lee Son-mong stood there gritting his teeth and glaring, before finally getting angry and pushing open the door to leave. Zhou Kongjin ignored him, shouting after him. Son-mong Hung, Kongjin said to Choi Chian-ho. Director Han was also at the scene of the accident. He was driving the chairman's car. We need to find him and ask him what happened before we act, another guy replied. Bang Gook has already gone to find Director Han. He was lying on another hospital bed. Seeing someone come in, he sat up, clutching his wounded stomach. Director Banggook, this is Banggook, pulled a chair over and sat down by the bed. It's all right, just sit. Tell me slowly. The other guy began to act seriously, clenching his hands, bowing his head and pretending to be extremely sad. I failed to protect the chairman. It's my fault. Banggook cut him off in a very serious voice. I'm sorry the chairman was hurt, but the situation is urgent, so I need to ask you a few things. He took off his glasses to wipe away his tears and replied, sobbing, yes, please ask. I'm fine. Unexpectedly, Banggook was direct. Director Han, be honest, you did this, didn't you? The man flinched as soon as he heard those words. Banggook frowned and stared intently at Han Hong. I thought about it before I said this. This was a good time for you to make a move. The chairman was being investigated by the prosecution, and there was internal strife among the 9 swords. He recalled the first time he met this secretary. He said the secret documents couldn't be shown, but in the end he handed them over to Sung Tae Hung Nim. And you told Hung Nim about Huang Hao. Nothing escaped Banggook's eyes. He said everything in one breath. Of course, Hung Nim is hot-tempered, so he couldn't maintain his composure at the thought of his territory being handed over to someone else and changes being made to the 9 swords for a new era. Banggook clearly remembered what that guy had said then. I think the chairman is planning to recruit Mr. Huang Hao as one of the new 9 swords. Every single word this guy said was analyzed by Banggook. Those very simple words made Sung Tae Hung Nim completely lose his reason. At this point he bowed his head and tore at his hair. And with the chairman under investigation, it was a really good time. And now the most important thing is, he concluded right in front of Han Hung. This was all you're doing, wasn't it, Director Han? You must have calculated and prepared everything meticulously. Whether this guy Banggook was smart or stupid to have deduced this much and then revealed everything, expecting Han Hong to confess in front of him, was truly naive. He had poked the snake and startled it. What was he thinking, telling the mastermind? So confess everything now before it's too late. Did he think he could threaten this guy? Naturally, Han Hong would never admit it. He argued angrily. Director, what are you talking about? I don't know anything. He even acted with a flushed face and teary eyes, placing his hand on his chest and shouting, if you think I'm incompetent for not being able to protect the chairman, just reprimand me. But please don't pin this entire serious matter on me, please. The foolish Banggook had no evidence and was just probing. Now that he wouldn't admit it, there was nothing he could do. He sat quietly without saying a word and finally patted his shoulder, got up and left. All right, let's think about everything later. He smiled lightly, pushed aside the curtain and went out. I suppose I was too hasty in concluding things based on my own thoughts. Please get some rest. He left the room just like that. Han Hong lay on the bed, placed his arm over his forehead and muttered to himself. Everything is going against my expectations. Thinking of that guy Banggook, he wondered how a guy who looked so foolish could deduce that much. The sky was covered in white snow, and Banggook left the hospital. He walked down the street thinking, how could the Chinese guys have accurately calculated the time the chairman would be returning alone at night? At that time we were busy handling matters in other regions so no one could go with him. He shed tears of regret. Nothing made sense. The chairman is lying there like that now. Just then a loud shout echoed. I am the master of my own life, not a sword for others to wield. It was Uta Wang. He rushed at Banggook with a knife, and as the blade struck hard, blood splattered. The two looked at each other. Uta Wang was like a beast that had escaped its cage, his eyes wide and teeth gritted, looking terrifying. Banggook was pushed against the wall and asked with difficulty, who are you? The two scuffled. The other man did not reveal his name and asked sarcastically. Just then he raised his knife to stab again. He shouted, you may not know me, but I will be famous in the future. He stabbed repeatedly and asked, got it. This guy had no qualms about killing people, and blood splattered everywhere. I am Uta Wang. I will be the new leader of this organization. Blood pooled on the ground and the axe in his hand fell. A few guys were all beaten to death. Curses flowed endlessly. Damn it, these bastards. When the fight was over, Uta Wang shouted in triumph. It's all over now. Haha, he had killed all these guys by himself. Han Hong sat to the side and watched. He glanced at the knife in his hand and thought to himself, Uta Wang, a useful fist indeed. The problem is that his head isn't smart or fast. Seeing that the fight was over, he opened his mouth and asked, is it all over on your side, Uta Wang? He was sitting next to the bald old man's corpse, smoking a cigarette. Then come and help me a bit. Only then did Uta Wang notice the old man's corpse in disbelief. He was flustered and stammered, you really? You killed the chairman? Han Hong leaned against the car, laughed triumphantly and answered, yes, there is no more ill luck. The other man, hearing this, was shocked and shouted back, damn it, you crazy bastard, what was I thinking? Han Hong was not afraid at all, sat down on the ground and said with a laugh, I've said it many times, this was an ambush by the Chinese guys from the western region and we were the victims. Uta Wang in disbelief shouted excitedly, do you think that makes sense? Who would believe that? But Han Hong didn't care at all, took out a small knife and laughed. Hey, why are you talking so much? The other man froze on the spot, his eyes wide with disbelief. Han Hong, without a hint of pain, grimaced and stabbed himself in the stomach. This way you'll believe me, won't you? Uta Wang still didn't understand, his eyes wide as he asked blankly, what are you doing? He answered in pain, listen carefully. Chairman Lee Sung-ho was ambushed and murdered. As he spoke, he pushed the knife deeper into his own stomach. He gritted his teeth in so much pain. I tried to stop it, but I failed in the end. Blood splattered on the snow and on Uta Wang's leg. The man stood there, watching the scene before him and cursed, you crazy bastard, why did you go that far? What made you do this? After stabbing himself, he threw the knife onto the snow. Uta Wang, we can never be Ilhik. He leaned against the car and clutched his stomach. So if we can't be that, we must become the hunters who hunt the cranes. He stared intently at the man standing in front of him and said, come to think of it, a monster suits you better than a hunter, am I right? His eyes burned red with greed. So pick up your sword. Uta Wang was completely persuaded. Now the crane's legs are broken. All that's left is its wings. Han Hong's words were referring to the 9 swords. The person Uta Wang had just killed was Banggook. Even after being stabbed like that, Banggook reached out, grabbed his collar and countered by headbutting him hard. Uta Wang was in so much pain that he fell backward and shouted, Ga! Banggook pushed himself up from the ground and slowly crawled to his feet. Our 9 swords are. He laughed. The other man rolled on the ground in pain and screamed. Banggook picked up the knife that had fallen on the ground and continued. The chairman used to call us troublemakers, he said to the other man. If it weren't for him, we would have become kids wandering around like vagrants in the streets. Banggook's eyes were unfocused and he was severely injured and covered in blood. He used his last bit of strength to fight back. In the past, we were just thugs who did trashy things. The past is the past, but now you guys have made us like this again, he shouted. So take what you've done. He stabbed Uta Wang right in the middle of his stomach. He ignored him, shouting, wait. He screamed in pain from being stabbed. Wait, stop. Just then Han Hong rushed in from behind and slashed Banggook's neck with a knife. He barely turned to look and blood gushed from his mouth. A voice from his memory echoed, aren't you too small for a wrestler, kid? At that time Banggook was still young, his face full of scars from fighting. He ate his food and argued with the person opposite him. What do you know, mister? Wrestling is a sport of technique. You don't win just because you're big. Bald old man Lee Sung-ha sat opposite him, laughing cheerfully, and reached out to pat the child's head. This kid really. Look at his eyes, they're so scary I can't even speak, kid. That's why your friends don't play with you. The child leaned back, raised his hand to block, and said as he dodged, "Hey, don't touch my head." The old man gave up and reassured him. "You don't have to be so guarded, they're all weaker than you anyway, aren't they?" The old man smiled so much his eyes disappeared and made a face. "So stop being angry and smile, kid. If you live your life being angry all the time, you'll get wrinkles like me." At the moment of his death, the old man's image appeared before his eyes. Just like before, he pointed at his own face and said to him, "Even if someone makes you angry, you have to smile. You can do it, right?" Banguk's eyes welled up with tears, and the old man's voice still lingered in his ears. "Kid, he was dead. Until he died," he said with difficulty. "Chairman." Han Hong looked at Uta Wang, who was trembling in fear on the ground, and said, "Uta Wang, get up. What's with that pathetic attitude?" He laughed triumphantly, his face wicked, and extended his hand toward the man. "From now on, it's our era. Isn't it too early to fall?" Inside the small house, Huang Hao looked at the person across from him. "Say that again. What happened to Ilhak?" With his arms crossed, he asked the two subordinates in front of him. "Ilhak is going to collapse?" "Who said that?" One of them stammered an answer. "That's just a rumor we heard. Since Assemblyman Lee Sung-ha was summoned for a prosecutorial investigation, isn't it as good as him being ousted?" He relayed the information he knew as it was. "So the underworld of Seoul will soon become a battlefield. At a time like this, shouldn't the organizations try to secure even a small piece of their rights?" With his arms crossed and an arrogant look on his face, Huang Hao asked again, "So who said that?" Just then the door burst open and Lee Sun-mong entered. His eyes were blazing with killing intent. Not knowing why he had come, Huang Hao asked excitedly, "Oh, long time no see, you're part of the Nine Swords too, right? Perfect timing, we were just talking about you guys." This man still asked with a smile, "What have you been up to lately? Even trash like this dares to go around saying Ilhak has fallen." Before he could finish speaking, Lee Sun-mong acted without a word. He threw a kick straight at Huang Hao's face, but he jumped far back to dodge it and asked in surprise, "What the hell are you doing?" Unexpectedly, he hadn't come alone. Other members of the Nine Swords also came and entered without a word. They asked, "Are you Huang Hao? The Nine Swords have come to destroy this place. Are you the so-called ruler of this West Seoul region?" Several of them wordlessly turned the place into a mess. "Unfortunately, from today on there will be no ruler of the West," Choi Chian-ho shouted from the front, his eyes blazing with anger. "Only our Ilhek will remain." He even had a weapon in his hand. Seeing this scene, that brother was not in sight. Huang Hao also asked himself, "Oh, Mi Wang, what happened to him?" A furious hand gripped a glass so tightly it shattered. Mi Wang glared at that man in fury and ordered, "Say that again. Where did they go?" The man sitting opposite him was none other than Yu Sung Tae. He said the brothers had led people to the west. They said they were going to catch that guy Huang Hao and take back the west. Hearing this, Mi Wang became enraged, his eyes wide as he warned, "I told you to leave the west alone for now and deal with it later." But Yu Sung Tae pretended not to know. He calmly poured a drink into his glass. "Hung Nem, we're gangsters, not fools. After he went that far, how could we just stand by?" He drained the glass in one gulp and gritted his teeth in anger. "Our Nine Swords built Ilhak up this much, so what gives that Chinese bastard the right to be the Western Branch chief? He has no right to be here." This guy was clearly harboring resentment. He noticed it and immediately asked, "Western Branch chief, what on earth are you talking about?" Yu Sung Tae thought Mi Wang was pretending not to know, and his anger flared as he shouted with wide eyes, "Are you going to act like that until the end?" Slamming his glass on the desk, he shouted with wide eyes, "We all know." He then poured out the resentment that had been building up in his heart lately. "Now that the chairman has been elected, we are no longer needed in this era. The Nine Swords, no, gangsters like us are just a stain on the past." Mi Wang listened to his subordinates' words blankly. They were all things he had not expected. "So the chairman intends to remove us like filth and make a new start for Ilhak with that Chinese bastard, isn't that right?" Mi Wang tried hard to maintain his composure. "No, it's not like that with Huang Hao." But Yu Sung Tae wouldn't listen. He pushed himself up with his hands on the desk. "Hung Nim, don't forget, our true nature is that of gangsters who do trashy things." He walked around the table as he spoke. "Whatever the reason, we're just damn dogs who stop others from taking what's theirs," he finally confessed. "I know everything." The document had the name Huang Hao, Western Branch Chief, written on it. It was the first time Mi Wang had heard this, and he asked blankly, "What document?" Yu Sung Tae smoked a cigarette and said with angry wide eyes, "The document. I saw it all in the document that Han Hong, the head of the organization department, brought." He rattled it all off. "So I just wanted to hold on to the chairman for a bit. For gangsters like us, we need the chairman to be our shield for a while. Damn it, but I didn't know things would get this complicated." Hearing this far, Mi Wang realized, "Yu Sung Tae, did you leak Ilhak's corruption files to the prosecution? How could you? What would the chairman think?" It turned out this was the way this guy held on to the chairman to avoid being abandoned. On the other side, Huang Hao was fighting several members of the Nine Swords with just his sword. He was still holding back, slamming his sword hard on the floor. He stood there and sneered. As expected of the Nine Swords or whatever, his eyes blazed with fury. "You're just a bunch of guys whose only talent is ganging up on people." Although he said that, he actually knew the Nine Swords well. "I'm no match for them alone. I can't beat those guys." He couldn't win by fighting, he had to find a way to escape. So he picked the closest one and slashed his face with his sword. It was in the blink of an eye. Seeing his colleague get hurt, Lee Sun-mong shouted, "Ji Yu Chang." He covered his face and shouted at his colleague, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Choi Cheon-ho rushed in and shouted, "Get him, he's running away." Huang Hao jumped out the window and went outside. He was going to find Mi Wang. On the other side the two were still talking, and Mi Wang's voice suddenly became serious. "You Sung Tae, it turns out you're not part of the 9 Swords or Ilhuk now." He stabbed him right in the stomach and warned, "You're just a common street punk." He didn't refute it, but instead laughed triumphantly. "That's right, in the end we two are just gangsters who don't care about the means to achieve our goals. Isn't that right, Hung Nim?" Before he could finish speaking, Mi Wang clamped a hand over his mouth. "Is that what you want, to be a gangster?" Mi Wang was furious to the point of no return and stabbed him hard. "Then from now on I'll treat you like a gangster." Mi Wang looked at his subordinate and asked in disbelief, "You Sung Tae, did you really leak the chairman's documents to the prosecution?" That guy turned his head to look, and before he could say anything he was punched squarely in the face. He was sent tumbling to the ground with one punch, and even seeing him hurt he didn't stop, grabbing him by the collar, lifting him up and raising his fist to threaten him. "Answer me, you Sung Tae." His fist trembled uncontrollably. "Damn it." He lowered his fist, left him there and turned to leave. "I'm going to the southwest, you stay here." Not knowing his mistake, Yu Sung Tae sat up, wiped the blood from his face and growled, "Huang, how is it because of him?" Mi Wang left without a word, his face dark. He didn't know that guy was pulling something out from behind him. He was holding a small knife. "Hung Nim, didn't I tell you before?" He secretly stabbed his brother. "We are just the chairman's dogs." He still clung to his point of view. "We're just gangsters in the end, Hung Nim." Mi Wang, covered in blood, stabbed that guy with a knife and clamped a hand firmly over his mouth. "Ah, gangster, you say?" Seeing that Mi Wang's strength hadn't waned at all, this guy's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked himself, "What, he's perfectly fine?" Their legs tangled as they blocked each other, and he smashed his subordinate's head hard on the ground. "Then I'll act like a gangster too." Suddenly something flew quickly towards his face and Yu Sung Tae lunged with a knife. Fortunately, Mi Wang dodged, but he was hit in the face with his knee. He retreated in pain, and that guy also pushed himself up from the ground with his hand, raised his knife and rushed in shouting, "Oh, Mi Wang, you seem to be out of strength. Your skills have really declined." But he dodged sideways and that guy missed. He reached out and grabbed his neck. Yu Sung Tae, he firmly gripped his neck and kicked his leg. This guy was beaten all over and fell to the ground. Before he could even come to his senses, he was kicked in the face. Mi Wang stepped on his face darkened and he cursed in anger. "Your mouth is the problem." Just then, someone opened the door and came in. While Mi Wang was still talking, "I really shouldn't have told you about the company's affairs." That guy saw this scene and stood there dumbfounded. "Director Mi Wang," that guy shouted. "How did this happen?" He looked up. "Song Taegu, damn it." Taking advantage of his distraction, Yu Sung Tae immediately got up, rushed over and grabbed the newcomer as a hostage. He even widened his eyes and cursed, "Oh, Mi Wang, you monstrous bastard." That guy, not knowing what was going on, was suddenly taken hostage. A knife held tightly to his neck and he shouted in disbelief, "Director, why are you doing this?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Sung Tae slit his throat and he died. "Damn, Director, it's all over now." Mi Wang hadn't expected that guy to kill a colleague without hesitation. After killing the man, that guy stealthily retreated towards the door and he quickly gave chase. Song Taegu. Just then, that guy escaped through the door and saw Huang Hao coming with a sword. That guy was injured and fell to the ground clutching his wound. "Save me." Mi Wang sat there and hastily tried to stop the bleeding. Song Taegu, he was still telling him to stay conscious, that he would take him to the hospital. At that moment, Huang Hao came in and demanded to know, "Oh, Mi Wang, this was your plan from the beginning, wasn't it?" He stood with his hand on the door. "You were going to use me to take over the Southwest, and in the end you were going to cut me loose." Seeing him, he looked up. "Huang Hao," he looked serious about saving his colleague, "get out of the way for now. I'll explain everything later. So the urgent thing is to save Song Taegu. He's all ready." But that guy stubbornly refused to listen. "I don't need an explanation," he cursed in anger. "You are all bastards who don't keep your promises with your silver tongues, so now I'll cut them out for you." Mi Wang was in a hurry. He really had no time to argue, and he warned in anger, "I'll say it one more time, get out of the way." Huang Hao sneered. "I forgot," he slashed as he spoke. "Your organization was originally a den of cunning foxes." Mi Wang hastily hugged his injured colleague and dodged the blade. That guy chased after them relentlessly, constantly calling out to Mi Wang. He finally fought back. "Did you think I would just let you cut me down?" Couldn't even say much before a blade whizzed past. Mi Wang quickly calculated in his head, "I'll take down Huang Hao first and then think." With that thought, he rushed in and twisted his face. The two looked at each other like mortal enemies. Huang Hao's anger at the betrayal flared. "In the end, you're no different from me." Mi Wang picked up a large table, whatever he could grab, and threw it at Huang Hao. That guy blocked it with his leg. The two rushed in and fought, and while he was blocking the table, Mi Wang rushed in and threw a punch. Huang Hao was no slouch either and rushed in with his sword. The two fought like that, and neither gave an inch. The more they fought, the more intense it became, and their skills were evenly matched. Both were already injured, blood flowed down their faces, and he kicked Mi Wang squarely in the waist. Both stood facing each other in pain. After a round of fighting, Mi Wang looked worriedly at the guy who was injured and collapsed over there. Huang Hao gritted his teeth and asked, "Where do you think you're going?" He absolutely would not let him go and rushed in with his sword. "We have to see this to the end." Just then, a child came in. "Dad," the little boy didn't know the situation and came right in calling out, "Mom said to come home quickly. Dinner is ready." Mi Wang was startled and turned his head to see Huang Hao rushing at him. He raised his sword and brought it down, shouting, Oh, Mi Wang die. The child stood behind the two, his eyes wide as he stared. He never thought Mi Wang would shield him with his own body. He took Huang Hao's sword directly. The man lying on the floor was shocked to see this scene. The child was safe, and he too finally saw the man lying on the floor and shouted, "Ah!" He ran over in surprise and called out, "Dad!" Huang Hao glanced over and didn't notice Mi Wang getting up. The child was crying. He trembled all over and kept calling out, "Dad," he asked the child. "You're Goon, right?" He helped Song Taegu up and told the child to go home and come to the hospital with his mother. He supported this man and while leaving instructed the child, "I'll take your father to the hospital first." Walking past that guy, Mi Wang still called out to Huang Hao and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, my friend." Huang Hao stood there, sword in hand, with no intention of fighting anymore. And so Mi Wang took that guy to the hospital. Outside, white snow was falling heavily, and looking at the man in his arms, he said softly, "It's snowing a lot, Goon." Even while carrying this man, he thought of his son. Dad will be there soon. A long trail of blood stretched across the snow. That winter, on a day of heavy snow, the ground was covered in white. Someone left his new footprints in Ilhak's territory. And so, from that moment on, the era of Ilhak's rule ended. Everything was buried in the white snow. History always celebrates the victor and buries the loser. It was truly cruel. Han Hong wiped his glasses and smiled wickedly. That's why we have to do our best to win more. Now he was a director. Putting on his glasses, he said to the guy in front of him, "Isn't that right?" The scarred face sat there with his legs crossed. Director Yu Sung Tae. 2 years later, in the large building where Mi Wang had died, a hand adjusted a nameplate. That man was none other than Choi Chian-ho. One of his arms was already broken. Han Hong opened the door and came in, saw the old man, loosened his tie, and was still arrogant. "Ah, Director Choi, so you were here." He calmly sat down in a chair and sighed. "The chairman's office was open, so I thought someone had come in." Choi Chian-ho looked at him and asked, "Yes, how is the chairman?" Pretending to be extremely tired, he took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Nothing special. The doctor said his condition isn't very good right now." His eyes were still cunning. Unaware of how many conspiracies he was plotting behind his back, he added, "Still, the doctors are keeping a close watch. To the public, it is known that the chairman has resigned from his assembly seat and is living in seclusion." After hearing this, the old man turned and looked at the bald Lee Sung-ha's desk. "Yes, in a situation like this, if it becomes known that the chairman is absent due to an accident, it would cause uncontrollable chaos." Han Hong put on his glasses. On the surface, it seemed he was reporting that the Red Crow district in the Dongsang area was already a complete mess. For 2 years, the fights between small organizations had not ceased. Hearing that, the old man walked towards him, cursing anxiously. "Damn it, the south side is also incredibly busy. I guess I'll have to go and see for myself." He was trying to stop him, saying it wasn't necessary yet. Suddenly, a guy pushed open the door, still holding a weapon in his hand, his whole body covered in blood. Seeing him, Han Hong smiled. Perfect timing. The guy who had just arrived introduced himself. "I am Utae Wang and I am protecting the Red Crow district." Choi Chian-ho extended his bandaged hand to shake his. "Utae Wang, you've worked hard. Looking at your wounds, are you okay?" It was just a simple handshake, but for some reason the guy's face darkened and he stared intently at the outstretched hand of Choi Chian-ho of the 9 swords. This reminded him of the night of white snow when he had fought with Banggook. He refused the handshake, walked past the old man and answered with his head bowed, "I'm fine, it's nothing." After speaking, he took the weapon from his hand, threw it on the desk and picked up a pack of cigarettes. Damn it. Seeing that the cigarette pack was empty, he became even angrier, put his feet up on the desk, threw the pack and cursed with a frown. Damn it. He showed no respect for the old man. And Choi Chian-ho, furious, glared and shouted loudly. "Hey, where do you think you are?" Han Hong quickly intervened. "Director Choi, please understand." He immediately took his side in front of him. "He may look like that, but he's an indispensable friend to Ilhak. Recently, many young people in the southwest have been following this friend." As soon as he heard that, Utae Wang looked annoyed and retorted, "Damn it. Following me, my ass. Those kinds of things disappeared a long time ago. They're not even worth mentioning. Those bastards just sided with the winning team to find a way to survive." After speaking, he suddenly asked, "By the way, where are the other 9 swords? It's hard to see their faces these days." Choi Chian-ho leaned back in his chair and answered, "Most of them are working in different places." Thinking of those thoughtless guys, Kong Jin, Son Mong and Kong Ho are patrolling the Gangbuk area, while Banggook and I are suppressing Gangnam in the southwest, but the difference in manpower is still too great. After listening, Han Hong pushed up his glasses and acted as if he knew. "I know the situation regarding the 3rd and 5th swords." "What? How did he know all about their situation?" Choi Chian-ho frowned and looked down, his face dark and tense. All investigations had made no significant progress, and there was still no trace of a guy named Ju Songchi. Banggook's death was also presumed to be the work of the southwest side. Thinking of that guy, he said immediately, "Still, I recently found a trustworthy friend. I was able to survive thanks to him." Utae Wang heard him speak, frowned, and looked utterly disgusted. "So when the opportunity arises, I'm thinking of recruiting that friend into the 9 swords. We can't just keep the remaining spot in the 9 swords empty." After listening, Han Hong took out a stack of documents. "As a matter of fact, I was about to talk about the manpower issue. Please take a look at this report." Choi Chian-ho looked at the stack of documents in his hand and asked, "What is this?" "The division of Ilhek." Han Hong said it as if it were a fact. "The current Ilhek is too large for us to handle everything, so the idea is to divide the organization by region and manage it that way." He acted arbitrarily. speaking as if he were the master of everything. Yu Ta Wang will manage the Dongseng and Yung districts. We have also found a suitable organization for the southwest side. As soon as Choi Chian-ho heard this, he became extremely displeased, his face darkening as he glared and gritted his teeth. I don't care who takes what position or district, but not this. How can you guys decide this matter on your own? Han Hong, no longer feeling the need to hide much, walked straight to the bald old man's desk and looked at the nameplate on it. The chairman is absent, isn't he? So I merely made a reasonable judgment based on the current situation. The old man, angry, questioned Han Hong. By what right do you? Before he could even finish, he smiled wickedly, turned his head and said sarcastically, or do you think that since the chairman and the first sword, O.M.I. Wang are gone, it's your turn to decide everything, Director Choi? The old man was speechless, his eyes wide as he shouted. What did you say? That guy continued. Let's be honest, he dared to pull out the chairman's chair and said with a smile, haven't you coveted this position yourself? His eyes were filled with malice. But nobody's like us took the positions one by one and now there's no share left for you, so you must be angry, right? Hearing this, Choi Chian-ho was furious, his eyes wide as he shouted. Han Hong, that guy, ignored his anger and picked up the photo on the desk. This is for the future of Ilhuk. It's all just preparation for the new chairman who will inherit the company. He heard it but didn't understand and asked back. A new chairman? Han Hong looked at the photo in his hand. There's still a royal bloodline worthy of the throne, isn't there? The person he was aiming for was none other than old man Lee Sung-ha's grandson. How long do you think we can hide the chairman's belongings from everyone? The moment everything is revealed, we won't be able to hide it anymore. He placed the photo back. So we must welcome the new chairman with our own hands. He placed the photo facing outward, his whole body filled with ambition. It is reasonable for young Master Lee Sung-min to take the chairman's seat in place of his grandfather. At this time a figure appeared at Incheon Port. It was Huang Hao. He stood there smoking a cigarette. He recalled the scene where he and Mi Wang had talked cheerfully. He still stood there silently, smoking. Suddenly someone came from behind and called out, Mr. Huang Hao, you have a guest. He turned and answered, all right, let's go. He threw the cigarette in his hand into the sea, and followed that guy. He asked in surprise, didn't you say it was a guest? In front of him, a girl sat on a chair with her knees together, her eyes vacant. Huang Hao stared intently at the girl. But what's with this kid? That guy covered his mouth and whispered in his ear, that kid is the third daughter of the Sanju. Sanju is the title for the head of the triad. Looking at the girl in front of him, he didn't care at all, kicked the table and said in a cold voice, I don't care whose daughter or son she is. I just asked why this kid was sent to me. That guy shouted in a fluster. Mr. Huang Hao, how can you say such a thing? The girl was not the least bit afraid, still sitting quietly in the same posture, not caring that he had come up and put his face right in front of hers to speak. How long has it been since you kicked me out of the organization, and now you want to put me on the front lines to handle everything, and after that have me be this kid's babysitter? That guy was sweating profusely, nervously and quietly saying, that's because the organization trusts you, Mr. Huang Hao. Isn't this the surest proof? Although he said that, he was not happy at all and asked back, the organization's trust? Is this how trust is built? His gaze turned to the girl as he asked, kid, what do you think an organization is? The girl's eyes still showed no reaction, staring at one spot from beginning to end, and she answered directly, it's the absolute power that makes all members afraid. After speaking, she buried her head in her knees again, looking very sad. Let me tell you in advance, Huang Hao, that's why everyone says a kid like me can't do such things. After speaking, she buried her face in her hands and didn't want to talk anymore. Seeing this scene, he suddenly burst out laughing. Tisk, your thoughts are the same as mine. The girl herself had not expected him to say that. Soon I plan to create a new boss here, and that boss will be a kid your age. After speaking, he extended his hand as if to shake hands with the girl. So let's give it a try and see whether your thoughts or mine are wrong. This gesture of his was exactly the same as Mi Wang's that year, and it signified trust in the other person. He too was surprised by this similarity and froze. Finally, he patted the girl's head and asked, what's your name? She answered quietly, Su Ran. The rain poured down. He still held a cigarette in his hand, looked down and asked, do you like this liquor? Mi Wang. Go-jun suddenly put his hands on his knees, stood up and bowed his head respectfully again. I'll be leaving first. At this polite gesture, Huang Hao was awkward. Without another word, Go-jun left. Huang Hao stood there, lost in thought, smoking, and suddenly opened his mouth to ask, don't you want to avenge your father? Go-jun stood there, his heart in turmoil. I don't know where to direct my anger right now. Huang Hao stood there and listened to Go-jun's words, whether I'm blaming him for being an inadequate father, or resenting the person who took him from me. Unexpectedly, he said, then isn't the answer simple? He turned in surprise. Huang Hao stood there and looked at Mi Wang's funeral portrait. What's the use in resenting a dead man? The bastards who did this, they're the ones we should blame. His eyes turned cold. Taking another drag, he said, what those bastards deserve is retribution. Go-jun stood in the rain, blankly listening to the old man's advice. There is no emotion as true as revenge, kid. He turned and left. Glancing one last time at the funeral portrait, he said, see you again. He left the place just like that. The water flowed fiercely. Guys in black clothes stood guard outside and one person holding an umbrella entered the house. He shook the water from his clothes and shouted, damn it, it's raining too much outside. Looking at the guy sitting in the room, he asked, how can a place like this be a place for you to live? In the room, food was set on a long table. Muto Taiga stood up and greeted him. Ah, you must be Director Kong Se-dong over there? The old man stood up, smiled and extended his hand as if to shake. We have been rude. I am Muto Taiga. It's a pleasure to meet you. That guy also shook his hand, but his face did not show much excitement. Yes, I look forward to working with you, he thought to himself. This Muto Taiga is a man who stands at the pinnacle of the Japanese underworld, second only to Tetsuji. As he sat down he asked, "Have the others not arrived yet?" That guy rested his chin on his hand and stared intently at Director Kong. He laughed cheerfully. "I hope this meeting is beneficial for everyone." He said it as it was. "We wasted too much time before the Wonsan project was proposed, so I hope the reason Director Kong has gathered us is not for a simple unity rally." Kong Se-dong smiled seriously. "You don't need to worry about it being a waste of time." That guy listened to what he said, his eyes wide with great interest. "You could say we've had plenty of time for our work." Just then Huang Hao entered from outside the door. "It seems I'm the last to arrive. I'm sorry." As he sat down next to Kong Se-dong he explained, "I was so busy I lost track of time." Looking around the room, everyone is here, so let's start. They're all busy people, but Kong Se-dong raised his hand to stop him. There is still one more person." As he was speaking he said, "In fact, let's call him the collaborator who laid the foundation for the Wonsan project." Two people were entering from outside. Several of them all looked towards the door and saw the newcomer. As soon as he entered he said, "I'm too late." It turned out to be none other than Han Hong. He still wore that wicked smile. "Have you already started the meeting?" Next to him was Yu Sung Tae. Han Hong looked around the room and asked, "Have you already started?" He stood in front of the four people, bowed his head seriously and introduced himself. "I am Han Hong and I run a small business in Gangnam." One person looked at Yu Sung Tae and asked, "Who is that guy?" He adjusted his glasses and smiled. This is a person who works with me. I'll introduce him formally later." Huang Hao recognized him immediately and thought to himself, Han Hong of HHS showing up here at this time. After the introduction he sat down naturally and said with a smile, "I happened to overhear outside, laid the foundation. You praise me too highly, Director Kong." He even pretended to clarify, "Director Kong planned the project and I merely contributed a little." Kong Se-dong, holding a water cup, smiled and looked him straight in the eye. "Still, thanks to you, the project could be proposed like this." He looked at that guy and added, "Many unexpected variables arose, so it's a little different from the initial plan." Before this guy could open his mouth, Han Hong, sitting next to him, scratched his head, smiled and turned around. "Oh my, I should have greeted you earlier. It's a real honor to work with you." Oyama Sogo. Suddenly, Sogo held up 3 fingers. "Director Kong, I don't dislike places with many people." He paid no attention to Han Hong's greeting and said, "But whether the person sitting across the table can become family is another matter." Suddenly, Han Hong picked up a spoon and chopsticks. "That's a good point. But what if they're not family?" He smiled and placed the spoon and chopsticks towards Sogo. "Am I not setting out a spoon and chopsticks for a beggar right now?" At this mockery, the old man Muto Taiga sitting beside him also became angry and shot a look towards Sogo, but he showed no particular expression. His eyes were wide, his brows furrowed, and he stroked his chin as if lost in thought. "A beggar, you say?" In his hand he still held the spoon and chopsticks that Guy had placed for him. Suddenly Huang Hao opened his mouth. "You're really beating around the bush," he said with a cigarette in his mouth. "Director Han, this isn't a general assembly, so don't try to gloss over things." His intention was to point out the attitude of not handling things clearly and just letting them slide. He said bluntly, "What I mean is you didn't show your face during the war, so what reason do we have to trust and cooperate with you?" Seeing that several of them were all targeting him, Han Hong stood up, held a liquor bottle, and smiled. "It seems I've been blacklisted." He also recognized him immediately. "Is that guy Huang Hao?" Staring intently at the man sitting there, he thought to himself, "First time meeting him. Is this the guy who took down Omi Wong in the past?" Huang Hao sat still, looking at the hand placed on his shoulder. "We have decided to be in the same boat and I welcome everyone," Han Hong said as he poured liquor into his glass. "So Mr. Huang Hao, you will have to prove that you are a necessary person in this place." The glass slammed hard on the desk. It was Kong Se-dong. The old man growled with a cold face. "Now that's enough with the greetings, that's it. Everyone is here, so let's get to the main point." Everyone looked at him, but no one said another word. The old man spoke a single short sentence, "Conquering Taisen, is it possible?" Sogo smiled and answered, "Is it possible?" He laughed lightly. "My master, no, Muto Taiga will crush Taisen, how could it not be possible?" The old man immediately beamed. When it came to destruction, this old man had nothing to fear. His eyes widened as he projected an air of authority. "As Muto Taiga of Oyama Sogo's 10 Fists has commanded, I will gladly accept the order." Huang Hao took a deep drag from his cigarette and said nothing. On the other side, another man was smoking a cigarette. It was Barry Su. He was looking at some documents while smoking when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. A woman entered, took off her glasses and said with a smile, "So this is where you were, Mr. Barry Su." He was silent for a moment, then looked up at her and teased, "Mr. Barry Su now?" Looking at the cigarette in his hand, he answered his own question. "I guess that's right. I'm not Bae Du-kyung anymore." The woman laughed lightly and teased back, "It feels a bit awkward without a title, doesn't it?" But he replied coldly, "Not at all. I want to get used to the name Barry Su now." The woman stopped smiling, looked at him in silence, and then without a word glanced at the stack of documents on the table and asked, "By the way, what have you been looking at?" He flipped through a few pages and answered, "It's what I've found out from the business data of the small organizations in Gangnam. They are worried about the absence of their big boss Han Hong, who used to lead them." At the name Han Hong he picked up a pen and wrote it on the map. Because without the protection of a large organization they could be attacked by us or Wonson. The woman sat at the table and picked up a paper. I heard about that too. That's why, even though Han Hong is gone, they're somehow hiding that fact from the outside to avoid chaos. Barry Sue agreed. That's right, but the members of the Gangnam organizations told me this. Thinking back to his conversation with that woman, he recalled her saying, I don't think Han Hong has disappeared. She was very serious with no hint of a joke. He's just watching the whole situation here. That's what I surmise. Hearing that, the woman asked in surprise, why would she say that? He couldn't fully understand it either and lowered his head in thought. After hearing that, I also wondered why she would say such a thing. The woman tensed, whipped her head around to look at him and asked, do you have any guesses? Barry Sue straightened the stack of documents. While collecting and reading these materials in Gangnam, I found one suspicious point. It's too clean, he added. So until I swept through Gangnam, its districts had never been attacked by anyone. Thinking of the other organizations, he continued, not even when Wonson was proposed and the small organizations had to merge to survive. The woman stroked her chin thoughtfully and said, come to think of it, there are no small organizations belonging to Wonson in Gangnam at all. That's strange. Hearing her question, he said, so it's one of two cases. Either they were lucky enough not to be targeted, or his eyes shone with a serious cold light as he concluded, or the big organizations left Gangnam untouched from the very beginning. After hearing this, the woman had another question. Then the reason Han Hong could just sit back and do nothing must be because he was with Wonson from the start. Having said this, she suddenly looked up in surprise. What is this, Mr. Barry Sue? You're smarter than I thought. He had been deep in thought, and her sudden comment left him momentarily speechless. What? She added seriously. I thought you were all brawn. Since you just go around with your eyes wide smashing everything. She didn't forget to mention the time he fought with his brother when visiting those small organizations. Barry Sue couldn't refute it and had a blank expression. That incident. Unexpectedly, he answered seriously, it's because I missed everything right in front of me, like Director Kong and Sogo. Barry Sue rolled up his sleeves and said, I was planning to kill them all, for the sake of avenging him and my colleagues, so I had to see it through, even if it meant dying. But he said the organization needs someone to lead it, not someone who works thoughtlessly like a madman. He said it just as it was. I was probably just angry back then, like you said. The woman suddenly noticed his arm and was slightly taken aback. Mr. Barry Sue, that arm. He looked down at his scarred arm and smiled lightly. But it's okay now, I've become calmer. This arm has burned enough and my anger has passed. The sky darkened and the sound of conversation echoed from inside the house. So from now on until I succeed, I must become colder and move more methodically. A figure zipped past in the parking garage. This person, completely covered by a hat and clothes, looked back and waved. The guy standing behind him was so startled he dropped the snack in his hand and let out a small scream. Ah! Just then, someone with a flashlight approached to investigate. What's that? Was that a sound? I think it was from behind this pillar. But even when he shone the flashlight, there was no one there. As he wondered, what did I hear wrong? He was knocked out by two masked men. The two were the ones who had been searching with the flashlight. After dealing with them, one man turned to the one who had been eating the snack and berated him loudly. You bastard, seriously, why do you keep carrying food around? He answered hurriedly. I'm done eating now. I'll get right to work. He hid the two unconscious men in a corner and said, listen up, no more trouble. Our mission is to secure an escape route and provide cover if needed. The other guy asked in disbelief, got it? He could only nod his head with his fingers. Aha, one leading and one following, the two reported as they moved. Underground parking lot infiltration complete, no issues, a voice echoed through the equipment. How about your side? Team leader Barry Sue has also successfully infiltrated the room. He's safe, no issues. He can go up to the chairman's office through the emergency stairs without being detected. I'll infiltrate from this side. He covered half his face with a scarf and surveyed his surroundings. It's just as Choi Chian-ho's information said, the voice on the other end exclaimed in surprise. Was this really Ilhak's branch in the past? The two fumbled through the darkness talking. Still, don't overdo it. I told you the reconnaissance target is the team leader. The voice from the other side came through. Got it. Wait. The two moved with extreme caution, surveying their surroundings. Ki Wong suddenly pulled his arm and asked worriedly, what are you doing? Come here. The other guy immediately followed. Ah, okay, he was immediately scolded. Losing focus during an operation, where are you looking? This kid, really. Didn't you guys see a motorcycle in this underground parking lot? Fumbling along a wooden shelf with his hand, Barry Sue placed his hand on a bookshelf and turned to observe. Stopping in front of the desk, he picked up a water cup and assessed inwardly. The ice in the drink has melted, but it's still cold. Seeing the messy pile of documents on the desk, he realized the furniture had been used recently. Suddenly, he looked up at the large painting in front of him. As expected, Han Hong is not here. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear through the radio. Are you busy? He asked back. What is it? Suddenly, a scream erupted from the other end. Ah, he was startled and quickly called for IMGI Wong, but the other end signal was cut. He was sitting on the hood of a car with the headlights shining right on him. He asked in a fluster. Things got a little complicated. I think you might have to help. What should I do? The other masked man was hiding behind a wall and asked in a panic. What's going on? Team leader, seeing the guy in the helmet, he knew it was him. That helmeted guy on the pink motorcycle is Death Silent. Barry Sue froze at the name. He was shocked. An hour ago, a complaint erupted from the pitch-black darkness. Damn it, I can't see anything. Ryan's eyes widened as he reprimanded. I told you to cut the CCTV lines. Looking at the pile of cut wires, he said in disbelief, looking blankly. To cut all the wires like this, you're really annoying. If I knew this would happen, I would have gone myself. The other person was sitting on the side taking a call, still holding a piece of a snack in his hand. I can't figure anything out from my side. I have no choice but to stop the investigation for now, a voice echoed from the radio. Understood, good work, Ryan warned as he climbed the stairs. Anyway, you just wait there quietly. If I find something, I'll leave right away in that room. Barry Sue looked at the large bookshelf in front of him and guessed to himself. If HHS is really related to Wonson, there must be something left here. The guy with the flashlight shone it around. Ryan, unaware, was still searching, holding a small flashlight in his mouth. Suddenly he heard a sound and was startled. The door opened and a man with a flashlight entered. He searched every corner, shining the light here and there. No, he didn't spot Ryan hiding right below and let out a sigh of relief, unable to move a muscle. Just as he was getting up and moving a little, the flashlight beam suddenly shone right on him. The light was so blinding he had to raise his hand to cover his eyes. The other guy sneered. Did you think I wouldn't know if you hid there? Ryan glared at him, not a bit scared, and shot back. Then you should have just said you found me instead of embarrassing me like this. Looking at the guy shining the flashlight, he asked playfully, can't you pretend you didn't see me? As soon as he finished speaking, he threw something at him. It was a throwing knife. The other guy quickly dodged. He was surprised and asked himself, a throwing knife? While he was blankly trying to understand what was happening, Ryan was already standing right next to him. The surprise attack left the other guy no time to react, and he quickly pulled a dagger from his body. Ryan was startled, his eyes wide as he stared and thought to himself, what, that's a military dagger, he said to him. As expected, you're with Wonson. The other guy shone the flashlight right in Ryan's eyes and smiled wickedly. The light was blinding and he was so startled he squeezed his eyes shut, not forgetting to raise his hand to cover his face. So bright? The other guy took the opportunity to swing his dagger. Ryan also swung his knife and slashed at him. He ducked to dodge but was wounded in the shoulder and blood splattered. Both sides rushed in and fought, their skills evenly matched. The other guy's eyes widened in slight surprise as he exclaimed in admiration, you dodge well even without seeing. Ryan landed a kick right in his face. He tumbled to the ground and the flashlight in his hand fell. By the time he picked it up and shone it again, Ryan was already gone. Suddenly, from behind, Ryan tightly choked his neck with a fishing line. The other guy grabbed the line with both hands. His eyes widened as he asked, you're from Tazen, aren't you? Of course, he said nothing, and the other guy continued to guess. Barry Sue and his gang. Ryan finally admitted it. What, you know our team leader? The other guy's eyes widened in a triumphant smile, and he gripped the fishing line tightly and pulled. I know him well because I beat him once. After speaking, he viciously elbowed Ryan in the stomach. The painful blow made him stagger, unable to stand properly as he cried out in pain. The place where I was stabbed earlier. The other guy immediately broke free from the fishing line. He quickly opened the door and ran outside. The other guy chased right behind him, yelling curses as he followed. Damn it, using dirty tricks. Just you wait, Blondie, you're going to get it soon. Ryan wasn't the least bit scared. Instead, he raised his middle finger in provocation. Oh, I'm so scared. Ryan escaped to a room, clutching his painful wound. Damn it, that guy. The best of the 36 stratagems is to run. Picking up the item from the floor, he said, anyway, the objective was just a patrol. Thinking of that guy, he asked himself, but what did that guy mean by what he said earlier? Death Silent opened the door, came in and took out his helmet. Ryan asked himself. He beat Barry Sue. On the other side, the guy who said he had beaten the team leader gritted his teeth and put on his helmet. When Ryan returned to the meeting point, Ki-Won was still sitting and eating a snack. He asked, is everything okay? He didn't notice the blood flowing from his stomach. He was startled when he saw the blood and asked, what's with that wound? The two pulled each other and left immediately. We have to get out of here quickly. We've been exposed. Just then, a large light shone on the two of them. The guy on the motorcycle rushed at them with a steel pipe. Ryan was shocked to see him and took out his fishing line. He thought in a fluster, Death Silent, why is that guy here? One was on a motorcycle, the other rushed in with a fishing line, and the fishing line got caught on the steel pipe the other guy was holding. He pulled hard, but it was no use against him. He sneered instead, that kid's toy again? He pulled the fishing line back, breaking two of Ryan's fingers. In painful defeat, Ki-Won rushed over, shouting and asking, are you okay? He quickly called for backup on the radio. Team leader, are you busy? No, the guy on the motorcycle was approaching fast, so he had to shout, don't come, looking again. The light of a car's headlights was shining right in his face. He raised the pipe to strike and threw Ki-Won onto the car behind him. On the other end, Barry Sue also heard a scream of pain. He called out worriedly. I am Ki-Won. He sat on the hood of the car and reported in a fluster. There's a bit of a problem here. I think you'll have to come and help. Ryan clutched his aching arm and asked, hiding behind a wall, what should we do, team leader? He was also surprised. Why is that guy here? Staring intently at that black helmet, Ryan was certain. It's him. The style is unmistakable. He's wearing a helmet, riding a motorcycle and holding a steel pipe. That guy is Death Silent. On his shoulder was the wound Ryan had cut earlier. Seeing this wound, he couldn't believe his eyes and shouted in shock. Really, that buzz-cut guy from before was Death Silent? The car headlights shone on Ki-Won, who was still holding on atop the car hood. The other guy paused for a moment, then revved the throttle, lifted the front wheel and charged, rushing straight at him and sending him flying forward. His grappling hook caught on the helmet he was wearing. In an instant, he threw Ki-Won to the ground and he gritted through the pain to crawl back up. Just then, a steel pipe flew from somewhere and a scream warned, Dodge it, Kim Ki-woong quickly. Fortunately, he leaned back and dodged. The other guy's hand kept revving the throttle to increase speed and he circled around on the motorcycle aiming the pipe in his hand. Ki-woong asked in a fluster, "Is this a circus act or what?" "Who is that guy?" Ryan answered. "He's a special forces member called Death Silent." Watching him speed towards them on the motorcycle, Ryan added, "He's from Wonsan," Ki-woong stammered. "Is that him? The situation isn't good," he said, glancing back at Ryan who was resetting his 2 broken fingers while enduring the pain. "He's on a motorcycle anyway." Kim Ki-woong pulled out his weapon and charged resolutely. "I'll knock him down." Ryan couldn't stop him in time and could only shout a warning. "Hey, be careful." Kim Ki-woong twirled the knife in his hand, calculating meticulously. "If I use a weapon, the driver won't be able to let go of the handlebars. I'll aim for his right side." The two faced each other. The opponent, seeming to have noticed his plan, sneered inwardly and cursed, "Stupid bastard." As he sped past, he knocked Kim Ki-woong down again. This time he was more severely injured, slumping to the ground and grimacing in pain. It hurt so much. Death Silent turned around to attack once more. Ryan rushed over, shouting, "Ki-woong!" Just then something flashed by, kicking the steel pipe away and saving Kim Ki-woong's life. It was Ryan who had saved him in the nick of time. He quickly pulled a dagger from his body. Death Silent continued to charge. Facing a man on a motorcycle with just a small knife didn't seem fair at all. This time it looked like Ryan would not escape unscathed. The opponent failed to land his attack. Cursing in anger, Death Silent sneered at the 2 tense men. "You Tazen bastards are really annoying. Last time it was a light bulb. Are you aiming for the tires this time?" He held the steel pipe in one hand, revving the throttle with the other, preparing to charge. Just then a foot stomped on the motorcycle's headlight. Barry Sue had arrived. He kneed his opponent squarely in the face. The helmet shattered on impact. He glared and asked, "So what if we're annoying? Want me to add the cost of the helmet to your bill?" His helmet was shattered by Barry Sue's knee kick. Barry Sue smiled and asked, "Now what? I think I just shattered another helmet of yours." Hit with immense force, Death Silent tumbled to the ground. Barry Sue rushed in like lightning to continue his attack. He too immediately recognized Barry Sue. Barry Sue. He stared blankly as the lightning-fast fist descended, thinking he couldn't possibly dodge it. Before the thought was even finished, he was kicked. The helmet was now completely shattered. Barry Sue hadn't expected him to use such a method. Is he trying to block with the helmet to reduce the impact? A good idea. Death Silent adjusted his helmet. He staggered to his feet. "What are you blabbering about?" His eyes widened. "You think you've beaten me with this? You shouldn't." Barry Sue stared at him and smiled triumphantly. "You lost to me once before, didn't you?" Ryan helped Kim Ki-woong to his feet. The two seemed evenly matched in skill. Barry Sue quickly pulled a knife from his body, but before he could even move, his opponent knocked it into the air. However, he caught it again in an instant. One used a knife, the other a steel pipe, and the two clashed fiercely in a tense standoff. Ryan watched from the sidelines. He felt it would be more advantageous to use a long-range weapon while on the motorcycle. Seeing his opponent get back on the bike and charge, the attack combined with the motorcycle's speed was incredibly powerful. Its destructive force immeasurable. He blocked almost all of Barry Sue's knife attacks with his steel pipe. Of course, attacking on the ground was different. On foot, he had time to see the attack coming and prepare, and if his opponent used a long weapon, it was easier to dodge and close the distance. Death Silent, despite taking a beating, was still full of bravado. "Think you can beat me?" He bent the end of the steel pipe with sheer force. He swung it hard at Barry Sue's body. Barry Sue had to quickly block in front of his face with both arms. The two exchanged several blows. Seeing him take his stance, Barry Sue smiled and taunted, "Attacking with that crowbar should work out for you." Like lightning, he quickly switched his grip on the pipe, holding the bent end, and continued to strike at Barry Sue. Barry Sue felt a sense of tension fighting him. It was quite a struggle, even using all his strength. He thought to himself, "This guy is ex-special forces. His attacks and evasions are incredibly fluid and clean." Watching him skillfully wield the steel pipe, Barry Sue felt that any object would become a formidable weapon in his hands. He wasn't the least bit afraid. Leaping high with his knife, he brought it down, thinking confidently, "Still, I have a way to deal with him." But his knife was once again blocked by his opponent's steel pipe. However, his opponent didn't expect Barry Sue to give him a lesson on how to use his weapon. To use that steel pipe, you have to strike your opponent with the sharp end to maximize its lethality. After saying this, he sliced his opponent's steel pipe in two, but it seems you haven't managed to do that yet. Death Silent was stunned by the blow. With his weapon broken, he could do nothing but tumble to the ground along with his motorcycle. Barry Sue stood there, clenched his fists and challenged him with a glare. "All right, get up, let's keep fighting." He staggered to his feet, barely able to stand straight. He sneered helplessly. Your skills are on a different level than before." He glanced behind him. Ryan quickly sensed his intention and shouted, "Team leader, watch out." But he had already jumped on his motorcycle, revved the throttle to escape, and said triumphantly, "It's too late." He drove the motorcycle, charging straight at Barry Sue. No matter how skilled you are, it's hard to fight a speeding motorcycle. The tires screeched as they rubbed against the ground. Death Silent popped a wheelie, charging straight at Barry Sue. "It's me, Barry Sue." He quickly dashed into the parking garage. Ryan watched from the outside, thinking that it would be difficult for the team leader to get close if he was maneuvering the motorcycle in such a tight space. He sped like an arrow before coming to a screeching halt. Below, Barry Sue continued to weave through the parked cars. He chased after him, driving his motorcycle over the roofs of the cars. Barry Sue suddenly turned to face him. He was right behind him. The motorcycle leapt high, flying towards Barry Sue. He swung the steel pipe in his hand hard. Suddenly he slammed on the brakes. The rear wheel grazed past Barry Sue's back, hitting him in the face as it landed. He thrust the steel pipe forward and shouted, "This is the end." Suddenly his entire body froze. He had just realized that Barry Sue's small knife had pierced the motorcycle's chain, locking up the wheel. He himself was shocked when he saw it. He threw a knife into the chain box in that short amount of time. Seeing Barry Sue clench his fist and charge at him, he couldn't help but curse, "You damn bastard, you're really something else." As soon as he finished speaking, a single punch shattered his helmet, and his entire body was sent flying backward. His glasses shattered into pieces. He was utterly defeated. Ryan rushed over and asked with concern, "Are you all right, team leader?" Barry Sue shrugged and replied, "I'm fine, I'm okay." Looking at the unconscious man, he asked, "Should we take him to Tazen?" Looking at the man lying there, oblivious, a few of them asked each other, "A guy like that won't come after us again, right?" Inside the headquarters building, a conversation was underway. "So in the end, HHS is now directly under Wonsan?" Bae Kyung stood in front of the whiteboard, pen in hand. "So it's come to this." On the board was a map filled with prominent symbols dividing it into 3 zones. Barry Sue looked up and said, looking at the map, "HHS is as good as a part of Wonsan already." He placed the documents on the desk. "Then these materials I brought are useless now. Everything has become clear." Lee Sungmin sat in silence, his hands clasped. "At this rate, we'll be at a significant disadvantage against Wonsan in terms of strength." The woman sitting there also stroked her chin and gave her opinion. "That's right, plus Wonsan has many mercenaries who are skilled fighters. If this happens, it's highly likely that Tazen, Ilhuk and all of us will be in danger." Bae Kyung crossed his arms and said seriously, "Besides the difference in manpower, they are also quite strong financially." Suddenly, Lee Yun-ji asked, "I'm a bit curious about something, could you explain?" "What is it?" he asked right away. The old man pointed to a small district on the map. "Look at this Danga district. Why isn't it completely red? Why is there still blue left?" The woman beside him, suddenly feeling a sense of fear and confusion, raised a hand to her forehead, bowed her head low and answered, "That is Qianung's territory. But we handed a part of it over to Huang Hao in the past." Looking at the others in the room, the woman hastily explained, "I believe I mentioned this to you all before." Hearing this, Lee Yun-ji understood. "So you're saying there's a small area here managed by Huang Hao?" The old man picked up a pen and drew on the map. "If that's the case, if possible, we must attack this place first and reclaim this small district." Barry Sue asked dubiously, "Are you saying we should reclaim it and use it as a foothold to attack other areas?" The woman turned to look at him and agreed. "That's right, Chief." The one-eyed old man also explained in more detail. "If we can take Dongjiu, it will serve as a defensive line, preventing HHS and Wonsan from connecting." The small district was colored in red. Bae Kyung stroked his chin, intrigued. "Oh, so Danga district is more important than I thought." Barry Sue realized it too. He looked at him and said, "In that case, there will be quite a few clashes there. They will also realize how important this is." Looking at the woman sitting there fearfully, he added, "Especially Huang Hao, he won't just stand by." Adjusting his clothes, a person entered from behind. Coming in, he turned in surprise and asked, "Are you ready?" The giant elder Muto Taiga, who was his master, reminded him seriously, "Do not call me that here in Korea." After speaking, he knelt before Sogo, showing respect for his superior. "I am no longer your master," he declared. "From now on I am merely a sword for you to wield." He knelt and bowed his head. "That is what I wanted to say." Sogo's eyes gleamed with interest as he smiled. "Good. Then let's prepare to depart." The elder, Muto Taiga, smiled wickedly. "I used my authority to select a few skilled individuals from Japan and have formed a team for you." He acted with great speed. On the sea, a massive ship was sailing toward Korea. A few of the group's leaders were on board, heading for Incheon. The ship was enormous. On it were 4 bosses. Sogo turned to leave, satisfied and not forgetting to praise him. "Well done, as expected of the man my father and I have always trusted." His hand rested on the door. "Now open it." Inside, a group clad in black was already seated and waiting. "It's time to move out." He scratched his head and smiled. "The humiliation of our past defeat by Tazen, now I'll pay it back in full." The old man stood beside him, smiling in agreement. "Yes." Sogo's eyes widened triumphantly, filled with ambition as he commanded. "Then go." The men in black also stood, respectfully awaiting their orders. "Go and crush those Tazen bastards." The 10 Fists, a house with a massive magnificent gate. Inside, the elder Oyama strolled through the garden, his hands clasped behind his back. A voice sounded from behind him. "Lord Tetsuji, I have a report." A secretary entered, holding a stack of documents. The elder asked, "Did you confirm it beforehand?" He replied seriously, "It was as we expected." The elder frowned as he listened. After Lord Muto Taiga left the Oyama Gumi, many in the Osaka branch's districts expressed their desire to leave the organization. He looked at the elder and said frankly, "Many members followed Lord Muto Taiga to Korea. It was a fairly predictable outcome." That robust and healthy elder, Muto Taiga, the symbolic sword of the Japanese Yakuza, an icon for many, nicknamed the strongest among the leaders. Elder Tetsuji murmured, "It seems he now plans to cooperate with his members in Korea. This is truly something I had not considered before." Watching the school of goldfish swimming in the clear water, the elder's voice grew low. "Although I hold the real power in Japan," he clasped his hands behind his back, gave a helpless smile, and looked up at the sky. "But now everything is beyond my control." His and Sogo's new force, this has become a truly unpredictable game, the secretary asked seriously. Then how should we respond to this situation? Aren't all those who left for Korea in violation of the rules? The elder, seeming to have already calculated the outcome, told him to leave it be. Taking out a cigarette and lighting it, he said, there's nothing to be gained from clashing with them now. He also guessed that the core members Taiga had gathered were likely already in Korea. The old man was well aware of the situation and chose to ignore it. Confronting them would only result in losses for both sides, and no one wanted that. The secretary frowned, watching the elder in silence. The elder changed the subject. Besides, you have work to do, don't you? Looking at the stack of documents in his hand, he said, let's focus on that. Inside a car, an arrogant voice boomed. The first order of business. Muto Taiga grumbled from inside the car, his arms crossed. This car is too small. Get a bigger one, Gunja said as he drove. Traveling by car tends to attract unnecessary attention. Hearing this, the elder understood and complained no further. All right, since I understand, I suppose I'll have to put up with it. The other man smiled as if he understood completely and joked. I'm not surprised to hear you say that. Muto Taiga crossed his arms and laughed heartily. You know me well, let's talk more when we have time. Suddenly the other man turned serious. Understood, and may I ask one thing? Mr. Muto. The elder hadn't expected this young man to dare ask him directly. If I were in your position, Mr. Muto, my personality would compel me to seek a decisive battle with Barisu first. He is the brains of Taizan, yet you don't seem to be making any moves against him. The elder smiled and stroked his chin, answering casually without a hint of anger. That's a very interesting question. Whenever I hear the name Barisu, the elder recalled Barisu's cold face in the rain that day. To be honest, my blood was already boiling with rage. It was truly difficult to bear, the elder confessed his honest thoughts. But that was the old me. Gunja asked further, what do you mean? The elder, Muto Taiga, sat up straight in the car, placed his hands on his knees and said with a solemn air, I am now Lord Sogo's subordinate, not the Muto of the past, therefore I cannot allow personal feelings to dictate my actions. The elder's eyes widened and his brow furrowed. Every decision must be made carefully, with the organization's final victory in mind, therefore there can be no rash actions. All unnecessary variables must be eliminated. Hearing this, the other man said nothing more. Gunja unknowingly gripped the steering wheel tighter. He dared to ask, so you're saying you're afraid to face Barisu right now? A blue vein popped on the old man's hand. Afraid? You've got away with words. Instead of getting angry, the old man laughed cheerfully and declared, this Muto afraid of facing someone? To be honest, that Barisu is a real monster, but that doesn't mean I can't beat him. The other man didn't ask any more questions and replied, understood. The old man continued excitedly, placing a hand on his shoulder. This must be a question on everyone's mind in Korea. With eyes full of hope, the old man looked out the car window. But don't worry, it's coming soon. Lord Sogo's swords are already heading for Taizan, my warriors. Meanwhile, inside a high-end restaurant, the table was laden with so much food it was about to break. Two waitresses watched a man eat like a starved ghost. He even shouted, delicious. He was none other than Ki Wong. Eating ravenously, he said, cola, get me some cola, quickly. He ordered loudly, like a young master. A waitress quickly brought the cola and handed it to him respectfully. Here you are. After finishing his meal, he wiped his mouth and praised, all the food is delicious. It would be really great to serve all this food to guests. Now clear it away. The two women bowed their heads and obediently complied. Yes, we'll clear it right away. As the women pushed the used dishes out, a few other women were already standing there. One woman asked, how was he? Another woman blushed and said excitedly, he's so cute. He ate everything. The other women also chattered excitedly, really, I wish we could serve such a cute manager every day. They praised him one by one. He's still like a kid. How did he become a manager? I really don't get it. The other women didn't care and told her to just leave it. The higher-ups call him manager, so he must be one. It doesn't matter if we call him that. While the women were chattering outside, Ki Wong's face turned red as he buried it on the table. He was so bored he wanted to cry and lamented, the work here is really comfortable, but I don't know if it's okay to be this idle. Suddenly he remembered his conversation with Barisu. He had said his leg was broken, and Barisu had tapped his leg and urged him with concern. Don't overdo it now. Ki Wong endured the pain, limping as he followed him. This kind of injury is fine. I'm used to breaking bones. Barisu knew he was being stubborn and said, all right, rest for a while. You need to recover from that injury. He smiled, having already planned his schedule. When your wound is healed, you'll participate in training. Hearing those words, Ki Wong's eyes widened in surprise as he asked back, training? He said firmly, yes, combat-style training, at the hotel I saw. Recalling that fight, he said firmly, I watched your fighting style. He stood there blankly and listened to his assessment. You've fallen behind compared to the others now. Of course I can't just leave you like that. Hearing that, he also grew impatient and immediately asked, then what kind of training do I have to do now? He simply instructed, wait until your wound has healed, I'll teach you. After speaking, he gave him a business card. Of course, that doesn't mean I'll let you just play around, he said as he handed him the card. You have to work too. Look at what's on your chest right now. He wore a blatantly bored expression. This is a really idle position. Hearing his words, Ki Wong became slightly impatient, pushed himself up from the table and asked himself, but am I really that far behind? He jumped in place to test his leg and tested a few basic moves, spinning a knife in his hand as fast as a pinwheel. Though bored, he held on to hope. Could what he said be true? Suddenly, he looked down at his injured leg and it still hurt. A moment later, a voice echoed in the restaurant. I'm sorry, sir. A waitress bowed politely to the newly arrived customers. Our restaurant is already closed for the day. She added politely, I'm sorry. But the woman didn't seem to hear. With her chin resting on her hand, she said in a cold voice, speak Japanese. I don't want to hear you Koreans talk, the waitress added. We are now closed for business. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman's hand shot out like lightning, grabbed her tie tightly and said loudly, closed for business. As soon as she finished speaking, she violently slammed the waitress's head onto the table and cursed. You're trying to kick me out for a reason like that? The waitress screamed in pain. Why are you doing this? The woman's face darkened terrifyingly and she said with wide eyes, of course I came here because I want to eat. She even drew a knife and held it close to the employee's face. The waitress, terrified, quickly pleaded, please spare my life. The woman ordered, what's the main menu here? Bring it quickly. Just then, another male employee approached and grabbed her shoulder. Hey ma'am, what do you think you're doing? The woman turned her head and smiled. I told you to speak Japanese. At that moment a voice echoed from the bustling street. She is a yame. She is the head of an organization in Osaka, Muto Taiga said from behind Gunja. She's an interesting person. The man replied, I've heard of her too. With a blatantly disgusted and incomprehensible expression he asked, but I didn't know the leader was such a young woman. The former leader of that organization was an old man, and he only had one son. I've never heard of him having such an adult daughter. The old man placed a hand on Gunja's shoulder and said with a smile, that's right, she's that son's wife. She's using her husband's last name. After hearing this, the other person sounded even more incredulous. Oh, that's strange. The leadership position passed to the wife? That's really rare. What a strange organization. Muto Taiga laughed triumphantly and replied, that's not even the strange part. How she became the leader is even stranger. According to the old man, she used a scythe as a weapon to kill everyone who came to her wedding. From her husband and father-in-law to the high-ranking bosses of the organization, everyone who attended her wedding, she single-handedly killed countless people, and from then on she rose to the position of leader and created a new legend. Inside the restaurant, the male employee was already dead. The waitress, terrified, screamed loudly. Manager, the woman growled a warning. Shut up. She even grabbed the woman's hair and pulled it back. What's going to change if you scream like that? Why don't you try to resist? She didn't care that the woman was in pain. Just then the woman froze and muttered, ah, her eyes widened. From above, Ki-wung jumped down with a knife and stabbed. But she dodged, and he nearly stabbed the waitress as well. The woman swung her scythe down hard. Fortunately, he grabbed the woman and jumped forward to dodge. Seeing this, she laughed. Interesting. A hero saves the beauty. She even called him kid. As soon as he heard her voice, he realized, Japanese, are you from Oyama? She slung the scythe over her shoulder and replied, Oyama, you think we're on the same level as that organization? She sneered arrogantly and said, we are a group of swords from the 10 Fists, a direct organization under Lord Sogo. He didn't seem to have heard this name before. Sogo? He asked back. She approached with the scythe. Today is our inaugural ceremony, thinking that her comrades were doing the same in other places. She made a formal declaration of war against Taisen. On the 9-sword side, they had already arrived, and so had those associated with Taisen. Choi Chianho was covered in sweat as he turned to look at the allied organizations. Muto Taiga went to find the 9 swords and smiled a cunning, interested smile. We will quell the chaos and make you kneel at Lord Sogo's feet. Ki-wung listened nervously. And so her eyes shone, smiling cruelly. Fight with all your might today. Yame smiled, glared at Ki-wung and challenged, as brutally as possible. Stood in front of the waitress. Get out of here first and contact headquarters. He urged her to report to headquarters that there was a guest from Japan. The woman approached with her scythe and sneered lightly, swinging the scythe over her head. I told you beforehand to speak Japanese. Ki-wung held a small knife and stared at her. Is a scythe your weapon? She didn't answer and immediately rushed in to fight. Attacking first, she cursed. I really hate kids, you know. He was startled and quickly jumped up to barely dodge. He lowered his stance, still holding the small knife, and shouted, Why are you so fast? Looking down at his aching leg, he thought with some alarm. My leg still hurts. Seeing her attack quickly and strongly, he worried a little. This situation could be dangerous. I need to rush in and end this quickly. The woman frowned, gritted her teeth, and dodged to the side. Ha, she sneered and asked, Are you using a butterfly knife? She kneed him squarely in the back and cursed. Kid, are you playing around? Ki-wung, hit by the painful blow, grimaced and clutched his stomach. The woman rushed in with her scythe. Swinging it down, she shouted loudly, In that case, I won't hold back either. He hastily raised his knife to block the scythe and crossed both arms to shield his face. This woman's strength was no joke. Attacking, she said, I didn't think I'd come here today to face such a young brat. She threw him to the floor. She stepped on him with one foot, pinning him to a table, and pulled out a knife from behind her back. We are the swords that represent Lord Sogo anyway, so it's not very glorious to be cutting down a kid today. Ki-wung's eyes widened. Sweat poured down as he grew terrified. Seizing a golden opportunity, he kicked her squarely in the knee with his foot. He attacked in a lightning-fast succession. 2 kicks followed, one of which hit her squarely in the face, sending her flying. Yame was furious after being hit in the face. That's quite something. With blood dripping from her nose, she stared with wide, interested eyes. But kid, you're pretty brutal too. Ki-wung gripped his knife tightly, gritted his teeth, and stared at her. How are you talking about yourself? Looking at you, I'm a little scared too. After speaking, he looked at himself again and was flustered by how small the knife in his hand was. It will be difficult to block that scythe with this knife. He remembered his small knife that had broken during a previous fight. It had been the same when he fought Sogo. Looking at the knife hidden in his chest, he thought to himself, the chief said. A while ago Barry Sue gave him this knife. You seem much weaker now, so take this. He tossed him the knife and instructed, use it for self-defense. He took the knife and asked in surprise, what is this familiar knife? He was very surprised. This knife, isn't this what the chief used? But he didn't seem to care much, smiled lightly and instructed. Think back on what you've learned. I am Ki Wong. The things I taught you in the past. He looked at the knife, his eyes widening. The things the chief taught me in the past, so that's what it was. Barry Sue looked at him seriously and declared, yes, remember the fundamentals you originally had. Use everything you know in a fight. Thinking about it now, it was truly a relief. He immediately took out the knife and thought to himself, did he predict a day like this would come? He looked at the sharp knife in his hand, his eyes widened and he muttered. He said, I've fallen behind. Ayame saw him take out another knife, smiled and sneered. Another knife? Ki Wong had no more time to think, let out a sigh and prepared his fighting stance. Lowering both legs, he held the knife forward and recalled what he had learned. Eliminate unnecessary movements. He decisively rushed in and attacked first. He didn't care that she asked mockingly, Kid, what are you trying to do? He swiftly slashed, grazing her stomach. The woman was surprised to see his technique change. She widened her eyes and thought to herself, this kid's movements have gotten faster. Ki Wong's hand tightly gripped the wrist holding her scythe, with one hand holding hers firmly and the other swiftly wielding the knife. He recalled what he had learned. Move minimally while attacking continuously. Focus all your strength on the opponent. He slashed her stomach hard. Ayame's eyes widened and she gritted her teeth and spun around to look at Ki Wong. He ducked, knelt down and dodged the knife that swept across his head. He continued to attack, landing a precise blow. With wide, determined eyes, he kicked her hard in the face with his foot. Blood spurted from her mouth. She was in pain after being hit twice in a row. Just then, a pain shot through Ki Wong's leg. It was because of the kick he had just delivered. He couldn't help but let out a sound. Ah, barely standing up. The more he fought, the more excited he became. Yes, this is it. It seemed he fought much better when he did as he was taught. Ayame was furious after being hit. Staggering to her feet, she cursed, damn it kid, you hit well. Ki Wong looked at her, let out a sigh and was slightly worried, but she still stands up. She clutched her head. Oh, what a pity, her eyes shone. Her whole body was filled with killing intent, and she said with a smile, because I'm angry now. At her words he froze, horrified. I saw that aching leg of yours too. It was terrifying just to hear. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately rushed in to attack. Bae Du-kyung glanced sideways. The 10 Fists, the female secretary reported. It's a new organization created by Sogo. Our subsidiary organizations are all under attack. They are requesting support from headquarters, she reported everything. Currently, Cheonung's Dongda district, Ilhak's Gangnam and our Hanam-dong are under attack. The two talked as they walked. He asked her, how much manpower do we have available right now? The woman was slightly flustered. We don't have that much manpower. A few people stood waiting in the room. Barry Sue also heard their conversation. So I've gathered everyone. The people who were called had all arrived. Ryan volunteered. I'll go to Cheonung's Dongda district. I know that place a bit. Barry Sue also volunteered. Then I'll go to Ilhak's Gangnam and join the 9 Swords. Bae Du-kyung looked at the group and asked, then what about Hanam-dong? He knew that place well, so he was quite relieved. I am Ki Wong. He's working as a manager there. His leg hurts, but he should be fine, so everyone has been assigned to the main strongholds. Bae Du-kyung stretched comfortably. So I'm staying here to guard the headquarters. The secretary standing beside him answered a call and her face darkened. It seemed to be bad news. She quickly turned her head and called for the boss. Upon hearing the news, Barry Sue's face hardened completely. It seems something has happened in Hanam-dong. She had received information that the 10 Fists had attacked the area. That's right, that woman. Ayame, her face was covered in blood. She was a complete mess. Leaning against the wall, she barely managed to pull herself up. She couldn't help but spit out the words, to think that brat put me in this state. Suddenly a voice was heard. You're in a sorry state. Turning around, she saw a white-haired man smiling viciously. How long have you been in Korea to end up like this? He mocked her miserable appearance. Has Lord Sogo's sword become a chipped blade now? He sat down, placed a hand on her shoulder and sneered. Tisk, well, you tried hard for a woman. Enraged, she slapped his hand away. Ha, you talk as if I've lost. The old man laughed as if it were amusing, shoved both hands into his pockets and looked around. The chairs and desks were all a mess. So what are you doing? The man named Guy looked at the child's body and smiled viciously. We've won our first victory. Sound the victory cry. Reinforcements had arrived, but it was too late. Barry Sue stood there blankly. A hand rested on his shoulder. Bae Du-kyung said firmly, go to Hanam-dong. I'll go to Gangnam. As he hesitated, the other cut him off. Don't think. Since they've made their move, we can't delay any longer. His face was filled with killing intent and his eyes flashed towards the people in the room. We have to respond to their actions. Barry Sue's anger also flared, especially in a situation where a colleague had been beaten to death. Show them clearly what price they have to pay for touching our people. Barry Sue, that man smiled cunningly, shoved his hands in his pockets and turned away. Hey, what are you doing? His eyes glinted, looking incredibly evil. Laughing triumphantly, he said, the first victory. Sound our victory cry. Just then a subordinate rushed over in a panic and called out, Guy Nim. He turned and asked, what is it? This man asked, slightly surprised. They ran away. Ayame turned in surprise. Ha, they're still alive. Kim Ki Wong endured that much of a beating. Ji frowned. Tisk, running away with their tails between their legs. It's obvious what kind of organization they are on the other side. The women shook Kim Ki Wong and called out to him. Hey, get a grip. The 3 women carried him out of the place. A few of them shouted and asked, how is he? Another woman shouted back in reply, I don't know, he's breathing but he's lost too much blood. Everyone was in a panic, not knowing what to do. The woman driving grew anxious as she listened to the other woman's report. He's unconscious too, she said worriedly as she drove. Damn it, just hang on a little longer, kid. While the women were encouraging him, they didn't know that a car was chasing them at lightning speed from behind. The men rammed their car straight into the women's car. The leader of this group gave an order. For a perfect victory, we must not leave any mistakes. His face was viciously evil, and he smiled with a cigarette in his mouth. Don't leave a single one alive. That was Atsuka, who was once a nameless mercenary in Osaka. After speaking, he turned and asked his subordinate, "So how's the other side? What was the name of that place?" Was he talking about Gangnam? The room was filled with men in black clothes. One of them complained, "I want to go home." He sat at the table, tilted his head back, and looked at the ceiling. "I think it's all over. Can I go?" Haruto was called several times. Haruto, the other man, was still too busy fighting to care and answered perfunctorily, "Just a moment. Just wait a little longer." Seeing the bloodied TAE gun, he tried to stop him. "That's enough now." But the other man didn't listen and said instead, "Look at this." Ju, Haruto's colleague, widened his eyes. With a cigarette in his mouth, he was greatly amused. Isn't his expression hilarious? TAE gun had been beaten to a pulp by him. But unlike this arrogant and fierce appearance, Ju wasn't very interested. He put his hands in his pockets and said several times, but there was nothing funny about it. "Let's clean up." Haruto clicked his tongue. What a boring guy. As they were about to leave, his ankle was suddenly grabbed. A weak voice was heard. "You can't go." TAE gun held onto them and barely managed to say, "You can't leave." Seeing this, Haruto laughed even more triumphantly. "Look at that, just look at that." His jaw is broken, yet he's still talking. He lifted his foot. "Too bad I don't know Korean." Just then, the door burst open and the 9 swords entered. Choi Kongbei saw the men in front of him, locking the door and whispering, "What's all this?" Both sides stared at each other and Haruto shouted, "Oh, these white suits. Ju, it's them, right? The other man calmly nodded in agreement. "Looks like it." Looking at the people in front of them, the two men said to each other, "Ilhak's 9 swords who once ruled Seoul." The 9 swords didn't understand Japanese. Choi Kongbei asked Lee Son-mong, 6th Hung, "What are they saying?" The other man didn't understand either and could only guess. "I think those two know us." Ju saw the situation and realized immediately. Our forces outside must have been wiped out, thinking of all his subordinates getting beaten up. He couldn't help but lament. Meaningless. Haruto got excited and rushed forward. "All right, now the interesting guys have arrived." Ju, calmer, put his hands in his pockets and warned, "Haruto, these guys are different from the opponents so far." Before he could even finish his warning, Haruto was hit squarely in the face with a punch. It was Choi Kongbei's fist. With one blow, he sent the man flying far away, tumbling to the ground. Choi Kongbei laughed. "I don't know what you're saying, but I guess I can just beat you up, right? A preemptive strike is the best." Ju looked at his colleague, clicked his tongue and scratched his head. "I told you not to let your guard down." TAE gun weakly called out to the 9 swords. Kong Jin quickly knelt down and examined his wounds. "TAE gun, are you okay?" he asked with difficulty. "Father, what about my father?" Kong Jin reassured him and helped him outside. "He's fine, don't worry. Director Song is with the chairman." Haruto got up from the pile of shattered tables, touched his face and exclaimed, "Wow, that was no joke." His eyes glinted, and while he was furious, he was also very excited. How can an old man's punch be so strong? Seeing him get up without a problem and that his injuries didn't seem too severe, Kongbei became suspicious. Looking down at his hand, he asked himself, did I hit him too lightly?" Lee Son-mong, standing behind him, was also puzzled and thought to himself. He withstood Kongbei Hung's punch. The two men rushed in together. Haruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed. Good, it's just got more interesting. Come on." His colleague Ju drew a knife and still lamented. "I told you we should have just gone home." After speaking, he rushed in as fast as lightning and grabbed Kongbei's wrist. "Let's finish this quickly." Kongbei couldn't react to the sudden attack and took a punch from him. This guy was really fast and even used a knife. Haruto stomped on his back, leapt high, and kicked Lee Son-mong squarely in the chest. Lee Son-mong hadn't expected the kick either and winced in pain. Kongbei, enraged, charged in, but the man grabbed him by the hair, with one hand gripping Kongbei's hair and the other swinging a fist. He shouted and cursed, "Hey, this is how you use a fist." Kong Jin, who was behind, saw this and quickly shouted, "Kongbei Hung!" But it was too late. Ju had already knocked Kongbei down with a punch. He laughed triumphantly. Well done. While Kong Jin was looking that way, damn it, he didn't see something flash past. It was Ju. He didn't miss the opportunity and kicked Kong Jin squarely in the face after dealing with Kongbei. Haruto rushed at Lee Son-mong again. Is it about over? But this time, Lee Son-mong countered, landing a knee squarely in his face and cursing coldly. "Who do you think you're hitting?" Ju saw this and was stunned, with no time to rush over and save his colleague. Standing there, he was hit squarely in the face by Lee Son-mong. "Since when have you?" This man had truly lost it. His face darkened, his eyes widened, and he cursed as he beat them. "You sons of bitches." In an instant, he had taken care of both of them. Laughter echoed in the room. "Haha, it's been a while." The 9 swords mad dog, Lee Son-mong. This guy was famous for his bad temper back in the day. Kong Jin also played along and teased, "That's right, it's been 10 years already." Haruto got up, staggered, and wiped away the blood. "Ju, these old guys are weird. If you let your guard down for a second, you're done for." His colleague thought so too. "Yeah, if they were 10 years younger, we might have lost." Suddenly, a laugh was heard from outside the door. "Ha ha ha, if we were 10 years younger, you say?" It was the old man Choi Cheon-ho. He frowned, stared straight at the two men and said a word in Japanese. That's a very pride-hurting thing to say. Ju looked over in surprise. Another white suit, Haruto asked in surprise. What? That old man knows Japanese? Choi Cheon-ho walked straight up to them. I'll take them on, Kong Jin warned him with concern. Choi Cheon-ho hung Nim, these guys are no pushovers. Ju also took his stance and provoked him. Hey old man, he sneered and mocked Choi Cheon-ho to his face. Is this a nursing home? He put his hands in his pockets and sneered. Why are there only old men? Choi Cheon-ho bent down. Before the other man could even finish his sentence, he was hit squarely in the stomach with a punch. He doubled over in pain, his nose bleeding, and his eyes widened. He hadn't learned his lesson after being hit by a surprise attack earlier. To be hit twice because of a foolish mistake in a short time, he could only clutch his stomach in pain. Ju was also at a loss for words at his colleague's stupidity. Haruto, you haven't even done anything yet. Old man Choi Cheon-ho raised his hand again. You guys said it earlier that we'd have to be 10 years younger to beat you, right? After speaking, he delivered another fatal blow. The old man's anger was truly terrifying. His eyes widened as he sneered. It's you who needs to gain 10 more years of experience, you brats. What rookies? On the road, 2 cars had crashed and black smoke was rising. The women wrapped their heads in pain after the collision and asked each other worriedly, Is everyone okay? Looking out the window, they saw the face of a Japanese man. It was so disgusting it was startling. He even smiled cunningly. The glass is broken, ha, he demanded. They opened the door. Come on, get out quickly. The women were all terrified and screamed, Ah, please save us, but the men wouldn't let them go and instead laughed. Ha ha ha, are you crying? Speak in Japanese. Just then another car approached. The men turned their heads and asked each other, what's that? Before they could figure out what was happening, they were hit with a few punches. The guy standing by the car, not knowing what was going on, stuck his head out and asked, has the rear group arrived? Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked squarely in the face. It was Barry Sue. He had arrived. The women beside him saw him and he turned to ask about I am Ki-wong. Is that kid okay? The woman hastily replied. He's unconscious. We have to hurry. We need to get to a hospital quickly. Barry Sue instructed a few of the women. Go on, leave this to Tazen. Just then a man rushed in from behind shouting, What, you son of a bitch, who are you? He tried to stab him secretly, but his hand holding the knife was caught and his arm was instantly broken. As fast as lightning he snatched the knife and stabbed him right in the neck. Blood splattered on his face. He stood there like a grim reaper who had come to take lives. I'll ask just one thing. Are you Sogo's men? He feared no one and his eyes glinted. Come on, I won't leave a single one of you alive. Barry Sue saw the man rushing at him with a knife. I'm busy right now, so come at me quickly. The men facing imminent death didn't realize this and continued to rush at him. He ducked to dodge the knife while simultaneously slashing and wounding them. He took them down one by one and when 2 others rushed in to stab him at the same time, he dodged them all. How could these guys be a match for him? They couldn't even hold their knives properly, attacking tirelessly. The men finally felt fear and screamed, Ah, my hand, get out of the way, you idiot. Before he could even move, he was kicked squarely in the face. The bald man was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth and cursing. You son of a bitch, you dare to hurt my hand? He was lucky his hand was still attached, but he hadn't come to his senses. Barry Sue cursed that he was being too loud, lifted his leg and prepared to stomp down hard without hesitation. The other men watched in horror. Raising both hands and dropping their knives, they trembled. Surrender, I surrender. I was just, but it was too late. Looking at the tightly gripped knife, he said, No, I told you earlier. His eyes glinted and his face was filled with killing intent. I won't leave a single one of you alive. On the other side, the 9 swords laughed lightly. Wow, look at that senior with the weapon. Choi Cheon-ho hung Nim, still fighting brutally, while the others were still talking. He's over 70, you think he'd lose to a guy like that? He writhed and got up. Choi Cheon-ho immediately stared at him intently. Suddenly, Haruto shot up and headbutted old man Choi Cheon-ho hard in the stomach, shouting, 9 swords, don't let your guard down, this guy isn't down yet. He wiped his mouth, smiled bitterly and admitted, As they say, ginger gets spicier with age. His colleague, seeing this, let out a sigh of relief. You scared me. Before he could even finish his joke, Haruto cut him off. A joke? This old man is a really strong opponent. He laughed and prepared to fight again. All right, come on, it's been a long time since I've had this much fun. His colleague approached, looking fed up. Just cut it out. Let's get this over with quickly. Haruto rushed at Choi Cheon-ho, throwing a punch at his face. It depends on the opponent. Choi Cheon-ho, though old, still had his skills. Facing this guy alone, he leaned his body to the side to dodge and then threw a punch straight at his face. His strength was good, but his movements were too slow and simple. When the guy was taunted, he got angry, threw another punch, glared and cursed. What is this old man talking about? But Choi Cheon-ho leaned his body again to dodge. Without paying attention to his back, Ju attacked with a small knife. He even added a jeer. I think that old man is messing with you. Just as the knife in his hand was about to reach Choi Cheon-ho's ankle, something suddenly came down. It was Kong Jin, who stomped hard on his hand and cursed. Why have you been crawling around and launching sneak attacks from the start? Are you a cockroach? Mortified and frustrated, he was beaten and cursed at, but Japan and Korea. The two sides couldn't understand each other's words. The guy had no choice but to wrap his arms tightly around Kong Jin's legs. Tisk, you're the one who just cursed at me, right? He didn't understand, but he knew he was being cursed at and held a grudge. Haruto rushed in to attack Kong Jin from behind his head. He threw a hard punch and cursed, Eat this. Kong Jin took a direct hit and writhed in pain. Cheon-ho turned around worriedly and shouted, Kong Jin? Haruto quickly jumped up and attacked the old man, laughing triumphantly. Where are you looking in the middle of a fight? The moment his foot came up, a fist flew in and blocked it. Kong Bei blocked this sneak attack and hit him squarely in the knee. He glared and warned, "You can't do that." Haruto froze in surprise and thought to himself, "Damn it, I showed a momentary opening." Choi Chian-ho rushed in, hitting him squarely in the stomach and causing him pain. Ju rushed in with a knife to save his colleague, shouting loudly, "Haruto!" Suddenly a hand pressed down on Choi Chian-ho's back. Hung Nim ducked quickly. It was Lee Son-mong who rushed in from behind and kicked the guy. "This is what you were trying to do, right?" He kicked the guy squarely in the face with his knee. His whole body was sent flying and tumbled to the ground. Haruto looked at the group of 9 swords with wide eyes, slightly flustered, and said to his colleague, "See, Ju, those old men are tricky to deal with." Seeing that the 4 men were still imposing, he didn't dare to underestimate them either. "The 2 of us are more in sync," he said, but seeing that the guy didn't answer, he glared and turned around. "Hey, are you listening?" Ju stared intently at Lee Son-mong. Because of that kick just now, he was extremely angry, glared and growled. "Leave the black-haired one to me." Haruto also saw him looking at him and immediately glared back. "Damn it, you're staring at me, you seem to have a problem." Choi Chian-ho looked on with some confusion. Son-mong and Kong Bei helped Kong Jin up, laughing and teasing. "Ha ha ha, the old Son-mong Hung Nim is back." Kong Jin also played along. "That's right, I thought he'd mellowed out a bit with age." Just then a group rushed in. There were many of them and they opened the door and entered, shouting loudly, "Haruto, Hung Nim, are you okay?" These guys were the Japanese goons. Kong Bei glared. "This is crazy. Who are these guys now?" Kong Jin also got angry and cursed. "Damn it." Choi Chian-ho cracked his neck and said to his subordinates Kong Bei and Son-mong, "You two take Kong Jin and TAE gun and go." The old man stepped forward and blocked them. There are too many of them and were also injured. The others didn't want to at all. They shouted, "Hung Nim." The old man gritted his teeth. He had made a decision. "I think I'm a little tired now. Oh, am I? Wang Han Banggook and even Kong Bei. We've already lost too many brothers." His eyes gleamed with killing intent and his face was dark and tense. "I don't want to lose anyone else." The 3 men were determined and didn't listen. Lee Son-mong took a few steps forward and said, "Then the answer is clear. You go, Hung Nim, and I'll stay." Choi Kong Bei also stepped forward and said, "Me too. I want to finish things with that ignorant bastard." Although he didn't understand anything, Ju sensed it and realized. They're trying to escape. Hearing that, Haruto immediately rushed in like a mad dog and shouted loudly, "What? That's not happening. Don't even think about escaping." But Choi Kong Bei immediately blocked him, preventing him from fighting Choi Chian-ho. The old man urged from behind, "Get out of the way, Kong Bei. I told you to get out." But unexpectedly, Kong Bei held onto the guy tightly and shouted, "Hung Nim, go quickly." On the other side, Ju also pulled out a knife and was about to rush in. Lee Son-mong immediately stepped forward, beckoned with his finger and provoked him. "All right, you're my opponent, come here." Hearing that, Choi Chian-ho immediately turned around and tried to stop them. He shouted loudly, "Son-mong, I'll stay, you take Kong Bei and get out." Just then a few other subordinates rushed in with knives, shouting loudly, "Get them, those guys are escaping." But before they could reach Choi Chian-ho, Kong Jin rushed in and sent both of them flying. He said seriously, "Old man, go, I'll clear a path." The old man looked at him without a word. "Kong Jin, you too." He clenched both fists and maintained his stance. "We still have things to protect, don't we?" While Choi Chian-ho was still talking. "No, I can't leave you behind." Before he could finish his sentence, he was pushed away by Kong Jin. Rushing in to fight those guys alone, he firmly stopped the old man from fighting. He shouted once more, "Hung Nim, go quickly, you have to protect everyone," he said as he fought. "Your family needs you, Hung Nim, and Ilhuk needs you, Hung Nim." The old man listened to him blankly. "So everything depends on you, Hung Nim." Clearing a path straight to the door, Kong Jin held the door open and reassured the old man seriously, "Leave this place to us." The old man's face darkened, he clenched his hands, and with anger burning in his heart, he made a decision. There were still many guys outside. They saw the old man covered in wounds carrying TAE gun out. Seeing him in a critical situation, the old man's subordinates warned in anger, "I know you have no intention of clearing the way, but I must get out." Carrying TAE gun on one shoulder, his eyes blazed with killing intent. He stood there and threatened, "Whoever stands in my way will die." The 9 swords of Ilhuk were blades that protected someone, so even if they were broken and dull, they could endure. They endured every moment to protect someone, and they were still so passionate, just like their fighting style. But now those blades were protecting each other, and the dulled blades were sharpening each other. At this moment, the 9 swords of Ilhik were sharper than ever. After taking care of all those goons by himself, Choi Chian-ho sat TAE gun on a long chair. "It's okay," he instructed. "Wait here for a moment, I'll go get the car." But it seemed they couldn't leave anymore. A guy appeared. Choi Chian-ho, covered in sweat and exhausted, stared at the guy in front of him. He was none other than Muto Taiga. The struggle of a worn-out sword held the resolve to die. The 2 sides rushed in and started fighting. But Choi Chian-ho was no match for this beast. He was being shattered by a large, sharp, newly sharpened sword. It was unlikely that Choi Chian-ho would survive this time. "Taiga Muto, if you meet this man, do not fight him." Barry Sue pointed seriously at the photo and continued, "Everyone must avoid this man, do you understand?" Ryan held the photo and commented, "He looks really vicious. I didn't know there was such a vicious person." "Ah, but we also have people who look no different from him, aren't we?" The 2 people Ryan mentioned looked up, not understanding what he was saying. Then he asked Bae Du-kyung again, "But is this person really that strong, to the point of being called the strongest in Japan?" Lee Son-mong said, "Of course that's true, but we'll have to fight to know for sure. The word strong is the most accurate way to describe him," he assessed seriously. "I have never met anyone as strong as him until now." Bae Du-kyung looked at them and continued, "That's why I called you here. To warn you, if I don't tell you, you'll try to fight him as soon as you meet him, which will be quite a headache. Ryan still argued stubbornly. We know he's strong, but that doesn't mean we don't have a chance to win. Barry Sue immediately cut him off. Just listen, don't fight him, he's right. Ryan was surprised to hear that and shouted. Team leader. Lee Son-mong walked over and continued, to be honest, if I could win I would have used any means to do so. I don't want to lose to anyone. But what if something like that happens? No one can predict it. We are a united organization. Lee Son-mong stood behind his brother, placed a hand on his chair and said with a terrifying expression, everyone here is a core member of the organization, so don't act on personal feelings and create unwanted risks. Ki-won laughed proudly and boasted, as expected of my brother, the mastermind behind Taesin. You know your brother's heart well. Ryan also laughed and teased. Oh nice, who gave you that nickname, team leader? He replied, acting cute. Of course it was me, who else? Choi Cheon-ho frowned and said, Taiga Muto, I've heard the name before. Ki-won replied, yes, he's probably from the same generation as you. You're still full of energy and can take on many opponents, but it's also worth noting that it's best to run away if you meet him. Choi Cheon-ho listened and laughed cheerfully, saying, I know what you mean, and then he thought to himself, I'm old now, so I should avoid fights like this. Returning to reality, Choi Cheon-ho suddenly turned around, saw the person standing behind him and shouted, Taiga Muto. Hearing him call his name, he smiled with interest and asked, you know me? As soon as Choi Cheon-ho heard that, anger surged within him. He clenched his fists, rushed forward and shouted loudly, good, come on, but before he could even act he was punched in the stomach. Muto laughed cruelly. He sneered at Choi Cheon-ho and asked, you're not going to dodge? Choi Cheon-ho struggled to his feet. At this, Muto was surprised, looked at him with wide eyes and said with a provocative smile, oh, you're not kneeling on both knees at once? Choi Cheon-ho turned around and asked him, are you Taiga Muto? I've heard a lot about you. Muto laughed and said, is that so? I see you're no ordinary person in this Korea. Then his subordinates approached and asked, Lord Muto, why did you come here? Leave this old man to us, you can go and rest. Muto suddenly shouted. Old man, he frowned and gritted his teeth, looking at the group that had just arrived and said, you really have no fear. He's not someone you brats can handle, the idiot said in a fluster. We were just, Muto said with contempt, to say you can handle him. Even after seeing that, you guys are truly useless. Then he walked towards Choi Cheon-ho and said, good, now that you know me, we can continue the fight. I see you're old but still full of energy. Choi Cheon-ho clenched his fists and thought, I was warned by everyone to avoid Taiga Muto. But now I can't do as I please. I have to stop him here. Muto clenched his fists and rushed in, shouting loudly, good, here I come. He threw a hard punch at Choi Cheon-ho, but he quickly dodged it. Choi Cheon-ho laughed and thought to himself, I said I didn't want to overdo it earlier, but seeing it like this fight is quite exciting. After thinking, he punched him squarely in the stomach. Muto's subordinates shouted with concern, Lord Taiga, he suddenly praised. Good. Muto smiled a bloodthirsty, cruel smile and said to him, this is a real fight, isn't it? Then he suddenly kicked Choi Cheon-ho's leg and swung another punch, sending him flying into the sky. Choi Cheon-ho also quickly countered, kicking him in the jaw. Choi Cheon-ho sat on the ground and thought, I kicked his jaw, so now I have to push him back and force him to retreat. But before he could counter, he was hit with a punch from him. Choi Cheon-ho raised his arm to block and thought with a sting, he's too fast. Muto grabbed his clothes and slammed him hard on the ground. Choi Cheon-ho thought with concern, his strength is no joke either. As warned, he really is a monster. And Choi Cheon-ho lifted his leg and said, when facing someone who is inferior in both strength and speed, I always have a way to turn the tables. That arm of yours won't be in one piece. Muto shouted in surprise. You have a few tricks up your sleeve too, but it won't work. After speaking, he clenched his fist at him again. That just now was just because I was disappointed in your strength. Muto hit Choi Cheon-ho squarely in the face, causing him to spit blood. He thought in pain, is this the difference in our skills? I can't do anything, I'm just tired. He remembered Kong Jin's words, we still have many people to protect. Hung Nim. At this moment, Muto looked at his hand and shouted, is this all? It's really boring. He turned to leave and said, I thought this fight would last longer. Choi Cheon-ho struggled to sit up as he watched him leave. Suddenly, Muto's subordinate shouted, Lord Taiga, watch your back. Choi Cheon-ho clenched his fists and rushed in, hitting him hard in the face. Muto fell backward in pain and tumbled to the ground. His subordinates shouted in shock, he can still stand, and he knocked down Lord Taiga. Choi Cheon-ho's hands trembled. Muto laughed and said to him, good, this is what makes you a worthy opponent for me in Korea. He sat up and said, I don't know how many years it's been since someone knocked me down like this, but it's a bit of a shame. If we had met a few years earlier, it would have been an interesting fight. Muto panted and trembled as he thought, we are the 9 swords, blades of Ilhak, and we live to protect people. Choi Cheon-ho clenched his fists and rushed in again, but Muto was faster than him. He approached and hit Choi Cheon-ho squarely in the face. He painfully continued to think, to do that I can never fall. Muto looked at him with annoyance and said, stop it, old man. You're out of strength. Your mission is over. I hope we can meet again later. Now I have to go find that guy called the chairman. Inside the building, Ilhak's group was surrounded. At the same time, in a luxurious room, a guy holding a knife shouted, oh, a sharp combat knife? It's a knife that's too good for those brats. He laughed and said to the person who had just entered, you're finally here. The door opened. As Barry Sue stood at the door holding a knife, the man saw him and said with a chilling smile, Ryugasaki's twin brother, you look quite alike. Barry Sue entered with a furious expression and said, "The owner of that knife, did you do that to him?" The man smiled, stood up and said, "And what if I did?" Barry Sue's eyes widened as he threatened, "I'll kill you." In a hospital, voices could be heard from a room. "How is he? I've done everything I can, now we can only wait for him to wake up." On the hospital bed, a severely injured man was receiving emergency treatment. Ha-jin Dong was on the phone saying the people with him weren't seriously injured, so they'll be fine with some rest. The person on the other end heard this and said, "Understood." Two women sitting in chairs saw this and asked worriedly, Is that kid okay?" Ha-jin Dong nodded to indicate he was okay. Only then did the two women breathe a sigh of relief. What a relief! After that, Ha-jin Dong moved to a corner where the two couldn't hear and continued speaking. "The overall situation is not good. I didn't expect I.M. Ki-won to get beaten like that. Those 10-fist bastards. They're no ordinary guys. I'll send more support this way." As soon as he finished speaking, Barry Sue said, "No, it's fine, I'll handle this side. If those guys are that strong, the Wana region and other places could be in danger too." Just then, Barry Sue noticed the group in front of him watching him and quickly ended the call. "Then please take care of that side, I'll handle things here." The men in black in front of him saw Barry Sue and threatened him. "Hey, stop right there, who are you? Are you deaf?" "I asked who you are." Ha-jin Dong heard the noise and asked, "It's noisy there, should I call you back later?" One of them shouted, "Wait, you look familiar." Barry Sue quickly grabbed the man's knife hand and said to Ha-jin Dong, "It's fine, this will be over in a second." The man shouted in pain, "I'll let go." Before he even had a chance to counter, Barry Sue immediately kneed him in the face. The other guys saw this and shouted, "That's right, it's him, Ryugasaki's twin brother." Even then, Barry Sue was calmly on the phone. "By the way, what happened in Wana?" Barry Sue suddenly stopped, saw a name tag on the floor and said to Ha-jin Dong, "I have to hang up. I'll call you back later." Barry Sue put the name tag in his breast pocket, and at the same time another man rushed at him with a knife. Barry Sue quickly shook off his hand, struck his jaw, and then hit his face again. Barry Sue snatched the knife from his hand and said, "Even if I.M. Ki-won was injured, there's no way he'd lose to small fry like you. He wouldn't have lost to trash like you, right?" He looked at the group holding knives and asked in a stern voice, "Who did it? Was it the guy inside?" Back to Choi Cheon-ho's side. Muto looked at the fallen Choi Cheon-ho and said, "The mission is complete. Shall we keep going then? So where is their chairman?" Just then a man opened the door, came out and said, "Well, long time no see, Lord Muto. Have you been well?" Muto saw the two men who had just come out and greeted them warmly. "Haruto and Ju, it's you. Have you been well?" He shook Haruto's hand and said, "Looks like I'll have to rely on you again." He also replied, "What are you saying? It is our honor to serve you, my lord." And Muto turned around and said, "Ju, you seem a bit thinner." Ju avoided his gaze and said, "I'm trying to eat well." Muto said again, "You both look a mess. Your opponent must have been tough around them." Injured Ilhik members were lying on the ground and Kong Jin was already down. They looked around and said, "Yes, it was a fun fight after a long time." Just then a voice came from behind, "Hey, where do you think you're going? It's not over yet." Lee Son-mong struggled to his feet, uttered a word and then collapsed again. Despite that, Lee Son-mong crawled on the floor and said, "I said it's not over yet." Ju looked at him and said with displeasure, "You're really persistent." Muto tapped his shoulder and said, "Leave him to me," and he approached Lee Son-mong. Muto helped him up and praised him. "You have quite the fighting spirit. I've heard about your past. Ilhak's 9 swords dressed in white suits. Your reputation is known even in Japan." Lee Son-mong shook off his hand that was brushing his clothes and said contemptuously, "What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. It's not over yet. Choi Cheon-ho hung nim, you trash like you." Hung nim. But Lee Son-mong saw Choi Cheon-ho lying unconscious on the floor, called his name in surprise. But there was no answer. Muto frowned, looked towards Choi Cheon-ho and said, "He has fulfilled his duty, you have too." At that moment Lee Son-mong enraged threw a punch at his face and shouted, "You son of a bitch." 9. Ju and Haruto saw this and said with concern, "Lord Muto." But he raised his hand to stop them, stood up and said, "9 swords, your golden age is long past, and yet to have survived until now is commendable." 9 swords. Even as he watched him leave, Lee Son-mong struggled to crawl and said, "Come here, I'm not finished with you yet." Ju pulled out a knife and said, "Then I'll finish you." Muto warned him, "Stop playing around and finish him." "Oh right, was it Hanam-dong? What happened over there?" Meanwhile elsewhere, the man in the room holding a knife laughed excitedly and said to Barry Sue, "Come here, Ryugasaki's twin brother. You really look just like him." Barry Sue frowned, looked at him and asked, "Are you the owner of that knife?" The man laughed, stood up and provoked him. "And what if I am? What do you want?" Barry Sue glared at him and stated his purpose. "I'm going to kill you." The man held his knife and said, "I've been waiting for a long time." This man was Sasaki Daiki, formerly of the Japan Self-Defense Forces Special Operations Group. The identities and faces of all members were kept secret, so Daiki felt bored, because even if he obtained money, status and honor, no one knew of his existence. So after being discharged, he entered the Japanese underworld to prove his skills, returning to the present. Daiki raised the knife in his hand and said to Barry Sue, "Come on, show me what you've got." Barry Sue also took his stance, looked at him and asked, Were you a soldier?" Daiki attacked Barry Sue with his knife and answered, "Just like you." Barry Sue immediately reached out and blocked his attack. Daiki took that opportunity to try and cut him with the knife in his other hand. Just then Barry Sue threw a kick and said, "We're not the same." And he raised his knife again and slashed hard at him, but Daiki dodged in time. He quickly retreated to create distance. And he smiled provocatively and said, "Oh, is that so? Then I must be stronger than you." He switched the knife to his dominant hand, took a fighting stance and said, "Let's continue." Barry Su saw this and smiled with interest. Returning to Choi Chian-ho's side, Muto was lost in thought, then said, Daiki and Ayame are there, so there shouldn't be a problem. Haruto heard this and asked in surprise, What? I heard that woman Ayame was beaten half to death. Are things really settled? Muto frowned and asked back in surprise. Then is Daiki the only one there now? Just then, Lee Son-mong was still struggling to get up and said, Young master. Ju suddenly grabbed his ankle, held a knife close and said, Damn it, you dare to kick me in the face? Just then, one of the men in black watching nearby was grabbed by the shoulder. Before he could even finish saying, You son of a bitch, where did you come from? He was punched. At that moment, other members of Ilhak arrived as backup. Ju saw them coming and asked in surprise, What's with today? Bati approached him, stood in front of him and stared at him with furious eyes. 1 week ago, Barry Su opened the door and entered the room, glanced to the side, saw the man sitting on the sofa and opened his mouth. You're here. Bati sat in a chair looking at him. Barry Su held a cigarette and said, Long time no see. Bati said, Things have changed since then. Have you taken over this organization? Barry Su lit his cigarette and replied, That's right. How did the thing I asked you to do go? Bati smiled and replied, I've trained him well. Now you just have to use him. He's faster and he doesn't act rashly like before. Of course, he still has many shortcomings, but that's enough. No one is perfect. After listening, Barry Su said, Thanks, then I can rest a little easier. Bati looked at him and asked curiously, But what are you planning to do now? Barry Su looked at him and said, What do you mean? Bati stated his question. Are you going to put me in the 9 swords to train the other members? Since we're an organization made of various members, personnel changes aren't difficult, right? I thought you were going to use me to secretly monitor the members before, but in the end you didn't. Do you have anything to say now? Are you up to something? Barry Su stubbed out his cigarette, stood up and walked to the window saying, Up to something, haha. Ilhak has honestly gotten too weak, so I want to inject something new. If a blade is dull, it needs to be replaced. Does that answer your question? Bati shook his head as if he had no choice, stood up and said, All right, I understand to some extent. If that's really what you have to do, then just do it. It's fine. Everything looks the same from one side. In the darkness, good and bad deeds are all just black. You know that well, so I have nothing more to say. And as Bati left, he added, The darkness is always accompanied by danger, so be careful of the enemies mixed within it. You might not be able to tell friend from foe. Returning to reality, Ju looked at Bati in surprise and said, What are you talking about? Bati was still angry and just stared at him without a word. His gaze was cold and soon he kicked him hard. Ju fell backward and spat out, trembling. My arm broke from one kick. Who is that son of a bitch? Bati helped Lee Son-mong up and said, An old blade must be replaced. Only then can it bring strength to the organization. Now is the time. At that, Haruto also clenched his fists and approached Bati. He shouted, You son of a bitch, who are you? After successfully dodging his punch, Bati threw another kick. Haruto saw this and said, Are you one of the 9 swords too? Hung Nim, are you okay? Bati smiled lightly without a word and kicked his leg. As soon as Haruto fell, Bati grabbed his head and slammed it hard on the ground. Muto froze upon seeing this scene. Ju shouted in alarm, Are you okay, Haruto? Haruto threw another punch, but Bati dodged in time. The two rushed at each other again. Just then a voice rang out, Stop. The chairman of Ilhak appeared. He said, Are you Lord Muto of the 10 Fists? Muto calmly stroked his chin and asked, Who are you? He introduced himself. I am the chairman of Ilhak, Lee Sung-min. Muto laughed contemptuously and said, quote, The Ilhak chairman, what are you doing here? Lee Sung-min replied, I have a proposal. I'd like to speak with you, Lord Muto. Hearing this, Bati frowned and looked at him. Meanwhile, Barry Su was fighting Daiki. He sneered with interest. The man saw this and asked curiously, What's so funny? Barry Su answered, Nothing, it's just funny fighting you. Come on. After speaking, Barry Su's demeanor turned serious as he rushed in and attacked. He was surprised to see his knife was chipped after clashing with him just once. Daiki took the opportunity to attack and said, Are you trying to fight me with that knife? Suddenly, Barry Su let go of the knife in his hand and gripped it again to block the attack. Daiki laughed and said, As expected of a soldier, you have a unique way of using weapons. Seeing you learn to use that knife, you must be no ordinary person. After speaking, he swung his knife again and slashed at him. Barry Su quickly turned his body and struck his jaw. Daiki closed his eyes in pain and glared behind him and quickly threw a kick. Seeing Barry Su dodge, he praised him. Your movements are quite fast too, I can't underestimate you. I admit it, you're pretty good. After speaking, he rushed at Barry Su again and attacked. At this time, the knife in Barry Su's hand was chipped. Daiki saw this and smiled confidently, thinking, But no matter what, with that level of skill, it's not enough to face me. You're destined to lose to me. The two men's knives clashed with a loud sound, but Barry Su remained calm. Seeing that, Daiki became excited, thinking now was the time to attack. The two men took their fighting stances again. Barry Su approached him and said, Your moves are too obvious. He stabbed him hard in the thigh with his knife. Daiki swung his knife in pain and shouted, You son of a bitch. He thought to himself that he had gotten too close. I didn't expect him to get that close and attack so quickly. Just then, Barry Su rushed in and attacked again. Daiki saw this and stomped hard on the ground. He swung his knife and said, So what? As the two men's knives were about to clash, he easily broke Barry Su's knife. Daiki smiled triumphantly and said, Haha, a dull knife is just a dull knife. Even if it's broken, it can be used in other ways. Barry Su let go of the knife in his hand and said, So what if it's broken? He gripped the newly broken piece of the knife and stabbed him hard in the shoulder. Barry Su said, This is the true way a soldier uses a knife, adapting to any situation and finding an advantageous position. Have you learned your lesson now? After that, Barry Su pulled out the sheath and stabbed him hard in the neck once more. Daiki dropped the knife in his hand in pain and Barisu quickly picked it up and threw his corpse to the floor. He looked at the man and said, with this it's all over. Whatever you say, anyone who touches our brothers deserves to die. Du Kyung spoke unpleasantly, a lighter in his hand. I'm sure it was Ju. The more I think about that lighter, the angrier I get. Sungmin approached with his own lighter and said, you can use this. Du Kyung took it and said, thanks. But why do you carry a lighter when you don't even smoke? Sungmin answered. I thought someone might need it. Du Kyung was quick to praise him. Well said, thinking ahead is a good habit. Then he offered his pack of cigarettes and asked, want one? No, I'm fine. I have my own. Seeing the pack in Sungmin's hand, Du Kyung said, so you thought you'd have a use for it too? Sungmin stared at the pack without a word. Meanwhile, Du Kyung looked at the sky and said, when was the first time I met the chairman? About 4 years ago. Yes, probably. Back then you just put up with it when you Sung-tae was picking a fight. At the time I thought you were a pretty meek person. I'm not so sure now, Sungmin replied with a bitter smile. You're telling old stories again, I'll have to think about it. Du Kyung smoked the cigarette in his hand and said, that's good too. You're so different from before, you were just holding it in back then. Now I think I understand why I accepted you as the chairman of Ilhak. Whatever you say, you've shown a lot, but I wonder what you're thinking these days. I can't feel any fighting spirit from you at all. You're not that kind of person, are you? Or are you planning to give up on everything here? Du Kyung looked at Sungmin with cold eyes and said, is this how the chairman of Ilhak should act? He approached and answered, I know I'm in a very high position, and I know what I want right now. It's true that the current Ilhak is weaker than before. I've tried to change things, but it hasn't been effective yet. I already know, even without you telling me, Hung Nim. And I'm aware of what I have to do. Hearing his words, Du Kyung said, what are you trying to pull now? Do you think you can do everything by yourself? Du Kyung glared and pressed him. What you're throwing away right now isn't your pride but the trust of the people who believe in and follow you. There are no more general assemblies, so don't worry too much and just do what you have to do. I plan to do that from the beginning. Du Kyung tapped Sungmin's shoulder and advised, show what you're doing through your actions. Don't worry about what others think. If you can't show that resolve, you might as well give up. That would be better for you. Returning to the present, Sungmin recalled Du Kyung's words and thought, do what I have to do? And he said to Muto, a proposal. I've come to make a proposal to you, Lord Muto. He stroked his chin and asked back in surprise, a proposal. All right, what do you want? Sungmin tried not to look at his fallen comrades. Muto opened his mouth. What you're about to say doesn't interest me much. It's obvious what a chairman would do in this situation. He scratched his ear as if uninterested. You'll offer some benefit to smooth this over, won't you? But I don't like that sort of thing. We're the ones with the upper hand right now. So I can pretty much guess what you're going to say. Seeing him approach, Sungmin signaled to his men. Muto bent down to look at him and said, if you're done talking, is there anything else you want? Sungmin recalled Du Kyung's words. Act in a way that befits your position. Don't worry about what others think. Then Sungmin unbuttoned his vest and said, Lord Muto, I heard you are a very famous leader in Japan. If all of this is your doing, then you're a real piece of trash. I'm truly disappointed. Muto was surprised by Sungmin's menacing eyes. Trash? Interesting. You've changed. Now that's how a chairman should talk. Good. Sungmin put his hand in his pocket, took something out and said, good, you should have acted appropriately while we were still being polite. Seeing Sungmin's attitude, Haruto got angry and shouted, what the hell is this bastard spouting? Just then, Bati snapped his fingers, signaling, do you have any right to interfere? Shut up. Muto raised a hand, scratched his head and laughed. Haha, really, don't expect too much from me, everyone here. I'm just a leader working under Lord Sogo now, but for the sake of victory I won't hesitate to use any means necessary. As soon as he finished speaking, a glove flew into his face. Sungmin said calmly, that's exactly it. How can a leader like you act as his substitute? In that case, there's nothing more to say. Let me meet your boss. I need to speak with him. Ju and Haruto were at a loss for words at Sungmin's terrifying gaze, sweating awkwardly. On the other hand, the people from Ilhak smiled proudly. Bati saw it and thought, this is the true nature of Ilhak. That kid has improved a lot from before. Muto just stared at Sungmin without a word. He turned around and said, I've said my piece. At that, Muto covered his face and laughed like a madman. Ha ha ha, you've surprised me. He collapsed to the ground and said, Chairman, my apologies. I have been rude to you because I misjudged you. Muto said again, I will defeat all of your subordinates here. That is my duty and my loyalty to Lord Sogo. Hearing that, Sogo, Haruto and their group charged forward with high morale. Suddenly, Du Kyung appeared and said, Bati, got a light? Seeing that, Muto thought uneasily. Has Ryugasaki come? Why don't I see his brother? Suddenly a guy with glasses holding a phone said, it's really Lord Muto. Hanamdong has fallen. Hearing his report, Muto was surprised and asked, Daiki was there? He replied, yes, Rizu went there. Daiki is dead and Rizu's unit has also safely withdrawn. Sungmin took this opportunity to say, good, then let's continue what we were talking about. Think about everything. Let's fight again next time, or do you want to fight right now? If so, you will die. Which will you choose? Muto Taiga. Muto was furious and thought, Daiki, that stupid fool. I told him to retreat if he met him. Hanamdong has fallen. What would change if I cut down the Ilhak chairman in this situation? Thinking, he smiled and approached Sungmin. Muto was furious and thought to himself, Hanamdong is finished, then I might as well take this opportunity to deal with the Ilhak chairman too. Thinking, he stood before Sungmin. Chairman Lee Sungminimum. He frowned and looked up at him. The other Ilhak members also took a fighting stance. Suddenly, Muto said, let's postpone it. That's enough for today. Thanks to you, our 10 Fist debut was a success. It's an honor to have the chairman himself come. He looked up at the sky and thought to himself, I could take his life with a small sacrifice, but facing Rizu in this situation is impossible. I'd have to use the full strength of the 10 fists to face him, and with Ryugasaki on their side I can't guarantee a victory without significant losses. With the negotiations over, Sung Min ordered, Kong Jin, Kong Bei, take care of the injured inside the building. Yes, Haruto said with regret. Are you just going to leave like this? Muto said yes, retreating is the best option this time. And he turned around and thought, this is the final respect I pay to you. Sung Min worriedly ran to Choi Chian-ho. He worriedly helped him up and said, hurry, get him to a hospital. Seeing this, Du Kyung said with concern, damn it, the situation isn't good. Sung Min frowned and was lost in thought without a word. Seeing his expression, Du Kyung comforted him. You guys did well. From now on your responsibility will be heavier. Hold your head high and move forward. From now on Illick must stand firm under your leadership as the chairman, the guy with glasses asked Muto. Then our next destination is, he said. Let's go back to Lord Sogo. We've done our part and attracted attention. Now those guys will handle it on their own. Let's see what happens. The Wonsan guys. After speaking, Muto's group left together. Meanwhile, in a quiet market, a man sat in a chair holding a cup of liquor. Huang Hao smoked the cigarette in his hand and said, Wonsan, is that organization an empty name, or a splendid flower garden? He looked at the sword in his hand and said, either way, the war will begin soon and everything will go back to the old days of cutting and killing each other. Once we get a taste of blood, we'll be drunk on madness and forget why we even picked up our swords. And he put down his cup and asked the person across from him, it's no different from 10 years ago, is it, right? Department Head Han Hee-sung, that guy smiled and said, Department Head, it's been a while since I've heard that title. Huang Hao glared at him and said, you seem to have become quite successful. In the past you were just an ambitious kid from Ilhuk. Han Hee-sung smiled and said, you don't know me very well, Huang Hao. He raised the sword in his hand and said, it's a common story. Where there's money there are rumors. I happen to hear many things, for example, information about a traitor in someone's organization, Ilhuk, or where those guys are located. After speaking, he slammed the sword hard on the table. A man with a scarred face looked at him and thought to himself, Huang Hao, does he know I was once part of the 9 swords? Han Hee-sung stepped in to calm the situation. Now let's talk about that later. Let's get to the main point. Our common enemy is currently the Taizan Alliance. We must launch an all-out attack on their territories. We will target Taizan's weakness. Huang Hao, holding a cigarette, looked at him and asked, Taizan has a weakness? Taizan is clearly a strong organization. The twin brothers Barry Su and Bei Dukyung, Ilhak's 9 swords and other members, but from another perspective they rely on those people. That's why they always deploy them in every conflict. After speaking, Han Hee-sung picked up a liquor bottle, poured it into a cup and handed it to Huang Hao, saying, we will attack all of Taizan's territories simultaneously. Then their forces will be scattered. No matter how strong individuals are, they're easy to deal with when they're scattered. Huang Hao listened and laughed, saying, haha, that sounds more like a story from experience than a strategy, doesn't it? Hearing that, Han Hee-sung's smile stiffened. Seeing his reaction, Huang Hao picked up his cup and said, you're long-winded. In the end, you're just asking me to take care of one of them, aren't you? That's fine too, then who do I have to deal with? Han Hee-sung pushed up his glasses and said, first. As he finished speaking, Huang Hao frowned and looked at his sword. Meanwhile, in front of a building, a group of men in black had gathered. One guy rushed in and said, Chief, we're surrounded. Su-ran just bowed her head and remained silent. The guy continued to report, it's Wonsan's men all around, we have to retreat. At this, she picked up her axe and said, you go first, I'll hold them off. Her subordinate hastily stopped her. You can't handle them alone, please run. Su-ran raised her head and said, run, are you saying I'm going to lose? Suddenly a voice was heard from outside, don't come out. Su-ran rushed to the door and asked what's going on outside. As soon as she opened the door, a corpse was sprawled right in front of it, and her subordinates were confronting Wonsan's men. They calmly stabbed the Taizan people to death. Seeing this scene, Su-ran frowned in anger. She tried to rush in but was grabbed by the subordinate behind her, and they pulled her inside and said, close the door. Another subordinate quickly brought a table and blocked the door. Su-ran shouted, let go. A man in black looked at them and said, what are these damn bastards trying to do? A bald guy shouted, no one gets in, come on you sons of bitches. Meanwhile, a few other guys were climbing the stairs and said, how long are we going to play with those guys? It's taking so long to handle one thing like this, right? Suddenly Ryan appeared behind one of them, stabbed him and said, what are you guys on a trip? The other guys were horrified to see their comrade die. They said in a fluster, Ryan pulled down his hat and said, I can't breathe, my head is spinning. What do you think, are you scared now? After speaking, he took off his hat and mask. A Wonsan member said, that blondie uses a karambit. Be careful, that guy is the former leader of the Ghost Leon. Ryan was surprised to see that he knew him and asked, oh, you know me, interesting. Then I can't just stand by and watch, can I? After speaking, he held his knife, smiled cruelly and looked at them. Ryan climbed the stairs, looked at them and said, you know me, interesting. Then I can't just stay still. After speaking, he held his knife and rushed into attack. Good, you're faster than I thought. Try to last a little longer. Ryan kicked the guy who was trying to stab him in the face. Another guy saw this, held his knife and rushed at him. Ryan carelessly extended his hand and was cut. The guy took that opportunity and grabbed his hand. Got you. But what he stabbed was Ryan's hat. He pulled the knife back, smiled cruelly, and landed a blow on the body of the guy who tried to stab him. After dealing with all of them, Ryan went upstairs. He extended his hand to the subordinates and asked, where are the Cheonung uncles? I've taken care of half of them, so you uncles should be able to handle the remaining 2, right? The once-in group frowned upon seeing Ryan. Meanwhile in the room, Su-ran was still shouting, "Move, move," the guy holding her back hastily said. "Wait a moment, if even you lose, Chief." Suddenly, they stopped upon hearing a loud noise from outside. A moment later the sound disappeared and a knock echoed on the door. Ryan opened his mouth. "If you don't open up, I'll let myself in." Su-ran pushed away her subordinate's restraint and rushed to the door. This voice, she kicked the door down. Her eyes widened in surprise as she saw the group from once-in collapse before her. Ryan peeked his head out from behind the door and greeted them. "Long time no see. I've come to get you. Did you pack all your things? Let's go home now." After getting in the car, Ryan shouted angrily. What did you say? You're not going back," Su-ran said. "It's just as I said, I'm staying here. I'll stay here, defeat Huang Hao and unite Qianlong. That's my mission," Ryan yelled in fury. "You're so stubborn. Do you have any idea how much trouble I went through to infiltrate this place? The situation is very serious right now. The organizations under the alliance are being attacked simultaneously. It's obvious they're trying to scatter our forces. Being ambushed like this makes it very difficult to provide support. And yet you're saying you'll stay here? You've got some nerve." He tried to calm himself down and said, "We can retake the base later. So let's all gather for now." But before Ryan could finish, Su-ran cut him off. "How many times do I have to say it? I'm staying here. Are you deaf? I'm not going. I'll stay here even if I die. I have to rebuild Qianlong. That's my mission and I'm going to do it." Ryan suddenly cut her off. "This is so annoying. Hey, do you think this situation is funny? I'm talking about something serious and you're not even trying to listen. Why is it funny because I'm smiling?" He pulled out a knife and threatened her. Su-ran, not to be outdone, raised her axe and said, "You cunning bastard, you want to fight? Yeah, I didn't like the look in your eyes from the start." The subordinates fled in terror, saying, "This is suffocating. Let's go somewhere else quickly." Ryan opened his mouth. "The kid, no, Ki Wang is hurt. His condition is serious. To be honest, I didn't want to come here either. I wanted to find the bastard who did that to Ki Wang and tear him to pieces. But that's not my mission. My mission is to get you out safely. So if you don't listen to me, don't blame me if I go crazy. Please cooperate, I'm begging you. If you understand, stop acting like a chunibyo and let's go back." As soon as Ryan finished speaking, a man flew towards the car and crashed into the window. Ryan said in surprise, "What, are we being followed?" As the two got out of the car, someone approached and said, "It must be because I'm old. To be abandoned without a single word of greeting, I'm truly hurt." Huang Hao approached them holding a sword. "At least you should say goodbye, Su-ran." She frowned in anger. Huang Hao, after speaking, Su-ran raised her axe and charged, saying, "Hey, you stay out of this. I'll handle him." Ryan shouted in astonishment. "What?" Before he could finish his sentence, Su-ran had already charged and attacked. Huang Hao saw this and said with excitement, "Good, come here, Su-ran." Their weapons clashed. His small sword met Su-ran's axe, but it was quickly deflected. She threw a punch at him. Huang Hao blocked it with his hand and praised, "Very good, faster." Su-ran immediately became enraged and swung her axe and he blocked it, saying, "No, you've become reckless again. You're full of openings." Immediately after, Huang Hao punched her in the stomach. Su-ran thought anxiously to herself, "Damn, I'm done for." He smiled excitedly and said, watching her retreat, "Good," Su-ran thought in a fluster, "but he has an opening too." The moment she brought her axe down, he jumped up and dodged. Huang Hao stomped hard on Su-ran's axe with his foot and she momentarily froze. Just then, Huang Hao kicked her in the face and Su-ran fell backward. He raised his sword again and said, "You haven't improved at all, Su-ran." Just then a karambit knife flew towards Huang Hao. He quickly swung his sword to block it. Ryan looked at him and said, "That's enough, old man. It's a bit late, but it's unseemly for an old man to be so rude to a woman." Huang Hao asked, slightly unnerved. "Who are you?" "I'm sorry, who are you? I really don't remember." Ryan bent down to check on Su-ran's condition and said, "What does it matter who I am? Is she unconscious? No foul play." Then he turned and took a serious stance. "Well, I'll take care of it. You got a problem with that, old man?" Huang Hao slung his sword over his shoulder and approached, saying, "I don't have a problem, but I feel a bit strange. It's like my daughter is being taken away, so I'm going to be a little strict." After speaking, he prepared to attack. Ryan also quickly raised his knife and said, "Ah, don't make jokes like that, it's embarrassing." Huang Hao and Ryan carefully observed each other before charging in to attack. Huang Hao looked at the cigarette in his hand and said, "But do you know that I still haven't accomplished the things I was hoping for?" Su-ran knelt at his feet and began to sweat nervously. She said desperately, "Please give me one more chance." Huang Hao pulled up a chair and said, "Stop it. How many times has it been now? Why are you so stubborn?" Su-ran asked back in surprise. "What?" Huang Hao frowned and said, "I'm talking about the reason your obsession brought you this far. Anyway, you're the third daughter of the top family in China. Even without any real power, you can live comfortably for the rest of your life. Stop being stubborn and go back. I have no intention of playing babysitter either." Su-ran was silent for a moment after hearing his words, then said, "I ran away. I ran away from my brothers and my father. The Su family is currently in a bloodbath over the succession. I'm just an adopted daughter." Su-ran stood up and continued, "That's why I ran away. I didn't have the strength to fight them. The organization just sides with whoever is advantageous depending on the situation. That's why I can't trust anyone." Hearing her story, Huang Hao suddenly paused and recalled his own past. Su-ran gritted her teeth in anger and said, "That's why I have to become stronger, much stronger. I don't want to run away anymore." After listening, Huang Hao picked up the sword on the floor and threw it to her. He said, "This is the sword your father, the head of your family, gave me when I left. Its name is 100 Flowers in Full Bloom," Su-ran said in surprise. "My father," Huang Hao continued. "I don't know the hidden meaning behind those words either. According to logic, it should be in full bloom, so why don't you help it out? I'll watch to see if you can make an organization bloom. Bloom like a flower." Su-ran held the sword and asked in surprise, "Is it really okay for you to give this to me?" Huang Hao waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, what does it matter? I just don't want to keep it anymore." Returning to reality, Ryan was fighting Huang Hao. He looked at him and thought to himself, "His name is Huang Hao, right? The captain said he's one of the leaders of Wonsan. Let's see what he's got." The two men swung their knives at each other. Suddenly, Huang Hao reached out and blocked his attack. Then he knocked Ryan down. Huang Hao raised the sword in his hand high. Ryan surprisingly reacted at this moment, quickly turning his body to dodge the attack. Huang Hao saw this and assessed. "Seeing your movements and professional use of weapons, the subordinates behind Barry Su must be really annoying. Your combat skills are quite good." Ryan smiled confidently and retorted, "Are you pretending to be fine after getting hurt, old man?" Only then did Huang Hao notice the blood flowing from his arm. Su-ran's people also assessed. "We knew that guy from Taisen was strong, but we didn't know he was that strong. He's on par with, no, even stronger than boss Huang Hao." Huang Hao loosened up his body and said, "Good, I'm finally warming up." Ryan saw this and sternly said to the people behind him, "Qianeng everyone, I'll hold this old man off as long as I can, so watch the situation carefully and run when you see an opening. Got it?" He smiled strangely and continued, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not saying I'm going to lose. Dealing with an old man like this is a piece of cake for me. The only problem is there's no guarantee he came alone. So you guys go to the Taisen headquarters first. I'll follow right behind you." Huang Hao saw them whispering, annoyedly took out a cigarette pack and put one in his mouth. "So how long are you planning to fight, or are you just going to keep whispering like that?" Ryan immediately took his stance. Then he charged in and attacked, saying, "Then shall we move on to today's main event?" The moment Huang Hao swung his sword, Ryan ducked to dodge the attack, then swung his knife to attack him. Huang Hao blocked with his hand and said, "Oh, looks like the kid just made his debut." After speaking, he raised his sword. Ryan also kicked his sword-wielding arm up with his left foot and kicked Huang Hao's body hard, sending him flying back. Huang Hao thought to himself, "I didn't think anyone could stand up to Barry Su. These guys are going to hold me back for quite a while." Then they charged at each other again and attacked. Suddenly Ryan paused. He looked at the group helping Su-ran leave and said, "Get up." She came to her senses at this moment. While Huang Hao and Ryan were fighting, they quickly left. Huang Hao saw this and said with a smile, "Oh, was it a stalling tactic?" Ryan tightly gripped the fishing line in his hand and said with a smile, "Stalling." He quickly threw the fishing line at him. The fishing line immediately wrapped tightly around the sword and knocked it out of Huang Hao's hand. Ryan took this opportunity to attack. He thought happily, "The chance has come. I'll take you down." Suddenly Ryan stopped. He glared to the side. Suddenly a stranger appeared, charged at him and stabbed him. Ryan smiled with interest and said, "Well, who is this?" "Was your name Kato? Long time no see." Huang Hao said in surprise, "Sogo's assassin, you're finally here. I'm sorry, but I was the one stalling for time." Ryan still calmly talked to him. "How have you been? Is your leg all healed? This won't do." When his attack was blocked by Ryan, Kato calmly cursed, "You idiot." Suddenly a big guy with a club charged from behind. Ryan quickly kicked Kato in the jaw and escaped the two men encirclement. Ryan looked at the man and shouted in surprise, "What is this? You came too?" Then he said calmly, Sorry, I don't remember your name, but you seem to be in worse shape." Just then footsteps echoed, and Ryan turned his head to look behind him. Behind him was a group of men in black. Ryan was now completely surrounded. He forced a smile and said, "Look at this. Why do I have to deal with so many of them?" Huang Hao looked at his sword and said, "Then are we only catching one Taisen guy from this incident?" Suddenly, Su-ran's shout echoed, "You cunning bastard!" Ryan saw this and shouted in astonishment, "What? Why did you come back here?" Su-ran held his sword and said in anger, "Huang Hao, I told you I'd kill you if you interfered in this fight." Huang Hao saw this and smiled with excitement. Su-ran looked at Huang Hao and said, "Master, no, Huang Hao. Now I'm your opponent. This time I'll take you down." Ryan looked at her and muttered to himself in anger, "Oh, why did you come back here? Why, you idiot, really? Just stay put. Your actions are quite annoying," he said as he dodged the attacks of Kato and the man with the axe. Ryan grabbed Kato's arm and twisted it back with force. He looked at Su-ran in anger and said, "You and the others don't listen to me." She took advantage of Ryan's distraction and threw a punch. Ryan grabbed him again with force and said, "It probably doesn't even hurt." "It doesn't hurt at all, right?" Just then, the guy with the axe took the opportunity to charge in and slash his back once, but Ryan dodged. That guy charged in like a madman and said, "This time I'll definitely catch you, you damn rat." Suddenly a guy appeared, grabbed Ryan's arm and said, "Got you." Just then another guy with an axe charged in. He swung once at Ryan, but he dodged. He quickly pushed the two guys back and knocked them down. The guy who had just grabbed Ryan's arm was hit instead and groaned in pain. "You son of a bitch." The boss gritted his teeth in anger and said, "It's that son of a bitch again." Suddenly Kato charged in again and slashed. The other Wonsan members looked at the guy with the axe and asked in disbelief, "What's wrong with that guy? You missed again. Can't you even tell friend from foe? Are you on drugs or something?" The guy with the axe shouted madly, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill all the Taisen bastards, you crazy son of a bitch." One of the Wonsan group sensed the danger and warned, "Stay away. If you charge in recklessly, you'll get hit." Taisen bastards, where are the damn Taisen bastards? Meanwhile, Ryan was still fighting Kato. The madman with the axe saw this and charged in to attack him. Die, Taisen bastards! Ryan once again jumped nimbly to dodge the attack and cursed to himself. Damn it, this is getting more and more annoying. These two are ganging up on me. In this situation, it was a relief that Su Ran had returned. Thinking, he looked again towards Su Ran, who was fighting Huang Hao behind him. Ryan thought to himself, dealing with that Huang Hao too is impossible. Just then, Huang Hao punched Su Ran in the face and said, "You're really something. I'm going crazy." She angrily raised her sword to slash and thought, it's not over yet. Huang Hao saw this and kicked her, saying, "You've definitely grown a little, Su Ran." Su Ran wasn't careful and was hit by his attack. She thought in pain, "My skills are still not enough. He's too strong." Huang Hao continued with contempt. "But you're just as weak as you were before, Su Ran. There are no prizes for this lesson." At the same time, Ryan was also hit by Kato's sword. He couldn't dodge because he charged in suddenly, and he couldn't help but be distracted by the madman swinging an axe from behind. He placed his hand on Kato's back as a foothold and kicked the madman hard in the face. Ryan took the opportunity to grab Kato's hand tightly and swung his knife to attack him. Kato, not the least bit afraid, extended his hand and let it be stabbed. Ryan saw this and thought in anger, "Hey, it doesn't hurt me much, but this is a bit much." Taking advantage of his distraction, Kato grabbed Ryan's hand tightly. The madman saw this and took the opportunity to charge in, shouting, "Die, I said die." Ryan quickly turned and cursed. It's this madman again. Thanks to his quick reaction, it missed. He looked at the two guys attacking him and thought to himself, "This has gotten more annoying than I thought." The others watched and whispered, "Hey, that guy is starting to get tired too. Get ready." Ryan cursed to himself in anger. "Damn it, are those bastards targeting me too? A long fight is a disadvantage. I have to end this in one blow. If I back down or run, this will never end." With that, Ryan charged again. The madman with the axe struck Ryan's left shoulder. Not to be outdone, he stabbed the man in the waist. Then charging again, Ryan said, "One down." Next, seeing him rush in, Kato raised his sword. Ryan smiled, blocked his blade, and said, "Hey, that leg of yours, it hasn't fully healed yet, has it?" After speaking, he prepared to kick the man's leg. Ryan's kick brought him to his knees. Furious, he swung his fist and said, "I don't usually use my fists." He then landed a painful punch on Kato, beating him to a pulp and knocking him unconscious. Ryan stood up, looked at him, and thought, but he passed out as expected. This has never happened before. He completely blocked two of our main fighters. Since I'm getting weaker, this must be their only chance. Ryan lifted his head, saw the group rushing towards him, and said, "Still, there are a lot of them charging like mad. They must think this is their only chance to take me down. These damn rookies." With that, Ryan charged in to fight the group again. He stabbed one man hard in the arm with his knife, then slashed his body. The others saw this and continued to rush in, seizing the opportunity to cut his shoulder. Ryan thought in pain, "Damn it, they're different from ordinary thugs." The onlookers assessed the situation. Whether it's Boss Nobu or Boss Kato, they'd die if hit by that attack. Suddenly, a man with a sword appeared and said, "Move, you idiots." Then he shouted, "Hey." He aimed his sword. He tried to raise his knife to block, but it was too late and Ryan was stabbed in the stomach. He said in pain, "Sogo," he replied. "Yes, I am Oyama." Ryan thought to himself in annoyance, "Damn it, no wonder I've been uneasy all day. To think I'd run into this bastard here. How many years has it been since I've had a knife in my stomach? I didn't let my guard down at all." Sogo laughed like a madman, looked at him and asked, "Hey, you're Barisu's comrade, right?" Then pulling out the sword, he continued, "Your only mistake was meeting me. Accept your misfortune. You chose the wrong master, so you must die." Seeing Sogo slash at him again, Ryan said sarcastically, "Ah, so you're saying this is all our team leader's fault?" Before he could block, the man decisively slashed his body. More blood flowed from the wound. Another man approached and grabbed his leg tightly. Ryan's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to see Sogo's excited, bloodthirsty face. He slashed him again, right in the center of his chest. Ryan cursed helplessly, "Damn it, to think I'm in this mess because of Barisu. Is this how it ends?" The men around them said in surprise, "He's finished. We got Taizen's Ryan. They're going to suffer a huge loss this time." Taizen. Hearing someone mention Taizen, Nobu raised his axe and charged, but his axe was suddenly caught. Huang Hao stopped him and said, "Hey, wait a minute." Then he looked at Sogo and said, "No, to take him down so easily. You're really skilled. We meet again, don't we? Now that he's down, what are you going to do with him?" Hearing his question, Sogo said, "Keep him alive. I'm not going to kill him right now. To be honest, if we can control him, couldn't we use him to lure out Barisu?" Huang Hao looked at Ryan and replied, "That's a good idea. Then I'll take him first. I have a lot to settle with Barisu too. This guy will be useful." On a deserted street, Dukyung approached Sung Min's car. He lit a cigarette and asked, "Are you almost done cleaning up? It was a real mess. It's best to end it here." Seeing Sung Min standing there blankly, Dukyung approached and said, "You've worked hard." Sung Min smiled and replied, "Not at all, I didn't do much." "That's enough." Dukyung fiddled with his lighter and comforted him. "You did what you had to do. Let's end it here. From now on you'll be starting something new." Hearing that, Sung Min smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. "It feels like I'm being scolded again." Dukyung lit a cigarette for him and said, "You know it gets hot if you keep holding a lighter like this, right?" In front of the two, the remnants of the recent battle were scattered. Dukyung finished his cigarette and asked him, "How are the old men from the 9 Swords?" Sung Min replied, "They're all seriously injured. Choi Chian-ho's condition is particularly severe." Dukyung looked at him with concern and asked, "But are you okay to be here?" Sung Min answered, "You said we each have our own missions, Hung Nim. My job isn't over yet." He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with anger. "The 10 fists, wiping them out is what I have to do." Seeing that, Dukyung smiled in relief. "Scary. Do as you wish." Suddenly, someone ran up and shouted, "Chairman, what is it?" The man answered, This is something Director Beck should hear too. Mr. Ryan went to Dongju, but after hearing everything, Do-kyung's face hardened. Meanwhile, in Hanam-dong, Barry Sue was heading down to the parking garage. He answered a call. On the other end, Do-kyung informed him, Ryan is missing. Our forces in Dongju have been wiped out, but it seems he's the only one trapped there. I know what you're thinking, but Barry Sue said angrily. Then you probably know without me saying it, right? I'm heading there right now. Do-kyung leaned back in his chair and asked, What? I'm not going to stop you, but this time it's not your turn. Barry Sue. Do-kyung gripped the knife in his hand tightly and said angrily, I'll go to Dongju and settle everything. Hearing that, Barry Sue started the car. Do-kyung heard it and said, Lee Sung-min has returned to headquarters. You go and join him first. Ilhuk has the 9 swords. Their condition doesn't seem very good. To Taiga went to Ilhuk. They were injured fighting him. Even if you're twin brothers, one of you has to stay and protect Taesin, right? Got it, do that. Don't mess around. Bati is over there, so it should be fine. Barry Sue, seeming not to listen, just replied, No matter what you say, Hung Nim, I'm going there too. It's no use, Do-kyung said helplessly. I don't know why I even tried to persuade you. I've arrived, Director, he said as he got out of the car. It's too late to wait for you, so I'll do it. Come if you want. I'm going first. Hearing that, Barry Sue was flustered and shouted, Wait until I get there. If you get into danger too, Hung Nim, how am I supposed to live? Hearing that, Do-kyung laughed helplessly. Really do that. You underestimate your brother too much. I'll take this opportunity to show you. Do-kyung tied his hair back and continued. Oyama Ryugasaki is no simple man. I'm hanging up. Then he turned around, looked at the person behind him and said, Kid, step back. I need to stretch my legs for the first time in a while. He looked at the group in front of him and assessed them. This is quite a crowd, they said in fear. Beck Do-kyung, he looks different. One of them recognized him and said, Ryugasaki. Why is he here? Who is Ryugasaki? Before they could react, Do-kyung rushed in and attacked. Only then did they begin to be wary. Do-kyung dodged a knife thrust at him and said, Let's see what you can do. He reached out to the man in black and stabbed him in the stomach. Do-kyung grabbed the knife. The man dropped and slashed his body again. He brought the knife down without mercy and blood splattered everywhere. The man collapsed in pain. Do-kyung wiped the blood from his face and said, Don't just stand there, come at me. He smiled a bloodthirsty smile and said, It's been a while since I've been this excited. In Tokyo, a voice echoed. You're later than expected, a man asked sternly. Is everyone gathered? The person next to him looked at his watch and said, Yes, everyone is here. The chairman was 3 minutes later than the scheduled time. The chairman heard this and smiled, saying, Is that so? I suddenly miss Goon. The man, puzzled, continued his report. News has arrived from Korea. It seems the 9-tailed fox has clashed with Taesin. You said you would no longer interfere in Korean affairs, Chairman, but because it is related to Ryugasaki, we have been monitoring the situation. As it stands, Taesin may lose to the 9-tailed fox. The chairman took a pack of cigarettes from his coat pocket and said, Do you think so? Anyway, I'm already 3 minutes late, right? After speaking, he stood in the hallway and smoked. Then the chairman asked him, What do you think of Ryugasaki? What do you mean, sir? The chairman handed him a cigarette and said, Whatever it is, I want to know what kind of person he is in your eyes. May I speak frankly? Of course, speak freely, he answered immediately. I believe Lord Sogo will be the successor to this entire group. Simply put, he is your descendant, Chairman. And given the authority he has shown, that is a matter of course. He lit the cigarette and continued. Of course, there are many who support Ryugasaki and want him to be the successor, but I'm not sure if he has the ability to match that reputation. The one I saw was just an incompetent and useless man, unfit for that position. Most of the young members of the organization currently share the same opinion. The chairman listened and said calmly, Is that so? I see. After Ryugasaki went to Korea, everything has changed a lot. He asked back in surprise, Are you referring to the incident 5 years ago? The chairman stubbed out his cigarette and said, Yes, every time I think about that, it's truly a shame. I should not have let him live. Anyway, what I want to say is he has changed a lot now. You have never seen what the real Ryugasaki is like. Returning to Ryugasaki's battle, the men in black said in surprise, It's him. Is that Ryugasaki? Do-kyung wiped the blood from his face and smiled. What, Ryugasaki? Just call me Do-kyung. The group in black saw that and rushed in, shouting, Get him. Do-kyung twirled the knife in his hand and said, First 3 of you. He quickly knocked the knife out of the man in front of him, and while he was flustered, Do-kyung reached out and easily snapped his neck. The man screamed in pain, You son of a bitch, how dare you? Before he could finish his sentence, Do-kyung slashed his neck and pushed him back, causing him to collide with the man behind him. Do-kyung quickly slashed his thigh and leg. Then he saw another man rushing towards him. Do-kyung grabbed his leg and smoothly sliced it with his knife. The remaining men saw this and said in fear, To take down 3 in the blink of an eye, he seems to be on par with Barry Sue. Do-kyung untied his hairband and said unpleasantly, Comparing me to Barry Sue again? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Suddenly Nobu rushed in and shouted, Ryugasaki. He looked at him with curiosity. Nobu shouted as he charged, Finally, I've finally met you. Ryugasaki. The man standing behind Do-kyung said, I'll take care of him, Director, but he said calmly, No need, he's a fan of mine, I'll give him an autograph. As soon as Nobu swung his axe, Do-kyung dodged. Nobu shouted, All of you die. Do-kyung listened and thought as he blocked the attack, This sword won't be able to block that axe, will it? So as Nobu continued to swing his axe, Do-kyung quickly jumped back to dodge again. He angrily raised his knife and quickly attacked Nobu. He successfully slashed his body. Nobu quickly swung the axe in his remaining hand. Do-kyung also quickly raised his knife to slash, then charged at Nobu again and once more cut his stomach. Nobu spat blood in pain but still charged like a madman. Kyung wiped the blood from his face, glanced at him and said, "It would have been better if you had just stayed down." Then the two men rushed in again and attacked each other. Kyung raised his knife and once again knocked away Nobu's axe. The man, not tired at all, swung his axe again. Kyung looked at him and said, "Did Rizu only cut you once?" After speaking, he quickly slashed his axe away. Nobu was too flustered to react, and seeing that his own fingers were also cut, he screamed in pain. On the floor was blood in his fingers, yet this madman still had the strength to groan, "I'm going to kill you. Both of you brothers must die." Not letting him bark, Kyung slashed once more. He said, "Killing and slashing, what a pain." The people watching this scene from the sidelines were all sweating in fear. One of them suddenly had a smart realization. "No, we shouldn't have confronted Ryugasaki." Then they all fled at once. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" A man approached and said, "Lord Ryugasaki, do you remember me? We met at Aoyama." Kyung said calmly, "You're Ryo, right?" The man quickly extended his hand and said respectfully, Yes, that's me," he thought to himself. Thank goodness. Meanwhile, on the chairman's side, the man was puzzled. "You've never seen what the real Ryugasaki is like." "What do you mean?" The chairman smiled meaningfully. "That's what I mean. You have never seen what the real Ryugasaki is like. You say Sogo has so much authority now? That's ridiculous. If you had seen the real Ryugasaki." Returning to Kyung's side, he shook the man's hand and stabbed him. "Hey!" Ryo screamed in pain. Kyung continued, "Everyone in front of me is an enemy, no exceptions. Kill them all. They're not even worth keeping alive. Take this chance to see what the real Ryugasaki is like." Kyung tied up his hair and calmly walked through the group fighting fiercely. An Ilhek guy punched a man in black in the stomach. He thought to himself, "They've gotten weaker. They're just lackeys. I can handle this." He looked to the side and thought, "Director Kyung, I didn't know he was that strong. He's completely different from Barry Sue. Is he the real leader?" Kyung held his phone and said with a smile, "All right, everyone attack." Then he looked at his call history and thought to himself, "Still no contact, damn it, just hold on a little longer. You're not one to go down easily, are you? If anything happens, Rizu will kill me." Meanwhile, inside a building, Ryan had just woken up. He saw himself tied to a chair and asked himself in surprise, "What is this? Am I still alive?" Huang Hao stood before him and opened his mouth. "Are you awake?" He held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at him nonchalantly. Ryan tried to move his hands, but they were tied tightly. He said in a tired voice, "Water, give me some water." Huang Hao smiled and held up a liquor bottle. "Sorry, no water. How about this?" Ryan sighed helplessly and said, "Can't you see I'm hurt? Shouldn't you give a patient proper food? Why did you keep me alive?" Huang Hao poured some liquor and said, "Kept you alive? You're just tough. And if I keep you, Barry Sue will walk right into a trap on his own." Ryan tilted his head and smiled. "Lure Barry Sue? Do you think you're skilled enough for that?" Huang Hao drank the liquor he had just poured and said, "Well, I like to act as I please." "Really?" Ryan sighed and thought to himself, "Damn it, can I get out of here? I'm not in good shape." Then Huang Hao put down his glass and said, "Stop thinking useless thoughts." He pulled a chair over to Ryan. "I acknowledge your skills." He sat down and continued, "But it looks like I've won for now, don't you think?" Ryan shrugged and smiled. "You're full of confidence. Then untie me and let's fight again." Huang Hao heard that and laughed as if it were funny. "I thought you weren't in very good shape right now." Ryan also smiled provocatively at him. "We'll have to see about that." But Huang Hao refused firmly. "That cheap provocation won't work, damn it." Suddenly Ryan asked with concern, "By the way, that Su Ran you were fighting, what happened to her? Was she the adopted daughter? Are you sure?" Huang Hao feigned ignorance and said, "Unfortunately, I lost her." Ryan asked back, not understanding. "You lost her? You caught her and then lost her?" Ryan tried to distract him with conversation while struggling to untie the ropes. "I see you lost her. That's funny. You say it as if she could have escaped. You're a terrible liar." Huang Hao flinched when his true intentions were revealed. In a deserted alley, Su Ran woke up with a start. She was lying on a pile of trash. Su Ran jumped up and shouted, "Damn it, what the hell am I doing here, you idiot?" Su Ran wrapped her head in her hands, helpless. Next to her was the sword Huang Hao had left on a bridge. Rizu's car was speeding. Suddenly he stopped. Rizu slammed on the brakes, but unfortunately 2 cars blocked his path. Men in black got out of the cars and Rizu also opened his car door and got out. One guy turned on a speaker and reported, "Team 6, Barry Sue confirmed near the bridge. Surround the target and request backup." Rizu looked at the group surrounding his car and said, "Surround? You really surrounded me? Ridiculous." He nonchalantly lit a cigarette. One guy asked doubtfully, "Is that Barry Sue? He just looks like a lackey." A smarter guy advised him, "Stop it, you'll get yourself killed." A notification came from the radio. "Support troops from the subsidiary organizations are on their way." A guy in black asked in surprise, "Subsidiary organizations, not the army?" After hearing the notification he said, "Got it, reinforcements will arrive soon. Stall for time." Barry Sue suddenly opened his mouth. "Reinforcements, tell them to hurry up," he said with annoyance. "I'm busy right now." Then Barry Sue threw his cigarette at the guy in front of him. The guy shouted in surprise, "What is this damn cigarette? I can't see. Keep your distance." Before he could react, Barry Sue cut him down with one blow. Then he looked at the guy behind him. Rizu grabbed his hand and made him collide with the guy in front. Barry Sue continued to stab him with one blow. Then he turned and kicked him far away. Another guy suddenly rushed in and tried to stab him from behind. Barry Sue lifted his foot and stomped on his hand, but unfortunately he was hit by the knife of the guy in front. He quickly snatched the knife from his hand, turned and stabbed both of them, and the men screamed in pain. Blood splattered everywhere. Then the men quickly fell. The other men saw that and hesitated. One guy cursed in fear. "That monster, aren't you going to attack?" Barry Sue wiped the blood from his body and asked coldly, "Or should I go to you?" Suddenly a car was approaching them. Man in black pulled his hat down and said, They're here. He recalled the notification he had heard earlier. Support troops from the subsidiary organizations are on their way. I heard they're Japanese. The dispatched man got out of the car. Barry Sue widened his eyes in surprise and stared at him. The man smiled and said, "So that's how it is. We met sooner than expected. Is this guy the strongest in Japan?" Rizu smiled with amusement and said, "Muto Taiga." An hour ago in Dongu, Kato entered the room and reported, "The job is done, my lord." Sogo stood in front of the window and asked, "What happened to that Taisen guy?" "Did Huang Hao take him?" Kato answered. "Yes, he said he would use him to lure out Barry Sue." Sogo widened his eyes, looked outside and said, "So that's how it is. Either one of them will come running." Suddenly a knock was heard. "May I come in?" Sogo put down the sword in his hand and said, "Come in." Muto entered and said, "My lord, I have just returned. I heard you achieved a great victory." "I am truly ashamed." Sogo looked at him with an inscrutable smile and said, "No, I heard you defeated the 9 swords of Ilhuk. It was a splendid inaugural ceremony for us." Muto glanced at Kato leaving the room and continued, "You praise me too highly." Suddenly, Sogo leaned back in his chair and said, "By the way, I have something to ask." "What would you like to ask?" He smiled like a pervert and said, "I heard Bei Dukyung appeared on the scene, so why did you retreat?" Muto heard that, closed his eyes and thought to himself, "As expected, Bei Dukyung is the problem." Thinking, he answered, "After assessing the situation, I decided not to waste any more strength at that time." Sogo said with displeasure, "Decided? What do you mean?" Muto explained, "Everything I do is to make you the final victor, my lord." Sogo suddenly got angry and cut him off. "No, right? My question is why you decided on your own. I absolutely trust your strength, so I want to fight alongside you, but now we are in a master-servant relationship, and I want to use you as a sword." After speaking, he drew his sword and said, "But if that sword has a will of its own, I will no longer use it." Then Sogo nonchalantly threw the sword on the ground. He frowned in anger and said, "Do you understand my meaning?" Muto Taiga. After listening, Muto was silent for a moment, then suddenly knelt and said, "It is my fault, my lord. I dared to forget the duty of a sword. Please give me one more chance. This time I will definitely serve your will with all my heart." Muto persuaded Sogo with a determined gaze. Returning to Rizu's side, Muto appeared and said, "We met sooner than expected, Barry Sue." He smiled and looked at him. "Indeed." Muto approached him as if he couldn't understand and said, "What's so funny? What should I say?" Rizu also walked towards him and said, "I think I'm very lucky." "Lucky? Actually, I was a little worried. I was worried whether you would come to Dongu or not, but now you've appeared right in front of me." Muto laughed loudly in excitement after hearing Rizu's words. "As expected, the Ryugasaki brothers are different. Then shall we begin?" After speaking, the two rushed towards their opponent. Muto threw a punch, but Rizu quickly dodged it. He looked at his hand and thought to himself, "As expected, I felt it last time too. The preparation is slow, but the attack speed is terrifyingly fast." The moment Rizu slashed at him, Muto blocked it with his hand. He pulled Rizu's hand towards him and smiled. "To intentionally close the distance, you're really reckless." Then Muto kicked Rizu's leg and threw a punch at him. Rizu, not to be outdone, stabbed him with a knife. The movements of the two were astonishingly fast. Men in black frowned and whispered, "Did you see that? It won't end until one of them dies, will it?" Suddenly, Muto paused. He looked at the knife stabbing towards him, smiled and commented, "If I had been a little late I would have died." But suddenly, Rizu dropped the knife in his hand and kicked him hard with his knee. He said in surprise, "You blocked it with your elbow." Muto also quickly twisted Rizu's hand and threw him high. Then he threw him into the car behind him. He continued to kick at him, but Rizu quickly dodged and slashed at him again. But Muto was faster. He pushed Rizu far away with his hand. Muto smiled again and said, "Oh, you're really different. The games end here." "Games?" Rizu took off his jacket and said, "I'm a little disappointed." The two rushed in and attacked again. Rizu landed a strong punch on Muto's face. He returned a blow to his stomach. Rizu saw that and thought to himself, "In terms of strength, that guy is superior. Then I have to push him relentlessly." Thinking, Rizu punched him in the face and continued to swing his fists. A punch landed squarely on Muto's face. Instead of being in pain, he smiled and said, "The stage has just been set, so why are you in such a hurry?" After speaking, Muto landed a strong punch on Rizu's stomach. He frowned in pain and blocked, but Muto pinned Rizu to the ground with his strength. Rizu panted and grabbed Muto's hand. Before he could do anything, he was pinned down hard again. "It's not over yet." The men in black saw that and shouted in horror, "Is Barry Sue being overwhelmed?" Rizu, lying on the ground, suddenly muttered, "It's been a while since I've been pinned to the ground like this. I got hit like this by the 9 swords guys last time too, didn't I?" Muto saw him lift his leg and said, "Oh, you know joint locks too?" But Rizu suddenly jumped up and kicked him hard in the face. Then he landed on the ground, turned his body and said, "Don't be complacent, it's not over yet." After speaking, Rizu continued to kick Muto's stomach. He was hit by the kick and collided with the bridge railing. The men in black frowned and wondered, "Is it over?" Contrary to their speculation, Muto nonchalantly stood up and laughed loudly. "Haha, really? Fighting a strong opponent is truly exhilarating. Stop with the useless talk and get up, let's continue." Rizu rolled up his sleeves and glared at him threateningly. "Then let's continue." Muto stood up and Rizu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and approached him. Muto looked at the wound on his hand, then suddenly clenched his fist and looked at Rizu, saying, "I finally understand." "What did you understand?" Muto continued. "When we first met, I ambushed you from behind. At that time, I thought I was overwhelmed by your presence. I thought it was a failure for me, but now I realize it was a man's desire to win, the craving to defeat you, and the fighting spirit. It's been a long time since I felt this way. I didn't know I could become so cowardly. He looked at his hand and said to Rizu, "Thank you for everything. It is you who has tempered me once again." Rizu frowned in anger and said, "Stop with the useless talk. Are you trying to stall for time?" Suddenly he extended his hand forward and said, "So this is my reward to you, a compliment. So fall with satisfaction." After speaking, Muto extended his hand and provoked Rizu. He quickly rushed in and attacked him, but Muto easily blocked and knocked his hand away. Rizu continued to turn his body and kicked his hand hard. Rizu glared at him provocatively. "Didn't you say you would take me down? Are you just going to defend?" After speaking, Rizu raised his fist again and attacked. He hit him hard in the stomach, but Muto caught that fist with both hands. Then he frowned again. Muto lifted his leg and kicked Rizu squarely in the face, and he couldn't react in time and was hit. Rizu thought to himself, "A high kick from close range, is it karate?" Then he clenched his fist again and hit Muto's stomach hard. He, not to be outdone, quickly returned the same blow. Rizu rushed in while spitting blood and continued to hit his chest squarely. His eyes were filled with anger. Muto saw that and frowned. Then he threw another punch, forcing Rizu to retreat. He stood his ground with his feet and attacked Muto again. He also quickly punched Rizu in the face. He, not tired at all, hit his chin. Muto also returned a punch to his face. The two continued to hit each other's faces without rest. Fists continued to fly back and forth. Rizu thought as he threw a punch. He attacks without defending. Then the one who lands the decisive blow first wins. With this one blow, thinking, Rizu threw another roundhouse kick, but Muto had already noticed and said, "I've seen that move a lot, you're too hasty." He knocked Rizu down and punched him in the face. Muto threw his fist with all his might. Then he suddenly paused. Rizu was now lying on the ground. Muto frowned and looked at him. "That was really dangerous. It's been a long time since I've been hit with such a heavy punch. Anyway, in terms of attack, you seem to be better than your brother." The men in black shouted in surprise. "Did Barisu lose really?" "No, it's not over yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Rizu stood up with his hands and Muto turned to look at him. Barisu's blood dripped to the ground, but he still stood up and said, "Fighting spirit, blood boiling, is this game fun for you? Do you want to know what it feels like for your blood to boil? I'll show you." At this moment, Barisu's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. He looked at Muto and continued, "It's a feeling so hot your blood runs dry." After speaking, Barisu rushed in and attacked. Muto was shocked and thought to himself, "He's too fast, but blocking his attack is quite simple." However, Barisu lightly knocked away his fist. While he was flustered, Barisu continued to attack. Barisu threw a punch at Muto's face. He spat blood, surprised, and thought to himself, "What, he's still that strong?" As Barisu landed a series of punches on Muto's body, he guessed, "No, I think he's gotten stronger than before." Thinking, he threw a kick at Barisu, but realizing something, he suddenly paused. Barisu was stomping on the leg he was about to attack with. Muto saw it and said, "Is this defensive stance the one you're most skilled at?" Barisu kicked his leg, but Muto didn't fall and instead said, "But your legs have gotten weaker than before. As expected, your strength is gone." Without giving him a chance to attack, Barisu kicked him in the face. Muto spat blood and shouted in surprise, "What?" Then he collapsed to the ground. While Muto was still in pain, Barisu lifted his foot again and kicked him. Muto shouted in surprise, "So hot your blood runs dry?" Barisu heard his words, grew enraged, and was about to stomp on him, but he suddenly paused. Muto had blocked that foot. He smiled and said, "How pitiful, Barisu." Then he landed a strong punch on his body. Barisu thought in pain, "Damn it, he's still not down." Muto stood up and said, "Drying up along with that will to win? I don't fully understand what you mean. I don't know what made you that way either, but I too would like to enjoy this battle a little longer." After speaking, he smiled and clapped his hands together hard. Barisu also picked up the knife that had fallen to the ground. He aimed the knife at him and looked at him with determined eyes. At this sight, Muto smiled, extremely excited. In a certain building, a group was fighting fiercely. Bei Dukyung had also just landed a knife blow on one of them. He thought to himself, "Good, I'm finally inside. The problem is how to find Barisu here. There are more of them than I expected." While he was thinking, a guy rushed in to stab him from behind, but he was immediately hit with a punch and spat blood. Bei Dukyung said to the man who had just taken care of that guy, "We have to find him first before we can make our next move, right?" He replied, "Understood. Are you talking about Mr. Lee Son-mong?" "Yes, we can't waste any more time here. Let's find him and get out quickly, understand?" "Understood." After speaking, the two rushed in and fought again. During the fierce battle, suddenly a voice echoed, "Bei Dukyung, you came yourself this time. I thought you'd hide behind your brother again. Come here, this is your place." Sogo stood at the top of the stairs, drew his sword and looked at him. At this sight, Bei Dukyung ran a hand through his hair as if it were a headache and lamented, "You're a pain in the ass wherever I go." Then he smiled, aimed his knife at him and said, "This time I'll kill you, so wait right there." At this time, on Barisu's side, he was fighting Muto Taiga. Barisu's gaze turned cold, then he held his knife and rushed towards him. Muto quickly blocked with his hand, but he couldn't block the knife Barisu stabbed into his shoulder. Then he got angry, grabbed his hand and brought his knee up at Barisu. Barisu also quickly lifted his leg to block. The two men's knees collided. Barisu held his knife and continued to attack. He stabbed his arm. Muto Taiga frowned and thought to himself, "Every technique is filled with killing intent. That dagger is too dangerous." Thinking, he reached out and deflected the direction of that attack. Muto hit Barisu's knife-wielding hand hard. At that blow, Barisu winced in pain. Barisu suddenly retreated. Muto didn't stop either and rushed in, saying, "Tricks are not my specialty." Barisu quickly leaned back to dodge, then held his knife again and continued to attack. But his punch knocked the knife out of Barisu's hand. He smiled triumphantly as if he had achieved his goal but was hit by Barisu's kick. Muto spat blood once more. Barry Sue quickly picked up the knife. While he was attacking, Muto kicked him once in the stomach. Barry Sue didn't stop either and slashed his stomach once. Suddenly Muto grabbed his face and slammed it hard on the ground. Barry Sue held his knife and stabbed. Muto wasn't scared, reached out his hand to block, and the knife pierced his hand. He groaned in pain, then continued to smash his face into the ground. "Eat this." Barry Sue frowned in pain. Then he quickly lifted his leg and kicked him in the face. At that kick, Muto fell backward. He raised his head in shock and shouted, "Truly amazing to be able to attack even in that state." As the two were about to fight again, one of the men in black watching spoke into his earpiece. "Get ready. When that guy gets tired, we'll rush in." Muto looked at the knife in Barry Sue's hand and thought to himself, "I have to deal with that dagger first, lure him into fighting with his bare hands. Just one blow, I just need to land one proper blow." Then he wrapped the wound on his hand with a bandage. Meanwhile, Barry Sue rushed in again and threw a punch. He saw Barry Sue's hand trembling and thought, his right hand can only make a fist now. If I just know how he's going to attack, everything will be easy. This palm too. He gripped Barry Sue's knife-wielding hand tightly and shouted, "Relying on such a crude weapon is the cause of your defeat." After speaking, he kicked Barry Sue's chin. Barry Sue fell backward and lay on the ground. He looked at Barry Sue nonchalantly. Barry Sue was bleeding, but he looked at him with a firm gaze that refused to lose. At this sight, Muto couldn't help but shout, "You monster!" Barry Sue rushed in again. Muto quickly grabbed his knife. He said, "It's over. You can't hold a weapon now, can you?" Barry Sue just smiled and said, "So what if I can't?" While he was throwing a punch, Barry Sue ducked his body. Then he hooked a kick around his leg. Barry Sue continued to place his hand on the ground and kicked him in the face. Muto suddenly realized at this moment, did that guy intend to get hit? Without giving him a chance to counter, Barry Sue continued to punch him in the face. Muto thought in pain, "Barry Sue, I acknowledge you as the strongest." Barry Sue looked at Muto, who had collapsed to the ground, and said, "Don't you want to have more fun? Get up. Is that all you've got?" He sighed and looked at the group of men in black behind him. Barry Sue opened his mouth. "You were here too." Barry Sue lit a cigarette and said, "Are you coming in?" "Ah, no need to be polite." He tore his shirt, wrapped it tightly around his hand, and continued, "All of you come in, let's not waste each other's time." Ryan glared at the person in front of him and said to Huang Hao, "How long are you going to just drink? Seeing as you've kept me alive this long, you must have some purpose, right? I'm starting to get bored too. Let's get this over with quickly," Ryan said as he untied the ropes. Huang Hao heard his words, put the liquor bottle down on the ground and said, "What a personality. If you ask what I want, there is one thing." But before his words were even finished, he was punched in the face by Ryan. He smiled nonchalantly and said, "Is that so? Then I'll listen later." Ryan broke free from the ropes, stood up and looked around the room. Then he picked up the clothes on the table, put them on, held his nose and said contemptuously, "Damn it, is this all there is? I'll see you next time, old man." After speaking, Ryan quickly opened the door and went outside while Huang Hao lay on the floor and smiled. Ryan ran down the hallway, repeatedly asking himself, "So where is this? Am I still in Donggu? It doesn't seem like I was dragged very far." He was running when he suddenly ran into two guys who were smoking. "Ha! What is this? How did you get out?" Ryan quickly smashed one guy's face into the wall. The other guy saw it, held a knife and rushed at him. Ryan dodged the attack and ran away. He thought to himself, "I don't have time to deal with them one by one, and my condition isn't very good either." Then he ran down a hallway and suddenly stopped. Ryan smiled tiredly and shouted, "Please just leave me alone. Can't you just let it slide? I'm really tired." In front of him was a group of people. Suddenly a voice was heard from above. "What? When did that kid get there? What are you guys trying to do to that kid? You're in a sorry state, kid." The other guys also lifted their heads and looked up. Ryan saw the person who had come and said with a smile, "Are you in any position to say that?" Suran raised her sword and said, "Whatever. I've figured out the situation anyway. I just have to take that kid and get out right." On a certain bridge, Barry Sue was smoking a cigarette and looking at the group of men in black in front of him. Muto looked at him and thought unpleasantly, is he still planning to continue? He's already reached his limit, so how can he still fight? Barry Sue looked at those guys and said, "Why are you dawdling so much? If you don't come in, I'll go to you." Then a brave one rushed in and stabbed him, but Barry Sue dodged and punched him in the stomach. He was surprised to see Barry Sue's fist trembling. He shouted loudly, "As expected, Barry Sue has reached his limit, everyone rush in." Then he pushed Barry Sue, causing him to collide with the car behind him. Barry Sue glared at them, dodging while attacking. Then Barry Sue suddenly stopped. He grabbed the car door and threw it hard at the guy who was charging at him with a knife. He continued to stomp hard on the guy's hand with his foot, but another guy quickly kicked him into the car. The guy rushed in with a knife. Barry Sue quickly dodged and grabbed his neck tightly. He stabbed his head with the knife. Suddenly another guy with a knife rushed in from behind. Barry Sue quickly reached out and blocked. He lightly turned his body and stabbed the other guy again. The other guys saw it and hesitated. Even the guy sitting next to the car glared with fearful eyes. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat seeing Barry Sue's demonic face. After dealing with the two guys, Barry Sue got out of the car. Muto looked at him and thought to himself, what kind of power does that guy possess, even at his limit? How? The guy who was sitting next to the car and was kicked in the face by Barry Sue shouted in fear, "Stop, please, spare me." Muto thought with bewilderment, how can he still stand up and continue to fight? What on earth makes that guy so persistent? Suddenly, Barry Sue opened his mouth. "Hey, you should stop too. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Are you scared?" Hearing those words, he smiled as if it were interesting. Muto said excitedly, Good, understood. Thank you, Barry Sue. I have learned a lot from you in this battle. As an enemy and as the strongest I have met in this Korea, let me fight you once more. Suddenly, Muto's figure blurred before Barry Sue's eyes. He rubbed his eyes and thought to himself, damn it, my vision is starting to get blurry. Then he immediately rushed towards Barry Sue. He quickly dodged, but the wound on his leg suddenly throbbed and Barry Sue collapsed to the ground. Muto saw it and said, so that's what it was. As expected, your body can no longer hold up with just willpower. Barry Sue didn't accept it, stubbornly hit his own leg and said, shut up, one of the men in black watching from outside commanded. Everyone rush in and eliminate Barry Sue. Muto looked back at the group and said, to be ganged up on and taken down by those guys is not an ending that suits you in this battle. If you don't mind, let me put an end to everything with you. Barry Sue heard those words, smiled and said to him, don't talk nonsense. Didn't you hear that guy say for everyone to go in together? Do I have to say it in Japanese? Muto sighed helplessly and continued, understood if that is what you think. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle engine roared. The group turned their heads in unison to look. Something was approaching in front of them. A man on a motorcycle holding a steel pipe rushed in. He called out to Barry Sue. Both Muto and Barry Sue were surprised. The motorcycle suddenly came to a halt and the guy swung the pipe. Barry Sue also glared at him, but instead of hitting Barry Sue, he aimed for Muto. He was hit and spat blood. The guy continued, hey Barry Sue, you'll pay a heavy price for this. Blood continued to drip from the knife. At the sight of Suran's eyes, Ryan got goosebumps and shouted, wow, that's really scary. But how did you know to come here? Suran asked, do you know what's going on? Ryan looked at the blood flowing from his body and said, whatever, it's fine. Do you have a phone? Let me borrow it. As you can see, this is my condition. Sue ran fiercely through the phone at him. Ryan held up the panda keychain attached to the phone and marveled, oh my, you like this kind of thing? She got angry that her secret was revealed and shouted, you bastard. That's… Ryan smiled nonchalantly and said, what does it matter as long as I'm the only one who knows? There's no one else here. A voice was heard from the other end of the phone. Hello, it's connected. Ryan opened his mouth. Department head, yeah. This is Ryan. She heard his words, was surprised and asked, Ryan, did you meet Ms. Suran? Ryan leaned against the wall and answered, yes. A lot of things happened in the middle, but anyway, I think we'll need some more support. What's the situation with the others? Department head Ya said. After hearing the news that Mr. Ryan was kidnapped, Mr. Barry Sue and Director Bae Do-kyung went to Donggu. Ryan sat down, laughed and said, I knew this would happen. I think we picked the wrong meeting place. I only heard that Director Bae is fighting the 10 Fists group, but Mr. Barry Sue. We lost contact after hearing he went to Donggu. I don't know if he got trapped in the middle. Hearing her words, Ryan asked with concern, what about the 9 swords? Did support troops go from there? Department head Ya looked at the Ilhik chairman in front of her and said, actually we have a bit of a problem here too. Meanwhile, Sung Min's car was heading towards the room in front of them and a figure walked out of that room. Ryan said helplessly, damn it, why now of all times? Then we'll take care of this side. After speaking, he hung up the phone, turned around and said, let's go. Suran. We're going to support Director B. Hearing that, Suran shouted, what, you're going in that state? Ryan covered his mouth and said, this is no time to be groaning in pain. What was that guy's number? I remember, it was a good thing I kept that guy back then. Suran asked, not understanding. You kept him? Ryan smiled and replied, yeah, we have a trump card. A guy as stubborn as Rizu. Ryan recalled the past. In a building, a man frowned and said, are you kidding me? Should have just killed me back then. And now you're telling me to follow Tazen? Ryan said soothingly with a smile. Hey, don't be like that. We're in a bind too. We're being attacked from all sides, so we need more people to help. He frowned again, looked at Ryan and asked, are you asking me for a favor right now? To someone who was your enemy, Ryan explained tiredly. That's why I'm asking. Anyway, we treated you pretty well, didn't we? Let's help each other out as fellow ex-soldiers. Honestly, you're a mercenary, right? I'll pay you, Barry Sue said with a cigarette in his mouth. Same background, that guy is different from us. Don't treat him the same. The man heard this and said unpleasantly, what? Barry Sue said calmly. From the start you were just a guy who smuggled weapons on the battlefield. You only care about money, don't you? Honor and trust, things like that have no value to you, right? You just chase after immediate profit. Barry Sue continued with a contemptuous smile, a guy like that won't move even when offered money? Isn't it just because you're scared? Even with money, you're too scared to do it. Angered by his words, the man rushed in to attack. Without hesitation, Barry Sue kicked the table at him, reached out and slammed his head hard on the ground. Watching this scene, Ryan helplessly wrapped his head in his hands and said, really? I told you I'd persuade him. Pinned to the ground, he shouted angrily, how are you any different? You're just guys who became gangsters after being discharged. Barry Sue opened his mouth. Gangsters after being discharged, that's what you think, right? Maybe we're not so different. I was betrayed by someone I trusted and even lost a comrade at his hands, he asked, not understanding. What nonsense are you talking about now? Barry Sue continued calmly. Discharged? Yeah, that makes sense, because now even I don't think of myself as a soldier anymore. Like you, I might have lost honor and trust, but I'm not a guy who only chases money like someone, Barry Sue said, pulling out a knife. I will get my revenge. If becoming a gang boss for the sake of revenge is the end, I'll gladly do it. Then he stabbed the knife in front of him and said, so you choose too. You're a captive anyway, but if you're a dog, you'd better choose your master well. He silently stared at the knife in front of him. Returning to the present, the man looked at Barry Sue and called out, death silent, right? The group in black asked themselves, not understanding, why is that guy attacking our side? He sneered. Look at the state of you. What are you going to do looking like that? Barry Sue pushed himself up with his hand and suddenly shouted, look behind you. He glanced at the motorcycle behind him, revved the throttle and turned around. He lifted his goggles and asked, "What's that monster's name? He can still stand up after taking those wounds? How much will you give me if I take him down?" Barry Sue looked at him and said, "If you take him down, I'll give you this whole building. He's no ordinary guy. They say he's called the strongest in Japan." He frowned and asked back, "Is he that good?" Then the man looked at Barry Sue and thought to himself, "Those wounds, did that guy inflict them? It's surprising to see Barry Sue beaten this badly. Now is the only chance." Then he held out the steel pipe and said, "Rizu, let's retreat. Get up. Just remember this. I don't wait for people who are behind me." Hearing that, Barry Sue smiled and grabbed the steel pipe. As he got on the motorcycle, the other guys saw it and shouted, "They're running away, get them." He revved the throttle and the motorcycle shot forward. Barry Sue glared back and said, "This damn mess." He looked at the smoke rising from the wheels and asked, "Looks like your memories are coming back." The guys in black shouted in confusion, "Damn, I can't see anything, just charge." Suddenly, a steel pipe flew towards one guy and knocked him away. As he approached Muto, the man said, "You must have a high price on your head. See you next time." After speaking, he drove the motorcycle and sped away. The guys in black finally came to their senses and shouted, "Damn it, we lost them, chase them." Muto suddenly knelt. He knelt on the ground and called out to Barry Sue, and then only the sound of the fading engine echoed in his ears. At the same time, the Ilhek chairman was entering a room. The group in the room saw him and said, "Wow, look at this fancy mess. Whose house is this anyway? It's really pathetic every time. What's the point of wearing a big badge?" A fat old man in a police uniform finished speaking and looked at the man behind him, asking, "Isn't that right?" A man called Director Han also smiled and answered, "So from now on we must change. Isn't that the very reason the Wonson project exists?" The old man saw Lee Sung-min again. "Director Lee Sung-min, no, Chairman Lee Sung-min of Ilhek." Meanwhile, the female secretary was holding a phone assessing the situation. She whispered worriedly, "Please answer the phone, Director Beck." Meanwhile, Bae Du-kyung was grumbling, "Really, the phone's been ringing non-stop." He looked at the guy in front of him and said, "I'm pretty famous around here too. Lord Sogo must know that too, right?" In front of him was Sogo with a bloodthirsty, insane smile. Bae Du-kyung aimed his knife at Sogo and said, "This time I'll definitely kill you. Stand there and wait." Sogo also drew his sword and said, "Why wait? I'll come right now." Then he came down the stairs and commanded, "No one interfere. Bae Du-kyung is mine. I hope my sword reaches you this time. Bae Du-kyung, it has to be different from last year, right? You don't want to die like your friend, do you?" Hearing that, Bae Du-kyung was silent. Ilhek member standing behind him looked surprised. Then he approached and called out, "Director Beck." Bae Du-kyung swept his hair back and said, "I'm fine, step aside," he said worriedly. Just now Director Beck's expression, Sogo looked at him and provoked, "How long has it been since we've faced each other like this? Since you came to Korea?" But before he could finish, Bae Du-kyung rushed in and attacked. Sogo was surprised but quickly countered. Bae Du-kyung swung his knife forward. Sogo saw it and raised his sword to block. The knife grazed his face, but he still smiled as if it were amusing. Then their weapons clashed. Bae Du-kyung was suddenly knocked back. The Ilhek member saw it and thought in surprise, as expected, his movements are a bit different from before. After that, Bae Du-kyung didn't stop and continued to rush in and attack. Sogo knocked his knife away again and struck down once, but Bae Du-kyung quickly dodged and continued to rush in. Suddenly he flinched. Sogo's sword grazed past Bae Du-kyung's neck. He was startled and cursed. "Damn it!" The Ilhek member saw it and shouted worriedly, "Director Beck." And then he punched the face of the guy who had just tried to stab him secretly. He thought worriedly to himself, "Don't tell me he can't hear anything." As expected, the director is in a very agitated state right now. Sogo continued to attack with his sword and asked, "What's wrong? Your movements are too obvious, it's not like you." Bae Du-kyung raised his knife to block and said, "Shut up," but he continued to chatter. "Nothing has changed from last year. Back then too, you rushed in thoughtlessly like a moth to a flame," Bae Du-kyung shouted angrily. "I told you to shut up." Sogo blocked the knife he threw with his sword and said, "That's why your bodyguard died too." What was his name again? At his words, Bae Du-kyung recalled what that bodyguard had said. "What? Lord Bae Du-kyung is the leader? Who would have imagined such a thing?" At that memory, his blood boiled, his eyes widened, and he said angrily, "Don't you ever mention that name again. It's not a name you have the right to say." Sogo said maniacally, "Do you think I want to remember that cowardly bastard's name? I just remember that he died miserably like a dog." Bae Du-kyung frowned at his provocation and said, "Died miserably like a dog? You'll become more miserable than that." In a certain high-rise building, a fat guy in a police uniform sat in a chair and said, Why so cold when greeting a guest? Look at this. You're not prepared to receive me at all. This isn't polite. Shouldn't you put something in my mouth to get the conversation flowing?" After guiding Lee Sung-min inside, a young man with long hair bowed his head and said, "Excuse me. I will wait outside." The guy with a scar on his face saw him leave and his eyes widened in surprise. He thought to himself, "He looks familiar, and that person, as expected, my guess was right." The fat guy tapped the desk authoritatively and said, "What is this? Is this how this director treats his guests?" "No, I forgot. He's a chairman now, right?" Acting pompously, Lee Sung-min sat in a chair and answered calmly, "I was contemplating how to treat the three of you politely. As you know, we're in a rather sensitive state due to recent events. I wasn't sure whether to treat you gently or in another way. I'll decide after hearing what you have to say first." That fat, stupid guy said with contempt, "What are you talking about? Did you eat rat poison? What do you mean gently?" The blonde guy next to him saw this and said, "Chairman, there's no need to be so tense. We just came to make a few proposals." Lee Sung-min asked in surprise, "What kind of proposal?" He continued calmly, "No, perhaps it would be more accurate to call it advice." Then he clenched his fist, looked at him and said, "How about abandoning Taisen? Taisen is just an external organization without roots, and right now they're just using us for their power struggle in Japan. I know you've made a lot of effort, Chairman. You used all sorts of methods to survive, so you must need an organization to lean on, right? In that regard, Taisen is clearly a wise choice. We regret not being able to help you in the past. Back then, no one thought you would become this strong. But now, Wonson has begun to know what kind of person you are, Chairman. You have proven yourself. Then he bowed his head again and stated his purpose. So please, give us a chance to wash away our past mistakes. Allow us to serve you, Chairman, and stand under the name of Ilhuk once more. After listening, Lee Sung-min said nothing, only staring at him intently. Meanwhile, the fight between Bae Du-kyung and Sogo was still continuing fiercely. Bae Du-kyung thought angrily to himself, damn it, he's not giving me a chance to counter. Sogo's katana is really annoying. Sogo, as if reading his thoughts, struck down and said, do you think the problem is only with the sword? Bae Du-kyung, what's important isn't the sword, but what kind of sword it is. What? Sogo looked at the knife in his hand and assessed. You're the type to rely entirely on the knife in your hand. Agile and hard to predict, you're especially skilled at handling the tip of the knife. No one can match your knife skills, even Taiga acknowledged that. He said you resemble a Yame. Bae Du-kyung, angry, swung his knife at him and shouted, what nonsense are you spouting now? After taking a blow from Sogo's sword, Bae Du-kyung thought angrily to himself, I should have hit him this time. He looked at him and assessed. Anger is a fog that blinds the eyes and a flame that burns the brow, but I know your fatal weakness very well. Even if this is a cheap provocation, I will do everything to take you down. Suddenly, a part of Bae Du-kyung's hair was cut by his sword, Sogo said as he attacked. Taiga advised me to give up learning martial arts to beat you, but he also said this. He kicked his leg and continued. Instead of learning martial arts, he told me to learn how to understand you and how to defeat you. Bae Du-kyung wiped the blood from his face, frowned and asked, what are you talking about? He chattered. From then on I started to observe you, how you walk, how you run, what you care about, what shakes you, how you grip your knife when you hold it, where you aim when you cut. I engraved everything in my mind, studied it and made it my own. One by one, the more I knew you, the more I hated you to the point of vomiting. The flame in my heart seemed to burn to the top of my head and scorch my eyes. But I endured it all. Suddenly, he grabbed Bae Du-kyung's wrist, his eyes widened and he shouted, only to defeat you. Son of a bitch, my sword is only for you. My sword is not for Japan, not for Oyama, not for anything of this Wonson. Bae Du-kyung, this sword exists only because of you. As Sogo raised his sword to strike, the Ilhek member next to him shouted worriedly, Director Beck. The moment the sword was about to reach Bae Du-kyung, he suddenly recalled what Barry Sue had said. Why do you put your finger on the index finger? Bae Du-kyung looked at the knife in his hand and said, you mean this? If you do this, the tip of the knife, but it's uncomfortable this way. I tried it too, but I quit after a few times. Barry Sue looked at him and assessed. Hung Nim, your movements have been too excessive since you were young. Of course there are times when your fast feet are an advantage, but when you're recovering like now. Suddenly, Bae Du-kyung cut him off. Hey Rizu, you've never beaten me once since we were kids, do you know what I mean? It's been a while since we've fought. Want to have a match? Loser buys cigarettes, how about it? Barry Sue stood up without a word. A moment later, Bae Du-kyung was sprawled on the floor, panting tiredly. Damn it, you monster. Let's go again. Barry Sue, also sweating quite a bit, looked at him and said, you can't in your current state, Hung Nim. No matter how many times we fight, the result will be the same. It's a miracle you even fought Director Kong last time. The director isn't the problem. The problem is whether you can beat Sogo. Hearing that, Bae Du-kyung's face turned pale and he stammered, hey, wake up. With just that level, Barry Sue continued calmly. First, you have to deal with his katana. The weapon you're holding is a dagger with a clearly shorter range and less durability. Yet you're planning to rush in relying only on your slower than usual speed. It's no different from a suicide mission. Get up. Let your little brother teach you a thing or two. Returning to reality, Du-kyung kicked Sogo hard in the knee. The kick nearly sent Sogo tumbling forward. Before he could counter, Du-kyung spun around and landed a punch on his face. Sogo thought in surprise, spinning to hit with an elbow. There's a move like that, Du-kyung said nonchalantly. Looking at you reminds me of the old days. You always used to tell me to calm down. Rizu gave me that advice too. Was I really that hot-tempered? Sogo glared at him in astonishment and said, what are you talking about? Then Du-kyung continued. You said you learned my swordsmanship to defeat me, is that right? As soon as he finished speaking, the two rushed in again. Their sword and knife clashed instantly. Du-kyung spun again and struck with his elbow. Sogo thought, puzzled, that move again? But this time, instead of hitting his face, Du-kyung struck his hand. Then Du-kyung swung his knife again. Sogo, unable to react in time, widened his eyes in surprise. Du-kyung swung his knife and slashed him in one blow. Seeing him hit, Du-kyung said with annoyance, a pity, just using the sword to support your body. Du-kyung continued, I was planning to stab you quickly. Sogo, hearing this, praised him, using his sword to push himself up and saying, I finally get it, you were imitating your little brother, weren't you? Sogo, enraged, slashed towards Du-kyung and shouted loudly, you damn brothers. Du-kyung sneered at him. What did Rizu say back then? He recalled Rizu's words. If you rush in blindly, you'll fall into Sogo's trap. You can't beat an opponent with a longer weapon by just charging in. You have to find an unexpected opportunity and land a decisive blow. Sogo's sword moved quickly and lightly. Du-kyung extended his knife to block the sword. The moment the sword stops is when it's slowest. Thinking this, Du-kyung reached out and grabbed his sword. Sogo froze in surprise. Du-kyung quickly seized the opportunity to snatch his sword. Before he could even react, he fell to the ground. When he lifted his head, the tip of the sword was already in front of his eyes. Du-kyung held the sword and stared at him with ferocious eyes. Meanwhile, on Sung-min's side, the blonde-haired man bowed his head and said, "Please allow us to serve you. Please allow us to stand under the name of Ilhek once more." The fat guy in the police uniform saw this and thought, "Damn it, that viper, he's trying to swallow Ilhek whole, just a bastard anyway. So what does our young master plan to do?" Then suddenly Sung-min cursed. "Damn it, is that all? One moment you're making a proposal, the next you're threatening. You say whatever you want." "Ah, I said I'd listen to everything before deciding how to handle it," the fat guy said with interest. "Wow, Lee Sung-min, you've got away with words. I was going to be a little nice, but why are you acting so high and mighty?" Sung-min held out a cigarette, had Bati light it, and said, "Of course, because I'm the chairman. Yeah, it was quite fun when we went fishing back in the day. You tried everything to get into the General Assembly, so much that we laughed. Well, do you think you've caught the right line this time?" Angered by the sarcastic remark, he cursed, "This son of a bitch." Then Sung-min stood up from his chair and said, "Han Hee-sung, why are you suddenly so quiet? Use your head and say something else." Then he walked up to the man. Sung-min bent down and asked who's helping whom. At this, Han Hee-sung was flustered and looked at the scarred man behind him. Then he suddenly grabbed Sung-min's collar. The scarred man rushed in with a knife. Just as the knife was about to reach him, Bati suddenly rushed in and hit him. The punch crumpled his face and he collapsed. He flew towards the door after being hit by Bati's punch. He thought in pain, "This is worse than what I heard from the Russians." Bati approached him and assessed, "A bit rude but useful. This is getting interesting. I'll peel your skin off especially for you." Hearing those words, he smiled with interest. Returning to Du-kyung's side, his subordinates called out worriedly, "Did Lord Sogo lose?" Du-kyung looked at him and said, "It ended like this last time too, didn't it?" "What?" he replied, gritting his teeth. "No, I tried to end it like this last time too, but in the end what the hell do you want from me?" he shouted, enraged like a madman. "I told you I'd give you Oyama. I told you to take it all if you want it. You said you were going to Seoul. I gave you everything." "Why?" Du-kyung, annoyed, stabbed his knife next to his face and said, "Why couldn't we live like brothers?" Sogo was silent for a moment, then answered, "That's exactly the problem. Bae Du-kyung, you didn't want everything, nor did you hate everything. You lived under the illusion that you could embrace everything. That arrogance is proof that you don't know your own limits." After listening, Du-kyung frowned unpleasantly and said, "In the end you haven't changed." Suddenly, blood splattered on his face. Blood flew from the hand holding his knife. Du-kyung raised his knife, stabbed his hand and said, "This is how it has to end between you and me." Sogo gritted his teeth and shouted in anger, "Bae Du-kyung, kill me, end it." Suddenly Kato rushed from somewhere and hit Du-kyung in the stomach. He pushed Du-kyung away from Sogo, turned to his subordinates and cursed, "You idiots, what are you doing? Protect Lord Sogo." Hearing his words, they immediately rushed in and attacked Du-kyung. An Ilhek member called out worriedly, "Director Beck." Suddenly a scream echoed, "Duck." Instantly a knife flew over his head and stabbed one of the guys attacking Du-kyung. Blood splattered everywhere from his body, but Du-kyung didn't care and quickly took care of the remaining two. Then he looked at the weapon and said, "That sword. The blondie is here too." Su-ran saw Sun take down an opponent with her knife and said angrily, "Hey you idiot, are you just throwing around what I lent you like that?" Du-kyung, surprised, ran towards them and called out, "Ryan, how did you get here? How did you get out?" Suddenly he paused. Du-kyung looked at Ryan with concern and said, "Hey, shouldn't you be going back with those injuries?" Ryan wrapped his wound, smiled and said, "Are you already treating me like a patient? I'm fine." Kato wrapped his bleeding arm and cursed in frustration. "Damn it," he thought to himself. "Why is that unlucky bastard here? What is Huang Hao doing? Thinking about it, it's strange. Wonsen, where did all those army guys go?" The leader of the Wonsen group stood on the stairs and said, "Not yet, wait for the order." A month ago, Han Hee-sung signaled to the scarred man. As he left, Han Hee-sung sighed and said to the person next to him, "We have more family members than expected." The man next to him frowned and said, "Family? They're just floaters." After listening, Han Hee-sung smiled politely and said, "Is that what you think?" Everyone's eyes are gleaming with ambition. "If we're not careful, we'll lose our rice bowls. The table is the same, but the mouths to feed are increasing. So what do you want to say?" Han Hee-sung smiled inhumanly and said, "We need to reduce the number of mouths to feed. As you know, my lord, if we don't prune the branches, we'll only have more trouble. If it grows too thick, no one will want to climb it." He smiled slyly again and said, "Chief Kong is an expert in this field, isn't he?" The man took out a cigarette and commented, "Pruning is important. But do you have a method?" Han Hee-sung immediately approached and lit it for him. Then he proposed, "They say the nine-tailed fox will use the army to throw Taizan into chaos. This fight started from the grudge between Sogo and Bae Du-kyung. Besides, Zhurang is divided. I think the cause is Huang Hao." "Why?" Han Hee-sung answered. "For some reason he's changed too much. He used to be like a stray dog, but now he's a snake whose intentions are unknown. And he's joined hands with several factions, making him even more unpredictable. So we have to test him again, to see if he'll be swayed by emotions or choose for the common good." The man listened and said, "So Huang Hao will take care of Seo Yowa's Zhurang and the remaining place is?" Han Hee-sung smiled with interest, pushed up his glasses and said, "Leave Ilhek to me. Haven't you already tested them once? Then all the organizations in Seoul will be destroyed." The man threw away his cigarette and said, "All right, I'll talk to the police chief." I'll lend you the army guys, so use them as you wish. Han Hee-sung asked, puzzled. Aren't you going to step in yourself, my lord? Hearing his words, he smiled and said, you said the table is the same, but the mouths to feed are increasing, right? My plan hasn't even started yet. You clean up here. Leave the rest to me. Han Hee-sung clicked his tongue. He saw the scarred man getting up after being hit by Bati. The man cursed in Russian. Damn, one punch is pretty strong. Bati looked at him, smiled with interest and said, oh, you speak Russian too? He opened his collar and said, I lived there for a few years. Under his clothes was a tattoo. Bati saw it and asked, are you family? Which organization do you belong to? He closed his clothes and said, no organization. Compared to you guys, we're just small fry, but we know a lot of interesting things. For example, the guy who shot the big brother and ran away, or who Masim is. As soon as he finished speaking, Bati pointed a gun at his head. The madman continued to provoke. Ah, is this that gun, the one bullet to deal with the traitor? Bati's face darkened and he smiled angrily, saying, you know a lot, you sewer rats. The fat guy stepped in presumptuously. Damn it, you're ruining the mood. Why are you two suddenly chattering? Han Hee-sung pushed away Sung Min's hand and said, I'm getting angry now too. Why is that guy suddenly interrupting? He's using all sorts of tricks. Ilhek chairman adjusted his vest, looked at him with contempt and said, you're still the same, aren't you? Hearing his words, he smiled, stood up and said, it seems our negotiations have broken down, but you'd better think carefully. Chairman, seeing Han Hee-sung leave, the scarred man said, you think about it too, Ochaka. The answer might be somewhere else. Sung Min signaled to Bati to lower the gun. He frowned and looked at Sung Min. Han Hee-sung smiled slyly and thought to himself, I've achieved my goal. Just tying up that Bati guy is enough. Then the scarred man brushed past the person guarding the door. Suddenly he paused. He turned around in surprise to look at the man. Seeing him enter the room, a figure came to mind. He let out in astonishment, no way. Just then, Han Hee-sung answered a call. He answered the phone and said, yes, this is Han Hee-sung. Is that side okay? There were a few hitches, but for the most part, everything is going according to plan. I heard Sogo and Bae Do-kyung are fighting too. If one of them dies, while he was speaking, the other end of the line cut him off. Stop it. He paused and asked. What? The other end said again. Stop it. If that Sogo guy dies, it'll be quite a headache. After listening, Han Hee-sung shouted angrily, what are you talking about? All of a sudden, everything is almost a success. The man said again, do as I say. Protect Sogo no matter what. And one more thing. After listening, Han Hee-sung's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kato continued to shout, block them, hang in there. Suddenly, he saw a figure approaching from behind him. It was the Wonsun group. They surrounded Sogo. Do-kyung saw that and smiled, saying, where did you come from? You're finally here. A leader approached and said, Bae Do-kyung, this is as far as it goes. What? He lifted his hat and continued, I received 2 orders from above. One is to arrest Oyama Sogo. What are you doing? Do-kyung shouted, unable to understand. Do you think we can stop just because we want to? Kato seized the opportunity, raised his knife and rushed in, shouting loudly, Ryugasaki. The leader raised his hand and continued, and the second is. He struck Kato hard on the neck, causing him to say in disbelief, what? Why? He looked at Do-kyung and continued, the second order is to protect Ryugasaki. Meanwhile, the person who had just called Han Hee-sung asked, Chairman, are you satisfied now? Oyama chairman. The chairman just looked at him with a scary smile without a word. The Wonsun leader said, from this moment on, our Wonsun's goal is to protect your life. Bae Do-kyung no, Ryugasaki, and Oyama Sogo too. Do-kyung shouted in surprise. What? Why did it suddenly become like this? He continued. I will explain the details later. First, just know that this is a request from Oyama Tetsuji in Japan. Sogo heard this name and cursed in frustration. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Ryan suddenly stood up and said, Director, don't worry about it. This is our chance. We have to finish that bastard here. Now is the time. Hey, let's blow this thing up for the first time in a while. After speaking, he picked up the knife on the floor. Do-kyung tapped his shoulder and said, no need. I get the situation. It's Father Tetsuji's will. He probably wants to save you. We came to get you anyway, right? Don't be stubborn. The goal has been achieved. I'm out of here. Then Ryan also quickly threw his knife and followed Do-kyung. After listening, Sogo gritted his teeth in anger. A Wonsun guy, seeing him rush forward, shouted loudly, hey Oyama Sogo, you have to cooperate too. He shouted, outsiders, shut up. Bae Do-kyung, we have to finish this fight. The others quickly rushed in and held him back, leaving him shouting, don't run away, you son of a bitch. Do-kyung took out a cigarette and thought, if that's what father wants, I'll play the part of a good son for once. He lit the cigarette and said as he left, next time I'll really kill you, father. Meanwhile, the chairman smiled and said, Chief Kong, thank you for listening to this old man's request. Chief Kong put the cigarette pack in his pocket and walked away, saying, that's enough, let's talk about this later. He thought to himself with annoyance, what a troublesome old man. I don't know why that old man reminds me of someone. Could it be Bae Do-kyung? That guy seems gentle because he's smiling on the outside, but inside he's a cunning viper. Then the chairman stood up and continued, anyway, first I'll have to clean this place up. 5 hours ago, Tokyo Oyama Gumi Hotel. The chairman closed the documents and said, with this we will conclude the temporary meeting. Thank you for your precious time. Hideo, the boss of the Kudo-affiliated organization based in Setagaya, spoke up, don't mention it, we will simply follow. Nijima Fuku, the boss of the Nakanikai based in Suginami, said, but this is a sudden proposal. I heard you're retiring soon. Hardy slammed the desk in anger and shouted, what kind of talk is that? It's natural to follow when the chairman gives an order. Hearing that, he frowned and said, I didn't say anything, I just asked because I was curious. The chairman patted Hideo's shoulder and calmed him down. That's enough now, it's natural to be curious. I'm old, so the thought just suddenly came to me. Besides, as you all know, I've been troubled by my 2 sons lately, so my mind hasn't been at ease. So if you have any questions about the project, come and ask me anytime. In fact, it's a relief to hear you speak so frankly. So think about it carefully. I'll be waiting." After speaking, he left the room. Nijima kept his head down, but his eyes were filled with displeasure as he watched him. The chairman's motorcade left as it was. He looked out the window at the street. The chairman loosened his tie and asked, "How was it?" The driver replied, "As expected. Their eyes have completely changed. It seems they're planning to expand their influence within the organization with this opportunity." The chairman smiled confidently and said, "That's only natural. They're all greedy bastards. It's too early to put out the embers. But that's not the only problem. There are now many empty spots in Osaka, Kyoto, and even some key areas of Tokyo. Those bastards must be thinking this is a golden opportunity to turn the tables. The Oyamagumi was once considered the pinnacle of Japan. Now members are leaving one after another, and they're even facing internal conflict over the succession issue. And now a project to advance into Japan, it's obvious they're boiling with all sorts of dark intentions." As the chairman's car passed, a traffic warden watched it go. He spoke into his radio. "They've arrived. Begin." Then a truck rushed out from somewhere and slammed into one of the cars in the motorcade. A bald man saw the scene and shouted, "Damn it, is it an attack? Protect Lord Tetsuji first." Suddenly a blade appeared before his eyes. The warden from earlier stabbed him in the neck with a knife. The other members of the chairman's motorcade were also killed in an instant. The chairman's driver saw the scene and shouted, "Damn it, hide quickly, chairman." He looked at the situation outside and said, "To go this far, I'll have to ask you for a favor. Please help, Mr. Han Ki-wong." The man immediately received the order, unbuckled his seatbelt and said, "Understood." "I've grasped the situation." The chairman saw this and asked in surprise, "Really? Didn't you say Japanese was difficult?" Han Ki-wong replied, "Director Baek Do-kyung told me to see the situation and feel it, so I'm just acting on my intuition." The chairman, sitting in the car, smiled with interest and said, "As expected, that man is no ordinary person. You should take this opportunity to watch him carefully." The driver asked worriedly, "Do you really trust this person sent from Taisen?" The chairman asked him back, "Do you know why I intend to make Ryugasaki the leader?" He said, "This is not the time to talk about such things." The chairman calmly cut him off, smiled and continued, "That guy is a strange one. He may seem like he doesn't care about anyone on the surface, but his ability to read situations is uncanny. He predicted everything up to this point, that when Taiga and his gang retreated, new challengers would surely appear. And do you know what he said outside? Han Ki-wong was taking down the enemies one by one in an instant. He lifted one man high and threw him at the ones behind him. Another one charged, but he quickly landed a punch on his head and slammed him to the ground." The chairman continued his explanation. "He said he let Taiga get away because he was fighting Sogo. So he said he would send someone of a similar build, but even so, it's a bit dangerous to let him on the inside." Hearing the driver's concern, the chairman smiled and continued, "It's fine. You just heard him say he can't speak Japanese. That side has arrived too." Suddenly, Chief Kong and the Wonson group appeared. He approached and knocked on the chairman's car door. The driver was sweating. "It's Chief Kong." The chairman looked at the car's ceiling and replied as expected, "Please lower the window." Then he looked outside and said with a smile, "Chief Kong, it's the first time we're meeting in person. My apologies for the late greeting. I am Kong Jin. I came to help, but I didn't expect to see a familiar face here." After speaking, he glanced towards Han Ki-wong. The chairman smiled and said, "Since things have come to this, there must be others who think like you, Chief. So let's not beat around the bush and speak frankly. By the way, do you have a lighter?" A moment later, after hearing the whole story, Chief Kong frowned and said, "I understand the situation now. Since I saved your 2 sons, my lord, you must stand on our side." The chairman stood up and said, "I suppose I must. What power does this old man have? But I'm not sure if Do-kyung know if Ryugasaki will accept it. As you know, chairman, that man and I are not on good terms." The chairman smiled nonchalantly and said, "You don't need to worry about that. I've made a firm decision this time." "What do I mean? I will call Ryugasaki to Japan." Chief Kong frowned and asked, "Will Do-kyung listen?" The chairman looked at him and said, "I will make Ryugasaki the chairman of Oyamagumi. Since it has come to this, I too must make a firm decision. So I will hold the succession ceremony within a month." Meanwhile, at Taisen headquarters, Bae Do-kyung was smoking a cigarette, lost in thought as he looked down at the city. A voice was heard. "What is all this? Why are you suddenly going to Japan?" Baek Rizu demanded. "I just told you to rest and you're already out here." "It's nothing," his brother replied. "The old man in Japan says he wants to see me. He's been calling for 2 whole months, so I have no choice but to go," Bae Do-kyung continued. After speaking, he put out the cigarette in his hand. His brother asked, "And then what?" "And then, Bae Do-kyung hesitated. "He says he's going to make me the Oyama chairman," he scoffed. Hearing that, Baek Rizu spoke up. "Oyama declared neutrality in the conflict between you two and announced they would support Korea's Wonsan, right? On top of that, Wonsan directly protected you this time, Hung Nim. So there's only one answer," his brother speculated. "Wonsan will also advance into Japan, and it's highly likely that Chief Kong will appear there." Rizu's face was filled with anger. Bae Do-kyung agreed. He took out a cigarette and said, "Probably so. In that case, making me the chairman means that I'm supposed to cooperate with Wonsan, right?" he speculated. "Why are you thinking so complicatedly? Suddenly his brother lifted his casted arm. The answer is so obvious, the fact that Chief Kong is in Japan. Before he could even finish, Baek Rizu slammed his hand on the desk as if exploding with anger. That alone is reason enough. If Wonsan or Oyama get in our way, then we just have to wipe them all out. The impact cracked the cast on his brother's arm. The scene shifts to the old Ilhuk mansion, the temporary base of the Ten Fists. Hey, are you kidding me? A voice was heard. What kind of nonsense is this? Haruto said in anger. That Ryugasaki's little brother bastard beat Lord Taiga and now Ryugasaki is becoming the Oyama chairman? He repeated the words he had just heard as if he couldn't believe them. Kato continued. According to the information I received, it's true, Haruto wondered. Then where are Lord Sogo and Lord Taiga? That is, fear appeared on Kato's face. In another house within the base, Sogo was sweating like rain. He was kneeling on the floor and in front of him a sword was deeply embedded in the ground. It seemed he and Taiga had trained to the point of exhaustion to avoid another painful defeat. Taiga admonished him, but was met only with silence. He didn't say anything more. Taiga stood up and turned away, leaving Sogo to suffer in his endless guilt. Returning to the original conversation, Ayame stood up and spoke. Then what happens to us? We came all the way to Korea, but in the end does the chairman's seat go to that Ryugasaki bastard? Ayame said in anger. Then what happens to our boss? After speaking, she pointed her sickle at Kato's neck. Aren't we just stuck in the middle now? Hey, calm down, Ayame. That was the boss's order. Haruto tried to stop her. She cut him off. Only he is allowed to say my name. Call me by my name incorrectly one more time and I'll tear you to pieces. Ayame threatened him with murderous eyes. Hearing that, Haruto's blood boiled. That's a funny thing to say. Just then, a handsome white-haired man stepped forward to calm them down. That's enough. Haruto, Ms. Ayame, you should stop too. If you're really going to do this, two people will come at you. After speaking, he too drew his sword as if in challenge. Oh really? As soon as he finished speaking, she rushed forward and gripped the sword tightly. What a cute thing to say. Say it again. Blood dripped from Ayame's hand, but her face looked rather slightly excited. Just then, footsteps slowly approached them. The sound broke the chaotic atmosphere. It was Muto Taiga. Seeing him, everyone stood up respectfully. Lord Muto, you've all worked hard, he encouraged them. But I have shown you all a pathetic side of me. He blamed himself for Daiki and Nobu sacrificing their lives for the Ten Fists, and yet only bad news keeps coming from Japan. Muto Taiga's face looked extremely angry. Just then, Ayame interjected. Things like that don't matter to me. It doesn't mean anything who becomes the Oyama chairman. She pledged her loyalty. If it is Lord Taiga's command, I will follow anything. The handsome white-haired man looked on in surprise. Ayame, you're completely different from before. Thank you even for just the words, Ayame. I hope you'll continue to help me in the future, Taiga replied. He gave an order. Everyone listen carefully. From this moment on, the Ten Fists will no longer obey Oyama Sogo. Muto Taiga will be the new leader. We declare all-out war on Oyama. His eyes blazed with killing intent, he continued. Therefore our final goal is, the scene shifts to the Ilhuk main gate. Subordinates appeared. They were surprised to see a familiar figure. One of them bowed respectfully. Where are you going, Lord Oyama Sogo? His walk was no different from that of a soulless corpse. He replied coldly, Oyama, I've discarded that name. After speaking, he left without looking back, leaving his subordinates with surprised looks. Returning to the Baek brothers. Wow, this feels so weird, Dukyung exclaimed in surprise at his brother's disguise. No wonder everyone was fooled, he marveled. It's really creepy. Twins really are something else, Dukyung continued. He expressed his concern. But will you really be okay? You haven't recovered yet. Hearing that, Rizu replied, It's fine as long as I don't move too violently. Is it right for us to do this? Dukyung was a bit confused and remained uneasy. Flashing back to a short while ago, Rizu laid out a plan saying Baek Rizu no longer exists. That day, the Wonsan bastards said they had to protect Dukyung, he continued, his brother asserted. But what if there are two Dukyungs? Until they can confirm who the real one is, they won't be able to touch either of us. In other words, Wonsan becomes our bodyguards, Rizu said. His brother was curious. But Dukyung has to go to Japan to attend the Oyama succession ceremony. What are you going to do about that? If there are two Dukyungs, who goes to Japan? He was confused. Rizu explained, That's the core of this plan. From now on no one will know, his brother said. As the elevator opened, everyone around them was stunned by the sight. Who is the real Baek Dukyung? They thought to themselves. Lee Sungmin spoke up. Well, it's been a while, it's hard to tell who is who, one of them replied. Why don't you try to guess, Chairman? I bet you'll never guess, the other replied triumphantly. It's been a long time, but it's really hard to tell them apart, Jua marveled. Lee Sungmin thought there must be some difference. One of the Dukyungs said, Now from this moment on everyone please forget the name Baek Rizu. The other one replied, Only we brothers know who Baek Rizu is. If anyone wants to play detective, just think to yourself. There will be a prize if you guess correctly. He provoked them. What if someone really guesses right? From behind, Jua looked at him with an affectionate gaze. It didn't seem to be just the gaze of a friend. One of the brothers continued to explain the plan. Now we will go straight to the airport with a minimum number of people, and one of us will go to Japan. But even we don't know who will go, the other one said. So let's say our goodbyes in advance. Hearing that, they were dumbfounded. As the two headed for the car, they didn't forget to give a parting request. Everyone here please watch the house well. Ah, one of the Dukyungs said as if he had remembered something. Please send my regards. The scene shifts to the hospital room where Ki Wong is in a coma. To the people I haven't seen in a long time. Next to the hospital bed, Ryan was carefully watching the kid's condition. It's okay, there's nothing to worry about, he reassured himself, but his heart was filled with anxiety. Over at the Ilhak mansion, the group led by Taiga had all gathered. From the main gate they walked out majestically. Inside Taiga's mansion, Taiga was filled with resolve. All the members of the 10 Fists walked out of the Ilhak mansion. They officially declared all-out war on Oyama. Our final goal is, Taiga declared. Meanwhile, the Bei brothers had also departed. Inside the car, only one Bei Du-kyung and a driver were present. The other car was the same, with Barry Sue behind the wheel. Taiga's side looked as if they were going to eat the two brothers alive and get rid of them. The scene shifts to Tokyo, Japan. Inside a bustling building, Bei Du-kyung, a voice was heard. He will become the chairman of Oyama, Director Y said in a tired voice. Do you understand the current situation? The brown-haired man on the other end of the phone replied. So now you're thinking of joining hands with Bei Du-kyung? Do you think that's possible? Next to him was a man with a scar on his face. Bei Du-kyung wouldn't accept in the first place. Before he could finish, Director Y replied. Bei Du-kyung has already agreed. He said he'd be coming to Japan soon. Impossible. The brown-haired man was lost in thought. Director Y on the other end of the phone spoke again. If he comes here willingly, it means he knows that I'm in Japan. As he said this, he lit a cigarette. So is he coming to take my life? He smiled with some excitement. But on the surface, Oyama and Wonsan are in an alliance, so they won't be able to make a move easily either, the director continued to tell the brown-haired man. On the surface, he replied. Y agreed. Yes, only on the surface. Got it? Hearing this, the brown-haired man smiled bizarrely. Inside the car, Bei Du-kyung was lost in thought, looking at the street. Bati broke the silence. So you're going to Japan? Bei Du-kyung replied immediately. Who knows if it's me or the other Barry Sue? We'll know when the plane takes off, so Barry Sue might not be in Seoul, Bati replied. Bei Du-kyung paid attention to this. It's 50-50. Whether the real Bei Du-kyung goes or the fake one, Bei Du-kyung said. Then I'll also bet 50-50 and say this, Bati replied. The only reason I'm staying here is because of my contract with Barry Sue, he said. The purpose of the contract is to find the guy who shot Pan and ran away. As he said this, he recalled the time he met Barry Sue at the construction site. Bati continued. And thanks to that, I'm sure that guy is hiding in Korea. Hearing this, Bei Du-kyung clapped his hands. Wow, really, that's great, but that scarred guy, Bati continued. He mentioned the name Masim, he recalled, and said, that's the traitor's real name before he joined the organization, not just anyone knows it, he revealed. So what are you trying to say? Du-kyung's expression became serious. That scarred guy said the answer could be found elsewhere, he said this. Bei Du-kyung slowly rolled down the car window. So Bati, are you going to side with them now? Is that what you mean? He said with an unreadable smile. Bati did not answer at this moment. Finally he replied, I just want to remind you that our relationship started with a contract. Our purposes are different, right? Bei Du-kyung agreed. If their offer is tempting enough, Bati said again, looking at Bei Du-kyung who was smoking a cigarette. At this moment, Bei Du-kyung replied, I'm not Barry Sue, but I'll answer for him. Do as you please. Bati, there's no need to hesitate. Then he gave a supportive smile. Then he reached his hand towards the front seat. Why are you uncomfortable? Do you still have some affection left? Then I'll make it clear. Then he smashed the ashtray into the expensive car's interior. From the moment you become my enemy, we won't think about things like affection, he said firmly. So choose as you please, we have great faith in ourselves, he said triumphantly. Only then did he realize in a fluster, did I just burn the seat? Don't tell Jin Wang. If anyone asks, say it was Barry Sue. You two brothers are really hard to understand, Bati laughed as if it were very amusing. I agree on that point, Bei Du-kyung replied. In the other car, the young driver asked the second Bei Du-kyung, excuse me, are you alright? Why, what's wrong? You were curious. Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to test you, the driver replied awkwardly. I heard Barry Sue was seriously injured in the last battle. Who's to say I'm not Barry Sue? Bei Du-kyung replied. The driver scratched his head. I see. Anyway, we won't be showing our faces publicly for a while. If it's revealed who Barry Sue is, the plan will fail, he said. If you're going to deceive, you have to do it properly. You can't show weaknesses like your fighting style or injuries, right? Hearing this, the driver nervously nodded. It's best to leave the country quietly, Bei Du-kyung said, not noticing that they were being followed from behind. There's a car following us, the driver reported. It seems they're watching us. Hearing that, he ducked below the rearview mirror. Sorry, I guess I misspoke. A van suddenly rushed in and blocked their path. Due to the sudden cut-in, the driver had to swerve the wheel abruptly. Damn it, he said. The car unfortunately crashed into the guardrail on the side of the road. Both vehicles came to a stop. The driver looked back worriedly. Director, are you all right? I almost threw up. Bei Du-kyung replied. The van door opened and what appeared before them was a group from the 10 Fists. Du-kyung watched with a tired expression. This is annoying. I'm just leaving the country and they're welcoming me like a head of state. The driver replied. Understood, I'll go out. Director Bei Du-kyung asked to himself. Are you going to be okay? I'll know when I try, he said, unbuckling his seatbelt. Besides, I've learned a lot following you and Barry Sue, Director. Just watch from there. I'm confident. Then he gave a triumphant smile. Du-kyung smiled brightly and said, alright, go out there and take care of all of them. The driver was already out of the car, confronting the assassin sent by Taiga. Bei Du-kyung inside the car called the other Bei Du-kyung. Looks like we have guests. How about you? The other end of the line was not in a good situation either. "Ha, don't even mention it," the other side replied. "It's not pleasant over here either." In front of them were also 3 assassins sent by Taiga. The car door opened and Bati's eyes were filled with killing intent. Seeing that, Haruto of the 10 Fists was pleased. "Good, we met at a good time. It's that bald guy. Let's go." Ju, the scarred man next to him, interrupted. "Wait, leave this one to me." His gaze sharpened. "Ochaka," he said. "Have you thought about what I said?" the scarred man asked. "To you, Taisen is just an external organization. He instigated division. What's the need to kill each other?" Bati remained still. The scarred man continued. "If your goal is to find the traitor, we can help." "How?" Bati replied coldly. "No need to beat around the bush. I'll let you meet Masim. We're quite close." The man replied threateningly. Hearing this, Bati smiled. "So stand on our side," the scarred man said as he finished speaking. Bati pulled a gun from his coat. "Just hand that guy over to us and back off." The scarred man continued to chatter. "You'll let me meet him?" Bati replied. "My purpose is to tear him to pieces and kill him," he said with a furious face. "And you'll let me meet him? Are you planning to betray Masim?" The man replied coldly. "So what? It's business. We're not that close either," he said. Bati went down behind the car door. His gun was aimed as if to threaten. Bati said to Du Kyung, "Did you hear that? Du Kyung, this is the problem I was talking about. Our relationship is very precarious," he continued. At this moment, Bae Du Kyung replied, "Bati, remember what I said. Choose as you please. I'm confident." Hearing this, Bati laughed to himself. He beckoned to the scarred man. "Wait, there's a condition." "Condition?" The scarred man was puzzled. "Give Masim a message," Bati said. The scarred man approached nonchalantly. "As you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit with a powerful blow. The attack immediately slammed him to the ground. He drove a knife into the ground by the scarred man's head, threatening him. "Ochaka never forgives a traitor." At these words his face turned pale. "You traitorous bastards," he said in anger. Seeing the situation, the other two simultaneously raised their weapons and approached. Bati seemed to have already been watching their movements. Ju immediately rushed in with a knife, but Bati lightly dodged. Haruto also charged in. Fists continued to fly from both sides. Blood began to form on Bati's hands. Seeing that, Haruto lit a cigarette on his knuckles and replied arrogantly. "Didn't have time to greet each other before, but now that we've met, we have plenty of time to talk, right?" he continued. "You even brought knuckles?" Ju said. "Didn't you say there was no opponent worthy of using these before?" Haruto replied. "Good, now I have someone to play with." His expression looked quite angry. Bati took off his jacket with killing intent. "This fight is going to be pretty intense." Then he smiled a bloodthirsty smile. Seeing that, Haruto jumped forward and replied, "Stick close, it won't be fun if you make a mistake." The scarred man had also just come to his senses. The battle situation looked urgent. He thought to himself, "I have to be careful and intervene at the right time." Bati was lightly blocking the punches thrown by Haruto. The scarred man noticed that Bati was looking at him. "Just stand there," Bati replied with a cruel smile. "I'll talk to you later." The scarred man froze in place at Bati's expression. "Die!" Haruto shouted, pushing Bati against the car. "Ju!" He immediately rushed in to support Haruto. Immediately, Bati turned and sent a cold gaze. Ju slashed directly at the center of Bati's face. Haruto was triumphant. "Why are you scared now?" Blood gushed from Bati's face. But he quickly blocked Ju's deadly attack with his strong teeth. His face was like a wild beast. Ju was horrified. "How could you?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit by Bati's fist and his body was sent flying. Haruto was worried to see that. "Ju, are you okay?" But his situation was not much different. Bati threw a knife to finish him off. But Haruto surprisingly dodged it. Bati was currently in a disadvantageous position. Nevertheless, he still smiled with killing intent and made a provocative gesture. "That guy is not simple," the scarred man worried. "You have to risk your life to beat him," Haruto shouted. "What do you know? If you're just going to watch from the outside, shut up." "Is it 3 against 1? Bae Du Kyung, who was in the car, thought to himself. "I guess I have to step in, but if I do, my identity will be revealed. Then what about the Japan business?" He was conflicted. "Alright, let's just sit back and watch how Bati handles it," he thought to himself. On the other front, the driver was also in a 1vs6 situation. He boosted his morale and cracked his knuckles. "I'm coming, wait," Bae Du Kyung said. "I have a favor to ask." "What is it, director?" He bent down to listen to the instruction. "Ah yes, understood," the driver replied. "What are those guys still discussing?" The female assassin was annoyed. "Are they even going to fight?" Then the driver slowly approached the group of assassins. "What about Ryugasaki?" She replied in anger. "Are you going to fight me alone?" The driver took a defensive stance and said, "Sorry, I don't know Japanese. I don't know what you're saying," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, the female assassin rushed in with a sickle. "What did you just say, you bastard?" Immediately, the driver dodged the first attack. "Fast," he thought to himself. "That woman is really fast." The female assassin spun her sickle and prepared for the next attack. "You're good at dodging, but let's see how long you can dodge." Then an attack aimed at his jaw came, but it still didn't bother the driver. "Your movements are quite fast too," he praised. But then he landed a deadly punch on her body. "Not as much as my fist." Blood burst from the female assassin's mouth. Kato, who was behind, saw that and immediately rushed to support. His attack was neutralized with one elbow strike. "No matter how you cut, I can block it. Your knife skills are still lacking," he provoked. "Compared to me, you're just a brat playing with a knife." Then the driver raised his fist high. "One blow is enough." Kato became friends with the floor. "Just lie there," he advised. This moment, the female assassin was about to rush in for revenge. "I'll deal with you later. I have something to do right now," he said. All her attacks could not reach the driver. She now showed a blatantly angry expression. She stabbed her knife directly at him, but it was blocked. You're the one who caused a disturbance in Hanamdong, the driver interrogated. You're the one who hospitalized Im Ki-wong, aren't you? He interrogated the female assassin. Speak in Japanese, you bastard, she said in anger. Director Bay said this. The driver now held her hand tightly. I have a favor to ask, back to the conversation before the battle began. That woman must be Ayame, Bae Du-kyung said. So his hand now gripped her delicate hand tightly, and his other hand was already, don't let that woman leave alive, Du-kyung instructed. Fear now appeared on her face. Back to Bati's side, the group of assassins was extremely wary. Everyone's gaze was extremely tense. The three rushed at Bati simultaneously. Good, are you surrounding me? Bati showed signs of excitement. Then I'll take care of the weakest one first. Bati changed his target to Ju. Seeing that, Haruto was worried. Ju, be careful. Too slow. Bati rushed in and slashed Ju's arm in one blow as blood gushed from his arm. He was terrified. I told you, don't step up if you're weak. Then Bati kicked Ju with his hand, pressing him hard onto the car roof. Seeing this, Haruto tried to rush in to save him. You son of a bitch. Bati's knife was now a hair's breadth from Ju's head. His face darkened and a terrifying killing intent emanated from him. The scarred man seemed to have given up all hope, losing his will to fight. Haruto wanted to rush in and fight, but he had to suppress his anger. Please spare me. Ju cried out like a child. Spare me. Until the last moment, Ju did not give up hope of begging for his life. If you touch him, don't even think about getting out of here alive, Haruto threatened. I will kill you, no matter what it takes. Are you threatening me? Bati opened his mouth. After speaking, he decisively brought his knife down from the head. Horror filled their eyes as blood flowed over the car roof. This was a fight for survival. His knife was now stained red with the enemy's blood. If you decide to join a fight, you must be prepared to lose your life, understand? Bati taught. Taiga's side. He was still waiting for the results inside the Ilhuk mansion. Then a voice was suddenly heard. How have you been lately? I saw you there last time, but this is the first time I've come to greet you in person, Han Hee-sung said. Hearing this, Taiga replied, your name was Han Hee-sung, right? When he called his name, he replied. I didn't think you'd still remember my name, but what brings you all the way here? Taiga wondered. Isn't Wonsan supporting Oyama and Baek Du-kyung right now? Now that our 10 fists have decided to stand against Oyama, I suppose there won't be any more chances for us to talk pleasantly, Taiga said. Oh, there's no need to draw such a line, Han Hee-sung said with a cunning smile. All of this is just a superficial response to the current situation. For Wonsan to develop in Japan, we need Oyama's support. Can you understand our position? Han Hee-sung proposed. You want us to understand you, Taiga asked. Got it. The politics you're talking about is ultimately just a battle of wits between guys like you, he said. And I know that I'm just a pawn on that board. The battlefield is a place where a pawn cannot win if it tries to understand every single move, Taiga said again. So my mission is clear, just follow orders and remember the goal of this war. That's enough. At that, Han Hee-sung stood up and opened his mouth. Actually, that's not what I meant. How could I possibly see you as a pawn, Lord Taiga? Taiga replied at this moment. But I have to be clear about this issue. When Lord Sogo lost in Donggu, I was furious. What did you and the Wonsan bastards do? Even though the tide of battle had turned against us and everything was disadvantageous, didn't you guys just stand by and watch quietly without intervening? Taiga continued. To say we did nothing, we really shouldn't have, Han Hee-sung replied. At that time we were just following the orders of our military commanders, Han Hee-sung said politely. He thought to himself, this old man, he's really sharp. That's why I suggested we make a plan to sweep everything away together. He was inwardly furious. Because Chief Kong interfered and changed the plan as he pleased, everything got quite twisted. He thought to himself. Han Hee-sung continued, I understand why you are so angry, Lord Taiga. I'm also someone who is dissatisfied with the current situation. He pushed down his glasses. What are you dissatisfied with? Taiga wondered. It's the order to protect Wonsan's Baek Du-kyung. I don't know how to handle this either. Anger was visible in his eyes. So Wonsan can't step forward directly, but we will do our best to help you, my lord, Han Hee-sung asserted. Wow, look at that bastard is lying shamelessly, a voice suddenly came. You're here, Taiga said. He had already approached and put an arm around Han Hee-sung's shoulder. I told you, it stinks. This is probably the problem with these Joseon guys, he said in a provocative tone. Every time they open their mouths, a foul smell comes out. Han Hee-sung thought to himself. Is this an Osaka dialect? Who is this? Then the stranger slapped Han Hee-sung's hand away once and said, Muto, did you leave the organization just to live like this? Han Hee-sung showed a displeased expression. This person, what are you doing right now? He replied rudely. Just shut up. Can't you hear me saying your mouth stinks? Su, stop it. Taiga opened his mouth. Su, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere, Han Hee-sung said. Alright, I almost forgot, Taiga replied. This guy is the new sword Hayamasu. I'm going to hand over the position of vice captain of the 10 Fists to him, Taiga introduced. From now on, if you want to talk or interact with us, go through him. After speaking, the two left at the same time. Weren't we enemies on the surface? Su turned around and warned, get a grip, I've been watching you from the start. It was a moonlit night outside. Muto, what are you planning to do? Su wondered. What do you mean? Taiga said. That's the problem. Sometimes you have to use schemes. Isn't that why you came? Taiga replied. At this, Taiga was silent. Ha, got it, Su sighed. Then give the order. What should I do first? Su waited for instructions. Returning to the battle, Ayame took a deadly punch to the mouth at this moment. The blow sent her flying several meters away. That woman is fast, but I can catch up, the driver thought to himself. Good, I can win this. Damn it, the assassin cried out in pain. She recalled being cut by Im Ki-wong earlier. Damn brat to subdue me like this. Ayame was filled with anger at this moment. A voice was heard. "Ha, this is what gangsters do." A voice was suddenly heard. "Get out of the car." The Wonsan group also acted at this time. Seeing the Wonsan group dispatched, Baek Dukyung warned Kong Jin-won. Kong Jin-won, yes, he replied, stay sharp. Those 3 guys who just got out don't seem like ordinary guys, he said. They're definitely Wonsan guys. Director Baek concluded that he couldn't just stand by and watch this. After speaking, Baek Dukyung picked up the phone outside. Ayame was running wild. "What, you guys watch from behind? I'm enough to handle this guy alone." "If you could handle it alone, I wouldn't have even gotten out of the car," the guy who seemed to be the leader replied with contempt. "You watch." At this moment one of them rushed in, but Jin-won lightly dodged the thrust. He immediately landed a punch on his opponent's stomach. "He rushed at me without dodging." He felt something was strange. "Got him," the soldier shouted. The commander followed right behind with a weapon in hand. Swiftly, Jin-won ducked his body and narrowly dodged the attack. The leader continued to turn for the next attack. "Damn it!" Jin-won exclaimed, knocking down the soldier who had tried to grab him. He blocked the opponent's thrust with one hand. The other side also rushed in at this time. "Hey, wait!" a voice was heard. "Ganging up on one person, don't you know what's fair?" Director Baek was dispatched. In one blow a subordinate was killed. "These stupid soldier bastards!" Baek Dukyung opened his mouth. "I'll deal with you. I don't have time. Hurry up. I have a plane to catch," he urged. On Bati's side a chilling smile appeared at this moment. "Humans raise a demon inside themselves to hide their weaknesses," he said. Now only fear remained in the eyes of the 2 remaining men. "You have a demon inside you too, don't you?" he smiled, revealing Ju's blood-soaked corpse. "That son of a bitch." Haruto rushed forward in anger. "You dare kill him?" Bati lightly dodged his attack. Immediately grabbed Haruto's wrist. "You're next." After speaking, Bati raised his blood-stained knife high. At this moment the scarred man intervened and saved Haruto. "Oh ho!" Bati exclaimed, amused. "So it's the little rat that's been hiding all this time. Want to play with me?" Bati threw Haruto hard towards the scarred man, pushing them both back. "Big guy, rush at him. I'll take care of it," the old scarred man said. "What the hell is this?" Haruto shouted. "You stupid bastards," Bati criticized. Then he decisively swung his knife towards Haruto. That blow left a long cut on the old man's face. Haruto risked his life to grab the knife in Bati's hand and subdue him. "Hey, Scarface," the old man shouted. "It's your turn." He called for the scarred man to counterattack. Without delay, the old scarred man rushed in and immediately stabbed Bati's wrist. "Yeah, that's it," Bati encouraged. Then he threw a kick, sending Haruto flying. Bati regained the initiative at this moment, targeting the now dazed Haruto. Seeing this, the scarred man immediately pulled Haruto out of the sphere of influence. "Hey, big guy. Are you okay?" The scarred man opened his mouth. "That son of a bitch." Haruto was furious. Bati's expression did not change at this moment. At this time a white car suddenly rushed in. The person who got out was Su. "Hey, are you Haruto?" He opened his mouth. "But why does your face look like that?" Su asked Lord Hayama. Haruto was surprised that Su had appeared in the fight. "What, that brat?" Su was stunned at this moment. "He's dead," he said. Bati showed no emotion on his face at this moment. Su replied at this time, "Understood." Then he pulled something from behind his back. Director Baek in the car felt that something was not right. "I just have to take care of that guy, right?" Su revealed a bloodthirsty gaze. Seeing this, Bati felt a slight interest in his heart. A little while back in time, at this time, Su was leisurely walking around Ilhuk. He was surprised at this moment. "You were here too, you're Hanzawa, right?" he said, looking at the man in front of him. "Long time no see, Lord Hayama. It's truly surprising to see you in Korea," Hanzawa greeted. "Let's see. What's going on here?" Su wondered. "It seems Tetsuji and Muto are no longer together. Do you think they just separated for a while?" "I have decided to help Lord Sogo from now on," Hanzawa asserted. "I met and greeted Lord Taiga before this." "Oh really? Then that's fine. You and Tetsuji were quite close." Su waved his hand and left. "I thought you would side with Ryugasaki." He turned his body and replied, "If that's not the case, then it's a relief. You've worked hard." After speaking, Su left. Hayama Su. Hanzawa thought to himself. To think that man would join the 10 Fists of Irinchiku, which is called the most lawless place in Japan. That place was also the Osaka region that Oyama was the only one unable to control. The ruler of that empire was none other than Hayama Su. Moreover, the sword he often uses is. At that moment, a voice cut off his train of thought. "Why are you there, Lord Muto? How is your body?" He bowed down and prostrated himself. Taiga replied, "It's fine, I can move now." Then he hesitated. "Where are you going now?" "Yes, I have decided to follow Lord Sogo from now on," he asserted. Hanzawa Gunja. After speaking, Taiga placed one hand on the shoulder of the man in front of him. "Please take good care of Lord Sogo," Taiga requested. And left. "Yes, I understand," Hanzawa replied. On a certain bridge, Sogo was staring at his sword at this moment. He walked aimlessly on the bridge, returning to Bati's fight. Su opened his mouth at this moment. "I just have to take down that guy, right, Hayama?" "Is that guy from Japan?" The scarred man thought to himself. "Clean up that blood first, then talk," Su said again. As he got closer, Su saw a familiar figure in the car. It was Baek Dukyung. Seeing this, he raised the corner of his mouth. Ju's corpse also rolled out of the car at this moment. Su was troubled at this moment. "Really, what should I do with this poor guy?" Bati swung his knife at this moment, aiming straight for the neck, but Su dodged. Then he slashed once again, but it still didn't touch Su's body. "Damn it, without any warning," he grumbled. "Ooh," Su exclaimed. "This guy is pretty rough." He saw Bati's wounded arm. After speaking, Su stepped on Bati's thigh and jumped up. Then he kicked Bati right on the wound on his arm. It wasn't over yet. He grabbed Bati's head. Su once again prepared a fatal stab. Seeing this, Bati quickly bit his leg hard. Then he used his teeth to bring his opponent to the ground. Bati swung his knife with a triumphant expression. At this moment, Su had already jumped up and dodged the fatal attack. "This guy is really uncontrollable," Su judged. Where did they find a madman like this? After speaking, he saw Bati's savage face. But, Sue said, turning back. Ryugasaki, do you really not want to get involved in this? Don't you remember who I am? Baek Dukyung in the car was confused at this moment. On the other front, one of the Wonsan members had collapsed. These guys are really too much. Before they were saying all sorts of things about having to protect Baek Dukyung. Baek Dukyung grumbled. Just because I covered my face a little are they showing their true colors, he complained. Knowing they were found out, the leader sighed and then kneed Kong Jin-won. It seems that Side has noticed too. What do we do now? His comrade said. I was hoping we wouldn't be found out. It's time to act, the leader said. At this moment, 2 cars rushed in at high speed. When the doors opened, everyone was in shabby clothes. They had a beggar-like appearance. Kong Jin-won was curious at this moment. What? Who are those people? At first glance, they look a bit unfamiliar. Ayame was stunned at this moment. Are those guys Lord Hayama's subordinates? We'll be going first, Wonsan replied. You guys work together and take care of them, the leader said and left. At this, the driver was impressed. Wow, why are there so many people? When is our team arriving? I heard they're waiting for orders nearby. This is so annoying, a shout came from the other side of the phone. How long has it been since you left and you're already asking for backup? HMPH, stop nagging, Baek Dukyung replied. Come and see for yourself. The enemies are like a swarm of ants. By the way, why is it so noisy on your end? He wondered. I've arrived, a woman said at this moment. She arrived on a large motorcycle, slicing off an enemy's arm as she sped past. Right next to you, she said. The 2 of them charged straight into the enemy's encirclement. You came right on time, Baek Dukyung smiled. The driver was somewhat relieved. Stop being so noisy back there, the driver complained. What are you talking to me? The woman said. Baek Dukyung, she said. Go on, we'll open a path for you, she answered confidently. Then that's great, but is it just the 2 of you? Baek Dukyung wondered. As soon as he finished speaking, a truck rushed in at a furious speed. I can do it, a voice was heard. I can definitely do it, Wang Ji-yu, the driver shouted loudly. I'll make it, he reassured himself. The head-on collision sent quite a few of them to the other side. What is this now? The assassins exclaimed in shock. I told you I'd open a path, the woman said triumphantly. Seeing this, Baek Dukyung also felt relieved and started the car. Stop those 2, she shouted loudly. Everyone charge. At this, the soldiers staggered like men on drugs. It turned out they were just small fry. Saying that, the motorcycle rider held a wrench in his hand. Anyway, there's a lot of them, so I can make some money, he said. At this moment, Baek Dukyung's car left the scene. A strange large motorcycle was also following closely behind. He carefully observed the person in the car. So it was you who was leaving, he said, then turned his motorcycle around and went back. The driver in the car was repeatedly impressed. As expected of the strategic advisor, the plan is truly the best. Strategic advisor, who are you talking about? Baek Dukyung replied. But it's fine, the entrance to Incheon International Airport was now visible in front of them. Anyway, it's probably me who's going to Japan, he said. At this moment, unlike the outside, the airport was strangely quiet inside. A man's figure was visible. It was Sogo. He was staring blankly at the sky. At this moment a voice came from the Oyama mansion. How is everything? Is there anything you're dissatisfied with? A voice was heard. This is all for a living, of course there will be some points of discomfort, Director Y replied. Haha, from my perspective it seems there are more than just a few points of discomfort. The chairman replied. I really like your frankness, Director. Frankness, Director Y smiled. Can you answer me frankly about this matter? He said. At this the chairman replied. Ask away. I like your frankness. You said you would hold the succession ceremony within a month, Chairman. 2 months have passed but there's still no progress. That's because that Ryugasaki bastard hasn't submitted yet, the chairman replied. Aren't you waiting for him on purpose? Director Y pressed. You're hiding a different picture from me, Chairman, Director Y said frankly. Haha, what do you mean? The chairman laughed it off and raised his arm. I only have this one picture called a tattoo, even if I have other thoughts. Saying that, the chairman approached Director Y's seat. Do you think I'm someone who acts without caring about others? Then he lit a cigarette for Director Y and said, I understand your worries, so don't be concerned. It seems those brothers have a plan. The matter of Baek Dukyung coming to Japan. Since you've said that, Director, please give Baek Dukyung a warm welcome. Saying that, the chairman meaningfully patted Director Y's shoulder. Don't think too deeply. Then the chairman left. Director Y remained with a dark expression. Bati sighed. At this moment, Sue said to Baek Dukyung, aren't you going to get out of the car? At that moment, Baek Dukyung received a text message which seemed to say that the other Baek Dukyung had arrived at the airport. Reading this, he smiled. Then he got out of the car. Bati replied, finally decided to get out? Sue continued. Baek Dukyung already had a gun in his hand. Seeing that, Sue jumped off the car's hood. He intended to confront Baek Dukyung head-on. At this moment, Baek Dukyung's gaze turned serious. Suddenly, he ran up, put an arm around Baek Dukyung's shoulder and said with a laugh, Ryuga, long time no see, you're still the same. Ah, what's this? Was Korea that fun? Not even a single phone call, Sue said cheerfully. I was too busy, I didn't have time, Baek Dukyung replied. We're Lord Hayama and Lord Ryugasaki acquaintances. You guys didn't know, Sue said, puzzled. I taught this guy. Saying that, he happily patted Baek Dukyung's shoulder. Taught me? Are you my father? Baek Dukyung replied cheerfully. Wait, our 10 fists, Haruto said angrily. You don't need to worry about that, Sue replied. You have to separate business and personal life, right? Baek Du-kyung agreed. Well, I came to see your face today. Now that I have, I'm leaving, Soo said. Too bad, I didn't want to fight you, Soo, Baek Du-kyung said. He waved his hand and left. Don't mess with an adult, but you know, right, Soo said meaningfully. We can't let you go to Japan. Really? But I heard he arrived, Baek Du-kyung said calmly, looking at his phone. What? Soo was shocked. He's probably preparing for takeoff by now, Baek Du-kyung answered confidently. At the airport, the driver was complaining. What's going on? Are you okay? He said tiredly. I'm fine, Director B, then please have a safe trip. He got out of the car and said goodbye to the driver in front of him. Wonsan members were lined up in 2 rows. At this moment, one of them stepped forward politely. The lounge is ready, Director B. The driver quickly opened the door. Have a safe trip, he told the driver, who was saying goodbye with a bright smile that he'd see him again. Baek Du-kyung smiled in return. The leader reported, the VIP is coming in, please give your orders. Arriving in 3 minutes, it seemed something ominous had happened on the other end of the line. The entire Wonsan team inside had been taken down by Sogo. It's too dark. At this moment, Baek Du-kyung entered. Why are the lights off? He said. Please understand, it's under repair, Wonsan replied. What? Did you prepare a present? At this, Baek Du-kyung's face turned serious. At this moment, the Wonsan group looked on in shock. Sogo was sitting upright in the room. Why is this crazy bastard here? Where did he come from? One of them took out his radio and reported. There's a problem at the main gate. Understood, let them in. They're probably my guests, Baek Du-kyung said. Since he came all this way to say goodbye, I should listen to what he has to say, he continued. Baek Du-kyung. Sogo was furiously angry at this moment. At this, Baek Du-kyung took a defensive stance. Haha, it seems you failed. At this, Sus side laughed triumphantly. You're too late. Run away quickly, Soo told his subordinates. You're Ryuga, aren't you, kid? Soo turned and asked, why do you have some kind of premonition? It's not that. You're wrong, kid. I know why you're trying to go to Japan. You say that as if it's very dangerous, because Oyama has changed a lot. It's a very chaotic place, Soo advised. You two have miscalculated. Soo opened his car door. The one who goes will die in Japan. The one who stays in Korea will die by my hand, Soo replied coldly. You're old, aren't you, Mr. Soo? Baek Du-kyung replied. Kill me as you please. I won't refuse, especially since no one will be able to kill that guy. Back at the airport, Baek Du-kyung was facing Sogo. A thick killing intent emanated from the man's face, and Sogo was not to be outdone, but they passed each other without any conflict. Are you just going to leave? Baek Du-kyung replied. Not even a goodbye? Shut up, Sogo shouted loudly. I have nothing to say to you, Barry Soo, Sogo replied. Do you think you can fool me? At this, Rizu replied. Is that why you want to kill me so badly? Maybe this is your last chance, he provoked. I'll give you a chance, Sogo said. The one who stays in Korea, I will kill myself. Baek Du-kyung, Sogo said with extreme anger. So you better kill me first, he said. If I die, your allied comrades will disappear too, Sogo threatened. What are you going to do? No plan, Barry Soo replied. Your opponent is Baek Du-kyung. You can't kill me, he continued. Then he left, so let's you and I do our best. Let's see who loses at the airport in Japan. At this moment, below the waiting gate, dozens of security guards appeared to greet Baek Du-kyung. A voice was heard in front of him. It was the Oyama chairman. The chairman's son smiled and said, in Haneda, Japan at this time, Rizu received a phone call. Hello, it's me, he opened his mouth. I just landed, Rizu replied. Good, you worked hard, Baek Du-kyung praised. So you went to Japan after all, Baek Du-kyung said. Well, it's good too, his brother said. If Director Kong is in Japan, it's right for me to come here. Yeah, I know your purpose, but Baek Du-kyung said, never forget this. You went to Japan under the name Baek Du-kyung, he urged. Not as Rizu, understand. If your identity is revealed, everything will get complicated. At this moment, Rizu was heading towards immigration. The Oyama leadership and their subsidiary organizations, his brother continued. And Wonsan too, he warned. Everyone around you can become an enemy. At this moment, the Oyama chairman was in front of Rizu. His gaze was abnormally serious. Ego, okay, this Hung really talks a lot, Rizu said as he hung up the phone. Hey, who is this? It's been a long time, Ryuga. The Oyama chairman opened his mouth. At this, Barry Soo thought to himself, so that's Oyama Tetsuji. The people around are all low-level members not on any list. Judging by their expressions, it seems we're not a very close family, he guessed. Right now, I'm Ryuga Saki, so I have to be careful. He promised himself. It's been a long time, father. He ran up, shook his hand warmly, and said, but why did you bring so many people? He wondered. It's one thing for you to lose sleep at your age, father, but what sin did these guys commit to have to come out so early in the morning? He said brightly. Hearing that, the chairman replied cheerfully, you brat, do you want this old man to go around alone? It's a bit annoying to have those guys following me around, he hinted, referring to the Wonsan group. Anyway, welcome, son, he said. He placed a hand on Barry Soo's shoulder. I really missed you. Soo said. The motorcade formed a long line and headed for the Oyama mansion. At this moment inside the car, Rizu was lost in thought, looking at the city. Isn't the atmosphere in Japan the same as before? The chairman opened his mouth. It's really not familiar. It's all just unfamiliar faces, he said. There are even things I don't want to see. I talked to you on the phone, but saying that, he took out a lighter and lit a cigarette. The situation here is more unstable than you think. I'm the head and chairman of Oyama, but I can't even go out without a security team. The chairman lamented. Is it that bad? You must have faced a lot of danger, father, Rizu replied. News from Korea has spread to Japan, he said. I heard that Korea's nine-tailed fox organization, Taiga, confronted Oyama, he lamented. And I heard Wonsan has started to move too, Rizu said. Those guys want to shake everything up in both Korea and Japan. Father, among them there must be guys targeting us, father and son, Tetsuji said while smoking. Korea or Japan, it's all the same, Barisu said. Because the things unfolding before my eyes just make a person tired. At this, the man's face showed fatigue and disgust. Traitors mean nothing to me anymore, danger always lurks everywhere. Let's see who will be the last survivor in this fight. At this moment the chairman was watching Barisu's every move. Before long the motorcade arrived at the gate of the Oyama mansion. Wow, my whole body is shaking. Getting off the plane and coming straight here by car is a bit tiring. As he stretched, the chairman said, You brat, complaining already? It was a long journey, you've worked hard. Suddenly a voice was heard. Hearing it, Rizu also inadvertently lifted his head. Jin Young, from above. Jin Young was slowly coming down the stairs. Long time no see, he said. Looking good? This Jin Young smiled a smile of reunion. You're finally back, he said. Yes, I'm finally back in Japan, Rizu said. From now on we will drive those guys out, Jin Young ordered. Hearing this, the men below were displeased. What, hey, do you think we came to run your errands? We have to supervise everything. It's not for you to do as you please, he said with dissatisfaction. So, you don't want to go? Jin Young asked back. I'll see you off. Come here, he said threateningly. I have a favor to ask you guys too. My son is home after a long time. The chairman opened his mouth. I want to talk with him a bit and rest comfortably. That's all. Then we will stand guard nearby until morning, Wanzan replied. We can't be too far from him. Those guys are all stubborn, but it's fine. Go inside, Tetsuji said. At that moment, Rizu saw the security guards and paused. The guards in front of the Oyama mansion's main gate had already been partially withdrawn. The guards are pulling back, a mysterious figure said. Really? Is that information reliable? The leader replied. Get ready. We're making our move today. The assassin coldly loaded his gun. It's been a while. The chairman and Rizu were walking inside the mansion. It's been a while, he said. Your room has been kept as it was. Even your clothes are still there, Oyama continued. Change into something comfortable and let's talk. After that, Jin Young led the way. Please come this way. You don't need to follow me like that. You think I can't find my own room, he said confidently. The chairman was still quietly observing Rizu's every move. In the bedroom he approached his own closet. A voice came from outside. May I come in? Come in, Rizu replied. How did you know exactly where my bedroom is? Jin Young asked. I was told in advance about the layout of this house and the personnel deployment. Things like this aren't difficult for me. Just as I thought. You're no ordinary guy, Jin Young praised. It's not that difficult, Rizu replied. Is everything going smoothly? Rizu asked after him. It's been a while, Hinyan. At the mansion's main gate, the assassin boldly approached the guards. Hey, you can't come in here, the guard said. Before you get into serious trouble. Before they could finish, the assassin pulled out his gun. He sent 2 guards to the afterlife in an instant. Oyama was still engrossed in his study. A document was named Wansan Project. Father, are you sleeping already? Rizu's voice came from outside. Oh, come in, the chairman replied. Isn't it too boring to just go to sleep? He said with a bright smile, holding a wine bottle in his hand. We haven't seen each other in a while after all. Seeing that, Tetsuji stood up and said, I don't like that. It gives me a headache. But isn't this expensive liquor? Rizu said. This brat doesn't even know his own father's tastes, the chairman grumbled and took out a bottle of Japanese sake from the cabinet. Is he being stubborn, or does he really not know? He said, Overall you've changed a lot from before too. What do you mean? Rizu replied. Now will you have a drink with me? Rizu, the chairman spoke up at that moment. Rizu's face turned pale. How? You did very well, he said as he poured the drink. You're exactly the same, but like you, I've been with Dukyung for a very long time too. Outside, the assassin was getting closer. What kind of father can't tell his own son apart? He said. At that moment, a hail of bullets poured in from outside the door. Rizu pulled the chairman away in the blink of an eye. Has someone else come? He said. Not at all, outside, the group of assassins discussed. It's too quiet inside. Then open the door. What are you doing, trying to look cool? Are you filming a movie? The assassin said. Inside, the room was already a mess. Looking down at the bloody arm sticking out from behind the desk, the assassin looked on triumphantly. Is that old man dead? If he's dead, then this is the end of everything. Ha ha ha, Jin, the assassin laughed loudly. No matter how powerful a chairman is, if he gets hit by a single bullet, his life is no different from an ordinary person's. If he survives this, he's no longer human, he continued to chatter, oblivious. At that moment, Rizu was right behind him. The assassin looked at Rizu in surprise. He looked at them with eyes filled with thick killing intent. Back to 2 days ago in Tokyo. You want us to take care of the Oyama guys? A voice was heard. Do you think Oyama are just street thugs? The assassin opened his mouth. It's easy to say. Besides, weren't you with Oyama from the start? The one who proposed was from Wansan. You don't need to know that. Just tell me if you'll do it or not. His eyes, along with the 2 scars on his face, looked soulless. Even if you don't do it, there are plenty of guys who will, the Wansan guy said. Calm down. Who said we won't do it? We'll do it, we'll do it, the assassin replied. The man from Wansan instructed, in 2 days in the morning, Bei Dukyung or Ryugasaki will enter Japan. After speaking, he kicked the bag at his feet towards the assassin. Ryugasaki. The assassin was puzzled. Looking at the bag at his feet, the assassin couldn't help but be curious. We'll send troops that day, so you just need to act at the right time. That's easy. The assassin triumphantly opened the bag. Seeing the contents, his expression changed. Then he laughed loudly. Haha, look at these things, are these real? You can't make any mistakes, the Wansan guy ordered. If they find out we're cooperating, you know what I mean, right? he said indirectly. I heard the market is flooded with guns lately, he said as he loaded a gun. You guys released them, right? I know what you guys mean. The assassin gave a signal. Leave this simple task to me, the assassin thought to himself, not knowing Rizu was right behind him. Ryugasaki or whoever, he thought to himself as he turned around. Just put a hole in his head and it's over. Before his thought could finish, Rizu quickly slashed his forearm in one blow. His face was filled with a bloodthirsty expression. Damn it, you were there? The assassin shouted. Rizu checked his left. From that direction, the remaining assassin rushed in and attacked. He was blocked by Rizu. The assassin attacked again but was blocked by him every time. He swung his hand to the side for a finishing blow, but the assassin's efforts were in vain once again. After that, he was kicked by Rizu and sent flying several meters. It didn't end there. Rizu continued to rush in and counterattack. In the midst of the fierce battle, an assistant appeared from afar and helped the assassin escape. This way, big brother, he said. As Rizu's fierce attacks continued, the assassin could only defend. Damn it, he's too fast, he shouted. I've heard rumors about Ryugasaki, but I didn't know he was this strong. Wow, this guy's moves are pretty good, Rizu praised. The assassin in white opened his mouth. Hey, where's the gun? Give it here. The assistant obediently complied. Yes, Rizu seemed to sense something ominous. When the guy in white pulled the trigger, he immediately ducked his body to dodge the bullet. Unfortunately, the bullet hit the remaining assassin. The assassin fell and groaned. Brother, big brother, damn it, I'm sorry, the guy replied. I didn't mean to hit you. You son of a bitch. As soon as he finished speaking, Rizu grabbed the unfortunate assassin's hair. He slashed across his neck, ending the assassin's life right away. At this moment outside, Rizu judged. It seems to be an M1911, 7 rounds in the magazine and 1 more in the chamber, so a maximum of 8 rounds. HMPH, take this. Take this and run out. As soon as you get out, aim for his head and shoot, the leader reminded him. Yes, the subordinate went out with a nervous look. Rizu grabbed the corpse of the dead man. He used it as a human shield and rushed at the remaining subordinate. The assistant saw it and screamed in shock. Are you out of bullets? He said after pulling the trigger for a moment. 5 shots when I came in the door, 3 shots just now. As expected, you guys only used 1 gun. After speaking, Rizu quickly rushed in. He delivered a fatal blow and blood gushed from the assistant's stomach. He immediately fell to the ground before the worried eyes of his leader. Damn it, the leader cursed, saw another gun on the floor and rushed with all his might to snatch it. Oh, does everyone carry these things these days? The chairman had already picked up the gun. Hey, this is not a toy for kids. After speaking, he removed the magazine and checked it. This gun's safety isn't even off, Tetsuji laughed with contempt. At that moment, Rizu entered and the chairman was startled. I almost got shot. Father. Yes, the chairman replied. I thought those guys came to the wrong place. While he was speaking, the assassin's face was pale. Ah, Lord Oyama. Oh, so you think I'm Oyama? Tetsuji said. Yes, you're really brave. Rizu replied. But no matter how I think about it, it's strange, Rizu said. The day I arrived in Japan and at a time when there were no troops to stage a play like this, Rizu was suspicious. After speaking, he grabbed the assassin's collar and said, Who ordered you? After speaking, he raised his knife threateningly. That is, the assassin stammered. HMPH, speak quickly. I'm an impatient person, Rizu replied. The truth is, before he could finish, he was shot in the head by someone. A voice was heard. Oh, are you all right? Footsteps slowly entered the room. Lord Ryugasaki. For the Wanson guys to come this far, Rizu was extremely angry. Damn it, Ryugasaki. The chairman stopped him at that moment. He shook his head to signal, and seeing that, Rizu had no choice but to suppress his anger. Tisk, I told you we were coming. Are you deliberately creating more work for us? The hypocritical leader said. HMPH, what? Rizu replied. You son of a bitch, is that all you have to say to someone who almost got shot and killed? Rizu showed his anger. Yes, you should have followed our arrangements, he replied calmly. From now on, we will double the number of bodyguards, he said. And we will place additional people on the inside, the leader announced. Nonsense. Who told you to do as you please? Rizu replied. Let him do it. The chairman standing behind him agreed. Father, are you in your right mind? He questioned. Hey, don't be so sensitive, Ryuga. This world is not a place where street thugs can carry guns, he said. I just don't know where they got this, the chairman wondered. I'll look into it when I have time, the man with narrow eyes replied. You two should rest. We have things to clean up, he said to the two. At that moment, Rizu turned to the chairman with questioning eyes. Father, I have something to tell you, Rizu replied. Meanwhile, in Korea in an office, Baek Dukyung sighed. Sigh, I should have gone after all. Are you that worried? Jua replied. But you're playing the director's role very well. I'm like this. After speaking, she mimicked the director's movements like a child. My characteristic, the one I was always trying so hard to find, is that it? Baek Dukyung replied. Will he be okay? He'll be okay. I'm really anxious, he said worriedly. He can't control his emotions because of his short temper. What's going to happen now? And father is a problem too. He'll realize I'm not me soon. Baek Dukyung was lost in thought again. Jua encouraged him. Oh really? I can't concentrate because of you, director. No, I think he's better than I thought, he said, sitting up and thinking. In what way? Jua was curious. That guy called Director Y came to Korea, right? I should have stayed in Korea after all. It's too dangerous for him to be here. Meanwhile, Sue was drinking a glass of unappetizing water. What is this? This doesn't suit my taste, he said. In front of him was a strange man with a dragon tattoo on his arm. The man said, Haha, it seems it's not to your taste, Chairman. Whatever you say, Liquor, Sue continued, is best enjoyed with people you like. I don't know what kind of person he is, Sue said again. HMPH, you can get to know him gradually, can't you? I've thought about it from your perspective too, the man with the dragon tattoo replied. From my perspective. He looked at the subordinates gathered around the table. He immediately kicked over the glass on the table. Now shall we talk a little more comfortably, Sue said. Today I'm going to see just how dark your insides are. After speaking, he ordered his subordinate to bring a knife. He pointed the knife forward and said, Are you ready to reveal your insides? The man with the dragon tattoo smiled inscrutably at this moment. Today I have to find out the hidden thoughts in your heart, Sue said, holding the knife. What should I do? Can you reenact it for me right here? The man with sunglasses smiled inscrutably. Really, how? He said. Do you want me to open my heart and show you? He said. If everything really gets dark, how will you act? The man with sunglasses subordinate stood up. Does he know who he is? The subordinate approached with a club and said, Sitting there and pulling out a knife, you'll get hurt. Sue said meaningfully, Don't mess with us without thinking, it's really unbearable. Before he could finish, the bald man was hit in the nose by sus subordinate. He rolled on the floor in pain. Another subordinate saw it and rushed to stop him. You shameless bastard. They tried to pull away sus subordinate, who was in a mad state at this moment. His expression looked rather amused. See, I warned you, Sue replied. Hey, I'm a Sue. The man with sunglasses opened his mouth. What, you know my name? Sue was surprised. Of course I know a few other things too, he replied. If you don't understand everything properly, there will definitely be problems. After speaking, the man with sunglasses approached sus subordinate who was being restrained. With the water cup in his hand, he hit the subordinate squarely in the face. Isn't that your situation right now, Chairman? He threatened. Yelling like that, do you want to cut someone's stomach open? But you don't know what position you're sitting in, he said arrogantly. Those fish are the same too, he continued to reason. If you change the water and put them in right away, they'll die, he said. If you want to live together, you have to start by adapting. If you're an outsider, you're saying not to be too arrogant. Sue understood the hidden meaning. If you understand it that way, the man with sunglasses said with satisfaction, then I won't deny it either. Goodness, such a cruel and barbaric act. Wipe up the blood, Sue told him. And don't be too hurt, it was just a joke, he said, then handed the guy with sunglasses a strange bundle of documents. The reason I came here today is because of this, Sue replied. Han Hee-sung asked me to give this to you, Hung Nim. What is this? The man with sunglasses wondered. Take a look, it'll definitely be interesting. Su's tone was secretive. You probably know a little about the Taisen guys situation, right, Hung Nim? Sue asked. I think those guys are playing us. Don't you think so, Hung Nim? He said again. One in Korea, one in Japan. Sue revealed that the report also contained information about the two brothers, the one in Korea and the one in Japan. The man with sunglasses wondered. They both say they're Ryugasaki, so why are you giving this to me, he said. He told me to try and deal with them, the man with sunglasses said confidently. I almost got stabbed just now and, now were we? Sue looked at the fish in the tank and replied, weren't we in the same boat? He said it himself. If you want to get along, you have to adapt. Sue opened his mouth. Speaking of water, Hung Nim, it reminded me of something. After speaking, he threw his knife straight into the fish tank. Isn't there a saying that one loach muddies the whole pond? If we're in the same boat, we can't muddy the water, Sue said pointedly. The one who muddies the water must be eliminated. If everyone wants to live, there's no other way. You must know that too, Hung Nim, right? He looked meaningfully at the man with sunglasses while the fish in the tank died because of the weapon Sue had put in. The man with the dragon tattoo on his hand looked back as if he understood what was happening. The scene shifts to the Oyama mansion, and a hand was examining a bullet hole in the wall. I can't believe it. Nijima Fuku, the boss of the Nakanikai, opened his mouth at this time. How dare a bunch of riffraff cross the threshold of the Oyama family? That's right, the chairman replied. They even brought guns. He said he was investigating in various ways, adding that last night that guy again. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice interjected. His name is Junichi from Suginami-ku, right? Aren't you guys from Nakanikai and manage Suginami-ku? The voice continued to press. In other words, the assassins last night were your organization's members. It turns out it was Rizu. Mr. Najima, am I wrong? You're really back. Ryugasaki, Najima replied. But there's one thing you've misunderstood, Najima explained. As you know, the Nakanikai's base is in Nakano-ku, but a few years ago, Lord Oyama handed Suginami-ku over to us, he explained. We've now moved our base to Suginami-ku, Najima replied. As soon as the Wanson project was proposed, rumors started to spread. After speaking, he pulled a gun from his pocket. Rizu quickly rushed in and subdued the gun in Najima's hand. Calm down, Ryugasaki calmed him down. This gun has no bullets or a magazine. That's the reason, he continued to explain. This gun is evidence I've collected, he said. This thing has spread widely. It's a common item among the troublemaking delinquents in the neighborhood, he said. The chairman opened his mouth at this time. What happened to the transportation and distribution routes? Najima hesitated at this time and replied, I'm hesitant to say anything about that. Chairman, another voice rushed in from the door in a fluster. Are you all right? He said. The mastermind behind the gun smuggling and distribution is. The energetic old man who had just arrived now stared blankly at Najima. The Kudo family living in Setagaya-ku. He then accused Santo Hideo's organization of having been active for a long time. Hearing this, the scarred man who had just entered was furious. His name was recorded. This cunning old man. After speaking, he immediately punched Najima in the face. How dare you shift the blame to me? I came here because I figured everything out, you son of a bitch, Hai said in anger. Is there anything you can understand with that muddled head of yours? Najima sneered. Aren't you the one who released the guns on the market? Hai questioned. That gun was aimed directly at the chairman. You've precisely pointed out what I wanted to express, Najima replied. What, are you making baseless accusations? The two sides were on the verge of a confrontation. At this time, Najima pulled out 2 knives from behind his pants. Hideo also clenched his fist and rushed in at this time. Najima also acted immediately. In an instant, Rizu quickly stepped in and stopped the fight. This is so tiring, Rizu showed his displeasure. It seems everyone has forgotten something very important. As Rizu opened his mouth, everyone's gaze turned to the chairman. Do you think this is a fighting ring, pulling out knives like that? The chairman calmly took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Father, you've been through a lot for too long. Is this how you've been living while I was away? Rizu said. I've been through a lot of years, haven't I? The chairman replied. If grown men act emotionally and pull out knives after speaking, the chairman took out a lighter and lit it. Doesn't that lower our dignity too much? The 2 men below were surprised at this time. The 2 simultaneously knelt down. Chairman, please forgive our rashness. There is no excuse at this time. Tetsuji stood up and said, Therefore, Rizu, you must take on a heavy responsibility for me, he conveyed. Since there are many opinions dissatisfied with your succession, and you also made the mistake of delaying the succession ceremony for 2 months, the chairman said. So use this opportunity to show everyone your abilities, he encouraged. What kind of person the new chairman of Oyama is when he works, he conveyed to Rizu. This is my last request. After speaking, he took out a small box from the drawer. This will also be your last test, he said, taking out the box from the drawer. Then the chairman opened the box. I'll give you 1 month. In his hand was an exquisite dagger. Act in the name of Oyama. He handed this knife towards Rizu and said, Make everyone obey. A flash of determination appeared in Rizu's eyes. As the day drew to a close, once an organization members were lined up densely outside. So if you want to be the chairman, become his sword, Rizu said, looking at the knife he had received from the chairman. Is that what you mean? Rizu turned his gaze towards the chairman. Yes, think of it that way. As proving your qualifications, the chairman said. As you know, the current Oyama is. Yes, think of it as proving your qualifications, Tetsuji tested. As you know, the current Oyama is, Rizu asked back. Why do I have to prove it? From the beginning I had no interest in Oyama, is that so? Then why did you come to Japan? Oyama wondered. It's because of this. Because of this. Rizu slammed the knife hard on the desk. Because that guy is here, he said with furious eyes. Director Kong, I came here to catch him, Rizu said in a tone as if he would eat him alive. But if you cooperate with Won-sun who are interfering with my lord, Rizu threatened. Then I might become interested in Oyama too, he said. My just one Ryuga is already this tiring, the chairman grumbled. Why is the one who came back even worse than him? Then how about this? Rizu-kun, if you help our Oyama, we'll give you a big present too, Tetsuji made a condition. What kind of present will you give me? Rizu wondered. Although it looks like this, the current Oyama is a partner of Won-sun, he said. But if you become the chairman of Oyama, after speaking he handed a cup of liquor to Rizu, won't opportunities arise every day? I mean, you can deal with anyone in Won-sun. The chairman proposed a deal. So think of this as a secret contract between just you and me. At this time on the highway, Rizu constantly replayed the conversation he had with the chairman last night. Ryuga said your skills are very good, show them once this time. This phrase was deeply imprinted in his mind. In the name of Ryugasaki, find the old enemies of Oyama. The car stopped at a certain building at this time. His figure slowly emerged from behind the car door. He came here with the goal of making all of Oyama's enemies submit within 30 days before the succession ceremony. Inside the building, Rizu was already invited to sit at a tea table. I didn't expect you to come all the way here yourself, a voice opened his mouth. Was it the chairman's order? Najima probed. What order? I came here in response to Mr. Najima's invitation. You said that the guns spreading in Suginami were the work of the Kudo family, Rizu replied. That means, he continued, you were so confident because you had a way to confirm it. Najima stood up and handed Rizu a bundle of documents. It turned out that way, Rizu was suspicious. Why is your answer in the past tense? As I said last time, I found the distributor, Najima accused. That guy confessed that he received the goods from the Kudo family. But he died while in custody. The document recorded information that the victim had died in a bathtub. No, he was murdered by someone, Najima hypothesized. This is, Rizu thought to himself as he looked at the document. A decisive blow to the neck. The wound is also very clean. His skills are not ordinary, he evaluated. He caught the guy who spread the guns in Suginami-ku, and that guy was really related to the Kudo family. But someone killed the witness. Rizu was suspicious. In a word, yes, Najima replied, looking at the anonymous motorcycle driver standing in front of the building door. His face was strangely serious at this time. Suddenly he showed a slightly hostile gaze towards Rizu. Then he smiled bizarrely. Would you follow me for a moment? Najima opened his mouth. Suddenly? Rizu replied. I think it's better to show you directly, he said. The two left and the subordinate was left outside by Najima at this time. Rizu couldn't help but wonder. Where are you going, leaving your subordinate here? It's not good to have too many people, Najima replied. Have you ever been to Suginami? He asked about his well-being. At this time, Rizu's mind was full of all sorts of thoughts. Tetsuji told me about the Suginami coup matter. I've been here before, Rizu replied. This wasn't Nanakokai's territory back then, right? He wondered. I was in Korea back then, Rizu thought to himself. Najima agreed. Yes, this was originally Nakano-ku, our Nanakokai's territory. This is a neutral area in the middle of the Kudo family's Setagaya-ku. He recalled, back then, this place was managed by a few small organizations. When he said this, the two came face to face with an old man opening a door and coming out. The old man immediately saw the faces of Najima and Rizu. Without delay, the old man closed the door and gave up the idea of coming out. But 2 years ago, the small organizations here collapsed and our Nanakokai took over, Najima explained. Why is he reacting like that? It seems he doesn't like you very much, Rizu wondered. It seems so, Najima replied. The small organizations that used to manage this place were very good at winning the hearts of the people. Behind them, a mysterious motorcycle appeared at this time. But where are we going? It seems we've been circling one place for a while now. Rizu started to get impatient. The time has come, Najima said meaningfully. What did those guys behind me drag in? These guys in front of him were 3 anonymous bikers at this time. Mr. Najima, what are you trying to do? Rizu questioned. Don't misunderstand, Ryugasaki, he replied. The ones these guys are targeting are probably me. I thought they were circling around our organization for some reason. I was thinking of having my subordinates take care of it, Najima explained. Aren't your skills very famous? Najima requested. Since you've come all the way here, please help me out. Future chairman, hearing this, Rizu was already in a fighting stance. Rizu showed a confident smile at this time. This old man is like a fox. Let's talk more in a moment, Rizu said. The bikers were doing wheelies at this time and charged straight towards Rizu's position. With quick movements, he was able to dodge in time. That's not how you ride, Rizu opened his mouth. Then he gathered his strength and sent a kick, knocking one of the bikers to the ground. Let me give you a tip. Use the exhaust gas next time, Rizu sneered at this time. Oh ho, Najima was admiring at this time and didn't notice another motorcycle rushing towards him. Seeing it, he was able to dodge in time. Then he pulled out the 2 knives he had prepared from behind his pants. The biker was getting closer at this time, and Najima immediately swung his hand. At that blow, blood gushed from the biker's stomach. He skidded on the road with serious injuries, but one was still stubbornly attacking. Suddenly, from somewhere, a motorcycle was hit squarely in the face with a foot. At that kick, he lost consciousness and fell. One of them saw it and pulled out a weapon at this time. He held a knife and rushed straight towards Rizu's position. You son of a bitch, he shouted loudly. Rizu was contemptuous at this time. What are you going to do with that little thing? He replied, grabbing a nearby motorcycle. Then he stepped on the accelerator and used this car to directly hit the enemy's vehicle, throwing him to the ground. Seeing this fighting style, Najima couldn't help but be surprised. The two were preparing to leave. Rizu suddenly turned around. Amigo, what is this? These guys, he admired. The bikers' reinforcements were gathering more and more. He has to see this sight, Rizu muttered to himself at this time. More than I thought. Will you be okay? Najima asked about his well-being. Don't worry, there are many people who followed me to protect me, Rizu replied confidently. Come out. You have to earn a living too, he shouted loudly. I told you in advance. A figure slowly walked out from the corner. The purpose of this job is to protect your life, my lord. A guy from Wonsan said, We are not your subordinates, my lord. Everyone to your positions. The scarred man ordered his subordinates. Shoot to kill if you see any suspicious movement. The bikers looked around at the surrounding buildings bewildered. Guns were positioned on all sides. All the Wonsan members surrounded the scene. That evening, a voice was heard from a warehouse guarded by 2 Wonsan members. 1, 2, 3. Wow, how many are there? Rizu said in surprise. Can I try riding one of these? All I know is fighting. This is the first time I've ridden a bike like this. Rizu was excited. Najima watched him but didn't say a word. Alright, let's get to the point, he said, turning on the bike's headlight. Who are you guys? The leader remained silent, filled with anger. You don't want to talk, Rizu said angrily, pulling out his weapon. Najima reached out and stopped him. Ryugasaki, wait. What I mean is these guys, he said. They're much younger than I thought. In front of them were mostly just students. Huh. Really? Now that you mention it, I think you're right, Rizu agreed. I've been in this business for a long time, so it wouldn't be strange to get stabbed in the back. Najima began to speak. But I have no memory of getting involved with kids like you. Not involved, the leader said furiously. Are you kidding me, Najima? You captured and killed one of our members, he demanded. I captured and killed someone. Najima was bewildered. Don't play dumb. You're the one who slit his throat in the bathroom, the leader continued. Are you talking about the guy who was supplying the guns? Najima was lost in thought. Wait. If it's about that, this old man didn't kill him, Rizu spoke up at this point. I guarantee it. What? The leader was startled. Looking at the crime scene photos, there are no signs of a struggle, Rizu explained. The culprit slit his throat when he let his guard down. In cases like this, it's usually done by an acquaintance of the victim, Rizu deduced. Besides, it's someone who's a professional with a knife. An acquaintance and a knife expert, what does that mean? He said. I don't know what you guys usually get up to, Rizu replied. But this time you've gotten involved in something you shouldn't have. Rizu's expression became serious. This isn't something you should be meddling in. We just transported the goods, they confessed. You idiot, the leader snapped. I heard we received the goods from the Kudo family. They said we just needed to deliver it by motorcycle, that's what they said, a young man confessed. Hey, why don't you open the box next to the bike, Najima pointed at this moment. Najima approached and opened it, revealing a black plastic bag. He lifted it up to examine it. No way, Rizu suspected. Yeah, there are bullets inside too, Najima replied. At first we didn't know what we were delivering, but we happened to open it and found that, the bikers explained. And not long after that happened, he said. Rizu guessed to himself. A murder to silence him? So can you prove that Kudo supplied you with these items? Najima continued to interrogate. We didn't meet the people from Kudo's side directly, we just heard it. The young man answered honestly. You heard it, Rizu was puzzled. Yes, our Corps commander always received the goods, he said. Corps commander, Rizu repeated. Setagaya Ward, Kudo family base. It looks like we might take the fall for this alone. Hideo seemed to be talking to someone. At first I thought just having those kids do the delivery would be enough, Hideo was worried. You don't need to worry too much about that matter, Director Kong said. Because I've cleanly cut off that loose end, I used Junichi in preparation for a time like this. Director Kong revealed the plan. Hideo agreed. That's right, I never gave him the guns. He's a remnant of a small organization that was in Suginami, the director explained. On the surface he belongs to the Nakanikai, but there's no way he has good feelings for Oyama. Ah, because Oyama suppressed the small organizations in Suginami, Hideo deduced. That's correct, so I just gave them a little support. In the end it will be painted as a rebellion in Suginami, he laid out the plan, making it look like a trap aimed at the Kudo family. Wow, I can only trust you, Director Kong. Hideo flattered him. You know what I mean, right? How can you, an outsider, handle our internal affairs so well? He laughed loudly and marveled. Ha ha ha. Director Kong watched him and sighed inwardly. To think a guy like that is the boss of a district, but it's more convenient to use guys like this because all you need to do is stroke their egos, Director Kong thought to himself. Hey, bring that good liquor we had last time, Hideo said loudly. But Director, there's something I'm curious about. Hideo asked, aren't you and the chairman business partners? Why are you targeting the chairman? Director Kong answered calmly. What I'm targeting isn't Chairman Tetsuji, but the situation and the pretext. Besides, a little verification is needed, he said meaningfully. Chairman Tetsuji told me to guarantee the life of Bei Dukyung, that is, Ryugasaki. Hearing this, Hideo became furious. Damn it, it's been a while since I heard that Korean bastard's name. Tetsuji said he would make him the successor, but Director Kong added, I'm someone who doesn't like that. It's the same for me. That's why I want to cooperate with you, Director Kong, Hideo replied. But there's no way, you can't just shoot the successor dead. What if his identity isn't Ryugasaki? Wouldn't we be able to kill him then? After speaking, Director Kong took out a file. What do you mean? Hideo was puzzled. Take a look at this, Director Kong replied. What is this? 2 Ryugasakis? Hideo was shocked. This is the verification I was talking about. If the Ryugasaki in Japan is a fake, Director Kong said, we must take action. After speaking, he stood up, poured a drink, and prepared for the start of the plan. In the confiscated motorcycle warehouse, Rizu and Najima were lost in thought. Would you like a cigarette? Rizu offered. I'm fine, he replied. I've quit smoking, Najima said. By the way, will that guy called the Corps Commander really come? Rizu wondered. He'll probably come since his subordinates are being held by us, Najima guessed. Maybe not. He might run away if he sees this sight. Outside, bodyguards were lined up. Anyway, that won't happen, Najima said optimistically. Didn't you hear what those guys said earlier? They called him the Corps Commander, he said. Just then, a group of bikers was approaching from a distance. They said they were a legion with 1,000 subordinates nationwide and they had all already arrived. Hey, you gangster lords, the leader spoke up. Did you take my members? He said. Oh, that's pretty cool, Rizu admired from outside. I don't know, I really don't, Najima replied. My name is Moriwaki Suichiru. He introduced himself. First, I'm the Corps Commander who leads the Annihilation Corps. Your way of speaking is interesting, Rizu stepped forward and answered. I came here myself to warn you, he threatened. What warning? Ha, so scary. Release my members that you're holding right now, Moriwaki said. And if I don't, Rizu replied. Are you the commander? Moriwaki said. I have nothing to say to you. I'm speaking to the old man Najima behind you, young man. Do you know me? Najima replied politely. I have no memory of meeting you, Corps Commander. No memory? Moriwaki was enraged at this. 2 years ago, you guys drove us out of Suginami Ward, didn't you? He shouted. Led by Oyama Sogo, you suppressed all of us. Moriwaki was furious. Wait a minute. Who? Rizu was puzzled. The mission of our corps is to take back Suginami Ward, Moriwaki shouted. This organization was formed to not be pushed around by gangsters like you. This is the rebellion and struggle of our Annihilation Corps. The bikers' morale rose. Is that so? Najima replied. Therefore, First Corps Commander Moriwaki Suichiru, declare, Najima Fuku, I challenge you to a man-to-man duel. He pointed his finger and challenged him confidently. Najima was frighteningly calm at this. If I win, you will leave Suginami Ward, you crazy bastard. What are you talking about? The surrounding bodyguards were furious. Everyone stand down, don't interfere, Najima spoke. Will that really be enough? Young man, he said, what will you do if you lose? After speaking, he took out 2 weapons. If I lose, you can deal with me as you please, he declared proudly. Wait. Mr. Najima, did you just say Oyama Sogo? Rizu asked. You, Moriwaki was bewildered. Anyway, I don't know what you're thinking being in Oyama. After speaking, Rizu rolled up his sleeves. How about you deal with me, he said. I may not look like it, but I'm also part of Oyama. Oyama? Then do you know that bastard Sogo? Moriwaki gritted his teeth. That guy is my damn brother, Rizu said. Good, you said it yourself. After speaking, he took a pistol from his jacket pocket, canceling the duel. Oyama, after speaking, he pulled out the gun and aimed it straight at Rizu. You're going to die here, he said furiously. Rizu was extremely tense at this moment. In Korea, Dukyung was smoking, lost in thought. A patient shouldn't overdo it. Sun saw him and spoke. Oh really, if this was the case you shouldn't have brought me here in the first place. By the way, this is the place, right? Place where we held the captain's fake funeral. In front of the two was a tall flight of stairs. Yeah, can I ask you something? Sun said seriously. It doesn't have to be just one thing, ask as many as you like, Dukyung replied. Director, are you going to cooperate with Director Kong? He asked frankly. If you become the chairman of Oyama, Director, he said, you'll have a symbiotic relationship with Wonson. Then what happens to our revenge? Sun was lost in thought. Wonson said they would protect Dukyung, but what if they do something to Rizu? He worried, will they leave Rizu alone? Dukyung's face became serious. Of course not. They're probably hell-bent on revealing our identities even now. Dukyung denied it at that moment. Sun continued. And you're still going to join hands with Oyama? It's all part of the plan, Dukyung said coldly. So what is it you want to say right now? He pressed. Sun was lost in thought at this. The Oyama chairmanship, Sun began to speak. I'm afraid that position will become the final stop for our revenge. That bastard Sogo too, he said resentfully. We should have killed them all that day. He recalled that blood-stained day. He regretted letting it go like that. If Tetsuji or someone else gets in the way, I too will. Before he could finish, Bae Dukyung placed a hand on his shoulder and calmed him down. Calm down, son, don't talk nonsense, he said with a gentle smile. Whether you like it or not, to me he is like a father. After speaking, he waved his hand and left. I know what you're worried about. Sun remained behind, lost in thought. So cool your head for now, Dukyung advised. He climbed the stairs one by one with heavy steps. From the beginning I never intended to stop my brothers. Brothers? Sun was surprised at this. We've seen each other at our best and worst. We're like brothers, aren't we? Feeling awkward, but you're starting to annoy me a bit too. Are all soldiers like that? Bae Dukyung said. Sun scratched his neck awkwardly. No sir, you and Rizu, you really get on my nerves, Dukyung said with affectionate reproach. Just then, two unfamiliar cars gathered at Dukyung's location. Perfect timing, he said. He slowly walked towards the newly arrived cars. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Director Han Hee-sung of HHS. At that moment he got out of the car, looking like a gentleman. A man in sunglasses got out of the car. It was Huang Hao. Wonsen personnel followed behind him. Oh, what a bizarre sight, Bae Dukyung marveled. To think the guys who were pointing knives at each other just a few days ago are now one family, he said in a friendly manner. So don't be so distant, Dukyung continued. Let's all get along for a long, long time, he cheered. Returning to the battlefield in Japan, the place was now filled with motorcycles. So you're going to die here, Moriwaki threatened. Oyama, he gritted his teeth furiously. Damn it, a gun, Najima was worried. It's okay, Mr. Najima, Rizu calmed him down. That guy is an idiot who can't even use a gun. The safety is on. As Rizu pointed it out, Moriwaki was startled. Of course, that was a lie. Mr. Corps Commander, after speaking, he rushed in, subdued the gun, and snatched it with one hand. Then he landed a strong blow to his stomach. Moriwaki groaned in pain. As expected, Rizu said as he snatched the gun from the leader's hand. This is the same type too. Did these guys really spread them? After speaking, he threw the gun towards Najima. You should watch what's in front of you. Ryugasaki. He turned around in surprise. Oyama, Moriwaki staggered but got back on his feet. Is that all you've got? He said. This time will be different from the last. He raised his spirits and shouted. Show him. Moriwaki's men cheered incessantly from below. Take him down, Ryugasaki, Najima spoke up at this moment. Don't kill him, I'm asking you, he pleaded. As he rushed in with all his might, Rizu sighed. Seriously, do you think this is as easy as you say? Rizu replied. This corps commander is pretty rough too, he commented. Moriwaki threw the next punch, and with a single blow the corps commander was pushed back. Damn it, what is this? He thought in pain. It feels like I was hit with a hammer, but he raised his spirits again. HMPH, he shouted loudly. I can't turn tail and run away again. Moriwaki tensed up, recalling the past. When he looked at his opponent with terrified eyes, Suganami spoke. I didn't think this place was worth us going to this extent, he praised. At this time, Moriwaki's men were all down around him. Leave the management of this place entirely to the organization directly under Oyama, Sogo replied. Wipe out anyone who objects. He commanded coldly. Kato saw this and made an example of Moriwaki. He first left a scar on Moriwaki's face. Remembering this, he became enraged. Oyama. Then he rushed in and hugged Rizu tightly. Seeing this, Rizu kneed him in the stomach. Ryugasaki, stop. Najima blocked him. Seeing this, Rizu shouted, Najima, you stay out of it. Why the hell are you doing this? You're just guys who run errands for the Yakuza anyway. After speaking, he grabbed Moriwaki by the hair. What I'm asking is why you show hostility towards Oyama. Rizu asked. Isn't that obvious? He said, feeling wronged. Because you guys did bad things to us. You took away the streets, you took away our families. That's why our corps will wipe you out, he said, filled with hatred. There is no such thing as a corps, he said. Even if it's just me alone. Is that so? Rizu cut him off. Then he struck his neck and knocked him unconscious. Moriwaki collapsed to the ground. And let's see how many times you can get back up. I'll be waiting, Corps Commander. At that moment the bikers shouted and rushed in. You bastards. That's enough. At this moment another figure appeared from behind them. It was Santo Hideo. Even Rizu couldn't help but be surprised by his appearance. Santo Hideo, to come all the way here on your own. Good, I had a lot to ask you, Santo, he shouted loudly. Bang! Hearing this, Rizu was shocked. Bei-do-kyung, the organizations directly under Oyama, starting with the Kudo family, he declared. His subordinates began to gather one by one. I do not recognize you as the next chairman of Oyama. After speaking, he raised his own severed finger. I have delivered the declaration to the chairman, he answered confidently. We will become independent. Until this declaration is accepted, we will separate from Oyama. He declared that he would refuse supervision and not accept any bribes, he said again. All of this is a determined will for the well-being of Oyama, he excused. The box containing the fingers of those who opposed is the embodiment of that will. That's why it was named Yubasumi. Do you understand, you Josian bastard, he explained. Ah no, hearing this, Rizu's expression changed. What are you talking about? Hideo was surprised. The Ryugasaki right now is not actually Ryugasaki, he was horrified. Yes, that's what I mean. There's a possibility he's not, Director Kong replied. The condition of my deal with Chairman Tetsuji was to protect Bei-do-kyung, Director Kong continued. In other words, the person who will succeed Ryugasaki. But if the person who came to Japan now is not Bei-do-kyung, he thought, will you guys really be able to accept him as chairman? After speaking, he lit a cigarette. If what you just said is true, Hideo became serious. Then how should we verify it? He is recognized by the chairman as Ryugasaki. How can we dare to deny this? Hideo hesitated. Although I don't understand all the laws here, Director Kong replied, but you can show your resolve, can't you? As soon as he finished speaking, a group from Wonsan entered through the door, and along with him a suitcase. Hideo was puzzled. The bag opened, and inside were several bundles of documents and a sword. Do you know what this means to us? Hideo's eyes wavered slightly. Oh, do I need to know? What? Hideo asked. Reputation, duty, faith. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Kong stood up. Isn't the era of such things coming to an end if you are bound by such old things? After speaking, Director Kong looked at Hideo with an arrogant gaze. It will be a long time before you can move forward. Director Kong replied, you can think of the bundles of documents below as a future business plan. After speaking, Director Kong left. Those documents have been stamped by the House of Councilors, so there are things that need to be cut away. He left with tempting words. Hideo stared intently at the knife in his hand. I've already said it, if you want to move forward, he emphasized once more. Inside the box in the chairman's office were 12 fingers. Is this your expression of resolve? The chairman questioned. Is that why you call it Yubasumi? Because it holds that meaning? At this moment the attendants were kneeling and prostrating themselves before the chairman. This is not what I ever wanted, the chairman continued. Before you cut off your fingers, could you not have come to see me in person? He asked. The attendants remained silent. All right, stop it. That's not the question I want to ask either, he said. Let's change the question. After speaking, Tetsuji touched the wooden box. Yubasumi, he said. What do you want? We cannot have Ryugasaki as the chairman of Oyama, one of them pleaded. You all know very well, he continued. You, chairman, founded this Oyama with Ryugasaki in the past, but in the end he is just an outsider from Korea and he doesn't have the bloodline to succeed the family like Lord Sogo. A subordinate lamented. If you want to talk about that, let's end it here. Sogo also gave up his position, the chairman replied firmly. Even so, it cannot be Ryugasaki, chairman. We are well aware of the current situation in Korea. A subordinate desperately tried to persuade. Those twin brothers are deceiving Oyama, and they are even hiding their identities from you, chairman, he said. So even if he is the real Ryugasaki, we cannot follow such a person. The chairman was enraged at this. Director Kong, what on earth? Are you saying you can't follow me? The chairman spoke up at that moment. Then what kind of chairman do you want to follow? Are you going to be the chairman, Yuki? Hearing this, a subordinate replied. No, sir. There are many Hung Nims who are more outstanding than I am. You are Yukio's senior. Sosuke, are you going to do it? Tetsuji asked. Sosuke was terrified. That is not what we mean. Oh, you don't want to say it my way, the chairman replied. Then why did you do this? After speaking, he approached the desk. This is originally just the seat of the Oyama chairman, the Underworld of Japan. Who wouldn't want to rule it? The chairman's expression darkened at this moment. Elect one person from each region, and for the remaining 29 days until the succession ceremony, compete against each other and determine superiority. And I will give the organization of the region with the number 1 influence the right to elect the chairman of this Oyama. That is, chairman, one of them stood up and spoke. But remember one thing, he reminded. If the candidate I have chosen is inaugurated as chairman, he said, then it will not end with the name Yubasumi. While you cut off your fingers without me even asking, the chairman was furious. You have rebelled against my will, so you must be prepared for the consequences. A murderous intent emanated from Tetsuji's eyes. Returning to Hideo's side, you probably understand the situation now, Director Kong explained. Rizu's side was quiet at this time. Anyone just has to prove it, Najima thought to himself at this time. Why is the chairman acting like this at such a sensitive time? Why do you keep calling me Rizu? Rizu pretended not to know at this time. It seems you are the one who doesn't understand the situation, Rizu provoked. What did you say? Hideo answered in anger. Who can rule the underworld of Japan? He slowly took out a weapon and said. Then whether I am Rizu or Du Kyung, he aimed the knife straight at Hideo and threatened. What does it matter? The old man Najima was plotting at this time. In order not to place Ryugasaki in the chairman's seat, they used 2 more issues as excuses. Ryugasaki's unclear identity and bloodline, he thought to himself. Seeing Rizu's nonchalant expression, Hideo became somewhat nervous. That excuse has no meaning anymore, Najima thought. What are you talking about? Moriwaki stammered at this moment. Did you wake up? Rizu said with a smile. You don't care who becomes chairman, it doesn't matter who it is, Moriwaki confirmed. Haha. Does a guy like this also have ambitions for the chairman's seat? Hideo sneered from a distance at this time. Didn't you say you hate Oyama very much? He said. Hearing this, Moriwaki became slightly angry. Where would they support a brat without an ID? You who are not even a Yakuza, he insulted. He said to elect one from each region, right? Najima spoke with a smile at this time. Then I, Najima Fuku, as the representative of Suginami, recommend Moriwaki Suichiru, he answered. Hearing this, Moriwaki couldn't believe his ears and stared at Najima. I am well aware that Mr. Hideo will be representing Setagaya himself. Then you are both candidates now, Najima said and tapped Moriwaki on the shoulder. What are you talking about? He answered. Najima, don't joke around. Old man Hideo shouted. This is a battle for survival between us, and you're letting a brat like this interfere. Hey, are you looking down on the Corps commander right now? Rizu spoke up. This person is the head of the Annihilation Corps, which commands 1,000 soldiers, he said. Hey, Mr. Corps Commander, how about it? Say a word. Rizu brought up the topic. What oath will you take as a candidate? Moriwaki was at a loss for words at this moment. If this body sits in the chairman's seat, Rizu sneered. Moriwaki's 2 feet began to step forward at this time. I, Moriwaki Suichiru, will destroy Oyama, he declared loudly. Will you not regret it even if it turns out that way? After speaking, he pointed straight at Rizu. Good, you should have that kind of will, Rizu answered. I told you before. As soon as he finished speaking, Rizu placed a hand on Moriwaki's shoulder. I will see how many times you get up, I'll wait, Rizu declared. Lord Suichiru, the representative of Suginami. After speaking, he turned and left. At this time, the bikers cheered endlessly. Najima saw that and couldn't hide his joy. These brats, Hideo covered his face. Ryugasaki alone is annoying enough, cunning son of a bitch, he said towards the side where Rizu was patting Najima's shoulder. No matter who you are, I will definitely cut off your head, Hideo said with hatred. The scene shifts to Korea. A voice was heard. Let's get along for a long, long time, Bae Dukyung spoke up. But, he changed his expression at this moment. You 2 came to a funeral, but you came without a wreath? What on earth are you doing here? He asked. The 2 veteran bosses kept their mouths firmly shut. Nuang Hao opened his mouth. Ahahaha, I believe I can continue to live like this anyway. That cunning old man doesn't want to lose a single word, Dukyung answered jokingly. To eliminate these twins, Huang Hao planned to himself, recalling the past. Is there really a way? Huang Hao said, puffing on a cigarette. Oh my, what fight? Su lamented, rapping his head. How could you forget something so important? It's this, the arm, Su said. The arm, Huang Hao replied suspiciously. I heard the younger brother's arm was severely burned, Su hinted. Hearing this, Huang Hao also suddenly realized a time in the past when the 2 brothers relied on each other. Recalling this, Su said again, it must be that hotel. How can I find this out? Huang Hao thought to himself at this time. Let's go inside first, he said. From behind he reached his hand towards Dukyung's side. His distance got closer and closer. Suddenly a hand appeared and blocked him. Long time no see, uncle. Suddenly a voice was heard. I'm so glad to see you here. Su smiled slyly. I owed you a favor last time, didn't I? He said. What are you 2 doing? Come on up. Dukyung saw that and opened his mouth. There's a lot to talk about, he hinted. 28 days until the succession ceremony. The scene shifts back to Japan. After Tetsuji's declaration last night, a long line of cars formed in front of the Oyama mansion. Yakuza from all over Japan headed for Oyama. The first was Akamoto Kenshi, a representative who announced his candidacy. It's best to move quickly in matters like this, the old man said, stroking his beard. The more candidates there are, the harder it will be to pass. Looking at the scene before him, Akamoto muttered, Damn it seems there are quite a few guys who think like me. In front of him, many candidates were standing and discussing, and the inside was very noisy. The bodyguards answered, Only one person from each organization can enter, a subordinate from behind shouted at this moment. Hey, do you know who this is? Akamoto gestured with his hand and cut him off. It's okay, so it was you guys, the skilled soldiers from Korea. Please help me out, he thought to himself. Good, if I become chairman, these guys will be my men. As soon as he entered, one of the candidates saw Akamoto and recognized him. Oh, that old man is here too. Well then, seniors, I'm going to go over there and say hello, a man with a neck tattoo said with a smile. Hey Taku, don't be like that. You should join Yubasumi too. When Lord Hideo arrives, we'll put in a good word for you, another gangster said. Oh my, how could a guy like me dare? It's too much of an honor. Taku replied, Yubasumi, how rude. To think they're already forming factions among the candidates, Taku muttered. Agawa Taku, I'm thinking of running as the representative for Arakawa Ward. Lord Akamoto, do you remember me? It's Taku. He approached Akamoto and greeted him. I was wondering who it was, and it's you, Taku. What's with that hair color? The old man replied cheerfully. And from now on, call me uncle. Akamoto pinched the young man's cheek. Yes, then I'll really call you that, Taku replied with a bright smile. Another old fox has appeared. Taku thought to himself. Uncle, have you heard the rumors? The rumor that Ryugasaki is a fake, he whispered. Akamoto replied. Ah, I heard. Isn't that why all this is happening right now? The candidates' competition for the position of Oyama's leader. In front of the two were a ballot box and recommendation forms. So, uncle, which side are you on? Taku asked in a whisper. Which side you ask? Akamoto replied. The guys behind me are mostly from the Yubasumi faction, Taku said. It seems the regional representatives who are running have teamed up to push for Hideo to become chairman. So that's why they're recruiting like that. He glanced towards where the guys with severed fingers were persuading other Yakuza. No one looks at a waterfall they can't climb, Akamoto thought to himself. So they want to nominate a chairman together to solidify their own positions. Turns out they were all just like catfish, muddying the water from under a rock. The guys behind Taku suddenly showed disgruntled expressions. Just then, two more people entered. It was Moriwaki and Najima with worried expressions. Are you nervous? The corps commander said. No, sir, it's just that this suit feels awkward, he replied. As expected, Lord Najima is participating too, one of the guys said with a sneer. But who's that country bumpkin next to him? Do you know him? Moriwaki walked confidently to the election area and took a deep breath. Moriwaki Suichiru. He shouted his name and declared that he would run for the position of Oyama chairman as the representative of Suginami Ward. At that, Najima covered his face as if embarrassed. Then please write your name here and put your thumbprint on it. And then you can put it in the box, the staff member said. What is your affiliated organization? The Annihilation Corps, he replied confidently. One of the guys was enraged. Hey, are you kidding me? He rushed forward. How dare a guy with no roots even talk about running? He was Fukuda Tachi, who intended to run as the representative for Narima Ward. He pointed at Moriwaki and said, How is that guy a representative? Najima replied. Regarding that matter, I have entrusted this friend with full authority. The man was shocked. No way, no, I can't accept this. You want to participate that badly? Let's settle it with me right here, Fukuda challenged, rolling up his sleeves. What right do you have to say that? Najima intervened. Najima, get out of the way. If this guy is a leader, he should naturally accept a challenge like this. Hearing this, Najima was about to pull out his weapon, but a hand stopped him. Hey, it's noisy, he said. Hey, gorilla old man, why do you keep shouting at people? Rizu appeared. Ryugasaki. The old man's face changed color. Wow, it's Ryugasaki. Taku marveled. To think I'd meet him here. No, maybe that guy is, he thought to himself. Fukuda lost his reason. Ha ha ha, good timing. I just happened to have something I was curious about. Didn't I just say it was noisy, gorilla old man? Rizu replied coldly. Right now, your status is not the next chairman but just a candidate. In other words, you're on the same level as us, the old man said, flexing his muscles. Right. Same goes for his lordship the corps commander next to you, Rizu provoked. Besides, it's not even certain whether you're Ryugasaki or not. He said that and clenched his fist tightly. Then I won't have to hold back. The man tried to land a fatal blow on Rizu. He lightly raised his hand and blocked the fist, then he immediately landed a punch on his face. It wasn't over. He landed another blow on his thigh, making him kneel. Finally, he threw a punch at Fukuda's unblemished face. The heaven-sent blow sent him rolling on the floor and blood poured out. Ego, my ears hurt. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say, Rizu declared. It seems there are a lot of guys curious about who I am. If you have a problem, then run for the position. He provoked. Let's forget about rank and fight to our heart's content. Tisk, he really is Ryugasaki, Akamoto said. It's been a while, Oyama. Akamoto approached and greeted him. It's been a while, Lord Kenshi, he replied. Akamoto Kenshi will run as the representative for Katsushika Ward and my affiliated organization is Oyama, he declared. I will stand with Oyama Ryugasaki. A huge rock has appeared, Akamoto thought to himself. First, I'll have to become a catfish myself. Just then, another name appeared and the surrounding crowd began to whisper. The man ran to the ballot box. Endo Yakumo from the Ten Fists organization, entering as the representative for Ota Ward, he said. Hearing this, Rizu's face darkened. His and Yakumo's eyes kept meeting Korea. At this time, Dukyung had ordered Sun to keep watch outside. Inside the room, with its Buddhist architectural style, only the three bosses were staring at each other. You two, please don't be so tense. Dukyung opened his mouth. Let's talk calmly. Would you like a cigarette here? Dukyung showed goodwill. I won't refuse. Huang Hao quickly accepted. Director Han, let's have one together. I don't need one, just say what you want to say, the old man replied. I quite like that friend too, Dukyung said suggestively. What's the reason for calling us here? Are you cooperating with Wonson? Huang Hao wondered. Honestly, I'm not even sure if you're Beck Dukyung, he said, approaching. That's why I wanted to meet you, he smiled. Everything has gotten quite annoying. It seems it's all a mess. Those who lack patience will pay the price. At Dukyung's words, Director Han was slightly confused. I'm curious too right now, Dukyung continued. If I were to get into a difficult situation here, how would you resolve it? Stop talking nonsense about the difficulties you might face, Director Han said angrily. All right then, this is my question, he said. If you knew who I was, would anything change? Dukyung replied. Of course it would change. Director Kong and I are in a cooperative relationship right now, the old man said frankly. He's right, Huang Hao understood. If it's mutually beneficial, both sides can cooperate. Let's say this one cigarette is the benefit for both sides. Even a small benefit is better than fighting to the death, right? Huang Hao said. What do you think about that? Dukyung continued. Then Director Kong, do you think the benefit here is small? He said again. Director Han's expression became serious. Huang Hao burst out laughing. Haha, what an interesting friend, he marveled. Our conversation isn't going anywhere. Huang Hao narrowed his eyes as the two found little common ground. Hearing that, Baek Du-kyung smiled. Then Huang Hao continued, ha ha ha, look at this guy. So what you want to tell us is that we should cooperate to take care of Director Kong, right? He said seriously. But even if I don't understand, he's here too, isn't this too blatant? Huang Hao suspected. Baek Du-kyung is a natural-born traitor, so I'm a bit uneasy. But Du-kyung continued. Director Baek Du-kyung. Director Han opened his mouth. He dropped the phone he was using to take a call from Director Kong. The phone continued to ring. Han Hee-sung immediately stomped on it. My answer is, he said. Is this sufficient? Director Han demonstrated. Why break it? We could have just talked, Director Baek said cheerfully. Enough nonsense. Do you have a plan for the future? He wondered. Before that, shouldn't both our sides resolve the questions we have about each other? He said. Director Kong is in Japan right now, isn't he? He pressed. Isn't that too hasty? We're not yet at a level where we can trust. Before Huang Hao could finish, Han Hee-sung answered. That's right, he's probably in Tokyo, Japan. I'll borrow one, Han Hee-sung said, rushing over. Director Baek replied, yeah, you can take them all. Then who's the one who went to Japan? Is it Rizu? Hey, I told you that's not important, he replied. Then why aren't you answering? There has to be give and take, Huang Hao said. It's Baek Du-kyung. Satisfied? Proof, Huang Hao pressed. Baek Du-kyung rolled up his sleeve. You're really petty and narrow-minded. And Du-kyung took off his glove in front of Huang Hao. Having confirmed what he needed to, he smiled brightly. Back to the candidacy ceremony in Japan, one figure stepped up to run. Proxy agent Endo Yakumo, representing Ota Ward from the 10 Fists, he said coldly. Hearing this, Rizu's face darkened. The 10 Fists are in Japan too, he thought. Whispers went through the crowd. If it's the 10 Fists, that's Lord Sogo's organization. But wasn't Lord Muto the leader? Then who is that guy? The crowd wondered, and suspicious gazes fell on this stranger. If you're going to pick a ruler for the Japanese underworld, Yakumo opened his mouth. It can't be chosen from among you Oyama people. That's why our 10 Fists will also participate in this fight, a gangster shouted. You think that's possible, you little brat? A hand tapped his shoulder. Ha ha ha, well said, it was Hideo. This guy has a point, he's right, Hideo said. If we're choosing a ruler, it has to be fair, Najima reminded. At this, the old man cheerfully ran up to Yakumo. Welcome, your name is Yakumo, right? This is our first time meeting, but where are the other members of the 10 Fists, Hideo wondered. Is it Lord Sogo or Lord Muto? There's also that guy Hayama. Did they tell a young man like you to run? Hideo sneered. They probably have more important things to do. After saying that, the old man placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. Even so, this is Oyama's home base, the old man warned. What do you think will happen to a guy who's walked into the enemy camp so defenselessly if you want to participate that badly? The subordinates all drew their swords. You have to choose the right side. Join our Yubasumi. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Yakumo thrust a knife up from under his chin. Blood poured out as Hideo gasped in shock. He clutched his chin and screamed. Choose the right side, Yakumo replied. Then is the side you should choose, Yubasumi. Hideo tried to resist, but it was useless. If that's a faction, I'll cut it down myself, Yakumo said coldly. Then he stabbed the knife into Hideo's back once more. It wasn't over. He drew the knife in a long line from his back towards his shoulder. He drew an unbroken line and blood splattered everywhere. Rizu felt a chill watching the scene. The knife continued to slice into Hideo's shoulder. The old man fell to the ground in agony. Yakumo placed his foot on Hideo's face. Did you see that? He said. Then with one hand he cut off old Hideo's arm. To be cut off so simply, what bad luck. He stared blankly at Hideo, who was lying motionless on the ground. Cut off one of their own fingers, Yakumo said, prodding him. And call it Yubasumi because it contains their resolve? The two bodyguards finally rushed in. Lord Hideo, you son of a bitch, Yakumo replied with annoyance. You idiots, are all the Oyama bosses like this? It turned out his finger hadn't even been cut. The subordinates were disappointed. How Lord Hideo's finger is still there. Is this what you call resolve? Yakumo sneered. Mr. Najima, wait a moment, Rizu stopped him. Endo Yakumo, there's no information on this guy, Rizu thought to himself. He analyzed. He stabbed Hideo's lung to suffocate him in an instant. And he stuck that small knife precisely into Hideo's shoulder joint. Rizu marveled to himself. One rookie, one old man, Yakumo said to Akamoto and Taku. And even a country bumpkin, Moriwaki was extremely tense. You're going to choose a ruler from among these guys, he said. And among them, the most pathetic one is this guy. After speaking, he pointed to Rizu's position. Among everyone here, you are the least qualified. The man continued his insults. Even if I roll on the ground, eat dirt, and even swim in a cesspool. This is Japan, he said angrily. It's not a place for a Korean bastard to interfere, Rizu replied. I know you're very excited because it's a good day, but isn't this a bit much? Rizu said in anger. Everyone stop. The chairman appeared. It's been a while, Yakumo, he greeted. Oyama Tetsuji, he replied resentfully. Your surname is Endo? Are you using your mother's name? The chairman wondered. So that's why I couldn't find you, the chairman said. I have much to discuss with you, but it seems today is not the day. Yakumo wondered what it meant for the chairman to step down at this point. Anyway, it wasn't a story that would end overnight, he said to think carefully. After speaking, he left quietly. Those guys in Oyama who called themselves factions would eventually be cut off. He left a message for the people present. Try to guess who will be slammed to the ground then. Najima and Moriwaki grew tense. His face darkened. Seeing the situation calm down, Rizu sheathed his knife. The chairman quietly lit a cigarette as his subordinates rushed over in a fluster. From a high-rise building in Japan, a voice was heard as he flicked his cigarette ash. Who killed Hideo? Director Kang's face grew serious. Wanson provided the information. His name is Endo Yakumo and he belongs to the 10 Fists. Damn it, he cursed. It seems I brought in a foolish bastard, he thought to himself while on the phone. Do the 10 Fists want to make their appearance like this? Just then, the phone on the desk rang. Director Han's face hardened as he saw it. Yes, Director, I'm listening. What the hell are you doing over there? He shouted in anger. Why didn't you answer my call at dawn? He pressed. Is there something urgent? He asked. The 10 Fists, those bastards sent someone to Japan. They even killed the guy we brought in, he said in a rage. Didn't you say that even if you can't help us in every way, we should maintain a relationship with the 10 Fists? Director Kang said. Yes, I am well aware, Director Han said politely, but inwardly he was seething with anger. Damn it, who was the one who opposed it at first? Then he turned on the speakerphone. Contact the 10 Fists secretly. Start with Muto Taiga. Feel him out and see what he's up to, Director Kang instructed. Understood, I'll handle it right away, Director Han pretended to agree. If he gets too big for his britches, cut him down immediately, he gave the order, but he didn't know that every single word of this conversation was being heard by Muto Taiga. Sue was sitting idly on a quiet night. You're here? He opened his mouth. What's a patient like you doing wandering around? Taiga was radiating endless rage. Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched square in the face by Taiga. The punch sent him flying, breaking the door of the house. What? Sue couldn't understand. Hey, I'm a Sue. From now on, answer my questions honestly without lying, Taiga pressed. Seeing your reaction, I know what you want to ask, he replied, wiping his bloody nose. Endo Yakumo. Hearing this, Taiga's anger flared up again. How dare you? He rushed in angrily. But thanks to Su's quick movements he was able to dodge. How dare I? Sue said. What do you mean? What did you just say to me? He shouted. You said you'd destroy Oyama, right? Then isn't this how it's supposed to be? Then he resolutely swung his knife towards Taiga. So her surname was right after all. After speaking, he needs Sue. That's right, Sue agreed. He continued. Did he say he wanted to use that surname? Sue slashed across Taiga's chest. Taiga, enraged, grabbed his friend's collar. He threw Sue to the ground and, filled with anger, threw a punch at him. He had no choice but to take the hit. Just before the punch landed, Taiga stopped. Sue, he said calmly. Do you know what you're carrying? Of course I do, Sue replied, pointing his knife at his friend's neck. It's the karma of you, Oyama, the true orthodoxy of Japan that Oyama erased, Sue revealed. The last bloodline of the Mikado Kai, right? He continued. That child is Mikado Yakumo. Taiga's face darkened. Sue, move your hand. What are you doing to an injured person like me? Taiga pressed. Why did you hide him? Since when? It hasn't been 10 years, has it? Sue replied. When you, Oyama, took care of the Mikado Kai. Sue recalled a faint memory. I really hated the Oyama father and son. I didn't like the look in their eyes. But you, Oyama, waged war against the Mikado Kai. Sue confessed his inner thoughts. There were times I wanted to cooperate with the Mikado Kai too. But that guy Ryuga is someone I raised, and you, my friend, are also part of Oyama, he confessed. So I had no choice but to just watch from the sidelines, Sue said. That's not the answer to my question about Yakumo, Taiga replied. Muto, don't you have regrets? Sue said. I took out an insurance policy. He confessed he was afraid he would regret his decision back then. Because I've been raising him. After speaking, he opened a can of beer. A child named Endo Yakumo, he told Taiga. This time I'll ask a question, Sue asked frankly. You said you'd destroy Oyama, right? Why did it come to that? Don't tell me it's because of that bastard Sogo, Sue guessed. How foolish. That's Oyama for you. Understand? After speaking, Sue handed the can of beer in his hand to Taiga. Do you think they can be my opponent? Taiga said. Ryugasaki or that guy named Bekrizu? Or do you think that Yakumo can handle this? Taiga stated his perspective. The sword I have sharpened will be different, Sue replied confidently. Everything will be decided soon, he said. It may not be a feast, but Oyama blood will be spilled, Sue asserted. Returning to Yakumo, he sat covered in blood before 2 rows of bodyguards. Oyama's ominous future will raise Endo, Sue declared. Yakumo showed a dazed expression. Meanwhile, in Korea, a voice was heard. I didn't expect you to come in person. This is where we first met, isn't it? Dukyung recalled. Huang Hao replied. Actually, I've wanted to come here for a long time. You stole 2 girls from me, didn't you? Huang Hao glared. Why is this old man saying something like that? Dukyung wondered. Someone else might misunderstand if they heard that. You've come at a good time, Dukyung replied. The 2 young ladies at this moment, Huang Hao and Jua, met. As soon as she saw Huang Hao's face, Su Ran became enraged. She tried to rush in, but Jua stopped her. Su Ran, calm down, let's talk first. Yeah, I told you to calm down, Huang Hao continued. Huang Hao, Su Ran shouted. Is there any reason to be angry at me in the first place? I'm not the only one who did bad things behind Chunwong's back, he said. Jua suppressed her anger. Anyway, this is no different from a family reunion. Dukyung opened his mouth. Now shall we talk? First, we have to deal with Director Kong. Dukyung got to the point. Do you have anything to say? One more thing, Huang Hao said. You brothers want to deal with Director Kong because of revenge, but Huang Hao sat down leisurely. Anyway, there has to be a benefit for me to help you, he said. Right, no benefit? Dukyung replied. What Han Hee-sung said is already obvious, Dukyung countered. That bastard is also plotting something. To take over a lot of your territory, he explained. If I put it this way, you should understand to some extent, Dukyung said. I heard you saved Rin. So before we cooperate now, I need to know if you're an enemy or an ally. The women next to him showed displeased expressions. So please speak first. After speaking, he handed a cigarette pack to Huang Hao. "What the hell are you doing?" he said. "What do you want to gain from this game?" Du Kyung asked frankly. The streets of Korea were noisy, and inside a car, Director Han was thinking about dealing with Director Kong and immediately taking over Wonsan. This matter can't be resolved simply by getting rid of Director Kong. To do that, I also need the government's consent, he thought to himself. Because if he's driven out, a replacement is needed. The car stopped where 3 beggars were. In that case, cutting off his thoughts, he got out of the car. I'll just set the board and do as I please. Then I might be able to replace Director Kong. He gave an ambitious smile. To do that, I'll have to use this guy. After speaking, he looked at a guy collecting waste paper on the street. You're working hard. Director Han opened his mouth. The beggars were puzzled. Have you eaten anything? One of them opened his mouth. Where are you from? Why are you here? What are you trying to get out of us? We haven't done anything wrong. The beggar shooed him away. Go somewhere else. The director looked down at the stain on his vest. How dare you touch me? After speaking, he slapped the beggar hard across the face. Is this bastard trying to pick a fight? The remaining 2 beggars stood up. As he finished speaking, Director Han threw a bundle of money into the air. Take the money and bring me to your boss, and shut your mouths on the way. He threatened. If you chatter one more time, I'll tear your mouths apart. The beggars froze at the sight of so much money. An old apartment complex. The sky had already darkened. What is all this? Han Hee-sung thought to himself, looking around. Everything was damp. Beggars were strewn about in every corner. The beggars above stared intently at the flashy Director Han. What is all this? Director Han wondered. He followed the beggar up to the rooftop. He was disgusted by the scene before him. This place seemed to have a relative abundance of food. Some guys were grilling meat and others were hanging laundry. The beggar opened his mouth. Hung Nim, someone has come to see you. Hearing this, he put down the weights. How many times have I told you? He opened his mouth. Why am I your Hung Nim? You're looking much better, Director Han continued. Ryu Ta Hung, he said. Han Hee-sung, you look a little surprised. Evening at the 10 Fists Organization's hotel. Who are you? How did you get in? The guard opened his mouth at the unfamiliar footsteps. Do you know where you are? Fazed by the questions, Ta Hung stretched. Where is this, you ask? He replied. Is there anyone who knows that better than me? Ta Hung said in a provocative tone. Inside, Haruto was drunk. Phew, he let out a tired sigh. He was startled by Ta Hung's appearance. The security guard was already covered in blood. Who are you? Haruto pressed. Where did you come from? Oh, the view from here is not bad. Ta Hung ignored the question, looking at the splendid city. Looking closely, I see why people like it. In my old memory, the view from here was very splendid, he said, but looking at it again now, it's not like that at all. What nonsense are you talking about? Haruto stood up angrily. You're the owner of this building right now, aren't you? Ta Hung wondered. I thought that guy named Sogo would come often, he said. Lord Sogo? Haruto was puzzled. If you don't understand what I'm saying, there's no need to talk further, Ta Hung replied. Come here, because the real owner of this building has returned, he declared arrogantly. Ha! Director Han's laughter echoed in the street. He expressed his satisfaction. Even this damn bastard named Ryu Ta Hung, returning to the conversation in the beggar's den. You're looking much better, he said. A boss should have his own firm place, Director Han said again. You could get a much better place than this, he continued to provoke. Han Hee-sung. Ta Hung opened his mouth. Your head is really sharp, but that's also the reason you're always unhappy, he replied with a smile. While I was here, I always thought about the old days, the time when the Ilhek chairman passed away and Ilhek declined. Ta Hung confessed. I inherited the business group and established the General Assembly. Those were really good times. Don't tell me you want to go back to those days, Hee-sung replied with a smile. Listen to what I have to say first. Ta Hung cut him off. It sounds good, he continued. But I was corrupted by power. Now everything is just in the past. He has forgotten the past. I don't blame anyone for what has happened until now, Ta Hung said. But what I realize through that is that my choices have led me to the path I'm on now. Oh really? You've become quite talkative. You're completely different from before, Director Han marveled. I could say more. Shall I guess you came to see me because you have a favor to ask? Ta Hung guessed. You must have another grand plan, but you won't say it specifically. Because you'll use it as bait to lure me in. Ta Hung saw through him. And then I'll be tied up in your plan again like a trapped beast, he continued. To read Hee-sung's mind, the director burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. At this moment he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Hey Ryu Ta Hung, what you just said is absolutely right, Director Han admitted. I used to think you always had only boring thoughts, but it's different now. I admit that you're right. I still need a loyal dog that can bite for me, he said. But I've changed my mind now. I'm being sincere, Director Han said. That's why I've changed my attitude towards you. After speaking, he took a cigarette pack from his pocket. From now on, I want to revive the General Assembly like before and get rid of Director Kong. Director Han revealed his plan. At this moment, Ta Hung's face darkened. How about it? He held out the cigarette pack. Would you like to hear about this plan? Director Han proposed. My colleague, in Du Kyung's group. What do I want? Huang Hao said. Of course I do, but can you grant it? He doubted. Please tell me, Du Kyung replied. What I want is to unify the Chunwon forces, Huang Hao said. As you know, Chunwon is currently divided because of Seo Yo-hwa, he explained. Ju interjected at this moment. Why is that my fault? You were never the one to succeed Chunwon in the first place. Huang Hao replied nonchalantly. You've got a point there. The real power has always been mine. Ju, I never gave you power from the start. I just considered you a scarecrow, the old man said frankly. No matter what you do, the power of Chunwang will always be mine. Jue's face soured slightly. Weren't you the one who abandoned Chunwang and ran to Taizan? The old man accused. So what right do you have to become the head of Chunwang? At his words, she couldn't offer a single retort. What I want is for you to act as foolishly as you used to. Don't get greedy for power and try to climb too high, he warned. Huang Hao, calm down. Hearing this, Su Ran rushed forward in anger. Su Ran, calm down. Du Kyung stopped her. This is not your place to interfere, he warned. You should stop too, old man. It wasn't good for Huang Hao to mock Jua either, Du Kyung advised. What I want is for you to entrust Jua to me, Huang Hao proposed. When the time comes I will unify Chunwang. After speaking, the old man put out his cigarette. And then I'll have enough power to help you, Huang Hao continued. You told Jua not to try to climb too high, Du Kyung reminded him. In the end, you're no different from her, old man. Rather than killing each other and weakening Chunwang, the old man said, Jua just needs to come back to me. Then Taizan and Chunwang can cooperate. Huang Hao laid out his conditions. We'll rule this place together. Consider Jua a symbol of Taizan's sincerity towards Chunwang, he provoked. Hearing you talk, old man, doesn't make me feel good at all. Huang Hao was surprised to hear this. You want me, so why are you discussing it with Taizan? Isn't this something I should decide? Jua said in anger. Do you think you can decide? As soon as he finished speaking, she slapped Huang Hao across the face. Everyone in the room was stunned. Listen carefully, Huang Hao, she raised her voice. Half of Chunwang still listens to me. That means your forces are also only half. In the end, the command of Chunwang is still divided between the two of us, she shot back. So don't get too carried away. You're right, Huang Hao reluctantly replied. Then what's your decision? Du Kyung was in a difficult position at this point. Back to Haruto, he threw a punch at Tae Hung at this moment, but unfortunately he couldn't keep up with his movements. The man immediately landed a second punch on his face. Tae Hung saw it and immediately backed away. You're pretty fast, Haruto said in anger. I'm just average, Tae Hung replied arrogantly. If it were the old me, you'd already be down, he said with an air of arrogance. Tae Hung's face became serious at this moment. Tae Hung rushed in at the speed of a blink at this moment. Haruto saw it and raised his fist to block, but he couldn't withstand the power of youth and was hit in the stomach by Tae Hung. Ah, Haruto cried out in pain. Ryu Tae Hung, he was the past leader of the Earth Wolves, a wolf that had been abandoned and had lost all its fangs and claws. He continued to rush at Haruto, but now Tae Hung landed a kick. His fangs and claws had grown back. Then he landed another punch on Haruto, getting sharper and sharper. Haruto started bleeding at this point. Punches flew continuously, hitting his face and stomach. Haruto could only take the blows at this moment. He knelt down at this moment. Tae Hung stopped his hand. Get up, he grabbed Haruto's hair. Is this all you've got, that you're down already? He gave a demonic smile. It's only the end of the first round, Tae Hung said arrogantly. This bastard, he's better than I thought. After speaking, Haruto took out his specialty, the bare knuckles. Does Sungmin have a guy like this too? Then he threw an unexpected uppercut, but Tae Hung blocked it. Bare knuckles, he said in surprise. Haruto threw another punch to the side, but it was useless. All his efforts to hurt Tae Hung were in vain. Damn it, Haruto marveled. He could only dodge here and there. Then Tae Hung threw a lightning-fast punch at Haruto's face. Are you tired? I guess I went too far. He continued to beat Haruto. The gangster fell to the ground. Tae Hung felt a bit of excitement at this moment. Dozens of security guards appeared around him. They were all armed with guns. Haha, good, we need at least this many spectators, he said jokingly. It's been a while since I've been in the game, do you remember me? After speaking, he took out his bare knuckles. Want to give it a try? He took a defensive stance. An unexpected variable appeared in the Oyama chairman election. Endo Yakumo, no, I should say Mikado Yakumo. Yakumo's majestic appearance shook the battlefield of the underworld violently. The last bloodline of the Mikado Kai was now baring its sharp fangs, ready to tear Oyama apart. The one who lost power due to the appearance of Yubasumi. According to the information our core has gathered, Moriwaki explained the situation, it seems that most of Yubasumi have submitted to a man named Mikado Yakumo. As expected, Yubasumi chose him. Jima marveled. Then the war between Oyama and Yubasumi is unavoidable, Rizu speculated. No, to be more precise, this is a fight between the Ten Fists and Oyama, but Oyama, Moriwaki opened his mouth. I have something to ask you, yes. What is it? Rizu wondered. What is this picture? What on earth is going on? He questioned. I've said it clearly. I'm going to overthrow Oyama, Moriwaki replied firmly. Then why am I here with you guys now? Ego, why are you so stiff? Rizu said with a smile. Relax a bit. Neighbors should help each other. The showdown between the two giant organizations could go on endlessly, Najima speculated. If that happens, the first organizations to be targeted will surely be the small, unaffiliated ones or the nameless brats, Najima said. Damn it, what are you talking about? It hasn't been long since I became the representative for Suginami, he said, feeling wronged. Are you telling me to become Oyama's errand boy now? Hey, Mr. Corps Commander. Calm down, Rizu calmed him down. Aren't you ashamed to say such things? Whether you become a subordinate or not, you should know your place, shouldn't you? Rizu provoked. What happened? Where did that spirit from the warehouse last time go? Rizu proposed at this moment. We want to propose an equal alliance with your Annihilation Corps. I heard you command 1,000 Corps members nationwide. If that's the case, what is there to be afraid of? Moriwaki hesitated and replied at this moment. My core members are not good at fighting, they are not belligerent people, just a gathering of people. They gathered for justice, for close relationships and for trust in each other. What power do we have? Moriwaki said without confidence. Hearing this, Rizu encouraged him. Power doesn't just come from military force, he continued. A 1,000-man bicycle unit can roam every street. What their eyes see and their ears hear, that is the real power. And the one who can gather them is you, Rizu inspired. We Oyama believe in your abilities, which is why we propose this alliance first. Do you understand, Mr. Corps Commander? Rizu said kindly. So let's just each do what we're good at. Ryugasaki, where are you going? Najima wondered. I just told you clearly, he said. I'm going to do what I'm good at too. After speaking, he left. The Knight of Shinagawa Ward? I'm not very interested in this proposal either, a voice was heard. To be honest, I came all the way to Shinagawa myself for this alliance matter. Shouldn't you at least pretend to consider it? This man was the representative for Oda Ward, Kazuki Toshiro. A proposal for an alliance, the other party was suspicious. Is it called a proposal to barge into someone else's regional office with a knife? He was the representative for Shinagawa Ward, Kahoshi Kenji. Ha, it sounds like you're talking about someone else, Toshiro sneered. But who was it that first barged into my district with a knife? Don't speak carelessly, Kenji retorted. We saw through your schemes and acted first. At that moment a loud noise came from outside and the room shook. What's going on outside? Go and see, Kenji ordered. As soon as the door opened, the security guard's head flew off. Oh, thank you for opening the door, he said. It's Ryugasaki, the two bosses said in horror. I'm really sorry, I should have brought a gift, Rizu said. But on my way here some crazy guys picked a fight with me and as you can both see, he excused himself, looking at the strewn corpses. Then he raised his knife and gave a bloodthirsty smile. This is the only gift I can give. Is anyone out there? Kenji shouted. Don't waste your breath, those guys are probably busy, Rizu advised, because a yaksha is waiting outside. Jin Young was taking care of the small fry at this time. What's wrong? Are you just going to stand there? Sit down and let's talk a bit, he proposed. The two bosses were still on guard at this moment. Kenji rushed in, swinging the first knife at this moment, but Rizu blocked it. Kenji swung the second knife, but it didn't reach its target. The subordinates and the chief are no different, pulling out knives before even listening to what people have to say, he criticized. Rizu took out his own weapon at this time and blocked Toshiro's attack in time. Rizu continued to attack, sending Toshiro's weapon flying. With his remaining hand, the man quickly pulled out another knife. At this moment, Rizu was in a position to be attacked from both sides. Ryugasaki plans to go around the neutral areas and expand his own power, Najima deduced at this time. Thanks to the name Oyama, he'll be able to attract many organizations that want to cooperate, he continued. But now that he's lost power, that name might become a burden instead, Najima said again. Are you saying the chief is going himself? Moriwaki replied. As far as I know, the chiefs of those two districts, he said. I heard even Yubasumi can't touch them easily. A Kahoshi Kenji. I first heard that name when I was still a samurai. His swordsmanship is far beyond the level of a yakuza. Toshiro, that guy is no ordinary person either. He's naturally cruel and wicked to the bone, Najima evaluated. But for Ryugasaki to go to a place like that, Moriwaki was slightly worried. Najima replied, if he were an ordinary yakuza it would be difficult for him to come back alive, but this is Ryugasaki, he said confidently. A hidden weapon was taken out at this moment, and he cut his own hand. Where did you get something like that? Kenji said. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to throw knives? Rizu replied. Then he turned his body and landed a punch squarely on Kenji's stomach. Kenji foamed at the mouth at this moment. Then he landed 2 more blows on his arms and legs. Ah, Kenji shouted. I thought you were something great carrying a katana, Rizu sneered. Turns out you're worse than Sogo. Ryugasaki, Toshiro marveled. Toshiro, help me, Kenji pleaded. This guy is stronger than I thought, he said weakly. You idiot. Acting all friendly at this point. As soon as he finished speaking, Toshiro finished off Kenji. That kid, he's a pretty good thrower, Toshiro praised. But now he must be empty-handed, right? Stay right there. He rushed in an instant and landed a heaven-sent punch on Toshiro. Sorry, Rizu replied. But I'm pretty confident in myself too. 25 days until the succession ceremony. Shinagawa and Ota wards. Candidate eligibility was stripped by Oyama Ryugasaki. Good. Tiahung's side was soaked in sweat at this time and his body was gradually heating up. He still said confidently, damn it, how many people do we need to take that guy down? The security guards were on alert. Anyway, he must be tired too. Rush him at the same time. One of them opened his mouth. Hey beggar, are you tired? A voice sneered. I told you to build up your basic stamina first, he said. Who's tired? Tiahung retorted. This will probably end in the 4th round. There's no one. Where's that sound coming from? The security guard was flustered. At this moment, Dabe appeared from somewhere and wrapped a fishing line around the necks of 2 security guards. Gasp, in the blink of an eye he ended the lives of the 2 security guards. Evening Han Hee-sung's headquarters. The chairman chose a really good place, a voice was heard. Our side chose this place twice too, Dukyung said. So I don't have very good memories of this place either, Lee Sung-min said. Now it's just filled with tension, because it's the enemy's headquarters, it's true. This building is much bigger than I thought. Huang Hao appeared at this moment. It seems we're not late, he said. Next to him was Jua. Huang Hao said again at this moment. I've learned a lot. This is your place, Chief Jua. Everyone in the room was surprised. Hey, leave her alone, Huang Hao, Dukyung advised. Huang Hao. Ji Yujun couldn't hold back at this moment and opened his mouth. Ji Yu-jun, Sung Min calmed him down. You are, Ji Yu-jun stuttered. You're Huang Hao. Ji Yu-jun's face darkened at this moment. That's right, Huang Hao admitted at this moment. I am the one who killed Eam Young-won, he said seriously without delay. Ji Yu-jun drew his sword and rushed in. Everyone around was stunned, however. With one knee, Ji Yu-jun was subdued. The sword was taken by Huang Hao. Why? Ji Yu-jun swung his fist weakly. Why did you kill my father? As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yu-jun rushed in like a madman. I heard you two were friends. At this, his movements faltered for a moment. He landed a powerful punch on Huang Hao and the impact sent the old man flying. Ji Yu-jun calmed down. Sung Min stepped in to stop him at this moment. Stop it, he advised. I know you're angry, but not now. I've kept everyone waiting for a long time. Han Hee-sung entered at this moment. Everyone came from so far. I'm truly sorry for being late, but looking at the atmosphere in the room, did something happen? It's nothing. There was just some light friction, Huang Hao explained as if it were a mere courtesy. I see, then we'll leave it at that. Director Han smiled. But this makes me think of the old days, he continued. This sight makes it feel like we're having a general assembly, the man said, lost in reminiscence. All right, you're late, so hurry up and sit down, Director Han Hee-sung. Understood, Director Han replied. But before that, one more person has arrived. At that moment, a figure entered through the door. You all know him well, I'm sure. Tae Hung was radiating killing intent at this time. Jurang and Lee Sung-min recognized him and opened their mouths. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Tae Hung opened his mouth. I thought you'd be happy to see me. I'm quite excited to see you all, he said arrogantly. You sons of bitches. Evening at the Oyama mansion. It's been a while, a voice was heard. Lord Oyama Akamoto greeted him at this time. Kenichi, it's been a long time. I didn't have time to greet you properly last time, the chairman said politely. Not at all, I should have come to see you first, Akamoto replied. I heard you wish to cooperate with Oyama. What are your thoughts on that matter? The chairman asked. There's nothing more to think about. Akamoto asserted. I will, of course, cooperate with Oyama, but to be honest, there are a few points I'm concerned about. Akamoto confessed. The chairman seemed to have realized something. Broadly speaking, the rumors about Ryugasaki's identity are surely, Akamoto guessed. That has shaken the Japanese underworld, so before making a decision, I wanted to confirm this rumor first, he said frankly. Then in your view, Lord Kenichi, the chairman asked again, do you see the rumor as highly credible? The chairman probed. Akamoto stated his perspective. What would the newly formed organizations these days know about the Japanese underworld of 10 years ago? At the same time, Yakumo was a monster who slaughtered opposing factions, making all enemies tremble in fear. So I see those guys as nothing but fledglings, he continued. The dissatisfaction with Ryugasaki's succession as chairman and his identity are, he analyzed, merely excuses to support their own ambitions. Ryugasaki, that guy, is sweeping away all the obstacles in his path right now. All judgment on that young man has yet to properly grasp his actual skills. Akamoto shared his perspective. I hear he is currently attacking the small organizations in the neutral zones, Akamoto explained. It seems he has already taken Oda Ward into his hands. The young guys might not have seen him in action, he thought, but in terms of skill, he is by no means an easy opponent, Akamoto asserted. Now that he's back in Japan, there will be much to talk about, he said. That's why I do not doubt Ryugasaki. Akamoto answered frankly. There is some truth in what you say, the chairman agreed. The chairman then asked again, why did you not side with Sogo? I am not one to do a lot of calculations. What I think is right is right. Akamoto replied immediately. So now I have chosen Ryugasaki. After saying this, Akamoto smiled faintly. But chairman, there is something I am concerned about. He proposed. What do you mean? The chairman probed. I mean, besides your valor, strategy and martial arts from years ago, chairman. He said, I believe that karma has followed us for a long time. The vengeful spirits of the Mikado Kai are targeting us. Akamoto worried. Lord Mikado, several members of the dark organizations are coming here to meet us, Yakumo's subordinate reported at this time. Since there is news that the true master of the underworld has returned, we call me Endo, Yakumo said coldly. I am Endo Yakumo. If they want to attach the surname Mikado to my name, that is their mistake, he said in a furious tone. Hearing this, the subordinates prostrated themselves on the ground. Yes, understood. But that name is quite useful for our political activities. The family's interests or politics. After speaking, Yakumo stood up. Do you think such things can control me? He opened his mouth. I came here to take care of everything, Yakumo criticized. And now you want to discuss matters of duty that I don't even want? That is not what we meant, Lord Endo. The subordinates immediately corrected themselves. Yakumo spoke again at this moment. Do as you please with the guys who come here. I don't care if you mention the name Mikado. After speaking, he left. Behind the house, he faced a fierce beast. He stared at it with an expressionless gaze. It looked like a dog raised at home. It bared its fangs ferociously at Yakumo at this time. The dog growled. Yakumo's back was also on alert at this time. The dog made a threatening expression at this time. It then rushed towards Yakumo's position. He quietly took out the knife he had prepared. Yakumo grabbed the beast by the neck and pressed the dog down hard. With one stab of the knife, it lay motionless at this time, it turned out. He had only intended to release the chain around the poor beast's neck. A beast is a beast after all. It can't be tamed unless it's chained, Yakumo said coldly. Then he smiled. You would understand. The dog now looked at Yakumo with a favorable gaze. My words, I mean. At that moment, Director Kong appeared from behind. You must be Endo Yakumo, right? The old man greeted. Do you like dogs? But why did you cut the throats of other beasts? Thanks to you doing that, I've been put in quite a difficult position, Director Kong said suggestively. You must be Director Kong, I've heard about you. Yakumo replied. No matter what you say, I will do as I please. I have already looked into your beasts as well, he said, dropping a photo on the ground. It was a picture of the old Special Forces members, including Rizu. It seems you know quite a lot. Where did you get this picture? Director Kong became serious at this time. Of course I have my ways, Yakumo provoked. The two then entered into a fight. The scene shifts to the meeting room in Korea. What's this? Long time no see. You all are looking pretty well. I thought it would be boring to meet again, but Tae Hung said arrogantly. You seem even happier, he said. This son of a bitch named Ryu Tae Hung, is it really him? Baek Do-kyung couldn't hide his surprise at this moment. Look at your faces. It's like you've seen a ghost, he said, taking a step. He ran to a spot with a view of the city skyline. It's been a while since I've been here too, he said. Ryu Tae Hung, has that guy also entered this game? Sung-min wondered to Director Han. Today is the day the bosses of Seoul officially gather, he replied. Tae Hung was staring intently at the city at this time. But does that guy have the qualifications to join in? Right, it's hard to accept. Sung-min doubted. What? That guy. Hearing this, Tae Hung became enraged. Sung mediated at this time. Relax, there's nothing to worry about. From now on, Director Ryu Tae Hung. No, my younger brother Ryu Tae Hung will be attending with me. Hung Nims, please talk. He started the meeting. Tae Hung grabbed an apple from the table at this time. Then do you think I'm just a dog that he raises? He opened his mouth. Yes, I do, he replied in a provocative tone. This is getting more and more interesting. Do-kyung marveled. Now let's stop with the greetings. Don't we have important things to discuss today? Director Han refocused the group. The goal of the four-organization alliance, Taesan, Ilhek, Jurang and HHS, he opened his mouth. To bring down Director Kong, Director Han declared. Bring him down? Is there a way? Tae Hung wondered. Director Kong has Wonsan under him. Thinking about the last ambush incident, he must have joined hands with Tosukagumi, right? Sungmin mentioned the difficulty, not publicly, but right, those guys are very close, Director Han agreed. In his mind, the old man calculated. This matter has always been a sensitive issue for these guys. I'm giving you that information for free. This transport ship is bigger than I thought. Huang Hao opened his mouth. Although Wonsan is controlled by Director Han, if you want to play with Tosukagumi, you have to be prepared for huge losses. He worried. What? Why are you saying that now? Wasn't that part of the calculation? Do-kyung said in anger. Tosukagumi is a problem that needs to be calculated separately. Huang Hao replied. Who doesn't know that those guys don't want anything? He said, but doing so would only benefit someone else. At the very least, there must be a just cause for this. Huang Hao opened his mouth, trying to secure his own selfish interests. Hey Mr. Do-kyung reminded him. You're really talking nonsense. Tae Hung threw a stone at the meeting from the outside. A just cause? Are you guys still looking for something useless like that? It's been a while since we've met and everyone's so arrogant and full of confidence. He interjected, savoring the apple in his hand. Or do you all want to go to the hospital? If you confront that guy, you'll all be crushed to dust, and you're looking for a reason. Ryu Tae Hung, if you interfere, Sung-min said in anger. Listen carefully. Tae Hung continued, that guy's brother over there, with him jumping into this game, everything has changed. He criticized Do-kyung's position. From now on, the government and the military will be strangling our necks like dogs, Tae Hung complained. And you're still asking for a just cause. After speaking, he cut the apple as if venting his anger. Do you think those sons of bitches had a just cause when they stabbed me in the stomach? Tae Hung's expression tensed at this moment. If a prophet is laid out before you, you bite first. Tae Hung stated his perspective. That's how this game works. So stop talking nonsense and focus on something realistic, he corrected. What I mean is, how are we going to deal with that son of a bitch named Director Kong in a cool way? Tae Hung posed the difficult question. If you guys can't, I will, he said boldly. Back to Japan's side at this time. Why are your emotions shaken? Yakumo provoked. Or is it because I know too many of your secrets? He smiled slyly. Or do you feel guilty about the old comrades you abandoned? Director Kang's foot was trampling on the photo of his old comrades at this time. I don't know how much you know. He opened his mouth. But I do know that you talk more than I thought, Director Kong criticized. The speed of the battle gradually increased. Director Kong swung his arm and attacked. The old man then gathered momentum and prepared to throw a punch, but thanks to his flexibility, Yakumo bent his body back and dodged. You dodged it all. What on earth is this guy's identity? The old man marveled. Yakumo then kicked up dust, reducing visibility. He slashed from a blind spot but was countered by Director Kong. Not yet. He rushed in triumphantly. You looked so innocent until just now. Now you've become sharp, Yakumo thought to himself. Come on, he provoked. It's too small an effort in this fight. Director Kong glanced around at this time, just 1 second. A dog on the street was scratching its ear as if nothing was wrong. If he moved now, he could win this fight even if the knife was only a few millimeters from Director Kong. Yakumo officially gifted Director Kong a stab in the side. The director's expression didn't change even after seeing it, and the fight continued. Yakumo took out a second knife at this time, and Director Kong was increasingly at a disadvantage. His neck was attacked at this time, but it wasn't deep yet. His thigh was also hit at this time, and his left wrist was no exception. Director Kang's whole body was covered in wounds at this time. Are you attacking my weaknesses? He thought to himself. Yakumo showed no signs of stopping, or is he just testing me? The old man calculated. Is there a chance to finish this guy off? In that moment he landed a blow that made Yakumo flinch. You've certainly become sharper, Yakumo praised. Who are you? Director Kong Sung-ho, Yakumo questioned. Didn't you just boast that you knew a lot? So what? The old man retorted. He dodged. Even at this level, he thought to himself. Your movements aren't the style of an expert, but something is quite bothersome. Yakumo's side crouched down and took a stance at this time. He continued to rush in. Director Kong had no choice but to block. The two's wrists collided at this time. Yakumo intended to finish it with the second knife. Right, he realized something. This wasn't just a fight, it was a hunt. Yakumo's appearance at this time was extremely bloodthirsty. He landed a swift blow, but Director Kong dodged. The old man then countered with his elbow. Yakumo's shoulder throbbed slightly at this time. He stepped back and defended. Lord Mikado. The subordinates gathered at this time. Yubasumi? Director Kong probed. Did that guy lose his position and side with him? If so, this side wouldn't be bad either. Thinking that, he picked up the photo from the ground again. The problem is how to control that guy. He stared intently. He's not a guy who will be easily tamed, Director Kong worried. Yakumo appeared dignified at this time without a hint of fatigue. Looking at the old photo, he was silent for a moment. Whether it's Endo or Mikado, let's meet again next time. After speaking, the old man turned and left. It seems both our sides have the same goal, so let's stop for now. Yakumo was lost in thought at this time. I will take my leave now. A bodyguard opened his mouth. On the way back, Director Kong agonized. Yakumo is effectively a member of the Tosukagumi organization. Whether he's in Japan or Korea, he's a card that still has value. But that card is too heavy to keep holding. Then the problem is when and where to discard that card, he calculated. At that moment, a white car shot out from an intersection. Director Kang's luxury sedan was hit hard. A truck was rushing towards him at this time. What? Damn it, he exclaimed. Director Kang's car was hit and sent flying. Assassins approached the wreckage of the accident at this time. What? Damn it. Director Kang's body was a mess at this time. What? How did this happen? Director, are you alright? Before the bodyguard's voice could finish, he was shot in the head. These assassins were fully armed with guns. They got closer and closer to Director Kong. One of them checked inside, but no one was in sight. Suddenly, Director Kong rushed in from somewhere, snatched the gun from the assassin's hand, and the man behind him was sent to the afterlife. The remaining men saw this and continued to fire, but Director Kong blocked them with a human shield. Damn it, a concussion? He felt dizzy at that moment. One of them was now behind him. Just in time, he snatched a gun and aimed it straight at the assassin. Instantly, the assassin was sent to the afterlife. But another one wounded Director Kong. He clutched his bloody wound and looked at the two remaining men. He leaned his body and shot the assassin in the head, taking him down. The remaining man was shocked to see this. At this moment, a van rushed in and ran over the last man, killing him. The car screeched to a halt. Director, that man is from Wonsan. Check on the injured. Check on the injured, he shouted. Director Kong was in critical condition, and the van sped to the nearest hospital at full speed. The Wonsan man's face could not hide his tension. The Wonsan medical team was working hard to stop Director Kang's bleeding. He's bleeding too much, hurry. A bodyguard shouted in front of the hospital entrance. Phone? Director Kong gasped. Get me my phone, Director, you need to stabilize yourself first. As the bodyguards advised, he said, I told you to get it, hurry. He was resolute. He made a call. Hello, Dad, his daughter answered from the other end. Ah, my daughter, he replied. Is everything all right, he asked. What's wrong? His daughter wondered. Of course not, she said. It's lunchtime here. Have you eaten, Dad? His daughter said innocently. Me, I haven't eaten yet, he said, trembling. His daughter scolded him. What? You have to eat something. Just now, he cut her off. Daughter, Dad has to go. I got an urgent call. His daughter grumbled. You just called and it's been so long since we last talked. I'll call you right back soon. I love you, my daughter, Director Kong reassured her. After speaking, he lost consciousness. Doctors rushed in and treated him with all their might. Arakawa Ward, this is Agawa Taku. He is currently the youngest candidate running for the position of chairman. With sharp calculation and judgment, his face was lost in thought. He became the representative of Arakawa Ward at a young age. All of this was based on a survival instinct. In dangerous political situations, he chose the safest move to survive. With every move, he made decisions linked to his own survival. The current confrontation is between Oyama and Yubasumi. No, it is a confrontation between Oyama and Tosukagumi. And so far, the influence has been tilting towards Oyama, Taku thought. In that case, the answer to which side to join has already been decided. After speaking, he stood up. Let's start moving, he told his subordinate. At this moment, Rizu was below Taku's office. Agawa, he's not part of any alliance yet. The person on the other end of the phone gave Rizu the information. A guy like that wants to meet and talk separately. Moriwaki was suspicious. What kind of guy is this Agawa? Rizu asked. All I know are rumors, but he is said to have excellent situational judgment and is very sharp in a realistic sense, Moriwaki said. In that case, with Oyama currently having the upper hand, he might want to form an alliance with us, Moriwaki thought. Hearing that, Rizu teased him. Oh, did the Corps commander just say us? I mean, it's a temporary alliance. Moriwaki replied, embarrassed. Yes, I get it. Our Corps commander is quite shy, aren't you? He continued to tease. But Ryugasaki, will you be okay on your own? Moriwaki was a little worried. Anyway, that's not the front line. What if it's a trap? You worry too much, Corps commander. Rizu reassured him. Have you forgotten? I am Ryugasaki, he said confidently. Then I'll see you later, Corps Commander. Rizu hung up the phone. Magawa, Moriwaki wondered to himself. In front of the headquarters gate a truck suddenly rushed in and blocked Moriwaki's warehouse. At this moment the cargo hold suddenly opened. Moriwaki was surprised to see the person inside. It was Taku and his gang. Agawa, Moriwaki was bewildered. Agawa, a man who always moves based on the most certain calculations. Haha, you look dazed. Why so tense, he said. Enjoy it, hasn't everything become more fun now? After speaking, his subordinates began to attack the people inside the workshop. So this decision to attack Oyama could not have been a calculated one. This was the first emotional decision he had made in the office. Dice were scattered messily. That person has returned. Turns out he was still alive. After speaking, Taku tied his shirt around his back, not for profit or survival but for the extreme proof of himself. Something buried. This is the rebirth of the Lord to whom he would gladly give his heart. The buff-looking Taku went straight into the workshop and began to destroy it. Moriwaki did not stand still and rushed in. The two were now in a confrontation. Something caught Moriwaki's attention. That symbol. The Mikado Kai, Moriwaki said with curiosity. Oh, is there someone who recognizes this? Taku was surprised. Following that, Moriwaki kicked Taku's ankle to break his center of gravity. Taku suddenly lost his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Moriwaki took his opponent down. Wow, you're stronger than I thought. You must have learned judo too, Taku praised. At this moment, Taku's hand locked Moriwaki's ankle. Following that, he used his legs to trap his opponent's upper body. But I'm suddenly curious. After speaking, he turned his body. Moriwaki fell. Can you drive with a paralyzed ankle? After speaking, he broke Moriwaki's joint. He screamed in pain at HHS. At last, those snakes. A voice was heard. It's been a while since we all gathered, but these guys haven't changed a bit. Du Kyung lamented during the meeting. Besides what the plan director Han just mentioned, there seems to be something Director Beck needs to make clear, Sung Min said hesitantly. What's that? Is it important? Du Kyung wondered. What's wrong? The bodyguard rushed in, flustered. Well, I have something to report urgently. He was gasping for breath. After speaking, he smiled and pulled out a knife from behind his back. Du Kyung was suddenly stabbed. Damn it, what is this? He said coldly. I think I received this last time too. His expression became serious. Wow, you're really alive. An admiring voice was heard. It's been a while, so I wanted to give you a gift. You're still alive too, aren't you? Du Kyung replied. But why haven't you changed at all? That's right. He ripped off his mask. Then are you going to die by my hand this time? Jokeball said pathologically. In a ruined construction site from now on. Ah, a voice was heard asking itself. This is a place where the lowest of society gather, a drunken beggar said. Hey, this spot is mine, go somewhere else. The beggar lying on the floor stood up. Damn it, this is annoying. It turned out that was Tae Hung in the past, he replied in annoyance. Don't you know how to get lost somewhere else? Where did I go wrong? He asked himself inwardly. Damn it, I really can't do this. Hearing that, the beggar took out a beer bottle intending to fight. He smashed the beer bottle on the ground. This spot should be mine. Following that, Tae Hung threw a punch straight into his mouth. Damn it, you son of a bitch. He rushed in and beat him relentlessly. Was it all because of those twins, he thought to himself, or was it because of that guy from Japan? Tae Hung wondered. Do you know who I am? He continued to throw punches of anger. The group of beggars was frightened by him. It's that bastard, he shouted. It's Ryu Tae Hung. The beggar in his grasp was on the verge of death. This is really too much. How did it come to this? What's this? Ryu Tae Hung. A voice was heard. Really? Is that really Ryu Tae Hung? A rough-looking man approached. Long time no see, old Hung Nim. Hearing this, Tae Hung was slightly bewildered. Following that, he was beaten up by that guy and his subordinates. Come on, the big guy said. Get up and fight back. It's no fun hitting you when you're this weak, he provoked. Get lost, Tae Hung replied. What? The fat guy asked back in surprise. Get lost after you're done hitting me. He said, wow, damn, you have some nerve. He lowered his center of gravity and interrogated. Have you forgotten who I am? I don't remember. Is there a need for me to remember? He said, gasping. I worked under you for over 1.5 years, you son of a bitch, he said angrily, grabbing Tae Hung by the collar. And you don't recognize me? Whose fault is it that I'm in this state? Hey, I let you hit me to your heart's content. Tae Hung thought to himself, why is he making such a pitiful face? Ah, he seemed to realize something. Did my face look like that back then? He recalled the time he was beating the drunken beggar. What do you think would have changed if I had remembered? Tae Hung brushed his hand away, the gangster replied. Tae Hung continued, do you think our relationship would have been better if I remembered your 3-letter name, you idiot? Damn it, have you not been beaten enough? The big guy was extremely furious. Kong Man Sok of the Gugong Ho team, you've been in the group for almost 3 years, right? What are you doing? Tae Hung wondered. Now the end is coming for both you and me, so it's all your fault. You idiot. After speaking, he slapped Tae Hung across the cheek. My fault? He lay on the ground and slowly smoked a cigarette. Then hit me as much as you want, he said nonchalantly. Since you've followed me this far, think of it as a farewell gift. Peeved, a laugh was heard. You gangsters, a perfect beating from the start. What a standard opening. A mysterious voice was heard. This voice was familiar to Tae Hung. It's really fun to meet you here. After speaking, he took off his hood. Son of a bitch, it was Jokeball. Tae Hung was stunned. Returning to Du Kyung's side, he ripped off his mask and said, Phew, I was wondering who it was. I'm glad you're still alive and not dead. You're just like the old days. Jokeball smiled a bloodthirsty smile. Phew, just kidding, he replied with a laugh. Long time no see, you're still the same. Damn it, are you trying to run away? After speaking, he pulled out a weapon from behind his back. What are you doing not coming here? I really can't stand that crazy bastard. Tae Hung opened his mouth. Hey, I told you to wait quietly down there, he shouted. Who told you to give orders here? Du Kyung did not ask any questions. Wait, who are you guys? What's with this strange group? Why are you two so close? Du Kyung was suspicious. Tae Hung replied, what do you mean close? We're just guys who went to rock bottom together and survived by pulling each other up. Whether you like it or not, I'll hang out with you guys for a while, he said arbitrarily. But don't think you can relax, we're not the kind of guys who obediently follow orders. After speaking, Tae Hung and Jokeball left. Be more polite next time we meet, Jokeball said his farewell. I'm really out of my mind today. Du Kyung was dazed. Will the chairman think this is okay, he wondered. Director Beck, I think I need to make something clear to you. Sung Min opened his mouth. It will be difficult for us Ilhak to go down the same path as them, he said. I understand, but in the current situation. Du Kyung tried to persuade him. Sung Min cut him off. If we have to join hands with them, then the relationship between Ilhak and Taesin must also end here. Sung Min replied in Moriwaki's warehouse. At this moment Taku turned his body and dislocated Moriwaki's ankle. A painful groan echoed. That was a loud scream just now. Taku continued to provoke. Moriwaki fought back in pain. Taku was surprised. I definitely smashed you. Do you still have the strength to stand up? He endured the pain and stood up to fight. Tisk, what a shame. You're just a bit tough because you have thick bones, he said confidently. Oh really? After speaking, Taku continued to rush in. Let's see how long you can hold out, he threatened. Moriwaki tried to fight back but failed. I just need to take down that other leg, he said. At this moment he once again grabbed Moriwaki's foot and twisted it one more time. Moriwaki was in extreme pain. Does it hurt a lot when you get hit with this? Taku replied. What do you think a Yakuza is? Taku continued to ramble. Nowadays, Yakuza are all just like politicians. The fate of Moriwaki's subordinates around him is not much different. Flattery, conspiracy, the way of the Yakuza collapsed a long time ago, he said. That's probably why everyone respects old man Muto. I don't fit in with that way. Taku coldly choked Moriwaki. Coughed. Do you know why I'm still alive? Taku continued. Hey, get a grip and listen. I'm not done talking yet. Moriwaki fell into a coma. Anyway, I'll keep talking, he said, breaking another one of Moriwaki's arms to regain his energy. The reason I was able to survive in the past was because I kept switching sides, he said. Every time I switched sides I got another tattoo to prove my loyalty, he said. But as you can see now I've erased them all. After speaking he looked down at his own jet black body. There's still one tattoo left, he said. He recalled a time in his childhood when he deeply admired someone. That tattoo, I can't erase it, he said. But the Mikado Kai had returned, and he continued, saying that Yakumo's image had been imprinted in his subconscious, and finally the true world of the extreme had opened up. He was extremely excited then. Well, did I talk too much? At this moment Moriwaki was trembling on the ground. Taku got on his motorcycle and said, I'm leaving first. I'll leave the rest to you. The longer you linger, the easier it is to be pursued. So you'd better get out of here quickly, he urged. What should we do with him? A subordinate asked. Finish him off cleanly, Taku replied coldly. Don't let his appearance fool you. He's a guy who provides information to Ryugasaki. We can't let him dig up any more of our information. Moriwaki was terrified at this moment. Rizu was on the phone at this time. It's a trap, he said. This place seems to have been a decoy. A decoy? No way, Najima doubted. They were clearly targeting Moriwaki, Rizu said. Damn it, Najima said angrily. I should have stayed in Suginami. I had someone I could send there on an errand. I'm hanging up, Rizu said in a hurry. He then made another call. A mysterious masked figure also appeared in the warehouse. Are you all here? Rizu asked. When they arrive, deal with them quickly. Think of this as an ambush operation, he instructed. Inside, Moriwaki's face was deathly pale. The subordinates took out hammers at this moment. At this time, the mysterious figure pulled out his own weapon. He rushed forward and cut down a subordinate in one blow. The guys next to him couldn't even react. As he passed by, he landed a blow on everyone there, and rushed in to block the subordinate's attack on Moriwaki. Moriwaki was shocked. What should I say in a situation like this? The mysterious figure replied. I'm truly sorry for interfering. Zhang Jun appeared at this moment back to the past. Eat slowly, you bastard, Sun advised. You'll choke and pass out again. Give that here too, that too. Zhang Jun was devouring snacks like a madman at this time. You're stuffing your face with that stuff as soon as you wake up. Sun was shocked. I almost died back then, he said. What? Sun was puzzled. We had to train while starving there. Zhang Jun lamented. I didn't think I would die even when fighting with my comrades, but this time I really almost died, he said, trembling. Sun looked at Zhang Jun with pity. So Zhang Jun? Sun advised. Stop it now. Teach me now, Zhang Jun interrupted. That curved knife, he said excitedly. I want to learn it. Hung Nim said I'm useless for anything, he continued to ramble. This is a habit of mine, it's really hard to fix. Seeing Zhang Jun's cheerful spirit, Sun was somewhat relieved. All right then, after speaking he picked up the knife from the table. Sun then demonstrated a series of movements. I threw away the balisong knife because it wasn't practical, but for now, start with this for hand training, he said, handing it to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun stuttered. What was that just now? His eyes sparkled like a child's. Teach me that first. Hey, you said you wanted to learn something else, Sun replied. What should I say in a situation like this? Back to the fight. Everyone in the room was shocked at this moment. Sumimasen, is that right? Jongjun blocked a fatal blow aimed at Moriwaki. What, who are you? Moriwaki replied. Let's see, blonde hair, sunglasses. An ugly guy with a scar on his face, it must be him, Jongjun replied with a smile. What, is that Korean? He scratched his head. There's one more word I know. I know something, he said. From behind, a subordinate was preparing to counterattack. Hey, look behind you, Moriwaki warned. I remember. After speaking, he turned his body and took a defensive stance. Arigato. He gifted the subordinate an elbow to the side. He then added a direct slash to his thigh. He continued to rush in. In the past, this knife had been held to his throat. Karambit, Sun introduced at this moment. You've probably heard of it. If you put your finger in this ring and turn it, you can change your grip freely, he began to teach. Besides, there's less chance of the weapon being taken away, and it's easy to carry. Sun mentioned the advantages, and most importantly, this curved blade, he said. At this moment, Jongjun continued to rush towards the remaining men. It's short and not very durable. He recalled the knife's weaknesses. Another one was injured by him. All who rushed at him were carefully taken care of. He thought that for slashing and tearing at speed there was no better weapon with so little force. The enemies in the path of the blade all fell to him. What is that? Moriwaki couldn't believe his eyes. What on earth is that guy? One of them took out a hot weapon at this time, and a cold expression appeared on his face. Seeing that long sword makes me feel bad, Jongjun said with anger as a memory surfaced. He took the initiative and rushed in, but the subordinate dodged. But you're much slower than that old man, he provoked. But the blade is much shorter, the subordinate thought to himself. Especially when a kid like you wields it, he marveled. Ah, damn it, this damn bastard, damn it, I really can't reach him, Jongjun lamented. Got you, you cunning bastard. One of them rushed in from behind at this moment and subdued him. As if waiting for it, the subordinate cut straight down. Inside a Maybach speeding from outside. He was deep in thought at this moment. Your face looks like you've eaten crap while driving, Soran wondered. I just feel like I've abandoned that guy in the middle of the ocean, he said worriedly. What is this person talking about? Soran couldn't understand. Do you understand that feeling, this person really, she marveled. Suran Jua spoke up at this moment. Calm down, she said. That's why it's an eyesore. Why is this person going with us? Soran complained. Sun replied, do you think I'm going with you because I want to? I'm only going because I have to. Jua Nim suddenly said she was going to Chunwon, so I came along because I was worried. Hearing this, Jua blushed with worry. Who said that? Oh, you seem curious, Sun teased. Well, not really, she changed the subject. Hey, Rizu SSI, why do you look so anxious? Are you just watching a fire across the river? That's exactly it. Back to the fight. I'm worried that guy will go too wild. Jongjun broke the opponent's long sword with a single blow. At first, I only taught him to get rid of his fear. But the subordinate who had subdued him was already taken care of at this point. From the beginning, he wasn't afraid or hesitant, Sun said. He's just moving according to his instincts. The karambit was now facing the katana, finding its own way of hunting. I've passed on my skills to a guy like that, Sun judged. A slight regret was in his heart. The katana was also cut down by Jongjun at this time. He calmly plunged a knife straight into the enemy's neck. He rushed towards his final target. The unfortunate one was cut down without even a chance to resist. The remaining subordinates were flustered. They scattered and fled. Jongjun chased after them with a bloodthirsty expression. At this moment, a bizarre expression appeared on his face. Go away, cough. All that was left was a mournful scream. That appearance, Moriwaki was shocked. Kamaitachi, he recalled a figure from mythology. Long time no see, a voice was heard. John Jokeball Rizu appeared on the scene at this moment. Jongjun hesitated. Is the corps commander all right? Rizu asked about his well-being. I feel like I'm going to die, he groaned. What's wrong? Are you shy because it's been a while? Rizu teased. No, I'm a little flustered, but he said brightly. First of all, it's nice to meet you. I'm really happy too, Jongjun, Rizu said proudly. You don't look like a rookie anymore. His gaze was satisfied at this time. In a Wonsan facility, the scarred man seemed to have seen something. Loyalty, he saluted. This mysterious figure approached. The scarred man was tense at this moment. What is all this? The unfamiliar man threw an IV bag. Lieutenant Colonel Kong Sung-ho, he questioned. Anyway, he took out a mysterious card. Isn't it time to end this? After speaking, he threw the nameplate. Then I wish you success, he said. I'll be waiting. Outside, the scarred man seemed to have noticed something. Director Kong was painfully taking one step at a time out of his hospital room. He rushed over and stopped him. Director, your wound is deep. You shouldn't move right now. Director Kong wondered. How long have I been lying here? About 2 days. Nothing special has happened, the soldier reported at this moment. Nothing special? Director Kong replied with an angry expression. Then what is this? Director Kong raised it with anger. A black name tag. The soldier was puzzled and did not understand the seriousness. What is that? Yes, how would you guys know what this is? After speaking, Director Kong quietly put it in his pocket. Prepare the car, he ordered. First, the most important thing is he took a cigarette from his pocket. I need to find out who leaked my location. Director Kang's eyes were filled with extreme anger, and the cigarette pack in his hand was crushed by him. Morning in Suginami Ward, Moriwaki was moving painfully one step at a time with his leg in a cast. Corps Commander, are you really okay to move? Najima asked with concern. I can handle this easily. My bones are stronger than they look, he answered confidently. Najima sighed. Should I say it's a relief it ended at that? The opponent is a guy named Taku, right? That guy, Rizu continued. He probably didn't intend to kill from the start. He only focused on pressing the tendons or nerves, Sun explained. To put it simply, he only used techniques to inflict pain. Oh, can you tell just by looking, Najima said in admiration. Isn't it obvious from this situation, Rizu replied. Anyway, thanks to that, I saved my life. Thank you so much, Moriwaki expressed his extreme gratitude to Rizu. Why make such a big deal out of something like this, Sun replied. If you want to thank someone, thank the guy over there. Rizu said, turning his eyes towards Jongjun. Thank you, Moriwaki offered a handshake. Kamaitachi-kun, he said. Arigato, Jongjun replied. Stuttering, the two shook hands warmly. I get it. I'll at least treat you to a meal, Moriwaki said as a courtesy. Come in. He then led everyone to a restaurant. Food, Jongjun said excitedly. Najima's eyes were deep in thought at this moment. This was the house of the old man from before. The one who had slammed the door upon seeing Najima. Old man, it's me, Moriwaki said excitedly. Old man, where are you? Is that you, Soichiro? The old man said, coming out from behind the curtain. But what's with your appearance? The old man wondered. You're still doing crazy things. Najima's appearance cut off the old man's words at this moment. Najima bowed his head. What is it? I have no intention of welcoming you as a guest, the old man said coldly. Is that so? Najima replied. I understand, old man, but I have guests today. Please, at least serve them, Moriwaki pleaded. Let me explain. Tisk, sit wherever you want, the old man said in annoyance and went into the kitchen. The usual Soichiro, right? The old man asked. Thank you. 4 bowls, please, Moriwaki replied. A faint joy crossed Najima's mind at this moment. Jongjun was eating with a mountain of bowls piled up. You must have been really hungry, huh? You eat well, Moriwaki marveled. Our kid has a big appetite, Rizu replied. Haha, eat up, Moriwaki said, puzzled. Rizu's face was deep in thought at this moment. Then I'll go out for a smoke for a bit. Rizu continued. He then went outside the shop. Rizu was smoking a cigarette at this moment. Najima suddenly came out. You don't smoke, so why did you come out? Rizu wondered. Actually, it's a bit uncomfortable, Najima replied. Sometimes you seem to be quite conscious of other people's gazes. Is that so? Rizu probed. Ah well, I've lived that way, Najima said, hesitating. Unlike you, I've always been a subordinate, so who to follow, who to make an enemy of, he confessed. That doesn't show on a person's face. That's true, Rizu agreed. If you could tell whether someone is trustworthy or not by looking at their face. I agree. If I had judged by appearances, I wouldn't have thought of following you, Najima said suggestively. What do you mean by that? Rizu wondered. Are you saying you'll follow me now? Is that what you're saying? I've decided, Najima said firmly. Rizu was stunned at this moment. Now you're saying that too? It's already become clear, Najima said. I have no intention of following Ryugasaki, he confessed. I've never gotten along with him since a long time ago, he said. But you're different from Ryugasaki. Rizu was deep in thought. So I need to know for sure, he said, who I want to make the king in this game. I want to know what kind of person you are and what relationship you have with that man in Wonsun, Najima said frankly. It's going to be a long story, Rizu said. Where should I start? After speaking, he threw his cigarette on the ground. He began to confess his story. The past came to mind at this moment. If so, a voice was heard. 2 adults did this to 1 high school student. Is the police going to record this as guiding delinquent youth? Are you kidding me? Rizu was furious in the holding cell. Those men were the ones who got drunk and started the fight. So why am I the only one locked up? His eyes were filled with rage. You guys come in here and let's go another round. Look at the look in that kid's eyes, one of them replied. Even so, you went too far, the police officer said, trying to de-escalate. I was just going to give him a light tap and move on, but he came at me like a crazy person, the drunk man answered. Damn it, lock those bastards up too, Rizu yelled from inside. Student, if you keep shouting like that, you won't get out. What's your guardian's contact number? How many times have I told you? The officer said angrily. I've been insulted for being old, but I've never seen a guy like that before, the drunk man snapped. Hey, you guys are no different, the officer said. Who are you guys that a background check doesn't show anything? The officer asked, looking at the 2 large men with suspicion. Excuse me, but are you perhaps? Director Kong approached. Ah, he feigned surprise. So these guys were here, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he landed a swift blow on the scarred man. He then tripped him, sending the large man tumbling to the floor. Next, he twisted the other man's wrist and slammed him onto the tiled floor. Rizu in the holding cell was bewildered. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The police officer shouted in surprise. Oh, it's nothing. Idiots like them need a beating like this to come to their senses, the old man said calmly. Director Kong spoke with a cold gaze. Bow your heads, the 2 men shot up. Get in the car, you bastards, the old man replied. The 2 immediately ran to the car. The police officer was baffled. Hey, where do you think you're going? Who gave you permission? Before he could finish, the director pulled out his official ID. I'll explain. Then will you take care of the rest? It'll be fine, right? He told me to consult with you, Director Kong said smoothly. At that, the officer brought over a file. Then I'll take care of the rest, he replied politely. Rizu stared at Director Kong with a cold look. Look at that gaze. Have you eaten? He asked gently. What? Who are you, sir? Rizu asked, curious. Someone stronger than the guys who beat you, the old man said with a smile. Damn, that's ridiculous. Rizu laughed like a fool. Are you a martial arts athlete or something? Rizu wondered. Director Kong was taken aback by the question. Haha, compared to that, I'm nothing, he said with a loud laugh. Why are you interested too? Director Kong asked. You've got some potential, he praised. Want to come with me? Director Kong proposed. A scene shifted to a van. How far are we going? A blindfolded man wondered. Inside the van, several blindfolded young men were gathered. The van stopped. "All right, everyone, take off your blindfolds," an old man said, opening the van door. "It was a bit of a rough ride getting here, wasn't it?" The old man asked about their well-being. "Ego, my whole body is aching," a bald man lamented. "Ego, so is that why they call this place a mountain?" The man was overwhelmed. "I suppose so," the old man replied. "But you all look like you're having fun," the old man said suggestively. "I'll give you exactly 10 minutes," the old man said with a fake smile. "Run to the summit. If you're late, just go home." The old man presented the test. Everyone was drenched in sweat. 26 minutes took longer than I thought, didn't it? The old man complained. "I recently brought a dog home," he said suggestively, holding a water bottle, "but it couldn't get attached to me. I cared for it and raised it with all my heart, but if it suddenly dies somewhere, wouldn't I be the only one sad?" The old man provocatively raised the water bottle. "Isn't that right?" "Then why don't you just go home?" he said. "That would be nice. I could do that." Before he could finish, Rizu snatched the water bottle from the old man's hand. He drank it in one gulp. "I'll do it," he resolved. "That's how I've decided. Everyone says that, but," the old man cut him off. "A promise," Rizu said again. "Because I made a promise." His eyes were filled with determination. "So I will definitely do it." 2 years ago, Director Kong called Rizu to a restaurant. "Are you guys soldiers?" Rizu wondered. "Your hair is long, though." "We're allowed to. This is a bit different," Director Kong explained. "But why did you fight with our guys?" Rizu clarified. "No, those guys were drunk and yelling." Director Kong was surprised. "Oh, how dare they drink? They should have drunk quietly. Why were they trying to act tough by picking a fight with a kid?" he chided. "Eat slowly, slowly," Director Kong urged. He asked about his well-being. "Where are your parents? The police told you to call them, but you didn't, did you?" "I don't have any," he replied coldly. "I have a twin brother, but he left home to earn money as soon as he entered high school," he said. "Left home to earn money? Where to?" Director Kong wondered. "How would I know?" Rizu replied. "But there's one thing everyone acknowledges about my brother. He's probably doing something like an athlete," Rizu guessed. "Even those guys from before couldn't beat my brother," he said confidently. "Then why are you in this state?" the director replied. "You're twins, right?" "So about that," Rizu confessed. "Can I do that thing you do too?" Director Kang's expression changed at that moment. "Hey, no." After he finished speaking, he stood up. "You don't even know how to fight," Rizu replied. "Ah, really? I'm not that weak. If you're so resentful, find a way to get in yourself. We don't stop anyone who wants to come," Director Kong invited. He threatened, "But most of them run away on their own." "Ah, I told you I won't run away," Rizu was determined. "Give up. This isn't for just anyone," he said. "Wait a minute." He ran and blocked the door. "Then make me one promise," Rizu said. "A promise?" Director Kong wondered. "If I find you myself without running away, grant me one request," he said firmly. "Ho, what's the request?" Director Kong was curious. "I can't stand losing," he said resentfully. The scene shifted to a high-rise building. Rizu had now become an office worker. A female employee greeted him. "How can I help you?" "Ah, well," he said. "It's my first day of work." Rizu introduced himself. In Director Kang's private office. "Come in." He opened his mouth. Loyalty. He saluted on his first day of work. "Ah, don't do that. We don't do that here," he said. "Let's see, your name is Beck Rizu. Are you the S-class from this hiking trip?" Director Kong asked. "As you can see, we're just ordinary office workers," the old man said. "You can just call us by our titles. You can just call me Director Kong." "Ah, excuse me, do you not remember me?" Rizu had a slight suspicion. "What? I don't know. Do we know each other?" the old man replied coldly. Rizu was disappointed at this moment. "No, sir, I'm sorry for bothering you." He turned to leave. "Come here," Director Kong said with a satisfied smile. "I'll wait a minute," he said. After he finished speaking, he picked up the phone. "Manager Lim, Manager Park, come in for a moment." The door opened. "Director, you called?" It was the two drunk men who had fought with Rizu in the past. He was stunned at this moment. "This is Manager Lim, and that's Manager Park. They'll be your direct superiors," he introduced. "Get to know their faces." And Director Kong said, "I may forget people, but I don't forget promises," he said meaningfully to Rizu. Rizu smiled with satisfaction at this moment. The three gathered on the rooftop. He stretched amidst their puzzlement. "Rookie, why did you call us all the way up here?" A manager opened his mouth. "You're Beck Rizu, right? The S-class from this hiking trip?" One of them started a conversation. "Do you really not remember?" Rizu wondered. "At the police station 3 years ago, you dog-like seniors," he said angrily. "What? No way. That high school student back then." The two managers were shocked. "Why are you here?" Before he could finish, Rizu rushed in and punched him. "I made a promise with the director back then," he said. "Someday, when I set foot in this place, TCH, a real lunatic has come." The scarred man prepared to attack at this moment. "I asked him to let me fight you two one-on-one." After speaking, he landed a punch on the scarred man's face. "Do you know why I became the S-class of the hiking team?" Rizu asked the two managers. "I'm asking if you know how long I've waited for today," Rizu said with satisfaction. "I can't stand losing." The two managers were stunned at this moment. "Let's settle this today." After speaking, he rushed in. From a distance, Director Kong watched everything with a satisfied smile. Back to the present. Evening at a Wonsan facility, he took one painful step at a time. "Director," a bodyguard stopped him. "Director, where are you going? Your wound is still." Director Kong moved forward resolutely. The old man started the car. "Director," the bodyguard outside knocked on the door with concern. His wound showed signs of bursting. "What is this?" "Kong Sung-ho," he coughed, he said angrily. He drove off, despite his subordinates' attempts to stop him. "Director, it's fine, I've come this far." After speaking, he took out a photo from his pocket. "I have to see it through to the end, don't I?" he said. Director Kong stared at the photo of his past team members. "Don't I?" he agonized. "Rizu." In a parking lot, Director Kong was slumped over the steering wheel. He was filled with a sense of helplessness. He slowly put his hand inside his clothes. He took out a black card from his pocket. Then the old man rummaged through the drawer. Director Kong took out an old communicator. He turned it on. Inside, a message with the content deputy chief appeared. Make a reservation for lunch tomorrow. The menu is the same as last time. Phew, he sighed and slumped over the steering wheel. The photo of his old team members was crumpled next to the steering wheel. The past in Director Kang's office. May I come in? A voice was heard. Come in, Director. It's about the Chinese partners, Rizu said. The cargo documents they were supposed to send haven't arrived yet, he reported while looking at a pile of documents. It's much later than planned. Is there a problem? The director replied. That's how our work always is. Let's go out and talk. He patted Rizu's shoulder. Let's go out for a smoke. Team leader Beck. Rizu had been promoted to some extent. Team leader Beck, you've been here for over a year, right? Director Kong opened his mouth. 1 year and 2 months, Rizu replied. Really? At first I thought some crazy bastard had come, he said with a smile. You've adapted well. Is that a compliment? Rizu smiled, wondering. Isn't it? Should I be angry? Director Kong replied playfully. Here, have one, he offered. No sir, I don't smoke. Rizu politely refused. Ah, you were here. The two managers also appeared at this time. Team leader Beck is here too. You're here, Rizu saluted. Manager Lim, Manager Park, you came at the right time, he said. Since everyone's here, let's talk. This time it's the Chinese partners. His expression became serious. Do you remember we were supposed to acquire a VIP from North Korea? Director Kong asked. Yes, the Chinese partners told us to get the VIP's identity documents, Manager Lim replied. The director spoke again. It seems things have gone wrong. It's been a long time past the deadline. Rizu opened his mouth. We can't contact the partners. Who the hell are these Chinese partners? A manager said angrily. What kind of way is this to handle things? The director replied. Don't try to dig too deep. Just think of it as cooperating with another special forces unit. Director Kong smoked a cigarette in deep thought. At this moment he looked at his phone. A message had just arrived. It seems I can't be a good person. Is it that other special forces unit you just mentioned? Manager Park asked. Yes, the director replied. Manager I am wondered. What did they say? Are they going to give us the documents? The documents probably won't be necessary, Director Kong said. What? Manager Lim replied in surprise. That VIP, he hesitated, is in South Korea right now. The plan has gone wrong. The three men moved in a hurry. According to the plan, another team was supposed to bring the VIP, and we were just supposed to acquire him, Director Kong explained. But it doesn't make sense that the VIP is in South Korea now. He crossed the border alone. Worry was evident on his face. Without our help, is he that capable? Rizu was shocked. He's a soldier, Director Kong revealed. He belongs to the 525 Special Forces Unit. The 525 unit, he was surprised. I thought they were guys like us. Director Kong was tired. Anyway, he acted alone without a plan. It's still unclear why he crossed the border without our help. So our goal is to approach the VIP as quietly and secretly as possible and subdue him, the director gave the order. Understood? A message from Chairman Kong Sung-ho appeared on the phone. The party is at 22:30 in the park behind Yongsan Station. That place last time was fine too. After receiving the message he closed his phone. Rizu was staked out in front of Jian's house. He gestured to his two colleagues. I have a feeling the Chinese team messed things up and now they're telling us to clean it up. Is this what you call cooperation? Manager Lim complained. Manager Park agreed after hearing his words. That's right. How can you call it cooperation when we don't even know who we're working with? Anyway, they said they'd provide support, Rizu said over the radio. The manager retorted, my God, is that support? It's just them making a mess and pretending to clean it up. Quiet down and focus. Can't you hear? Manager Park reminded them. It's the 525th unit, Manager Lim replied in frustration. I don't care if it's the 525th or the 625th. Anything strange in the 3 o'clock position? Rizu asked. A hidden shadow caught Manager Lim's attention. The person was covered from head to toe, their movements suspicious. Team leader Beck, hold your position. We're going to close in, Manager Park ordered, preparing for any contingency. Just be ready for support, don't get too close. Yes, understood, Rizu replied. Under a quiet Seoul road, the mysterious man moved forward slowly. The two managers followed closely with Rizu trailing behind them. The tension in Rizu's eyes was palpable. Suddenly, the mysterious man picked up his pace. We've been spotted. The two managers also sped up their pursuit. Suddenly, the strange man stopped and said, Your footsteps are too loud. Not that I'm bragging that I noticed I was being tailed. Are these guys really this bad? He revealed a bloodthirsty gaze. Just then, a voice came over the radio. Damn it, wait a second, Manager Park. Rizu tried to make contact. Manager Lim, Manager Park. Damn it, he ran after them. When he arrived at the scene, he witnessed an unbelievable sight. The two managers were completely annihilated. What happened? Was there another one? He said coldly. After speaking, he rushed in, greeting him with a kick, but Rizu quickly blocked it with one hand and countered by kicking his heel. Oh, you're pretty fast, the strange man praised. Well then. The man pulled out a weapon and charged straight for Rizu. Seeing it, Rizu quickly ducked to avoid it. Unrelenting, the man continued to charge. A karambit. The man slashed horizontally, but it was no use. However, he landed a kick to Rizu's side. Rizu quickly backed away. Seeing this, the man pressed forward frantically. Rizu desperately blocked. Then he pulled out a pen that was clipped to his clothes. Are you kidding me? The man said, swinging a punch at Rizu. What are you going to do with a ballpoint pen? Rizu blocked the man's fist with both hands. He was pushed into a narrow gap. Rizu quickly broke the pen. The man charged in without a care and Rizu seized that moment. Rizu subdued the man's weapon with one hand and with the other. He aimed the sharp end of the pen at his artery. The broken pen was just millimeters from the man's neck. How about it? Rizu opened his mouth. This should be enough to make a new breathing hole. Wow, this guy is really interesting, the man said. You're less interesting than I thought. I was expecting someone from the 525th unit. Rizu replied. Hearing this, the man was startled. You knew and you still charged in like that, the man lamented. What? Rizu replied, puzzled. Didn't you hear that support was coming? Then are you the support? Rizu asked. Yeah, I was just checking out the situation, but the welcoming party was a mess, wasn't it? The man replied. Anyway, it's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Ballpoint Pen. After speaking, the man took off his mask. I'm Ryan, he introduced himself. A fish processing plant at night. A mysterious object wrapped in white vinyl was pulled out from among the fish. I didn't have high hopes, but Sun hesitated. Isn't this too much? He replied. My God, this rotten smell is worse than I imagined. Suddenly a voice was heard. Always acting so noble, what hypocrisy. Seeing this now makes me want to puke. I want to die. This man was Wei Jiang-hee, a member of the Chunwang faction and the boss of a Chinese-Korean organization, responsible for Wonsan smuggling operations. Did you ever intend to be on the same boat, or was it just a game? He said seriously. I can't believe you guys dared to join hands with Wonsan. So if you have a complaint, don't go stirring things up everywhere, he warned. When it comes to the fishy smell, I have the upper hand, Sun said suggestively. What did you just say? Wei Jiang-hee said. Don't mess with me before I explode, Sun said coldly. The waves lapped at Sun's feet. He stared intently at the sea. Has that fishy smell dulled your senses? He said to Shalwa. Later on, even if it gets on your hands, no, even if it soaks into your nose, you won't feel a thing. Shalwa opened her mouth. Don't try to lecture me. Do you think that makes you some kind of righteous gangster? Haha, a righteous gangster, he sneered. Sounds plausible enough, he then declared. For my goal, I can do anything, but I was just thinking about the old days. A deep worry crossed his face. The past came to mind again in a small room. Does this make sense, Director? Will this really be okay, even if he's a special recruit? Isn't this rookie too rude? Manager Park objected. That's right. What kind of rookie looks down on his seniors as soon as he arrives? The organization's hierarchy is being ignored, Manager Lim complained. Didn't you two say the exact same thing last year? Director Kong replied. He continued. And don't forget, no matter how he looks on the outside, his real-world experience far surpasses yours. What do you think? Will it be okay? Curious, Sun replied. All right, I can show you a little something, he said, getting up. Rizu came in. Seeing that, Sun showed an interested smile. Suddenly, Rizu slapped him across the face. I really don't like the look in your eyes, Rizu shot back. What? Sun was bewildered. Director, may I take care of this guy? Sun opened his mouth. Rizu reported. The VIP has been moved to a safe place. Oh really? Well done, Director Kong praised. That's enough. Stop and let's get to the point. The director then took out a file. While you guys were doing useless things, I handled the VIP matter, he said. He was more cooperative than I thought. He's in a safe place now. Then isn't it all over? Manager Lim said. There was something we were originally supposed to receive, but he suddenly changed the terms of the deal. Director Kong stood up. What are the terms? Manager Park wondered. The VIP has a younger brother, Director Kong replied. He demanded that we protect his brother. He's in Hamhung, North Korea. The Chinese special forces are investigating, but it doesn't seem to be easy, he said. Director, what were we originally supposed to receive? Rizu wondered. You don't need to know that right now, he replied coldly. First of all, protection is the top priority. Sun's gaze suddenly became serious. In a run-down house, a location tracker was fastened to his leg. He was watching a soccer game on TV. He was a man of stout build, and Manager Lim was monitoring him. The door opened. You're here, special recruit. The person who came in was Sun. Don't cause a scene. Stay quiet. Manager Lim opened his mouth. Hey Lim Yongja, Sun said, changing his voice. That's no way to act, you bastard. You just do what you're told from above. Don't you even know that a deal is give and take? Sun said in a threatening tone. Hey, from the way you talk, you're one of them too, aren't you? Yongja replied. That black insignia, he said. The condition you offered was to bring me to South Korea, right? He questioned. But I came on my own, so what's the point of the deal? You guys haven't done anything for me, and now you're bringing up my brother and asking for help, Sun said in anger. His throat was blocked and a USB drive popped out of his mouth. There has to be something to receive for a deal to be made, right? He said. All right. Then what's your brother's name? Sun changed his attitude. HMPH, you have a point, he replied. Write it down. Chains were wrapped around Old Man Lim's hands, he said. I'll pass the news to the Chinese Special Forces, Sun replied. You have to provide detailed information about your brother. Good. Then I'll talk, Yongja said with joy. But as you know, Sun said, showing the other man his phone screen, getting someone out of there is like plucking a star from the sky. The screen read, elimination as planned, necessary element appeared, target. Hamgong Province, I am Yong-un. Anyone can cut off a head, he said with bloodlust. You crazy bastard, what are you doing? Yongja shouted. Then let's renegotiate the deal, he replied coldly. Shut up and give me the information, Sun threatened. Or do you want to see your beloved brother's severed head right here? At this, the man rushed to snatch the phone but failed. Too bad, he said. Sun's expression changed. Not a wise choice, he said. The man rushed to snatch the phone. No, Sun replied. He then grabbed the man by the collar and kneed him in the stomach. The man fell to the floor. Then he kneed him again. Blood trickled from Yongja's mouth. Sun held the phone up high and the light shone directly on Yongja's head. He writhed in pain on the floor. Spit it out, he threatened. Just as Sun raised his fist to land another blow, something flew in from a distance. Rizu sent Sun flying with a kick. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Sun shouted. I knew it. I didn't like that look in your eyes from the start, Rizu replied. Don't you know how to control yourself? He's your own brother, Sun said. If you treat an informant this way, Rizu replied. In the meantime, Yangzhou was trying to crawl up. He then tried to run outside. The two were startled. He broke through the glass window and jumped to the ground. He free-falled onto a nearby car. Damn it, he got away, Sun shouted. Yangzhou ran like a madman, not noticing the ambush from somewhere. A soldier snatched him by the neck. He was dragged into an alley, and on his body was a black name tag. How far did he get? Sun and Rizu passed by. Are you kidding me? You ruined everything because of your stupid actions, Sun reprimanded. Your brother abandoned you and ran away when you were young, right? Sun spat venomously. Now I see why. Oh, wasn't it just your brother who disappeared? Hearing this, Rizu was enraged. I like digging into things like this, so I've looked into it quite a bit, he continued to provoke. At this moment, he pulled a weapon from his body. I really wanted to test you, he said. What? Sun also pulled out his karambit. In that case, I think you and I will get along just fine, he replied, his eyes blazing. They prepared to fight. So between you and that friend who won? Najima wondered. What? I didn't think you'd be listening so intently, Rizu said in surprise. It's a really interesting story, Najima replied. Raindrops started to fall. It's so much like a movie it's hard to believe it all. Haha, now that you mention it, that's true, Rizu said with a laugh. Najima continued. It's understandable. It really sounds like it. But according to your story, Najima began to describe, that kid is an assassin from North Korea and you're like James Bond, Rizu suddenly said. I didn't know you were a movie buff. Then James Bond, why did you come to Japan? Najima asked bluntly. It's more of a goal than a reason, Rizu confessed. A goal, you say? Is it that person named Director Kong you just mentioned? He continued to wonder. At first I was just curious why he abandoned us. Rizu's face darkened. But as I recall these old events, I'm starting to understand everything. This isn't something that can be explained with a few trivial reasons, Rizu said in pain. My comrades, my identity, I lost everything and fell to rock bottom. So that bastard Director Kong, I'm going to drag him down to rock bottom with me. Rizu's face was filled with extreme anger, he said, filled with resentment. I have no intention of weaving logic or a story into my revenge. It's an instinct. An instinct that I must end him with my own hands, but ease with Oyama now, Najima said, covering his face in thought. Rizu added, the Wanson project in Japan will absolutely require Oyama's cooperation. That's why I will become the chairman of Oyama, Rizu resolved. The purpose doesn't matter. When that time comes, Director Kong will have to face me. An instinct for revenge, you say? Najima opened his mouth. You're closer to Beatrix Kiddo than James Bond. After speaking, he smiled and patted Rizu's shoulder. You really like movies, don't you? Rizu quipped. Then after the revenge is over, what will you do next? Najima wondered. He stated his perspective. The end of a revenge story isn't right after the revenge is over. In the end, you have to put the sword back in its sheath for the ending credits to roll on the screen. Rizu had a look of incomprehension. Even after the revenge is over, you will still be the chairman of Oyama, he said. Then I will become your sword. I will help you ascend to the chairman's seat, Najima declared. The rain grew heavier and the heavy drops fell as if representing Rizu's heart, where Director Kang's truck was parked. The weather couldn't be better. He was sitting on a stone staircase in the pouring rain. He covered his face as if regretting what he had done. The puddle at his feet seemed to reflect a part of Director Kang's life. He sat without moving. It's raining a lot, Rizu, Director Kong said to himself. A mysterious figure approached and held an umbrella over him. You're here, Director Kong said. I've been waiting for a while. Director Kong, he coughed. The mysterious figure also opened his mouth. So you were in Japan as expected, Director Kong concluded. Mysterious figure replied, I was just passing by. You don't look so good. You must have had a stressful day at work. Stress, he smiled and took out a cigarette pack. So are you thinking of jumping into this game yourself? Of course not. I know how serious you are about this project. After he finished speaking, the man offered Director Kong his lighter. He continued, even if it meant abandoning your comrades, that was your choice, that sincerity. You came here to earn everyone's trust. Even after hearing this, Director Kang's expression did not change. Don't worry, I'll take care of my own business. Director Kong assured him. That's why Mying is a man who lacks decisiveness. Once you make up your mind, you have to finish it without hesitation, the mysterious figure replied. Old trees must be cut down and new shoots must be grafted, he said suggestively. Even if it's a tree he raised himself. He couldn't do that, which is why Baek Yu is still alive, he said again. Or did you let him live on purpose? Did you hesitate? The mysterious figure suspected. Hesitate? Director Kong took a deep drag from his cigarette. That bastard has already been abandoned. If he saw the state I'm in now, my head would have been the first to go. After speaking, he turned away coldly. Director Kong, he coughed. The mysterious figure opened his mouth. You and I are both old now, aren't we? He said. If it's too much, just say so. We're always ready to help you, the mysterious figure offered. At this moment, Director Kong turned and said, let me ask you one thing, Yakumo, were you the one who gave my information to Tosukagumi? I don't know. The man coldly turned and left. I can't remember every single one of those bastards. The mysterious figure's shadow grew more distant. You can't remember every single one, Director Kong wrapped his head in his hands. How dare a guy like that offer to help someone else? After speaking, he raised the black card. It seems we have to finish this with our own hands, Rizu. He looked up at the sky and marveled. One evening at the Oyama mansion, Chairman Tetsuji was lost in thought looking at the scenery. Akamoto appeared behind him unnoticed. "Ah, Kenichi, you're here," he said. Turning around, Akamoto heard him and replied, "Yes, Lord Tetsuji, what did you call me for? The succession ceremony is just around the corner." "What else could it be?" After speaking, the chairman bent down and took out a cherished bottle of liquor. "I must be getting old, I've been thinking too much lately." "May I ask what you're thinking about?" Akamoto wondered. "It's about the succession ceremony," he said. "Whether to wear a yukata or a suit, it's a difficult decision," he said with a smile. Akamoto was stunned to hear this. Then the old man laughed loudly. "Haha, you would look great in both, but since it's the Oyama succession ceremony, a traditional yukata would be more appropriate." Akamoto offered his opinion. Hearing this, the chairman replied, "I knew you'd say that. In any case, I want to end things with a flourish," Tetsuji said. "The end, of course," Akamoto replied. "No matter how it turns out, our Oyama will soon come to an end," he said with regret. "That's why I called you. I have a favor to ask." "Me?" Akamoto said, puzzled. The chairman replied, "You know what this organization has been through, so I want you to be by my side during this moment of change." After speaking, he poured 2 glasses of liquor. "Become the Wakagashira of Oyama, Kenichi," the chairman proposed. "I don't know if I'm qualified for that." Akamoto hesitated at this moment. "If not you, who else would be more suitable?" The chairman praised him highly. "Whatever decision I make, always stay by my side calmly." After speaking, he held out the glass. Looking at the glass before him, Akamoto hesitated for a moment. "I will keep that in mind." After speaking, he took the glass from the chairman. The 2 men drank together late into the night, and finally he took something out of his sleeve. "I want to entrust this to you." The chairman handed Akamoto a mysterious box. Inside was the seal of Oyama. Even after he returned, he stared blankly at the seal. His bodyguard spoke up at this moment. "Do you still not believe this is real?" "That's not it. It's because it's too heavy," Akamoto replied. "In any case, it's the position of Oyama's general manager, isn't it?" the bodyguard continued. "It's not for that reason. He said it was for the sake of Lord Tetsuji's Oyama," Akamoto confessed. "The end of an era is truly a heavy burden, HMPH. At this moment, a truck suddenly pulled up close to Akamoto's sedan. The truck shot forward and blocked the sedan. A major collision occurred between the 2 vehicles. Despite the crash, Akamoto held the seal tightly in his arms. The sedan was thrown to the side of the road at this time. A short while later, Akamoto regained consciousness. He was tied up inside the truck. "What is this?" Taku said after a quick glance. "Uncle, is this the real Oyama seal? Is it real?" he asked in a greedy tone. "Taku, what on earth are you doing?" Akamoto was bewildered. "Wait a minute, the fact that you have this means," Taku deduced. Then he placed a hand on Akamoto's shoulder. "Well, you did it, uncle. So if I become chairman, does that make you my subordinate?" he said confidently. "Become a subordinate of a bastard like you? How pitiful," he replied, panting. "I'd rather bite my tongue and die here." After speaking, he tried to bite his tongue to commit suicide. "Hey, you can't do that, uncle." As soon as he finished speaking, Taku covered Akamoto's mouth, stopping his suicide attempt. "I'm going to return this to you anyway." After speaking, he stuffed the seal into the old man's mouth. "He doesn't need something like this," he said cruelly. "Cough, cough." Akamoto coughed violently. Akamoto collapsed to the floor at this time. "I hope you live a long, long life." After speaking, Taku placed his foot on the old man's chest. "So you can witness the collapse of Oyama that he will bring about," he said with a bloodthirsty smile. "A week ago, Director Kong had a conversation with Taku. I really can't believe it. It's truly shocking." Taku opened his mouth. "Now that I see it, you've become quite a big shot, haven't you?" Taku said. "To think I'd be meeting with the director one-on-one," he said in a surprised tone. Director Kong replied, "You know who I am, right? Well, you must have overheard some information." "I'm sure," Taku confessed. "Then let's not beat around the bush and get straight to the point," Director Kong said bluntly. "How interested are you in this game?" he wondered. "Let's see, quite a bit," Taku thought. "If we're talking about a high level, it would be about this much." After speaking, he placed his hand on his chest to express his level of interest. I'm not interested in the top spot." "Something like the chairman's seat," Taku said. "Why aren't you interested?" the director wondered. "I'd say I know myself pretty well. That position already has a fitting owner," he replied, "and I'm not dissatisfied with my current position. No, this is the most perfect position for me." Taku thought that this was the place where he could observe everything most clearly. "The fools who know nothing will pay the price." After speaking, he crushed the cherry in his hand and said suggestively, "But for a guy like you who knows his place, you've been making a lot of noise this time, haven't you?" Director Kong suspected. "Oyama, why did you suddenly mess with Ryugasaki?" he wondered. "How are you going to handle this? Is this perhaps a warning because I touched Oyama?" "Do you mean Wanson's partner?" Taku guessed. "A warning? I told you clearly from the beginning," Director Kong denied. "That's how interested I am in this game. I don't care who takes the lead," he asserted. "What I'm interested in is who gives me less trouble. In that sense, Oyama is a really troublesome bastard." "No, I should say 2 bastards," Director Kong confessed. "Are you getting interested now?" he probed. This is pretty good." After speaking, Taku raised his hand higher. "But it's still not to the point where I want to take the top spot," Taku replied. "I told you. That position should go to someone who is qualified," he said with a serious expression. "At the Oyama mansion. So you can't cooperate?" the chairman said seriously. "Why not?" he wondered. I'm sorry, but we see this incident as a conflict between organizations, the man from Wonsan said coldly. Wonsan cannot get involved in this matter. This is not such a simple problem. After speaking, Tetsuji rolled up his sleeves. Our Oyama's general secretary has been kidnapped, he said in anger. Weren't we your business partners? That's precisely why we can't get involved in this matter. The scarred man made an excuse. Isn't this incident a part of the candidate competition that you, Lord Tetsuji, initiated? A part of the candidate competition, the chairman said, unable to understand. That's how we see it, Wonsan's subordinate replied. In the first place, organizing the candidate competition was Lord Tetsuji's unilateral decision, he continued to reason. At this moment, Rizu opened the door and entered. That bastard doesn't even know how to bow to his elders. He doesn't know how to yield in the slightest. Are those guys always like that, father? Rizu swore subtly. They only call it an alliance when there's a profit to be made, right? After speaking, he tapped the scarred man on the shoulder and said suggestively, Anyway, father, don't worry, he said confidently. We'll take care of this matter. You will? The chairman wondered. I'm going to get some fresh air, father. Rizu gave a signal. The footsteps moved in unison. They headed for the gate of the Oyama mansion at this time. Najima, the chairman was surprised. He bowed his head in respect. Moriwaki coughed at this time. I am Moriwaki Soichiro of the Annihilation Corps, he introduced himself. Today I came here solely because of the alliance, he said coolly. Oyama is our Annihilation Corps partner. I heard the culprit used a cargo truck to attack, Moriwaki continued. The chairman was bewildered by the scene before him. This is the same as the previous attack, so it shouldn't be too difficult to identify the vehicle model. Numerous motorcycles were lined up in front of the mansion gate at this time. Therefore, the eyes and ears of our Annihilation Corps will scour all of Tokyo and find that bastard. After speaking, he looked at his majestic motorcycle unit. How did all this? The chairman couldn't believe his eyes. It's certainly not the Oyama style, is it? Rizu continued. Then Corps Commander, Rizu held out his hand towards Moriwaki. Let's begin, he said with a smile. A smile crossed Moriwaki's lips. The two men shook hands triumphantly at this time. Below, the biker unit cheered, and the person from Wonsan's side showed a somewhat disappointed expression. To all members of the Annihilation Corps, Moriwaki said into his radio. This is an order to begin the search operation. The area is all of Tokyo. He instructed the entire corps. The target is the large truck that attacked us last time. The entire unit scattered onto all the roads of Tokyo at this time. Report immediately upon discovery, he replied. Proceed with caution, he urged the corps. Over, Moriwaki said. Yes, Corps Commander, they replied in unison. At this moment, one of the corps squads discovered a truck similar to the description. Route 7 near Tokyo Bay, target spotted. Moving south, they reported over the radio. Good, Moriwaki praised. Don't lose it, Corps Commander. There's another one here too, another search team reported. What? Moriwaki replied in surprise. Moving towards the Northern Industrial Complex, they reported. There are multiple cars, Moriwaki wondered. One of the drivers was subdued by the corps at this time. We've stopped the car on Route 7, the squad reported. Search the inside. As soon as he finished speaking, a guy inside the car landed a kick. The corps member's helmet was instantly shattered and he was sent rolling on the ground by the kick. What is this? Are they all just small fry? He was Kong In-won, the B squad leader of the Wonsan Japan Special Forces G team. The other bikers showed signs of tension at this time, and a car arrived at the scene. Move, the guy sitting in the back opened his mouth. You can tell I'm your opponent just by looking, can't you? Jong Jun arrived at the scene at this time. The scene shifts to the industrial complex. Another biker unit was scattered on the ground at this time. All of this was the work of Wonsan. The ringleader was Lim Jun-ho, the team leader of the Japan Special Forces 7th Team. A car arrived at the scene at this time. Familiar footsteps disembarked. Looks pretty good, but it's going to be tough. Najima appeared at this time, holding a gun in his hand. Looks like you're overdoing it, the guy from Wonsan said, pulling out a weapon. Yeah, of course it's too much. After speaking, Najima took a stance. My whole body is going to be sore tomorrow. The two men rushed in and fought at this time. Another car was being pursued near the port of Tokyo. Another team reported at this time. Damn it, there's still another car. Moriwaki was having a headache. Corps Commander, what should we do now? The squad waited for instructions. It seems this car is the real target. The target has entered a hideout, they reported. We can't go any deeper. The squad could only watch from the outside at this time. Damn it, Moriwaki was furious. That's far enough, withdraw. A voice was heard over the radio. This voice, Ryugasaki, Moriwaki replied in surprise. Rizu took off the wig he was wearing at this time. It's enough to know the location, Rizu said. This time I'll go myself. Rizu was watching the incident from a distance. Rizu, the former HID Special Forces captain, officially enters the fray. At this moment, Chairman Tetsuji lit a cigarette with a worried expression. He was lost in thought, looking at the scenery. The chairman recalled his conversation with Akamoto. On the table, the glass of liquor was still unfinished. Actually, Akamoto confessed that he had given up on Oyama before. Akamoto confessed. Then why did you run for the position of Oyama chairman? The chairman wondered at this time. That's right. Because I gave up, I decided to step forward, he said. After the fight between Lord Sogo and Lord Ryugasaki last year, this organization began to rot from the inside, he confessed. When it was all over, blinded by hatred, Ryugasaki began a purge. Sogo manipulated power and controlled with violence, spilling much blood, he recalled. Seeing the chairman just watch at the time, I thought Oyama was dead, Akamoto said frankly. The reason Oyama rotted is my fault, the chairman admitted. You must have held this in your heart for a long time, right? And he was ready to speak. Tetsuji's expression became serious at this moment. I am prepared, Akamoto said forcefully. The Oyama of today is no longer the organization you wished for, Lord Tetsuji, Akamoto criticized. It is merely a battlefield for those hungry for power. If things continue like this, soon only ruins will remain. Ruins, the chairman wondered. Yes, that is why I want to run for chairman, he confessed. Is that so? Tetsuji had a smile on his lips at this moment. As expected, you are the man fit to be the general manager, Kenichi. The chairman's face brightened. Lord Tetsuji, the organization needs someone like you who can speak harsh truths. How many people would dare to speak to me so directly? The chairman turned away, deep in thought. Most people just flatter or bow their heads. I am not worthy of this position, said humbly. A person's heart is like this cup, the chairman explained. If you don't empty it completely, where is the space to fill it with something new? So you and I, how about we cast aside our regrets and start over from the beginning? After speaking, the chairman held out a cup of liquor to Akamoto. Can I dare to cast it aside? He said with a sad expression. It's difficult alone, the chairman said, and the two men emptied their cups together. But today there are 2 cups, Tetsuji said meaningfully. I have already made my decision, the chairman muttered cryptically. The cups the 2 men had used were already empty at this time, returning to the northern industrial complex, where Akamoto was being held. He was tied tightly to a chair at this time, and soldiers from Wonsan were guarding the surroundings. From a distance, Rizu was watching all of this. He continued to scout. To be armed with guns, these guys are no ordinary grunts, Rizu judged. So it was you guys after all. His face was filled with killing intent at this time. Wonsan, at this moment, 2 men were patrolling near Rizu's position. He landed on one man's shoulders. In an instant, the Wonsan guard lost his life. The remaining man finally grasped the situation. Who's there? Just as he was pulling out his gun, the knife in Rizu's hand flew and struck him. Ah! He dropped his weapon in pain. As if waiting for that very moment, Rizu rushed in and delivered a fatal punch to his face. Another man farther away heard the sound and took notice at this moment. When he rushed to the scene, the 2 guards were already dead. Intruder in Sector B, alert. He immediately reported over the radio. Before he knew it, Rizu had appeared right behind him. With a single slash, the guard fell on the spot. Rizu suddenly turned around at this time. Then, he ducked, dodging the opponent's 2 bullets. Oh, you dodged, the man said in surprise. I thought you were a rat, but you're a cat. Then he put the pistol back into his jacket. Come here. He was Cha Young-soo, the team leader of the Japan Special Forces 2nd Team. His face was filled with bloodlust at this moment. Come and play. Don't you understand Japanese? Young-soo provoked. Rizu was hiding behind a container, looking for an opportunity. Good, let me see your face. After speaking, he took out a knife and taunted him. Come on, come here, Rizu revealed himself. Then let's have a go. After speaking, he took out his weapon and took a stance. Hurry up and come here. He licked his lips and cheered with delight. He rushed in, slashing at super speed, but Rizu dodged in time. Then he countered with a fatal punch. He tried to finish it with another slash of his knife but was blocked by the team leader. Then he landed a knee strike on Rizu. Rizu's face showed no sign of pain at this moment. Rizu used a container as a foothold at this moment. Then he countered with a fatal kick to Young-su's face. The blow sent him flying straight into a cargo box. Kook, he licked the drops of blood flowing from his nose. You're pretty strong, he said, cheering with delight. Keep it coming, the man rushed in. Rizu unfortunately was hit by him at this moment. The impact sent him stumbling back into a cargo box, and then he pulled out his knife to finish Rizu off. Before he could act, he was countered by Rizu, who slashed his hand. The team leader winced in pain. Rizu dodged Young-su's fatal stab in time. If it weren't for my injury, this would have been fine, Rizu thought to himself. Still, my body isn't used to it yet. It's been a while since I've met such a worthy opponent. Not bad. As a warm-up, he's worth a little praise. Not bad. This is getting more fun. I'll turn you from a kitten into a wildcat, he said, cheering with delight. It's just a fun fight. Rizu opened his mouth at this moment. Hey, Korean, the man was surprised. Let's see who has more fun. Rizu changed his fighting style at this time. He suddenly increased his speed. He got faster. The team leader was surprised. At this moment he was slashed in the side. Kook, he was enraged. Then he was hit a few more times. Damn it, he attacked frantically. The team leader's weapon was knocked away by Rizu at this time. The team leader's face turned pale at this moment, and then he immediately pulled out his gun to counterattack. But his movements were too slow and he was hit by another elbow from Rizu. Come here. Young-soo realized something. I've heard of him. Even when surrounded by a company, he took care of all the former intelligence agents and escaped. He was horrified inwardly. Are you that guy? He said in fear. A guard next to Akamoto contacted someone over the radio at this time. No response from C team leader. Team leader, what's going on? One of them wondered at this moment. What's there to worry about? Team leader Cha doesn't go down easy. He was the next ace, wasn't he? The man replied optimistically. He's finally here, he said, looking into the distance. Team leader, you're late. Young-soo approached with difficult steps at this time. C-team is still not responding, the guard reported. Team leader. As soon as he finished speaking, the team leader collapsed. With skills like that, you're a team leader? Rizu provoked from behind. The guard and Akamoto were horrified at this time. My body isn't even warmed up yet, he took a stance. So hurry up and come at me. His eyes were directing all his killing intent at the enemy at this moment.